like chocolate.
I kind of like these. These are good suckers.
Next. This might be the. Oh no, wait. You can't eat this one?
No, I can't eat that.
All right.
It's the last one for me. All right, so you should try this one. You should try this one.
I don't want to even try. I don't even. This looks disgusting.
No, this has peanuts in it.
Shake.
There's peanuts.
We need to get Japanese candy that also is like American companies too. Like we need like the Japanese Doritos and like the, you know what I mean? We can't just get these like off-brand shits.
Is it like a little cornbread?
A little cookie.
Ooh, it's filled with chocolate.
Chocolate in the middle. It's like creamy chocolate.
Chad, this is basically the panda cookies, if you've ever had the pandas.
This is good.
Yeah, wait, these are big brands in Japan. Like, I know this guy. I know this dude. This is a big brand in Japan.
These are really good.
And then that's the last one.
No, the only question now is, do we do the Great Britain snacks too? I think we do it.
I'll do some from Great Britain.
I think we do the Great Britain snacks.
Mom said she ate one of these. She ate one of the things from the Great Britain box.
Oh!
Oh my god, it's rabbit shit.
Chat.
You're actually despicable for that. I'm saving the Pocky, bro. Oh my god. Dude, save the cannolis.
I'm saving the cannolis. Alright, I'm trying this.
What is it? Ew, what is it? Wait, I want to find out what it is. What was it?
Give me the ice cream cone.
Gjør deg klar for å trykke ned gasspedalen til et helt nytt Mario Kart. Race over hele verden, alle samlet.
We're going a continent over.
I'm expecting better snacks. Like, dude, off the bat, this is my cup of tea right here. Twiglets. And it's, look at this. It's like crunchy, it's like salty, you know what I mean?
That makes no sense. That makes no sense.
Tasty and crunchy.
Let me see this
with a
shit,
sensual sensation.
What?
It says that.
It does say sensual sensation.
Alright, so should we go through the snacks?
Yeah.
Why are they saying canceled?
Oh, because you were saying off the bat I'm expecting better stuff from Britain.
No, I think they like the kind of snacks I like. I don't think Japanese people like.
What do you mean?
Just because the food and the snacks that they have, I don't think they like the same shit that I like. Alright.
Oh, hi. Yeah.
So here we go. Number 1. Twiglets, it's a whole lot of crunch and a whole grain munch.
Okay.
Next.
Digestive crackers.
Why does it say
most...
digestive?
Because you eat it's for a lot of, it's very fibrous, so if you're like constipated, you eat them.
How is this a famous thing then?
Because it's just a biscuit, like it's like a cracker.
Alright. Next. These are just called refreshers.
Like what is that, like a Starburst or something?
Soft chew. I'm expecting a star. It feels like Starburst.
Like
it's the shape of Starburst. Next. Sugar-free plant-based
Gummy bears?
Happy Bears. So they're plant-based gummy bears. That might be good.
What the fuck?
The original Wham
Dude, that looks like fire packaging. I'm not gonna lie. That looks like a cartoon.
with sour crystals on it. Okay.
What?
That sounds, dude. This already sounds better.
Flake.
Flake.
I definitely can't eat that.
Okay. Okay. Next, oh, we got a British flag on this one. Licorice, all sorts. I'm not expecting this to taste good. This looks pretty bad. That looks pretty bad. By the way, if there's not as many snacks in this one as the other one, our mom found this box and ate some of them.
Grape juice.
What is the flavor of this?
Black currant.
Is that a type of fruit?
It might be like a...
Now with paper straw. Okay. And then fruit pastels. Strawberry and... Dude, look. Black currant again. What is that?
That's a... Look it up. Google it. Google it. What is it?
Is that like a British fruit?
These are looking like senior citizen snacks.
These really are.
But they're probably really good.
We gotta start off with a bang.
Twiglet?
Let's start
Hello, Rivers Blocks. Yo, what's good, man?
Did you read it? If you can eat that?
It says whole wheat, flour, barley, salt, vegetable oil, sunflower oil, salt, white pepper.
You're good?
Yeah.
Let's go. Oh no.
Ew. Ew, no, I'm not eating this.
Oh! Dude, it's so bad! Dude, it's... Jake, I'm not kidding, it's so...
Oh my god, why? Ew, why is it so bitter?
Bad! It's so fucking bad!
Bro, this is actually senior citizen food. Bro, you were really gassing up the fucking Twiglets.
Dude, that's disgusting!
That's actually despicable. Yeah.
Oh, fuck! Twiglets, dude!
No, like, just pull the bag out. Someone might eat these.
Who's eating Twiglets?
I don't know. Dad might fuck with them. Maybe grandma? I don't know.
No, I would never feed this to grandma.
Let's try the digestive. Let's get all the whack shit out the way.
Dude, Japan is up 1-0.
Facts.
Japan is fucking up 1-0 right now.
What the fuck?
This might be a sweet, bro.
That's not bad. That's not bad.
What the fuck even is this, bro?
That just made me sneeze. That just made me sneeze. Here we go.
It
Ready?
says McVitie's on it.
McTitty, who cares?
This is good. It's just like a thick cracker. That's all it is.
No. This is like a cookie.
You think it's a cookie?
This is a cookie. Guys, this tastes like a, don't say anything. It's on the tip of my tongue. This tastes like a good-ass graham cracker.
No.
Dude, it does.
I know what you mean, but no.
It does, dude.
This is more of a cracker than anything.
This is a good-ass graham cracker.
Ooh, this tastes good. This is gonna make you shit, though. You eat one of these, bro, this is gonna make you shit, bro.
Why do you keep saying that?
It's meant to make you shit.
Dude, no food is meant to make you shit except Taco
It's
Bell.
a digestive... Okay, that's kind of true, but it's a digestive fucking cracker, bro.
By the way, if you ate the wings from Taco Bell, go get medically examined because they canceled them immediately, and I saw some things about them. I didn't eat them, but if you did, please go.
What does that mean? I ate them.
There was something went
They
wrong.
didn't cancel them. They just said they're doing them for a week only.
No, something went wrong with them.
Chat, one thing. Don't ever eat the chili at AutoZone, bro.
Alright, let's try the,
Oh, bro. I'm trying to get 1 billion net worth, man. I don't understand.
I can't eat it.
Why?
There's a road to 1 bill, man.
In a gummy bear?
That's what it said.
What? Where? Show me the nut. It's in a facility that handles nuts.
I don't want to take the risk, bro. Dude.
By the way, package these back up in there. I'm putting those in the cabinet.
You open them fucking like an idiot, bro.
What the fuck?
Why are people actually saying?
Oh, man.
Here we go. Gummy bear, plant-based, UK.
Please, bro, can you go back and I can add you and you free once I get my money back. I'll come out to play.
Another flavor?
Alright.
I think there's a dark green one. Ew, why are they all yellow?
They gave me all yellow?
No. These are different. These are different. These ones are different.
Dude, I literally don't have any. I'm being serious.
Get better?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Why are people still talking about my AutoZone comment? That was a joke.
Why would you ruin the joke?
Cause people, bro, someone said, dude, I've never heard of that, Jake. You're fucking stupid. What?
Oh man, you shouldn't. You're asking the wrong guy, man.
Alright. Next.
Let me think. You wanna put those over there? Why you keep hand sanitizing?
Tree nuts, I don't know.
Tree nuts. Okay, let's try the Starburst, bro. Alright, these are called Swizzles Refreshers. Fizzy Sherbet Center. What the fuck? Oh yeah, these are gonna be crazy.
Do they come in different colors or no?
Lemon flavor. Lemon with fizzy sherbet.
I don't like.
Okay, no problem. But I want you
Yeah,
anything
type one
feeling
is
that you do we want go see on someone else. See ya. What?
What the fuck?
Oh, just because you watch my streams doesn't mean I'm gonna just give you my money.
Oh my god. What the fuck?
It's so chewy.
I can't.
Oh my god,
I can't just lost a tooth, bro.
Bro.
I just lost a tooth, bro. Jake, what the fuck did you just show me?
It's fizzy.
Next.
You pick.
That's
Bro!
Wow, I gotta fix my camera. Alright, this is Wham.
What the fuck is this?
Opens like that. Gotta separate it.
But why? I mean, open your eyes, lol. What?
Oh no, this
I just woke up.
Let me see it.
Not stale. It's not stale. It's like Laffy Daffy.
What the fuck?
Yeah, watermelon?
What
is
flavor is this?
I don't know.
Oh my
You should
God,
grind coins for
bro.
yourself. I don't know why you expect me to give it to you.
That people say British people have their teeth are messed up or something. I can see why. Half these candies, bro.
Especially if you ask for it, bro. If you ask for it, it's never gonna happen.
Bro, that's not why. Bro, this shit's good.
Bro, I got a cavity eating this shit right now.
This shit's good as fuck. Alright, no troll. Chat, we got this box at AutoZone.
Alright, now you.
What's the next one? Oh my fuck! This is my shit!
I don't know about this.
Let me see.
Why is his hood so big?
A good money making method? It's Diana.
Bro! I've never seen something like this!
Or Rift. I mean, Rift is like, you don't need any gear for
Bro,
Rift.
this is like a hood you throw a
It's
top
very
on.
easy.
Bro, you look like Assassin's Creed. There's a fire hoodie though. Where'd you got this?
Nordstrom?
Okay. You wanna try this? I'll show you this. Dude, there was definitely way more shit in here. There was what, dude.
Go on. Mom ate it. Flake?
Show 'em.
I mean, Rift is literally zero requirements.
Free, bro.
Looks like
And it makes like
This looks like
40 mil an hour or 35 mil. So I don't know.
what? What was that? What was that?
the consistency of that actually made me want to fucking projectile vomit, like on some real shit, no stream shit. I wanted to fucking puke off.
Bro, I'm
that.
not gonna like close this fucking box up, bro. You spit out so much shit into here.
Get rid of the box. Is that garbage too, or no?
No. Alright, chat, we have two things. Which one do you want to finish with the drink?
You try the drink while I open this.
Okay. These are both the same flavors, right? The black currant.
Oh, black currant.
Get a purple one. Make sure you get a purple one. Chat, they're going eco-friendly
You
with the
can't have
paper
this?
straw. No, I can have that. But you just spit in your fucking hand, so.
No, I sanitized.
Is it like a jelly?
So sad.
One more
Very
thing.
sad. 29.
Oh, fucking licorice thing.
It's with me, yeah.
Holy fuck, the whole drink almost fell over. Licorice.
There we go. Why do you guys keep saying AutoZone chili? Yeah.
What is this? What is black currant?
I don't know. But that tastes good.
Is it grape?
I don't know.
Google it, please. Please Google it.
Nah, 3 monitors is crazy. It's a plant. What?
This doesn't taste like grape.
I see special me.
Alright, last one.
Wait, I gotta try this.
I'm like disgusted right now, chat. I feel like disgusting. What are you doing? You spit it out?
Into the cup.
Why?
It was too chewy. I'm trying to drink.
Oh, I thought you'd spit the drink out.
No. Dude, this tastes like wine.
Oh, fuck. I'm not eating this.
Well, I don't even know why you opened it. I knew you wouldn't like it. You don't like black licorice.
Dude, get this the fuck away from me.
Chat,
29.
Chat, dude, tomorrow, when my dad comes over, remind me on stream to give him the Twiglets. Japan cleared, bro.
Japan,
$1,000,000%. Swept.
I don't think there was one thing better than anything in Japan.
Dude, if you're from the UK, your snacks are fucking garbage. I'm sorry, bro. Hello? Okay, here we go. Here's Savage.
Is that you?
What's me, man? Let's see.
Oh.
So original, Savage. Like this is original.
Yo, gimme. Shit. Yo, I just want to say that, like, I don't know why the fuck, like, you don't like me or whatever, but, yo, I don't know, like, I didn't do shit, like, to OVO, I never fucking pretended to be him, so if you don't want, like, fucking like me, that's fine, but, like, keep my name out your fucking mouth, pussy bitch.
Oh, shit!
God damn, that's
Fight!
That was pretty cool. I wish I cared. I just don't care. I don't care. I don't care who thinks I...
Dude, that sounds like you care a little bit, dude.
No, I couldn't care less.
We want attic lows. Why do you care? Why do you act like you care what I did? Okay, yeah, I don't give a fuck what you did, Nirvana. I don't give a fuck what you did. Other people, yeah, you, I don't give a fuck. Why do you care? Why do you act like you care about what I've been doing? Nirvana! I already said this to you yesterday! I don't give a fuck what you're doing! I don't care! The other people in here, yeah, I care. You? I don't care, dude. I don't give a shit, to be honest. Don't fucking...
Bro, is that Drake right there, bro? That shit is fire, man. I love Drake.
That was dumb. What? That was so stupid, bro. That shit. Bro, put it... Alright, bro, let's gamble. Chat, you see this shit? This is from 4 or 5 years ago. This is from 4 or 5 years ago. So dudes come in here like, dude, don't gamble, bro. Oh, I fucking hate gambling. I don't give a fuck, bro. I've been playing 2K for years. I've been gambling for fucking years. I don't care what you say, bro. I don't care. I literally don't care. You think it's crazy you think I do, though. I'm sorry. I'm addressing a small percentage of people who are annoying, but, you know, my fault. streamer does overweight. Let me read that. This streamer does over.
Yo, if you think I'm an L, I think that you smell. I think you're in your attic because all you do is dwell. You hide in the attic and then you eat some Cheez-Its. You look like a fucking sneeze it. I don't if you have your penis, I'ma please it.
What the? Yo, what? If you watch Rice Gum, someone will just be like, "Oh, dude, yo, what the fuck? What the fuck was that? Oh my god, dude, 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 this dude just fucking just straight up shit his pants. Progress your body.
Yeah, like
Was my son Eli in here a minute ago?
Oh,
yes.
that was Eli, I think. I'm sorry about that.
Is this the fat fuck that banned him? Shut your black ass up, chubby boy. Get out of here.
Dude, he left. Dude, Ambush immediately left. Did I miss Ambush? Carrying stream. How was the oh shit. Really? How does this happen within 3 seconds? Within 3 seconds? I took a picture of something and I tweeted it. And then my toe was accidentally in the picture, and then this was like immediately made. I am the toe that got exposed.
Oh, alright, so Los, what would you describe your body type?
If I had to describe it, I'd say
abnormal.
I'd say medium athletic.
Athletic?
If I had to describe it, yeah. I'd say medium athletic. Oh shit, it's 3 in the morning.
Snack break?
But that's fine, Relevancy. You're gonna get a harder punch now for that one. I still have to beat the shit out of Relevancy.
Oh, you're such a pussy, dude.
Dude, you're a bitch. Dude, no, we're actually filming on camera. Why did Los's right toe make a GoFundMe for a pedicure? Nobody donate to that. Please, God, no one donate to that. That's actually funny. That's actually fucking funny. He made a GoFundMe. That's actually really funny. For a fucking pedicure. Don't donate. See, that was when someone knew how to troll. Such an innocent, funny thing. Now it's dudes sitting there saying, ratio, you fell off, fucking just whatever, like just the most like mean, hurtful, weird shit. You know what I mean? Shit changes, bro. Okay, so you're coming. No? Yeah, I'm yelling. Wait, let me take that back actually, because I'm reading the chat, like the old chat. Come, thirst, awkward. Give puppy? Oh, no, I don't know. Never mind, bro. Never mind. You guys are fucking toxic. I'm heated. Yeah, I'm angry because I fucking ordered this puppy already. But now you're calling me buddy. And you're gonna call me buddy and then fucking laugh. Are you?
Yo, this is somebody. Somebody go get her. She's actually that good strip.
miss old Jake. I miss old Jake.
What? What kind of comment is that? I miss old Jake.
Wait, Jake just for question marks.
Listen, I'm not gonna lie though.
Ooh wee.
Oh, she's 16.
Who?
Mariah.
No, I'm not talking about her. I'm talking about the picture.
Oh.
I just tweeted it.
What?
Wait. Wait, what?
Wait, whoa,
Wait, that's Mariah?
What? Not Mariah.
What the fuck?
What? Jake, look at the screenshot.
Somebody come get her down.
What the fuck is his screenshot? What the fuck is his screenshot? Dude, this is from Specific? Specific, you're never getting mod again.
Dude. And dude, this is how long Specific's been getting unmodded and banned and blocked. This is a 4-year-old video, bro. But how did this picture even... Look at this screenshot, bro. How the fuck did this happen? Literally, how the fuck... Look at Jake's face. And look at my... Like, bro, it does... Like, bro. Oh my god. Where was my hand?
You're never getting mod again. Specific, you're not mod, dude. Ever. Ever.
I don't want
Los, are you whacking it right now?
Guys, first of all, anyone saying pedo, just stop. Because just looking at a picture does not make someone a pedo. Also,
No.
In
I
New
know
Jersey-
what I said here. This is so... I can't listen to this, bro. I can't listen to this. I can't. I think I was like 19 though at this time when I said this, but still, this is just... Can't listen to this. Dude, I'm not... Dude, let's just watch the next video. You can go watch this if you want. I'm not listening to this, bro. I'm not listening to this again. I've heard this. This has been donated on my stream. Chat, dude, if you haven't heard it, then okay, you're not an OG. People have already heard this. It's nothing. It's not bad. It's just I don't want to cringe right now.
Legal age of consent 16, so shut the fuck up.
Oh,
Even though that sounds... I wouldn't do that. I'm saying, we're talking about legally, yeah, I wouldn't do that. I'm just saying legal terms.
Dude,
Yeah.
just stop.
Chat, that is a fact. Like, I'm not saying I would. I'm saying, like, that just is a fact.
Well, I mean, fair enough.
Bruh. Dudes were calling me a pedo. Do another one? Alright, let me see.
Bad bitty, yeah, she love the way I'm swag. They be like, yeah, what happened?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Holy shit.
Uninstall the game right fucking now. Turn your Xbox off.
Dude, this is what... Watch what Specific does.
Oh my god.
Wait. Specific, I just in your shot.
Oh my god, dude.
Hit the ball against the backboard and it went out of bounds on the other side of the court. Leave. The game.
Specific quit. Oh my god. Oh my
Specific
god.
can't talk right now, dude.
Oh my fucking god, dude.
Specific, leave the Skype call.
Yo, he quit the Skype call.
Oh my fucking
He's
god.
done.
My god.
Xbox turn off.
Hey, what's up? What's her name, Los? What's her name? Let me talk some nice, good shit to her, baby. Can I copy you, brown baby? I love the brown ones. Ooh. What's it? How's it?
Her Instagram
No.
is Sav
Los,
Yo, you
Los,
should
can I?
not have.
Oh gosh, Los. Oh,
Damn.
my God.
What's happening?
Just moaning.
What's happening?
Okay, wait. I don't want to see the blonde one. It doesn't make me erect. I like get the brown one, please. Can I have the brown one? Those polos. Doesn't want to see me? Oh, she's gonna see me after I show her this big dick.
Alright, yeah.
What the fuck?
W hair? Hey, you like the hair? I don't know how long I didn't cut my hair at this point. I'm pretty sure that's like 6 months.
I'm done with this shit, man. What is this? Are you serious? Really? Kobe, we all heard you.
Wait, what?
We all heard you just take a massive piss in a bottle.
Dude, that like delayed, like Kobe fucking like shrieking. Dude, free Kobe, by the way. I said this in the beginning, but in case you weren't here in the beginning of my stream, I don't know what happened to Kobe. He thinks it's copyright shit. I don't know how to fight that. It's different kind of ban. It's a different kind of ban than, you know, you expose like some nudity or like something on stream. Like, it's different. I don't know what's gonna happen, bro. He literally tweeted, I think this is permanent. I'm literally just praying to God, like, that's just not, because copyright shit scares me, bro. That shit scares me. Like, I know one day Chenzo will be free. You see, with anyone who gets banned for like a Twitch thing, they get freed. This isn't a Twitch thing. This is some copyright shit with music or something. That shit scares the fuck out of me, bro. So, you know, I just hope it's not. I hope it's not. I hope it's not the case, bro. Free Kobe, bro.
We all heard you just take a massive piss in a bottle.
He's still partnered? Oh, that's a good ass sign then. That's a good fucking sign then.
Help me, Los, please. What's up, bro?
Oh.
Wow, Molly, really? Well, what?
I'm so thirsty. I just want that empty mocha frappe dick in my hoo-ha. In my hoo-ha. I want your penis more than Starbucks, baby.
Stop. Alright. You can suck my dick. Oh my god, really, Chris? Yes. Wait, why? Just take a picture. What? Can a bitch not take a BCTTFS? A BCTTFS. Before cum shots to the face selfie. Duh.
I should have seen the signs, man.
Hey, Juan, you might know this one, but the Mexican word of the day is deliver. My doctor told me to cut back on the tequila because it was bad on the liver. Hey, Juan, here's another one for you. The Mexican word of the day is wooden chair. Maria is mad at me because I wouldn't chair my tacos. Hey, Juan. The word of the day is choose. Hey, man, you're going to trip. Tie your shoes.
If I literally had a six-pack, you really couldn't, like, you could literally say nothing.
Well, I mean, it's past January, so it's not like it's gonna happen anytime soon.
Los man, January of 2018, bro.
You got that shit 2022, fam.
Nah, bro, by the summer, I'm on a six-pack.
I'll try it.
I just got that. Fuck.
Chad, this was before Twitch clips, bro. Like, this was before Twitch clips. I was saying 6-pack by summer. I actually gotta get a fucking 6-pack. This is bad. Hey, those are fire, bro. The fucking nutty bars? Come on, bro. All joking aside, 6-pack side, bro. Those shits are fire, bro.
Hey Bree, can you fix the blinds? My OCD is kicking in. Please fix them real quick, por favor.
Oh, mo.
What the fuck? LSK, Oh, what the fuck? LSK, dude, Jesus Christ.
Damn, you been getting ass.
It's a shame, bro. It's a shame, bro. You look like a larger non-Irish version of McGregor. I love cock.
What?
Why was that a clip? Like, 95 is a sick bastard. Like, why is this a clip? I love cock. Los is so awk and so slow is sad.
Clip.
Guys, that wasn't my girl. This was not even a girl. Like, she was one of someone's friends in the house and just walked on the stream. Stop, dude. You don't, nah. Laugh? Guys. You have to, like, say something or do something.
Laffy Taffy?
You can't just stand there. You wanna, bro, what the fuck? Do I miss Alicia? To be honest,
Yeah. Oh.
so fucking stupid, bro. Because a lot of people did start watching in 2020. I will admit that. Bro, give me a mohawk. Get rid of all this. Get rid of everything. Give me a mohawk right down the middle. With the Side Squad logo? No, get rid of that. What? Oh my God! What the? What did you do? I'll fix it. You can't fix this. I'll fix it. You can't. That looks like a ball.
What the fuck?
Nah, not like this, bro.
Yeah, for real? What's up, bro? What's up, man? How you doing? What's up, bro? Good to meet you. You're a little shorter than I thought you would be.
Oh my God. No, hold on. No. Come here. Come here.
What's up? Hold up.
I got you. Now watch. Pay attention. Nick Burke's tippy toes. Pay attention. I don't know if you can see it in the camera frame, but watch. He said I was 5'2".
All right, y'all.
We're the same height, bro. Like right here. I'll break down the footage. Right. Right here. similar heights. He is 6 foot. But watch this. Watch the toes. Boom, right there. Look at that. Come on, bro. You can't just grow 5 inches. Just come on, bro.
No, go back to the wall. Back to the wall.
Look at that.
I don't want. We had our boy here, Flax. He hasn't had any female interaction in a few months.
Flaxseed? Wow, you're healthy.
Wow, thank you. You're looking nice tonight. How are you doing today?
Oh, I'm good. It looks like you're like outdoors. Like
My mind is going a million. I just thought of a conspiracy. What if this Corona shit is some made up thing or something where there's like the people are trying to like not have people go outside because they don't want to see the aliens moving in. The aliens have to come and they're like doing some kind of intergalactic negotiations and they don't want people seeing outside the aliens come down.
Yeah, that's kind of true though.
Everyone to stay inside and all this shit because there's fucking aliens and UFOs flying around and they're telling everyone to wear masks because the aliens have like deformed weird mouths and so they want them to interact and be in the world with us. So if let's say Burger King real quick, you know, they're gonna have it covered so they're not gonna see their weird face and like aliens
What?
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it.
Now, see, you can hate on that, but low-key, that's not the dumbest take. There were some pretty bad takes. That was actually kind of smart.
May God have mercy on your soul.
Because we know for a fact that there's aliens now. Right?
What?
Like, we know. The UFOs confirmed. Like, we know that aliens exist. We know this. This isn't like some made-up thing. Aliens are real. And if you want to not believe it, then you're just delusional, bro. You're in your own fucking world. It's already proven.
I'm calling Kobe. Hey Siri. Call Kobe.
Hey, chat. Can you hear the game audio? Yes or no? Yes or no?
What the fuck?
Dude, I love that fucking. Hey, if I do GTRP again, I have to use a voice changer. No camera, voice changer. I have to do that again.
The Jersey Boys, Los Photos, and Jamal Adams. I don't know if they're gonna win, but
W.
they're here to entertain. Looking forward to seeing that duo tonight.
Oh nah.
Oh no!
I'm stuck. Let's go.
Stay where you at, buddy. Coming.
What the? No! Bro, the tree got my way, man! Nick Marks! I'm done!
Well, guys.
Dude, I was gonna, in the middle of it, I didn't want to fuck it up because there was actual, like, money on the line for charities. But in the middle of this shit, I was gonna run over to his thing and, like, slap the controller out of his hand. But I was like, nah, I can't do that. That's literally fucked up. If there was no money on the line or charity shit, I would have done that.
In any competition, we have winners, and we have these guys. As a wise man once said, if you're not first, you're last. And as it seems, these guys were literally Last place, what happened?
My controller glitched, so it was like, yeah. It was
That is.
I don't even remember saying that.
Place, what happened?
My controller glitched, so it was like, yeah. It was definitely.
That is completely untrue. Did you have fun?
A lot of fun, you know. Just excited, you know.
Listen, I'm not saying that I could do any better, but because we appreciate you guys showing up, we would like to present you with one-of-a-kind Twitch last place bathrobes for your effort or lack of.
Why did I log
I still wear that from time to time. Just reminds me, you know.
today and see Steph Curry's deformed penis?
That shit was fire.
What? You're a fucking weirdo, bro.
How you doing, Nick?
Hey, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good. How you doing, bro?
I mean, I could be better.
Yeah?
Nick, you know
Yeah.
specific?
This is my first time interacting with Nick. Lewis said I'm not
Right. You've done live streams with Lewis, right?
Yeah.
Okay, well.
This is my first time ever interacting with Nick. I actually saw this as an opportunity because Lewis said I'm not allowed to talk to him. So.
Well, listen, first impressions are very important, and you sound like a nice guy, so that's all that matters.
Yeah. Anyway, Nick, are you circumcised?
When specific feels a little awkward tension, he just goes to that question immediately. Immediately, it's just, all right, are you circumcised?
Anyway.
Or plays a harmonica, either one.
Wait, Nick, are you circumcised?
I'm not kidding right now. Just know that I'm not joking. I'm down right now to pack some shit up and drive to your And you gotta drive. What?
Hell no.
Brad, we gotta get the fuck out of here. You're like, oh yeah, I was jerking off. Yeah, fucking jerk. What the fuck? We can't just sit here. The fuck are we gonna do here? Not get it. We fucking walk into CVS. There's fucking people walking, fucking coughing. What the fuck's going on in this town? Get me the fuck out of here.
Oh my god. Hey, and remember, chat, at this point, we had like 3,000 subs on Twitch. Everyone was telling me not to do this. Everyone was like, no, stay there and don't leave. You're over exaggerating. And then yeah, then we drove back, and a few months later we hit 10K subs. I don't know, dude.
Hi.
Hello. Do you like India?
Sure.
Because I'd like to eat you like curry.
I'm trying to go in a little bit.
And that's a fake accent.
What do you know?
Brandon.
No, Landon. Fuck no.
It says your
name is Brandon McGovern.
Alright, but actually, don't disrespect my religion, please.
Your religion?
Your religion?
This has nothing to do with religion.
God damn it, alright, bye!
What?
Can I ask Maya a question?
Dude, Jake's what is actually the funniest shit.
Nothing to do with religion.
God damn it, alright, bye!
What?
I'm not question. Can I ask Maya a question?
Okay, she can hear you.
Hey, Mamai, big fan. Does Jordan speak another language other than English?
Okay, hold on. Yeah, put your headphones in. Okay, ask the question.
Hi, Mamai, big fan. Does Jordan speak any other language than English?
No, only English.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay.
Does he not speak Black again?
What? No, man, I was rooting for you, bro.
Wait, what the fuck? See, I wasn't on stream when this. I don't know. I wasn't on stream when it happened. Jake was on stream.
That's wet right there, baby. Woohoo!
Everyone in the stream. Oh my god, man.
Ovio, why are you trying to start like a WBO?
Yeah, it never works.
This is such. I'm unmodding Chenzo and Ovio, bro. This is play.
I love that clip. I fucking love that clip. Dude, free Chenzo too.
Well, here's the thing. So here's the thing. What I do know about him is he's got biggest heart of anyone I've ever known. And what I'm saying is probably.
Dude, this is the thing. Like, dude, I fucking love my dad. I should have done this Raj thing by myself, or at least my dad comes over for like 5 or 10 minutes, cause it got too serious. Like, I wanted to joke around, and it got way too dead ass. Like, he's talking about I have a good heart and all this shit. I'm like, bro. And no, it was still good, but at parts I was like, dude, this is getting too much for me.
Genuine, solid person. Other than that, I mean, specifically, I don't know. We can kind of get into specifics, but someone who doesn't play games, who's just, down to earth, good person. Because, like he said earlier, when he's not
Aww.
and doing all this stuff, he's a pretty chill guy, and that's just who he is.
I feel like this is getting really deep.
That's good.
Look at Zoe! Look at Zoe!
Wait, I thought you
Look at Zoe!
I like it deep.
I thought you were gonna do like
No, then don't fucking bring me up here then. then go get somebody else.
Yeah, your dad's being honest. Hit him upside the head.
Raj, don't get crazy.
Okay, sorry, I won't get too crazy.
Yeah, that's some like you had to order a VHS.
You're talking. That's 25 years ago. You can't.
But you guys think you're horny? Do you know the level of horny you need to be to watch a commercial at 3 a.m., dial a number, give them your credit card, pay for $50, and then 2 weeks to get a DVD? You know how horny you need to be. Are you getting offended by that? If you go get your mom,
Dude, I literally actually get real life lightheaded when I see that clip, bro. Like, I actually get real fucking life lightheaded. Oh my god, bro. Holy shit.
If you go get your mom, bring her on stream. I'll mod you right now.
Dude, it's fucking 2 a.m. Why do you want to see my mom?
You gotta get your mom to come on and say hi.
Let me go wake her up. Hey, Mom. Can you just say hi to my friend Lou and Bill?
Hi, Lou and Bill.
Hey,
Okay.
what's going on?
Thanks. Nah, that's it, you sick fuck. That's it. That's all you get.
I think my mother would have beat the shit out of me if I woke her up to talk to the internet.
I mean, shout out your mom, but mine's different.
I've never moaned in my life. So do a practice moan. I don't moan. I can't moan.
Shut up!
Yo!
Lewis!
What the fuck? What?
That's not me, bro.
Luis?
It's not me, bro.
The plebs are going crazy.
What is he doing, bro?
Sound like me?
I'm like 15 years old, right? I go to the house. My cousin, my buddy Nick, all his aunts were at the house. I didn't know this at the time, but I was sexually assaulted.
Oh my god, this is like a turn for like what just happened?
Look at Greek.
Normal.
Well, let me just tell you. Let me speak.
Yeah, go.
Back then, this is like the 80s. Like we didn't know, like shit happened. Like you didn't know, like you were sexually assaulted. Like I'd go to the house, and these were like, I guess at the time you called them, they were like milfs. I guess they were like women in like their 40s. I'm like 15 years old. They're like 40. I'd come into the kid. Like, I'm getting grabbed, squeezed, tongue down the throat. I'm like 15 years old, bro. That's not normal. I just said I was sexually assaulted. You wonder why I got so many problems.
Can we go to Panama?
Come over.
This is one of the, wait, I gotta move. This is one of the funniest fucking clips I think probably ever on my stream. I'm not gonna lie. I'm being dead ass serious.
You wonder why I got so many problems.
Can we go to Panama?
Come over. It's summer all year.
So you're inviting us.
Yeah, sure is. I see why not.
He defaults to either are you circumcised, and if he's with a girl, obviously he can't say that, and he just plays a fucking harmonica, bro. Holy fuck.
See, this will be the day. This will be the fucking day. This will be the day. I will ban the fuck out of you. Don't ever tell me to shut up, ever. Or I'll break curfew, drive to New York, the most contagious region in the world, and I will slap the shit out of you. Matt, get the fuck out of the stream.
Do you guys want to hear a great story? Yes.
Matt's been a fucking menace to society
I
for
don't just
that
mean
long.
like, oh yeah, like that's an okay story.
Alright, if you gonna hype it up, this shit better be lit.
No, it's lit, my friend.
It's lit, my friend.
It is lit. It's lit. It's lit. No cap. No cap.
If you have gun to your head, you have to pick one of us for your date for the double date. Who do you pick?
Gun to my head. Did Kimmy already said?
Kimmy said she would take whoever. Who's not.
I guess I think the same.
So you girls are gonna rock it for us?
I mean, I can pick, but I don't want to hurt the other person's feelings.
No, it's okay. It makes you feel better. Both of our feelings get hurt every day. It's okay. I promise.
I'd pick los pollos. Yeah.
That's perfectly fine.
What the fuck is this? Fuck is this?
Dude, Nick still streams in front of the china cabinet.
Wait, what if I cut your hair?
Dude, specific texted me during that clip and said, "Skip, you racist." Dude, if that clip ever comes up, or the one from the New York IRL stream, I'm immediately getting text. I'm immediately getting a text. Even if he's asleep, somehow he finds out.
Wait, what if I cut your hair?
No, what is you fucking up?
No one can fuck me up more than now. You look like you don't.
That's crazy. Just look at this shit. What is
Whoa!
You
What you want to hide your hair? You got a fucking hood on because your shit's bruised. I mean, both of them. Okay, noodlehead.
Kobe, you have two brains. I'm gonna do this. September 19th. I'm doing a giveaway. I'm flying a fan out. One person is getting flown. I'm sorry to say this. You're gonna have to go. What the hell? I'm so sorry. I can't believe I said that. He's many coronas in. I'm sorry.
Welcome to the show, guys. Scuff Podcast 102.
Listen, it didn't happen because it was a fucking pandemic, okay? And the pandemic got worse. That's why it didn't happen. We still need to do it.
Said that about 15 times. Welcome, welcome, welcome. It's been a hectic, crazy, crazy year. Actually, no, I'm not gonna jinx it. But things have been, yeah, Los, how's life? How's everything going? How's,
Look at it.
I promised that it wasn't this long. It wasn't this long of a pause.
What's frozen? Is he frozen? Okay.
I think I lost my mind, I think I lost my brain. Don't get too hyped, cause that shit gon' change.
Yeah, your parents are away, right? Yeah. Except Josh's grandmother is here all weekend babysitting.
She's not babysitting. She's hanging out and she's really cool.
Who wants to eat my ass?
Yeah, I'm fucking with.
Hey, listen. We need to shout out to
What the fuck? Why is it dealing so much damage?
All joking aside, this guy has actually literally lost over 70 pounds. And it's fucking inspirational. Like we'll look at like old videos and clips and shit, and then now look at them and stuff. Literally crazy. It's literally insane. If we do the fruit thing tomorrow, you'll see.
Yeah, I'm fucking with Los, yeah, he is the man. Yeah, he running up a check, selling merch to his fans. He a legend in the making, even Ed is a fan. Yeah, he might running up a
Dude,
check.
this was such like a fun like photo shoot, bro. This shit was so fun, bro.
Fans, he a legend in the making, even Ed is a fan. Yeah, he might be hella short, but he a really big man. Yeah, I'm fucking with Los, yeah, he is the man. Yeah, he running up a check, selling merch to his fans. He a legend in the making, even Ed is a fan. Yeah, he might be hella short, but he a really big man. Yeah, I'm fucking with Los, yeah, he is the man.
Wow, dude. Wow. Oh. Damn, bro. New York stream highlights? Oh, God. Oh, my God. Do we have those?
Bro, I might be slow because I've died like 3 times in a row to this shit.
Okay, so this is the first one. This is the second one. We gotta watch the first.
Alright, guys, so yo, listen.
And by the way, this was before people really did a lot of IRL streaming. Like, I bought like a new phone, like a separate phone besides my phone. Like, I bought a new, like a Samsung, because you couldn't even stream off an iPhone at the time. And it was, dude, it was like the quality was ass. The fucking signal would always fuck up. And I don't know if I told you guys this, but we're getting a fucking IRL backpack. We're getting a legit IRL backpack. And they have, the way they design them is that they have different, cellular, like, you know, like the boxes? Like, they basically have like a Verizon, an AT&T, a T-Mobile. Like, they have a bunch that in case one goes down, it switches to the other. So you literally never lose signal.
Sipping good right now. And our security guard is in there. What was his name?
Kenneth.
Kenneth? Okay. So our security guard's already in there, so we're gonna...
Look at my ridiculously big fucking
Kenneth.
diamond pinky ring. This shit made no sense. Why the fuck why am I wearing that?
Kenneth.
Kenneth? Okay. So our security guard's already in there, so we're gonna... I guess we're just gonna get in and just... Wait, we're gonna go to Manhattan.
We're straight to Manhattan, bro. Try hard 7 in the chat, boys.
I just opened the chat, everyone just saying I'm off.
Yeah, you are awkward. You're publicly combing your...
You see how Kenny, as a security guard, you see how he ran to the table right away when people like approached us? Hey, it's, you know what's so ironic about that comment about me being Alk? You're about to see Alk, bro. You're about to actually see Alk in a second.
Yo, it's Ian? Yeah. It's fine, man. He's got like Sharpie. They're cool. No.
I think they're okay, but just keep an eye on it. I don't know who these guys are. Yo, it's Bobby!
Is that Bobby?
It's Bobby! No, I actually have one. Yeah, I know. I have one too.
Yeah, our money, it comes to show that our money is like, here, Jake.
Oh, hold on, Jake. Give me a second. Not Bob. You're Bob. Oh my god! Yes!
It sure looks like it's glowing.
Wait, you actually have this on you? Yes.
So sign him.
By Ian and Bobby signing. Keep the sign. Yo.
Yo, Ian, what up, baby?
Alright, on that one, write like your normal signature, and on this one, write Los Polo. Alright, where? As big as it can possibly be, you feel me?
Imagine buying those signs.
What the fuck did you say?
I really just scribbled on that shit, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
That's my signature, bro.
So Bobby, how you doing, bro? That's literally Bobby. That's 100% Bobby.
So Ian, what do you want to say to the stream, dude? You came here an hour away. You gotta say something, dude.
Follow my Twitch, Ian Bitten, Twitter
Yeah. Oh my God. Bobby.
Not Bobby. That's Bobby said. That's Bobby said. Yo,
Bobby.
Show your face right now.
What?
Show yourself.
What?
The whole time?
Yo, listen, I don't want to do this, but I might have to.
Show your face right now.
What?
That's Bobby said. That's Bobby said. Yo,
Bobby.
Show your face right now.
What?
Show yourself.
What?
The whole time?
What?
Show yourself.
What?
The whole time?
Yo.
That's literally one of the worst things I've ever heard in my entire life. I'm not gonna lie. I was so uncomfortable. I think literally at this moment I told Kenny to like get them the fuck out of my face. I think I literally said that.
What?
The whole time?
Yo, listen, I don't want to do this, but I might have to. You might have to get escorted out, bro. I'm not even.
Like, can you just take him?
Nah, I might honestly, dude. They might have to go, dude. Yeah, you know, yeah. Okay, if you're just gonna go peacefully, that's fine. It was nice meeting you guys, man.
Bro, we literally have to do. Bro, the only reason we didn't do it this year, because we did it every like around Christmas time. Obviously, the only reason we didn't do it this year was because of the fucking pandemic, bro. We literally couldn't do it. We literally have to do this.
It's nice meeting you guys. Alright, man. Alright, bro. What the fuck is that? Don't try to press me. Focus.
And that, my friend, is why we got a bodyguard. Yo. He came in. I didn't even recognize they were pulling up on us.
Bro, he tried to press me.
Bro, he did. He really tried to press you, bro. That's something about him.
Can we get 3 more wins?
I want her weapons so fucking.
What? Oh my God, dude! You'll tell as the night goes on. The more drunk specific gets, you'll tell.
Her weapons so fucking. I want her weapons so fucking.
What?
Oh my God, dude! You'll tell as the night goes on. The more drunk specific gets, you'll tell. You'll be able to tell.
Oh. I'm 14. Okay. How we doing, girl?
What the fuck is this? Is that Jasmine?
I'm trying to fix it. What happened in the chat? There it is. Come on, guys.
feel like this is today. This would be on this would be on Reddit. This would be on Reddit, just for like the worst reasons.
Yeah, you want to split 250 right now? What? You want to split 250? You want to split it? No. I have to go. I have to go.
Yo! Oh my god, no! No!
Hey, no, another thing though is too, Specific has lost a lot of weight since this time too. Like a lot. So, yeah.
No!
That was bad.
He was gonna split it! No! What happened?
What happened was I got way more money in the bank than $250. So it's not happening.
It's a kid.
But I mean, you could double the money that I have in the bank. Like, we can do this.
What's in the bank? For a kiss?
Dude, that's literally a GIF. That literally gets fucking tweeted at me all the time, bro. This is from that. I'm just like, just stop.
You know what? I gotta get Specific back.
I think this is when he was like, he said something like, oh, you won't, like, you can't get her number or something. I think this is what this is.
Please reject him. Please reject him.
It was.
Baby.
Yo, brother, at the end of the day, it's content. I don't give a fuck. Yo, our driver, by the way, he gone. 100%? I didn't get a kiss for $250. Let that sink in.
Earl didn't kiss Specific for $250.
Yeah, deadass, bro.
He offered her $250 so he kissed him.
Bro,
Dude, don't worry, fuck her. Dude,
Yo, fuck her, bro. Fuck her.
Yeah, fuck
Bro,
her.
she looked like she was trash to the fucking moon.
Fuck her,
Yo,
bro.
deadass, fuck her, bro.
She was ugly.
Bro, yeah, deadass.
Oh my god. He was calling me, dude. He's gonna be mad. He's gonna be mad, bro. I don't. Oh no. Oh my god. Hello.
I will copy strike the shit out of you.
Dude, Specific, you said you want to do another one of these.
Yeah, but you can't show this shit if the video's bad.
Dude, you have to embrace the past.
No, I don't want to. I want to forget about it.
You can't.
I have triple anxiety from this. I literally cringe at this every time.
Dude, be honest though. If we did one now, it would be fucking amazing.
Yeah, it'd be great. It'd be amazing. But you keep doing this.
Dude, listen.
I'm not myself after 10 tequila shots.
I think it's actually, it gets funnier after this, because then you take the camera at one point, it's funny.
Dude, I take the camera every time. I'm the camera guy.
No, like, you like go off by yourself. Alright, bye.
Not her friend though?
I want wants my dick in so bad, bro.
Yo, shut the fuck up.
Yo, my fault. Okay, you're outside. Thank you. Bye. Yeah, he's outside. Condoms.
Oh yeah, the chat, that's the thing. That's why it's cool streaming like IRL shit. Cause the chat can just give a suggestion, you could just do it. Like they said to go up to an employee and ask for extra small condoms.
No, Lewis, I appreciate you asking for me. You know, I was fucking anxious about that.
Yo, oh my god, bro.
Yo. Where was your ex? Yeah!
Dude, I actually want to beat the shit out of Specific here.
Boss, take me to the next bar.
Bro, that's my ex.
It's not your ex, bro.
That's my ex.
No girl has ever talked to you seriously, bro.
She can be in New York with her friends. You're yelling.
Yeah.
You're at her.
State bak da öyle.
Okay,
Ja.
where it is.
You dumb fuck.
Look at this, Lewis. See that? LMAO, W.
Hello? Oh, wait, there's a girl for Raph? Her name is Jill? Can you do me a favor? I don't mean this in any way. Is she Asian? Send her up. That was my apartment.
My boy, Raph.
Yo, Raph gets some pussy in LA.
Yo, boss, take me to the next fucking bar. Okay, where it is.
Getting pussy.
Boom.
Yo, I'm about to call Raph real quick. Hold on.
Also, don't listen. Don't take anything like crazy serious. We were drunk, guys. Like, so just all right. Just keep that in mind that we're drunk. All right.
Yeah, hold on. Yo, boss, take me to the next bar. Okay, where the fuck is it?
Specific keeps telling the driver to take him to the next bar.
No, this is in LA.
Raph's not picking up, bro. He's shaving right now, dog.
Yo, Raph. Yo, they just called me. Yo, Jill's on her way up.
Yo, Raph, she on her way up, bro. Yo, Raph, it's your boy Specific, bro. How you doing, Raph?
It's your boy Specific.
Yes. Bro, dude, I'm streaming right now. We get a phone call. They're like, yeah. The
front desk.
Front desk are like, yeah, Jill's here.
Yo, Raph, I got a question for you, bro. No, Raph,
Oh, shit, wait. Specific has a question.
Wait, Raph.
Yeah, wait, Specific got a question.
Raph, you putting a helmet on that soldier, bro? You putting a helmet on that soldier?
Just ignore him, bro.
No, answer the question. It's us. Are you putting a helmet on the soldier, bro?
Yo, just ignore him.
No, have fun, bro. Happy New Year.
Bro, alright, bro. You text me.
Happy New Year. I love you, bro.
Work on your fucking shit.
Bro,
Okay. Listen.
I am.
Bro, if a man wants to hit raw,
I'm sober. I am sober.
It's fine.
Yo. It's not your ex, bro. Bro, it's not your ex. Bro. Yo. Yeah. Do you know Louis? Louis San Martino, you know him? You do know him? Dead ass? Yo, it's your boy right here. I'm dead ass. Bro, you know him, right? Contact. Yes, that was her. I fucking said it was my ex. You fucking stupid bitch. Yo, bro. Yeah. No, we're not going back, you stupid fuck. She's calling me, bro. No, we're not going around. We're not going around. Take the... No. Not. Specific, this is your chance to get reunited with the little... Yeah, guess what? I don't want you. No, I don't want you. Shut the fuck up. Yo. Do not listen to him. Listen to me. Do not listen to him. Yo. Oh my
Yo, put his window up. Put his window up. He drunk, bro. He gets. Yo, seriously, put his window up. Seriously, put his window up. You're not gonna like it. I'm telling you. Yo, you got 3 seconds. You got to. Okay, ready? Calm down. Now calm down. Put his window up. Put his window up. Put it up. Up. Lock it. Lock it. Lock it.
It's not an Uber driver. We had a driver for the whole night.
By the way, I ignored 2 of my ex's phone calls. Just saying. I ignored her phone call twice, bro. Cause this is me and you tonight.
Whoa.
Bro, fuck the girls, bro. We gotta go to a strip club.
Fuck that Asian chick too. That one from the bar. Yo, fuck her, bro. $250 now. Bro, fuck her, bro.
Bro, fuck her.
Bro, she look like she got hit by a fucking
I had to
car.
calm her down. Chat. Listen, I had to calm down. He's too drunk. He's screaming. I was like, oh no, it's me and you, bro. Like, that's not sus, bro. That's not sus. And if you never had a boys' night out, like, bro, that's fucking weird, bro. That's weird as fuck. If you're like thinking that's sus, being with your fucking boy, that's not sus. That's not fucking sus, bro.
Oh, she ugly as shit.
Yo, my girl though, hold this. I'm about to call her.
Low key. Content.
I'm gonna call her.
You're OVO Phantoms. What up, baby? Yo, everyone fucking at OVO and give him a big fucking hug, bro. My man just got unbanned, bro. Everyone go follow OVO fans on twitch.tv/OVO fans.
Ready?
Yeah.
Mm.
Am I getting rejected right now?
She blocked me. Look, Kenny, give me my phone back, bro. I need to like.
No, Kenny, don't.
Kenny,
No,
when you were,
Dude, we had to take his phone from him because every time he got drunk, he would be hitting up his ex, and it got bad. So we were like, no, you had to take his phone. He wasn't allowed to have his phone. He would just proclaim his love to his ex.
when you are yeah, exactly.
What the fuck?
His client is William Garcia. Okay? I mean William, not my last name because that's I don't give
You
up.
just fucking doxed yourself.
I didn't dox myself. Fake curve rejections. Shut the fuck up. Yo, fuck you. Who the fuck do you think you are, bro? Some random person on the internet. Suck my dick. Sorry. How far are we from bar?
What bar are we going to?
Le Bay.
Okay. Guys, I'm gonna call the other girl.
Yo, call Chelsea. Tell her you're sorry. You see? Go on to board. Please. Yo, chat, press one if we filming, dog. Yo, we filming or what? Yo, what the What the fuck? You gave your number to it. Actually gave you a fake number, bro. That's actually what we call tough in American.
You're about to walk in oncoming traffic. Sober. Kenny, watch this guy, bro. Oh, what the fuck? Yo, look at the rats. Okay. Wait. Yo, the rats and the Tims.
Oh god, yeah, we're fucked up.
Like a fucking family.
We're fucked up.
Nah. Hold on. Why is the chat fucked up on here, bro? Here, take that. Hold it.
Yeah, both the chat on the phone. That's the reason why you know you didn't punch it.
What?
Punch it. Yo, Lewis, one time for the gram, bro. Name more kind of duo.
I'm like, I can't watch the second one. Why is this so long? This one was just all over the place, and at one point, like, Phantom pulled up, and was just with us going to different bars. Bro, this shit was fucking funny, bro. This night actually was fucked at one point.
And you good, my guy?
Thank you, God, because I didn't know what the fuck was going on. I'm wearing a beanie over this little ass do-rag I got.
Fine.
Bro. I think we're trying to get into a club, too.
I have $0 to my name right now.
You give me 300.
Alright, I'll give you what I have in my wallet. How about that?
No, 300 bucks.
Only what I have in my wallet.
You gotta Venmo me and PayPal me 300.
Only what I got in my wallet, I'll give you. What do you know? Who knows? Maybe I have more in my wallet than I do in Venmo and PayPal.
He said something about a table and it's up to you?
Yeah, so guys, we do, first of all, nice to meet you. We do have a dress code issue.
Oh, it's a dress code issue.
So we can't go with the boots?
Security guard over there.
That was very broad. I appreciate that, but excuse me one second.
We got snitching, boys. Lewis is about to snitch. No snitch boys out here.
Yeah, we were trying to get into,
Lewis is about to snitch, bro.
Should I do the Twitter one? Just as a joke?
You never knew clubs rejected people for their outfit? Some clubs you have to be like dressed well. You can't walk in with sneakers or boots. You gotta wear like dress shoes. You know, dress.
Why?
You know. Yeah, but yeah, this one was all over the place.
We were like, dude, I
to run. I have all the energy in the fucking world.
From the
Hey.
Alright, listen. If you want to watch that, you can watch that. It's an hour and 40 minutes. But the whole point is we have to do a fucking... We gotta do a fucking part 2. We literally just... part 3. And other IRL shit. I want to do more IRL shit. Dude, I want to so bad, bro. Fuck. And it'll be way better. Like, the quality and shit. Gizmo highlights? Oh my god. Oh my god.
Hungry ass bitch with a big busty chest. Oh boy, ass hair, body is a mess.
Body is a mess.
Oh my god, that was when we had like coin. You know how you guys can bet right now you have channel points? Well, Twitch didn't have those shits back then, so you'd have to get like a bot to have points. And we didn't know what to call it, and then we called them Blart Bucks. Blart Bucks in the chat. Dude, I can't wait till Madden 22. Well, how many more days?
Can I bet you to roast this guy?
Dude, how the fuck do you do it?
What, bro? I don't understand this.
Lasser, the best streamer, don't listen to the hate.
Come on, get off! I don't have a timeout! Bro!
Oh my god.
What the fuck? What the fuck? Stop it! Fuck! God damn it! Fuck!
Before last uploads, the documentary I'm Sleep.
Goddamn documentary!
Few inches later.
No! No!
Because we have a very big video to watch. Now, in the past, fastest ranked Minecraft speedrun ever. Wait. So is Loki the current RSG world record holder and the current ranked record holder? Oh, this was done in a private room? So because it's in a not in a match, it doesn't count? I mean, I count it. Wait. I count it. You know what I mean? Like, I guess you don't have the pressure of a match, but I'm counting that shit. I'm sure the heart rate was going crazy. All right. Let's take a look. By the way, Loki, my GOAT, that's who I hope wins MCSR ranked Season 9 playoffs. Ow. Ow. Okay, we got Ruined Portal. Get yourself some food first. Hyperlive, thank you for the 5 gifted. A bit of lag. Is this my end or their end? Looks like their end. Maybe it's my end, actually. Is this toward looting, or are those pork crates normal? Okay, get your 2 wood in. It's looting 3. Okay, that makes sense. I was going to say those pork rates seem high. Couple miscrafts. Just small mistakes. I think that's kind of cool. Organizing the inventory while cutting the wood, that's kind of cool by just pressing the offhand button. I've never seen that. I'm sure it's commonplace. I just never noticed it before. A lot of wood, to be honest, but I guess that's also building for the nether, because we're not getting leaves here. Grab the gold block or no? Yeah, might as well, right? It's right there. Okay, 4 to finish. That's easy. All right, where's the bastion? Oh, wow. Okay, that's not as bad as I thought it was going to be. What is that? What is that? Stables? Maybe housing. It looks like housing, actually. Yeah, housing. Okay. We're going down. Love me some top-down housing. I've never found where these blocks are ever. I know they exist because I've seen every runner grab them. I don't know how to get there. Tails old as time. 3 down. Let's go across. How many pigs we got? 4. Kind of sounds like a lot of pigs. Doesn't look like that many, actually, really. Maybe it is more than it visually seems. That's a good amount of pigs. I mean, everything's clean so far. The chests. Okay, we have 11 obby. Crafting a... Why did we craft a sword? What was that? What?
Or just miscraft.
That was just a mistake. Okay. Yeah, I think because he has a looting. Is that a looting sword? Yeah, you want a looting sword, obviously. 17 pearls. How much obby was that? 17 pearls, 17 obby. Well enough string. So you're letting him trade because you want to finish that obby. Maybe a pearl hang while we wait. What a throw. And pearl hang while we wait. Okay, let's get 3 more obby. Done. That's 6. Okay, nice throw, by the way. That was beautiful. Okay. Great food storage. I'm assuming it has to be 2 spawners. I mean, this is like pretty fast. 3-minute fortress. I saw, but I'm not going to lie, though. The end must be crazy because I saw Snow Crab on an RSG run today getting the fortress at 3 minutes. But I think, yeah, a looting 3 sword is going to go insane. I mean, you might only have to kill like 2 or 3 of them, right? I don't know. I've never had a looting sword. I usually throw them away. I don't like have the wherewithal. I'm too stressed out about everything. Okay. For a sword, is it the last hit that matters? I'm guessing, right? Based off that. That's why he crits with the steel instead of just only using gold sword. How many was that? 2 off 1. And you picked up your garbage. Rough. Looks like an F-slur playthrough. Except I'm usually picking up Squeaks' garbage. I mean, this should be it. Nothing. Oh, no. There's 3! 3! No, 4! What? 4 rods? Off 1 guy. He killed 4 blazes and he's out. Oh my god. That's insane. Holy shit. And more than enough pearls, so might as well make 15. You're not going to keep these pearls here, right? It'd be a waste of time. You're just going to locate the stronghold. You're not even going to collect this pearl. You're going to go right back in. You got 100%, go right back in. We don't even need to check. All right, negative 240, negative 16. So negative 240, we're at negative 240 right there. And now we need negative, okay, we're already at negative 6. Wow. Wow. Wow, that blind is insane. I mean, it helps that it was straight line, but that was fast. Okay. I mean, it has to be crazy navigation. Looks like top right. Nice spike. It's right there. We don't even need to hunger reset because we have so much pork. Offhand the sword, spam him in. And how's the 0? Sub-minute. Ooh! Nerves. Nerves. Oh my god, that was almost horrible. That was almost horrible. Look how many blocks were placed, by the way. Just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And by the way, didn't even place a block under. Was just like, I'm sure pressing the W and A key through the keyboard and slowly drifted under. So I guess had to wait. Maybe that was intentional, right? Like had to wait to create a 2-block gap. Like that's kind of crazy, do you know what I mean? And it does place the block below, doesn't even end up needing it. I'm sure it wasn't intentional. I'm sure it's spamming, but that's kind of cool how it worked out. Cap it off at 95, right? Wow. Yeah, you need the food, otherwise you'll die. 2. Nice. 2. Yeah, wow. Oh, I didn't even see the pearl get thrown. Yeah, Ludwig clutch on the pearl throw. And 15 seconds between the unofficial world record. Damn. That's crazy. That's crazy. And that, I mean, I'm assuming this was only done, by the way, for the purpose of practice on certain seeds for the playoffs. Like, that seems like... Oh, it was a video. Thought he got good. I mean, I could do that. It took me, like, you know, obviously a couple weeks to, like, refine a few things. But, like, yeah, in general, I think I'm capable of what we saw. You know, and by the way, no shade to Loki. Loki, again, my favorite player. A lot we could work on there. You know, like building that extra sword, you know. Over here, I'll just point out a couple things that I would have done differently. So right here, I would have lit the pig on fire instead of lighting myself on fire. I don't know. Like, I don't want to, like... Again, it's the Mona Lisa. Yeah, there's a few stray hairs out of place. You know, could have been better, but, like, whatever. It is what it is. What language do you think is the fastest for crafting book navigation? Probably a love language. Yiddish? They call it one of the hidden love languages. They call it that. So, 0 viewers. And we're back. Ludwig, can you take back shots? Why did I read that? No. You could try to get your new PR on this seed. We're not doing any rank today. We're not playing any rank today. Okay, I just wanted to take a look at Loki's record. We actually have to switch gears, guys. Okay? Because we have a very big video to watch. Now, in the past, I've watched a couple videos that I've claimed as possibly the best video of the year. They were both Minecraft videos. I think there's a Minecraft renaissance going on. Okay, the content I'm seeing in Minecraft is phenomenal. Now, obviously, that was one by Ish. 1,000 people simulate civilizations, rich and poor. Then we had the follow-up, totally separate video from Weefies, which was, you know, that sort of mysterious ARG video. 2026, we're starting off a bit crazy because there's a video that people have been pinging me about. It came out Christmas Day. Technically 2025, I'm going to count it as a 2026 video. Called Can I Survive a Minecraft Civilization Event by only, and this is asterisked. Okay. Like all of the Astros World Series. Fishing. Now, this creator is not an ish-sized creator or a Wi-Fi-sized creator. This creator has 126,000 subscribers. I'm assuming before this video came out, less than 100,000 subs. But people talk, he had 20,000 subs before this video came out. Wow. He had 20,000 subs before this video came out. But apparently, this creator has dropped what many people are calling a godlike video. And I don't think it has nearly enough attention for the buzz that I've seen. Like, the buzz to view ratio is off. This has 1.5 million views. But the buzz around this, they're talking about it like this needs 10 mil. So I haven't watched it. I've been holding off watching it because it's so long. Let's take a look at it together. I don't know what to expect. I'm going in blind, outside, obviously, title thumbnail. Let's check out Loopy's video.
Let's see this. Wait, Loopy. I think I know this guy.
Hello. I recently applied and was subsequently accepted into a Minecraft Civilization event.
W. How many are there, by the way? Is it more than just Ish doing it? Death Zamboni. How many people are doing Minecraft Civ events? Can I say it feels like a burnt method? Like, I know it's a view farm, but feels like a burnt method. Like, you know what I mean? Like, find your own shit. Find some new shit. Mr. Beast did it? I know, that's what I mean. If Mr. Beast is doing it, that shit's a burnt method. Like, Mr. Beast is not on the bleeding front of new age Minecraft content.
You know, those things where they put a huge amount of people on one server and make stories that rival pretty much anything Hollywood has put out in the last 5 years. This event in particular was called the Tropical Island Civilization, where me and 199 other people are stranded on a, you guessed it,
Tropical Island? That's what I was guessing.
Sounds neat, right?
Yeah.
There's a lot of different parts to this event that made it a fantastic experience overall, from the addition of bananas and custom crafting recipes to a new enemy unseen in a Minecraft Civilization event before.
I think, I'm not 100%, I think I love the way he narrates. He does sound like the business pixies from Fairly Odd Parents. What are they called again? You know what I'm talking about? Oh, the Pixies. I got it right. Yeah, he sounds like the Pixies from Fairly Odd Parents.
But unfortunately, I didn't join this event to uncover the secrets of an alleged Phoenix god. I didn't join this event to rule with an authoritative fist. In fact, I didn't even join this event to make friends. So why did you join this event, you may ask?
To fish?
Well, my dear viewer, I believe you already have the answer to that question.
It's the title.
Fishing.
Let's go.
That's right.
He sounds like Technoblade. He has a similar monotone, but I think Technoblade had a lot of, although he spoke somewhat flatly, a lot of emotion to the voice. This is like almost emotionless. By the way, okay, I don't want to open up a can of worms that I have no clue about. I'm getting a creator who does shorts form on my feed that I think is using Technoblade's like Minecraft skin. I feel weird about it. No one's talking about it. I don't know if I'm a crazy person. I'm not. Maybe it was just, maybe they had it years before and I don't know. I'm not going to show because I'm not trying to open up a can of worms. I just don't know if anyone else had that experience and felt the same way. I don't know if I'm isolated in this feeling. No, again, I'm not trying to show it because you guys are your little drama frogs, your little cringe drama frogs. I'm trying to commiserate with people who are in my spot, not trying to add people to my spot. You know what I mean? But it sounds like you guys don't know it and you're actually being drama frogs.
Everybody, we're running it back. Today I'll be finding out if I can survive a Minecraft Civilization event by only fishing. Terms and conditions apply, of course, but that's not important right now. What is important is that the fishing pool has changed for this event, which may or may not add loot crates. There's a lot of changes in this event besides just fishing, which I'll talk about as we come across them.
Isn't fishing like the dumbest thing in Minecraft? Does it even work? Like, I feel like I've only ever seen fishing rods as a way to drag around villagers who are about to watch mate, or maybe pull a person over to fight, or like a blaze to kill. Like, I've never seen someone dead-ass fish. In the sense of, like, trying to catch fish.
Yo, fishing is fire, bro.
When you catch fish, you're just, is catching fish like running into wild Pokemon in Pokemon where you're not catching things that you see, there's like a random rate of something that can pop out that you're pulling from that's not visually apparent? Like, you can't fish to catch salmon that are swimming around, right? Like, the visual salmon that are right in front of you. I'm sure you can catch a fish, but it wouldn't be that fish. Okay.
But as it stands, this will be a recount of all 4 days I spent on a tropical island. You might be asking yourself, what kind of story would emerge from a guy who doesn't do much more than fish all day?
Yeah. Oh.
Well, I'm glad you asked. This is a story about change. It's a story of an evolution of a character, a journey with friends new and old. As the seas turn a deep hue of orange, so too do the skies. An impending doom calls not for complacency, but for a higher action, one much larger than a mere fish shop. What was supposed to be a simple life evolved to something so much more grandiose. So with that, my dear viewer, I humbly ask you, are you ready to fish?
Zelda soundtrack, undefeated. Luffy! Dude, the editing on this shit's crazy.
طيب.
Hello? What's up, man? How's it hanging? To make communication easier on the islands, we'll be using proximity chat in the form of the simple voice chat mod. This will be useful in bartering for a fishing rod since, you know, the whole point of this challenge is, hey, wait, what are you doing? What are you doing?
No, don't pull it out. Okay.
Fellas, I have to come clean. This is now the second time I've abused your trust by establishing an arbitrary challenge and immediately breaking it, and I know how awful that must make you feel.
Yeah,
to put your
feels
full
bad.
trust and faith into a niche.
What was the rule that they broke? What was the rule that they broke? Only fishing. Oh, they broke a block. Wow, so they were really sincere. Am I back? Alright. What's up? That was weird. That was weird, but we're back. And we won't question why it happened, and we won't try to resolve it.
Come on,
Subscribers, only to have any sort of report stripped away like it was nothing. However, if you are by some stretch of the imagination upset about this terrible, terrible misinput of mine, I would humbly suggest that you get a job. Cool?
Fair.
Cool. While we're on the topic of lying and deceiving, I should also point out that there is a very fine print in the name of this event, that being Tropical Roleplay Civilization.
Oh.
You're probably used to Civilization videos having sunshine and rainbows on day 1 and scorched earth by day 3, but that isn't the case here. Instead, there's a strict no RDMing rule in place, basically forbidding PvP unless the higher courts approve of it. But believe me, conflict will come, just not in the way you expect. So yes, technically speaking, I wasn't playing in this event by only fishing, instead opting to mostly fishing, as...
Dude, I feel like playing on a Civilization server would be miserable. I think it would suck so much. You'd have so many people who want to be main characters. So many people get so fucking pissed that they get killed. So many people who just randomly try to kill someone. This shit sounds miserable. I'm sure some would hit. But the issue is a lot of people who do this are people who are inspired by watching it. And so they have an idea of what they want their lives to be like, as opposed to letting their lives be molded by the actions that happen around them. That's all roleplay. Yeah, I think a lot of roleplay servers suck because of it, to be honest.
Clarified by the video's thumbnail. This actually coincides with my 3-part plan for this server, starting with number 1. Create a fishing business.
Okay.
While everybody is out and about exploring the island, I will instead hunker down at my earliest convenience to make a fish stand. Because the vast majority of players didn't take my specific flavor of Tylenol as a kid, it's not that difficult to imagine that most players will make a fishing rod, fish once or twice, before immediately getting bored and moving on with their lives. It's the simple law of truly large numbers. The more you do it, the more likely you are to win something big. And believe me, we will win big.
Yo, you're super laggy, by the way.
I am?
Yeah, you're very laggy.
Weird. It's pretty sick. Turtle scoots. Oh. I don't think that's... Okay. Okay, yeah.
That makes sense. That looked like that wasn't supposed to be like that.
Let me plug in my Ethernet.
Oh my god. I am so glad that there's a human who I'm seeing be like this. Dude, what do you mean let me plug in my Ethernet? Why not have it 24/7? What do you mean let me plug it in? Like you were willingly on Wi-Fi and you break out the Ethernet cable. Like it's the fucking, you know, secret bottle of wine you've been stashing. You should 24/7 Ethernet, no? Says you? Dude, I am 24/7 Ethernet, okay?
In news to absolutely nobody, nothing is ever easy. I better not have scoots in my inventory. Okay, I don't. So I have a feeling there's gonna be a bit of a, chokehold on the scoot industry. I feel like I might have to prioritize that. I can be
What
a
is a
fishing
scoot?
fella and I can be a turtle fella.
What's a scoot?
Okay. Well, I just need this. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. I need that in my life. Previewing the crafting
Turtles
menu
drop
leads
it.
very nicely to the second part of my plan, cornering the market. In particular, I was interested in this turtle armor. Now, if you're familiar with how one obtains turtle scoots, you might see where I'm going with this. If not, it's easy. All you have to do is find some iron, make some shears, mine some seagrass, find 2 turtles, make sure the turtles are on or approximately near their natural spawn, aka home beach. Feed the turtles, follow the turtles, protect the eggs, wait. Hatch the eggs, wait. Obtain 1 scoot.
Dude, there's so much shit in Minecraft that is like way too fucking hard, bro. It's like what? I watched a video of someone getting a pig mask. Like, what are we doing, bro? Like, what's going on? You do 800 steps for like the most useless shit. You have piglet head. Bro could never play an MMORPG. I think MMORPGs are more straightforward. You just do the quest line. You just get the fucking quest tracker extension for RuneScape, and then you just do the steps. That's as straightforward as it gets.
Repeat 23 times to get enough scoots for turtle armor. Seems boring and monotonous, right? Exactly. If I was willing to maintain a turtle breeding grounds, it could prove to be a very lucrative venture. First things first, though, I had to get some iron. But as I was tunneling into the grounds, tragedy befell one of the islanders. Oh. Uh-oh. As with any civilization event, you only get one life. This person, Nova Paws, was the first to go. How'd they die? Your guess is as good as mine. Especially considering that hostile mobs don't spawn at night. The only way to go, realistically, is by drowning, fall damage, or probably starvation.
Yeah, I watched Slime play hardcore Minecraft and he drowned to death today. I could think of 100 ways where I personally died with no hostile mobs around, to be honest.
AKA a complete skill issue.
Okay,
Regardless.
that's not how I would phrase it, though, right? Like, just because I died 100, it's actually a skill. It's not a skill issue. You are resolving the issue by dying, and that's what people don't respect. And no offense to this guy, but you're resolving the skill issue by dying that way because you're learning. Yeah, like, whatever.
I couldn't dwell on the thought. After striking out underground, I found somebody who could, judging by his looks, probably point me in the right direction. Where did you happen across that iron?
It's all over the mountains.
All over the mountains?
There's a bunch of it.
Alright, cool. Thank you very much.
He really does not want to make friends. Guy's got the social
Must have been the wind.
skills of Zorro. He just wants to fish.
530, okay. 530, negative 530. Hello? Am I stupid? Oh, yes, this way.
No, you're not
Maybe
stupid.
I can haggle somebody for some iron on the way over. Hello?
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 I think people want to set up around here if you want to stay with the group.
Hello?
Dude, I couldn't last a day on a Minecraft RP server. I couldn't do it. I'm just not cut out for it. I'm just not cut out for it. It is what it is.
Okay. Form. That was that guy from before.
Classic. Classic spelling mistake.
Life like this sure is worth living. Okay. Well. The company. That's imposing.
Find the what's the company?
Hello.
Classic.
Ignored. Oh my god. I'm getting secondhand embarrassment. Don't say it again.
I think I know what lore means already.
I simply am not there. I had gone to the company in hopes of getting some iron out of them, but once I found some on my own, I didn't really see a reason to interject myself in their plans. Instead, I would work my way back to my own spawn, even running into the group once again on a nearby mountain.
Dude, I actually empathize with this. This is how I feel when I did GTRP for like 2 days, and I felt awkward going because everyone felt like they had some shit to do. So I would just walk by and I just keep walking. You know, it feels... Because it feels as weird as if you were walking on the street in the real world and there's a group of friends hanging out and you walked up and you went, hello. Hey. Like, you don't do that.
This entire interaction actually leads nicely to the third part of my plan. Run solo. While business would most certainly boom should I befriend, say, my neighbors, I can't afford to grow too friendly with them as their enemies could by proxy become my enemies.
That's, you know what? And that's actually a really wise thing to do.
Which is less of a tax on myself, but instead a tax on my business. More evil people equals less potential customers.
You're putting your business at risk. I respect that. That's smart.
Which is not good. Not only that, but if there's workings of an actual company being formed, then that's even more competition for me. Also not good. As I neared my initial spawn
and keep a
point,
larger percentage of your company.
To my new neighbors. Hello.
Hi. Hello. Hi.
Are you guys looking into the scoot market as well, or are you just hanging out here?
We are thinking about getting the armor for the turtle. We're thinking of making a over here just so we can all get some before day 2.
Competition. That's competition. That is exactly what he is trying to get.
Yeah, cool.
Crazy.
As I fished, I was at a mental crossroads. Obviously, I couldn't lay claim to the turtle eggs. This fellow, Rose, had claimed the turtles for the people, which unfortunately destroyed my future profit margins. When I had initially left the spawn, I had left...
Hello, Banu Martinez.
Options, I decided to move a bit down the coastline to start isolating
Yo.
Fucking Rose, dude. When the awesome corporation wants to claim all of the profits for themselves and a dumb idiot tries to
It's
give
going
the
alright,
goods
man.
to the people,
Nothing
is
crazy.
there
I'm
anything
just
worse
playing the
than that?
game.
Is there anything worse than that? I mean, look, this is how you end up with like a banana republic.
What about you, man?
The company is just trying to thrive with better profits and better margins.
Let's get to work then.
What hobbies besides streaming? Just playing this game. That's it.
Remember this, okay?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't really do anything. I just work and play games.
Gonna invade. You're about to see Rose locked up in Washington D.C.
Either I'm so used to Minecraft mod packs, or shift and hold is not working. Jesus.
In Norway.
Shift and hold.
What about you?
It's a cloud shadow.
Oh.
It's fine. Everything's fine.
It does sound like a Narcos opening.
From US. Ooh.
God, misunderstood.
America.
Feels bad, man. And somebody replied, permaban, huh? Lol. Dude, it is what it is, man. It is what it is.
No, I don't.
By the way, there's going to be a follow-up. I met with Chair Guy. I received the chair. You will see a follow-up this week. I'll tell a story about it. Remind me about the story time with the Chair Guy when the video drops.
Do you play this game? Sure. What is it?
I have no idea what that means.
Okay.
Mods ban that guy. They're not enough of a viewer.
Hey, man.
They're too busy with the regular lives. Ban them.
Hey, what's up?
Honestly, should we just start building on this beach here?
Yeah, sure. That sounds lovely. That place.
I simply am not.
Mods, ban the person to link the GoFundMe. I'll
No,
need to go to me.
I don't need that. Sorry. I don't really care about how my stream looks. I just stream because no reason.
Gallivanting and having a good time in front of him. That feels so bad.
Thank you, though.
That's nice.
They're using his chest.
Am I going crazy?
I would lose it. I would fucking lose it. This is insane, bro. I would lose it, bro. I would go full Dexter, bro. I'd have like the sheets laid down in the room.
Sticks across.
I'm getting over here. Got the,
I just moved over here. I don't even know where these people came from.
Oh, hi. Sorry.
Hello.
I need to take my garden again.
And quick pause here. See that? That's a dead turtle. And see that? That's a scoot currently being launched away from that said turtle. You know what that means? The industry is dead. With the change of scoots now being dropped by turtles, it'll now be as easy to get the armor as killing a cow. AKA, it would be like setting up a shop for leather armor. Not very viable, unfortunately. For that reason, I had to solely focus my talents on the seas, hoping to find something valuable there.
Dude, I'm so furious on this guy's behalf. This poor business owner, whose beautiful dock is being ravaged by hooligans. He's turning me into a no skateboarding in the parking lot guy. That's what he's turning me into. This Walmart worked hard to pave that parking lot, so you guys aren't being considerate when you come in with your skateboards and your hula and your ollies and your flippity dips. You're not thinking about who's gonna have to repave that in 7 years when your tires finally make a mark.
I'm realizing I've never fished in Minecraft before.
The fishing hat might be something to make as well. You need an enchanted cod, which is like basically drugs. Wait, what's the fishing rods? Okay, I've got the iron for it.
The fishing hat is awesome.
Can anyone start planting seeds?
I created a one-piece edit today too.
Damn.
I ain't doing that, the hell?
Okay, I'm gonna put.
waters.
Polluting the waters. Very well done, boys. Take his shit, use his dog, pollute his waters, kill his turtles.
Too much of a recluse for this kind of thing. Now, granted,
Guy who joined a 1,000 person civilization server. I'm too much of a recluse.
I could have made more of an effort to get away from the coastline group by moving more than a grand total of like 30 blocks, but it's whatever. I knew I would have had potential neighbors going into this, but I didn't also expect to have potential roommates. They seemed like nice enough people anyway, so I didn't bother standing my ground. Either way, the only thing that mattered...
That might have been a dog whistle. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by standing his ground? What was he going to do to them? What was he about to... What do you mean by that?
Matters to me is the ocean. And that ocean is chock full of surprises. What the hell? I just got a loot crate.
I will say, I think it's funny. I don't even think if all of us are like on a team. I can't handle his social interactions. Also because the way he talks to them is different than the way he talks for us, and that makes me uncomfortable. Like when he talks to us, he's like, so now I'm planning on making this dock. And when he goes to them, he's like, I got this loot crate. Like, I think he's easing the social tension of a random interjection with a laugh, and I'm noticing it, which is not how he normally talks in a more intimate conversation. No, I know he's trying to be social, but I can tell he's trying to be social. And that's almost a failure in a social world when you can tell someone's trying to be social. And it's no flame to him. I respect genuine effort, but because I can tell it makes me uncomfortable. We're just kind of all together.
Yeah, we're just lived together, I guess.
Yeah, I guess we're
W
all
drop.
together.
Holy smokes, I just got 31 turtle scoots from that.
I got them way later. 31. Whoa, what?
I got a tropical loot crate when I was fishing.
They replied to his message.
Free armor.
Okay, he low-key is talking like the rage bait guy on Fortnite. He's talking like the calc guy when he talks to them. Yeah, huh. So they guess they want to cancel me. Literally getting canceled. Yeah, good griefs. He sounds like good griefs.
Whoa.
Right here.
I got them way later. 31. Whoa, what?
I got a tropical loot crate when I was fishing. Free armor. I've been saying, man, fishing is method.
Can I potentially offer you a diamond for the entire armor set? Can I give you one diamond for it?
I'm just gonna kill this stuff.
Yeah, sure.
It's not worth it. Come on, diamonds are rare. Dude.
I don't know. I'll get another one of those crates another time. I'm not stopping fishing after this. With that, I had my
I
first real
love this
business
guy.
trade in the books. Hopefully
What's the
it would've
cheapest
ended.
crumb?
A bit
That much
after, though,
coins.
I had a bit of
First deal. That's bad business. No, that's not bad business. That's a sale, bro. You guys are like one diamond. Guys, that is a sale. Okay? You are not a business till you have your first sale. Your dollar on the wall. Okay? The dollar on the wall is emotionally significant, even if the deal wasn't the best deal you could get.
post-trade clarity. Damn it, I should have bartered for the lucky fishing rod. Damn it. Also, I think it's important to put in writing here. My name is Loopy pretty much everywhere, but in Minecraft I go by Death Zamboni. Want to hear the backstory behind the name?
Yeah.
No? You don't?
Oh, no.
Who do you think is in control here? Before I reveal all, I must first say that if you are a woman between the ages of 20 to 24, single, live in the greater Philadelphia tri-state area, and are looking for potentially the love of your life, I beg of you to please mute the video for the next 5 seconds.
Okay. I'm none of those.
Good? Okay. For the rest of you, it's a Destiny reference. Alright, back to mine.
I get why he wanted the women to mute. That is kind of an ick.
Craft, where I happened to cross the next piece of the straw hat puzzle. That goof freaking bop bop, dude. Holy smokes. That means I can get the other one. You will be mine. I fish for...
Should have told the girls to fucking mute for that one, bro.
for a little bit more before ultimately deciding to begin making my storefront. I didn't necessarily have a plan for it or how it would come out, but unfortunately for you all, I can imagine anything. It's just a matter of putting pen to paper, or logs to sands, I guess.
Dude, Zelda's such a good game, man. Like, I think the more time passes, the more, though, I truly believe Breath of the Wild was better than Tears of Kingdom.
Okay, that was a lot. Loitering on me crazy style, but that's fine.
Like, I think the mechanics of Tears of the Kingdom are cool, and they're, like, fun, but the world of Breath of the Wild is so fresh and unique, and it doesn't need anything else. It doesn't need any... Like, I wouldn't even want the Tears of the Kingdom mechanics in it if you could rewind time.
Hello. There was a whole gang of them over here a while ago. They went off exploring. Yeah, 7 or so.
Well, if you ever want some alcohol, I'm opening a bar.
Oh, awesome. I'll be in touch then. See ya.
Dude, this is the most realistic experience of a bar owner. Having to get customers going around. That's the genuine life of a bar owner, bro.
Wait a freaking second. Red Live died?
Isn't that the person you made your first deal with?
How the heck did Red Live even die?
He drowned. He went AFK while he was in water, and so he just drowned.
Oh, jeez.
I know.
Damn.
Uh-oh.
That was the turtle killer, actually, yeah. Rose was the deal, Red Live was the turtle killer. Maybe the turtles got him. AFK? Maybe the turtles got him. Why is he laughing?
Uh-oh.
Oh, because he almost died or took a lot of damage.
God. Jesus.
Should we just make a graveyard and
I don't think he would have died either.
Yeah, I feel like this is just gonna be the first.
It's the first. No.
Oh my god, that's so bad for business, bro. Wait, pause. 2024? Did this video come out like 2 years after it was recorded? This video came out so late, no?
Okay, hold on. We're all
Am I going crazy, or is it not 2025?
Oh wait.
Okay, thank God.
Yeah, he died last year.
That's gonna be bad for business, though. You don't want a graveyard opening up next to your shop, you know?
Working through the night, my fish stand was almost completed.
Looks nice.
Admiring my handiwork, the feeling of accomplishment was quickly washed away when I spotted this fellow extending my pier to the world border. You know, the one thing in a 5,000 block radius specifically with my name on it. But whatever. After working at a loom for 8 minutes,
I think that's fine. Whatever, he's extending.
I put the finishing touches on my store. Finally, it is done. Nobody cares. With my shop completed, I once again turned to the seas. As I watched my
I like catching fish.
bobber flow with the tides, I
Stick around too
contemplated
long,
my
you might
next
catch
goal.
this.
I wanted to stick to the mostly fishing gimmick, so ideally I'd work towards enhancing my craft. Eventually, I settled on finishing my ongoing quest for a straw hat.
Okay.
3 hay bales, purple wool, a prismata, and an enchanted cod. I could reasonably get every item here, besides that last one. Thankfully for us though, the enchanted cod has a little tooltip that'll help us find one. Neat. I made a gone fishing sign, grabbed my rod, and asked my fellow vacationers for the course to an enchanted lake. Shout out to Axolotl for the tip.
Shout out Axolotl.
0, -520. You ever sneeze extra hard and then you start to feel it in your chest a little bit.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say taint, and I actually thought I met my soulmate. I feel it right in my gooch. I know I lit up. I talk about how it hurts when I sneeze in my taint like 1 in 7 times, and every time I say it, everyone says, "Why does that happen?"
Ooh.
I think that's a medical issue. I'm pooping great.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh no, I get it.
Eventually, I found myself at another coastline. I passed 2 players planning a theater of sorts, with a healthy amount of people scattered about. As I walked by the lakeside with very, exceptionally, dare I say, extremely obvious signs of possible enchantment, I asked myself a very important question. In an enchanted lake, where would I be? This kid eats rocks. Following on the obvious for too long, I casted myself in the middle of a political debate of sorts.
You heard.
It's just a belief, sir.
Hey, bro.
People are not. Do you not hear my words?
Ah.
Are you deaf as well as?
That's what are you, babe?
What did I just...
Dude, and this is a mean thing to say, hate listening to British people argue. Any clips I've seen from UK Parliament, oh my god, man, I can't. It's not fair to them either. It's not something they can control. I can't believe it. I can't. It's too silly. It's too foreign to me, is what it is.
Walk in on. What is going on?
Yeah, I don't know what you're
Excuse me, fellas. I'm just.
What's the side?
Wah. All this nonsense when they could just be fishing.
True.
Is it nothing?
Second poll?
Hey, Piwo. How did you happen across an enchanted fishing rod?
Oh no.
That's the secret of nothing.
You see.
I see. Alright then, keep your secrets. I'm not exactly sure what I bore witness to back there, but I didn't necessarily care enough to find out.
I've never heard that phrase, secret of nothing.
What mattered most to me was the confirmation that yes, indeed, the enchanted lake existed, and that yes, indeed, the enchanted cod came from there. Not wanting to get radicalized by the lake group, I made my way back home. Turns out my neighbors had the same idea for an expedition. Hello.
Hey, we got the enchanted lake. Okay, we got the cords for it. Wonderful.
Oh, I have 8 of those.
Oh.
I did a little trip. It's like 1,500 blocks that way.
Yeah. Hey, Def, since you're like literally just like we're kind of just neighbors, do you want us to like invite you to a Discord server just so we can like all communicate?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. All right.
My second career transaction would come soon after with 1 inch.
Whoa. He's breaking one of his rules. Sounds like friendship. I'm worried this is going to get in the way of business. We shouldn't be networking. We should be selling.
Enchanted cod in exchange for a diamond. This entire interaction made one thing clear. If I was willing to travel to find quote-unquote exotic wares not native to my beach, I could bring them back home and potentially be very handsomely paid out. With another item checked off, I focused my talents into finding some magenta wool. Instead of foraging for blue dye, I decided to outsource it from a nearby village.
Some JJK shit here.
No.
When's JJK start?
I just had to return home.
Hello there.
Yeah, hello.
Hello.
It
I
did?
own a fishing bar a little bit over there, 500
Today's a
blocks
big
out.
day.
I was wondering if you would be down to trade. I'm in the market for 1 hay bale and then maybe a piece of purple wool or blue dye if you have it.
At the moment, I don't have hay bale.
Do you have any extra wheat, do you think?
No. Yeah.
What are we doing here? What are we doing here?
That's all we have right now.
Gotcha.
Give me a second to get out of the mines. I got lost. But I can probably get you what you're looking for.
Oh, cool. Thank you.
I can get you a hay bale. We might have flowers. We might have flowers. Let me check.
All right, cool. Thank you.
There's a businessman who gets
Appreciate
stuff
that.
done.
Here for your troubles, I got some extra fish I brought over.
Oh no, I got plenty of fish.
Hello.
Oh yeah, got a wood dye here.
Oh, that's awesome.
Do any of you have any
like a
spruce?
hunter.
Oh, thank you. Spruce?
Kind of a bad negotiation here, by the way. Like, you shouldn't give over the goods till you've negotiated what you're trading for.
Yeah, do you have any spruce or dark oak saplings, perchance?
No.
Blue dye.
It's right there. The dye's right. Thank you, boss. So I also have a prismata and an enchanted cod, if you wanted either of those.
The enchanted.
I'll leave you guys to it. Thank you.
Sure. All right. Thank you, fellas. This was it. The
Good deal.
culmination of farming, bartering, and fishing had given me all the ingredients for a straw hat. That is everything, right? Maybe swap the prismat. Nope, that isn't working. Hold on. Everything seems to be fine. This kid eats rot.
W.
At last, the straw hat was mine. Not only was it fashionable, but it gave a blanket increase to my luck stat. What's the luck stat, I hear you asking?
One.
I don't know. With my hat's creation, my status of living was at an all-time high.
Dude, you're cool
The
now.
only thing that could make this better
Enchanted
was a
rod.
lucky rod.
I haven't seen.
Wait, do you have a lucky rod?
What is your money making method for 1 bill?
I just made this fishing rod.
Bro, I don't know, man. 1 bill in NETWORTH is difficult. I think I'm doing Diana for it.
Appreciate that.
I think I'm gonna do Diana to get the 1 bill in NETWORTH.
You alright, UK boy?
You're alright, Eternity. You alright. Appreciate it.
Yeah, you know what? I spoke too quickly about the Brits. They're alright.
And that was it. The last piece of my puzzle. If you're wondering just how lucky +2 luck is, I'm happy to report that I got exactly 1 crate.
Did you make that deal? I make that deal.
At least I got a trident out of it. Swag. Otherwise, that was it for day 1. With the business established and my hat created.
That was 1 day? Oh my god, this video is so long. Holy shit, that was 1 day?
I had completed everything I set out to do and then some. The people around me were nice enough, albeit they might have set up shop a bit too close for my liking. But as it stood, it was a nice little life. My neighbors had decided to name themselves the Emerald Coast, with Rose as their leader. Keep in mind, I'm just one guy establishing his small business on one coast. Imagine all the other gatherings of people forming all over the server.
True.
What even happened to the company? If those were some answers, we'd have to find out tomorrow. As the sun rose on the Emerald Coast, I decided to seek out the next logical step in perfecting my rod. Enchantments. Because enchantment tables were banned, the only way to enchant stuff was in a specific area. I'll give you one guess as to where that area is.
Enchanted Lake.
That's right. It's right in the center of a faction called Nothing. You're on a roll today. With no time like the present, I made my way over. The update is pretty cool, I will say. I'm excited for that.
Wait, W YouTube streamer.
It's right here, man.
Keeps running away, bro. It's ridiculous.
Bro.
I'm such an awful, terrible American, but it
Come on,
takes
bro.
every, like, fiber in my being to not, like, mimic their accents, dude. Oi, where's my meal, bruv? It was just right here.
Nah, they're alright, they're alright.
Hello.
How are you?
Hello. How goes it?
Fumi
Yeah, I've been
type
trying
laugh.
to figure out how to enchant stuff. Do you just throw it into the lake?
Follow me. Follow me.
Okay.
Yeah, the lake.
Alright, cool.
It's on the lake. It's at the lake.
Do you have levels?
Oh, yeah, I got 22.
It goes to like that area to the left with all the houses right in front
Dude,
of.
I'm sorry. He spent 1 day on the server, he got a fucking hat. And he gifted a rod. These guys spent 1 day on the server, they got full iron armor and a horse with a parrot following them. Like, they're kind of mogging. Bailey, thank you for the 10 members. I appreciate that.
Walmart is where the magical pool is.
Okay,
okay.
Of course, the
Yep.
fire didn't get stuck on you. Yeah.
Oh.
Beef.
Oh no.
Rip.
Somebody just died of terrible. Oh wow, that is a Walmart.
I saw you get it. Good job, man.
Yes, I do mean to trade it for nothing.
Oh.
Since this man claims rightful ownership of the key. A claim I find questionable, but I will accept nonetheless.
Dude, I don't know what voice this is, but there's like a cadence that people use, and it's like, I don't know, it's like Julius Caesar in front of the Senate.
Yo, it's Drake, man.
Maybe it's because Fluxion or something. It's like yeah, maybe it's like lawyer in movies. Not real lawyer, like pretend like how you think a lawyer talks. A decree I find questionable at best. Should they push the situation further, there will be ramifications.
I used the feather. He's a big credit because he was closer.
As you can see, he claims that I am willing to trade it for nothing.
Perhaps Joffrey.
You guys
Continue leading us on.
enjoy with that. Have a good one.
You as well.
Good luck. Hope you get nothing.
Congratulating him on the key.
It's somewhere over here.
Walmart. Nothing's kind of lit. It looks like Pacifilog Town from Pokemon. Or that place in Final Fantasy X where Unit did a prayer that got fucked up by sin.
Congratulations.
What? I
You're
am?
part of the Empire. Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
Congrats, man. You're part of Ringstrom.
Hey, does anyone know where the volcano is? Yeah. Walk with it. Should we get food and head off?
Let's see how fast this is.
Right.
That horse is 9 speed. That horse also is. Wow.
Which is possible.
I don't have
Okay.
anything without realizing it and then put them back on. So now I have first binding on my.
Here for meeting.
Yeah, we
Damn it.
Wait, that was a great roll. Luck of the C2 lure on breaking 1.
Alright, whatever. I'm getting out of here. This is way too overstimulating.
Oh, it's a last
Would be when 3 people are around.
Ouch.
Yeah, somebody has an echo.
I'm getting out of here, man. For a place called Nothing, there sure was a lot going on. I couldn't say getting conscripted into and subsequently deserting an empire was on my to-do list, but whatever. This fella, by the way, had a couple of articles written about him by the various journalists around the island, including my neighbor, Zero. He was labeled as a drunk anyway, so I didn't worry about it too much.
Wow.
If anything, Nothing was a positive reinforcement that I enjoyed my life by the Emerald Coast. At the very least, I could hear myself think over there. Were the other civilizations the same way? Who's to say? Eventually, I would make it back home and be greeted by a nice surprise. The humble
Fishing
dock
chairs.
extension. It's beautiful.
Yeah, that would have been nice.
Me likey. I like this. This is good.
You know what? His neighbors aren't so bad.
Gonna catch a honker, a tuna, or a grouper.
Oh my god.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, there's no hostile mobs.
Tropical loot crate, baby. This is what we're waiting for. This is charter territory for a fellow like me, I'll tell you that much.
Okay.
Oh!
Burning feather. Feather from a legendary creature can be used at a burning altar to revive one player.
Fellas, ladies, and NBs, if you would please feast your eyes upon the most coveted item these seas have to offer, the Phoenix Feather. These extraordinarily rare feathers can't be carried in stacks and are considered extremely valuable due to their ability to revive players. They're also used to make a spruced up fire resistance potion, but that doesn't really concern me. What does concern me is their negotiation power. What's that? Your loved one just died a terrible death? Pay up, buddy, it's a stack of diamonds for their life. So of course, I had to let the masses know that this white boy's got a little extra up his sleeve. I gotta go tell somebody, I gotta go tell somebody, I gotta go tell somebody, I gotta go tell somebody. Wait! Do I keep that thing on me instead? and then offer it up for a price? Yes.
What does he mean?
Yes.
What does he mean?
Yes. Ooh, it's all coming together, baby. It is all coming together. Was it unnecessary? Yeah, probably. But I wanted to play my cards cautiously. Although on any other given day, I probably would be more than willing to donate a feather should someone like Rose perish, I wanted to at least have a repertoire of feathers built up beforehand. That way I'd feel more willing to part with one, instead of showing up empty-handed should a high buyer cross paths with me.
I think that's fair. Yeah. I think the existence of it's going to create a little bit of controversy, a little bit of chaos, and will stop you from fishing for more.
For the next 30 minutes, I talked with the extra voices in my head. Fishing may be my forte, but it does get quiet out there sometimes. Jerry eats beans in the household, everybody. Jerry eats beans. Give you some claps for that, Mr. Jerry. What's up, dude? I was saying this to myself yesterday, but it's really neat. It's really neat how basically, if you're not a part of a civilization, you're just playing basically single-player Minecraft in a 2000 by 2000 area. But like as you explore, you can run into people who are building their own stuff, like in, you know, an actual civilization.
Draconic eel. This eel seems foreign to these lands due to its nature and never appears in sunlight.
What the deuce? The evil eel. You're definitely getting it. Okay, well that's just a sign, isn't it?
Crack 'em!
Come on, Phoenix Feather.
That was shit.
Damn it. Iron is nice. Iron is very nice.
12 iron? What are you flexing that about?
Take those. Take those
That's
any day
ass.
of the week.
Better than nothing, I guess.
In April. April equals apple, yeah. The dock has the April in its melt. It's a great picture. Highly recommend taking a look at that picture.
Trick with this one is
has
it
a
will
fit in
spawn
his
those
invent.
things in the bestiary, these buddies,
That's
based
great.
on how many
That's
dead
great.
plants are next
That's
to
great.
it.
Have a jump
So if you
scare,
go
buddy.
ahead
Have a
and
jump
grow the
scare. Okay.
and you'll
Never
actually
say
need
that
that
ever.
turtellini for this next
Get up,
crop, the
please
shell
get up.
fruit. So for this
Please
one,
get
you'll
up,
have to
babe.
place
This is
the
like the shit
turtellini
Michael
and
will
then
send
a
me when it's my
blastberry
birthday.
right next to it. Once the blastberry goes through a few growth cycles,
send
it'll
me
be charged
fit,
and
please
ready
get
to
up.
explode. And you'll need to explode it right next to the turtellini.
I have
You
the
can
hot
place
bar of
multiple
an absolute
turtellinis to get
serial
multiple
killer right now,
of
by the way.
these
3
shell
bottles
fruits
of water?
from a
Yeah.
single blastberry
Yeah.
explosion. So if you put the blastberry in the middle
Yeah,
and
that's
then
the type of shit Slime has when he drowns in his hardcore runs.
After my upteenth fishing session, I installed a tried and true American classic at my store while making my food supply open to the public. In any other situation, this would be unwise in the world of economics. But the fact that fishing is so easily accessible because of bamboo, it was with a heavy heart that I declared starvation on the tropical island a non-issue. Yeah, I know. Really terrible stuff. Trinkets would be my best bet from here on out, and the Phoenix Feather was my path to salvation. After an uneventful trip to the caves below my store, an emergency meeting was called.
Guys, we need to have a meeting.
Yeah,
now.
I heard from Max.
Oh, we need a meeting. Okay, meeting.
Huh?
Alright,
Okay.
we can do
that. There's an infection going around.
Infection?
Okay, so when
Apparently
it says
it's a lethal form of poison, so we need to get bees. We need to get bees.
Okay, we need to get bees.
Yeah.
Okay. There's an infection going on near the volcano area. That's player to player. That's
Yes,
Is that
player to
what's
player.
happening? Okay.
What they got fucking plagues in Minecraft now? Like, what are we doing here? We got fucking social distancing now in Minecraft?
You heard that right, fellas. It's outbreak time.
How much trauma do these high schoolers have from COVID? Jeez.
Immediately, the entire coast was set in disaster prevention mode. A light panic overset by a real chance of death by poison was enough to spring everyone into action. Seeds were composted. Saplings were planted. Fires were started. For some reason. The ultimate goal? Get some honey. It was valiant for the 8 or so guys to immediately jump to defend the coast. But for me personally, I didn't buy it. Could the mods really have flogged a plague storyline at us? If this thing was so dangerous, how come people weren't dying by the droves in the text chat? And
Dude, he's an anti-vaxxer. I don't know. I just don't see the death tolls. The numbers aren't adding up. Feels like the same amount of people died today as yesterday. It could just be like a flu thing.
all felt far-fetched. Like a middle-aged white woman with a true crime podcast, there was just something about this case that didn't sit right with me. If this infection did exist, I needed to see it with my own 2 eyes. So I cleared my inventory, clutched my feather, and put up the gone fishing sign. I didn't know when I'd be back, but I knew this was what I had to do.
This is the shit Aaron Rodgers was doing before he signed with the Jets. God bless his heart. He's just an investigator. Queendom.
This is Queendom.
Certified medic! Thank you for the 5 gifted subs.
Established towns, I figured it'd be a good hotspot to get more information on the infection. It's a quaint little town with its own fish bar and piers. A couple of houses sleep soundly atop a cliff, too. I gave some food to this tree fella guy. Remember him, he'll be back.
Okay.
I didn't stick around too long since the people there seemed to be caught up in their own thing. However, I did leave with the general location of the infection source, the volcano.
You knew
that would have to be my next stop.
Okay.
A foolish plan? Maybe. I could handle it. Probably. I didn't know at the time, but I had gotten my directions all mixed up, and I actually ended up going the complete opposite direction of where I needed to go. And thank goodness I did, because my story would end up dramatically changing. Oh.
Ooh. This is where you use the Phoenix Feather for a res.
God damn it. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. What's up, gamers?
Zambo. That's a cool fucking name. What the
Thanks, man. Appreciate that.
Zamboni. You just here to fish, Zambo?
Yeah, just passing by. I heard news of the infection. I wanted to see it with my own 2 eyes, but my travels have led me here.
Tell you that. Yeah, I think
Really?
so too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Southmost of the island.
Well, I guess I walked the wrong direction. Oh well.
Well, that sucks.
You know there's another island, right?
Oh snap.
Yeah, we know.
Wait,
What?
that way, right?
Which way?
Straight that way.
That. So once we get 2 or 3 phoenix feathers, do you guys want to check out the volcano?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, I got a third
Zamboni,
one.
Do you want turtle armor?
You got
Yeah.
another?
Yeah.
Dude. Do you want turtle armor, by the way, Death Zamboni?
Oh no, I'm alright, thank you though.
Alright.
Leather boots give you more luck too.
The people of Flower Town had a simple goal: revive as many people as they could and plant as many flowers as they could.
That's a nice thought. Bad for business, though. You might need to get rid of them. They're going to inflate the flower economy. Like, you can't have that many phoenix flowers going around. Flower Town, guys, this is bad for business. Okay? If everybody's super, no one is. Like, how is he going to corner the market?
There were plans to create an ark of sorts to transport the flowers offshore, should the situation get dire. It was also insanely lucky for me to come across these guys when I did. My inability to follow course the right way had landed me as a +1 on a volcano expedition. Not only that, but the vibes were elite as we fished through the night. Soon enough, the time to leave had finally arrived. I smoked my salmon, packed my bundles, and set off on my biggest adventure yet.
I fucking love smoked salmon, bro. I love it so deeply in my heart. But for some reason, when you cook it normal, not that big of a fan. It's the same fish. How's that happen?
As you watch me run 1,000 or so blocks, I think it's important to mention another gimmick I cursed myself with. I'm not sure when I formally decided this, but I gave myself a self-imposed debuff by abstaining from any forms of armor besides leather boots and my fishing hat. I mentioned earlier that there wasn't any real threat to my livelihood, especially in the absence of hostile mobs. If the infection really did exist, then no amount of armor was going to stop a lethal dose of poison. And I figured that if I ended up dying, I ended up dying.
No, I'm with
I was
this.
put on this island to do one thing. Fish. If I lose my life, it'll be doing what I loved. I don't need any amount of armor to protect that.
Dude, what a sick job. He made a bridge and then taxed the bridge, bro. He has a toll road in the Minecraft Civ server. Anti-mask as well. Yeah, that is interesting, right? Doesn't like any armor protecting him from the illness, because if you die, you die. Wants to see with his own 2 eyes? Okay. I think I'm getting it. Yeah, we enchanged shit today. How's he get these shots? Does he have to go back and pick up the camera?
Just Phoenix. Oh no!
Does that kill?
That's the infection.
Can't break it. The Phoenix Blessing protects these blocks from destruction.
Huh.
Don't touch it. I will not touch it.
Nothing's happening to me.
The final swim to the volcano left us with a lot of answers and a lot of questions.
I thought they were about to get infected.
The infection was in fact real. It appeared to only travel from block to block, similar to how Skulk does in vanilla Minecraft. More worrisome, however, was the fact that it made it all the way to the main island already, which then begs for more questions. How fast does it spread? What are the symptoms? Is it over for us? We'd come too far at this point to turn back, and despite multiple people on our journey advising against further travel, we were going to find out just how terrible things were over there for ourselves. We were fortunate enough to run into the Walmart employees in passing.
Is there no boats?
As well as this fella, Lilfos. He was gracious enough to act as a Sherpa to the island. And soon enough, after 20 or so minutes of travel, it all came into view.
Yeah, ever since the infection started, I haven't left the volcano island.
Hype, does it make you sick at all?
No. I've been here since
people
it
have said
started.
that they died.
So, yeah, right up here is
Yeah, it does.
I have Unbound on it, which is amazing.
Hello?
You hear that? Hello?
We're hunting phoenixes. Yo, you're naked.
Yeah, I'm chill.
He's chilling.
He
I'm
likes
chill
it.
with it.
He likes it.
It's fine.
That's good.
It's an exhibition.
Helps me breathe better, you know?
He's an exhibition.
I just need my
Got revived.
Whoa,
Oh, hello.
Oh, there's Phoenix.
Oh, here.
Feather.
Oh yeah. No, this way.
You can kill a phoenix for a feather. Oh my god, bro. GG. There goes the economy.
It doesn't work. It didn't work. It didn't work. Who got the? Did anybody get a feather?
They can't drop from feathers. You have to fish them.
Remember in the intro
Thank God! That would have shattered the economy.
when I told you that there was a new enemy in this event? If you don't, I don't blame you. It has been like 45 minutes after all. Anyway, he's finally here. This is a phoenix. There's 2 ways to talk about this fella. You could learn of its origins in a variety of different lore tablets scattered around the islands, or you could just be like me and understand that evil lava bird equals potential cause of death. And I'm not kidding. These boys are evil. Not only do they take multiple hits with an axe or spear to kill, but they erupt in a fiery explosion in a final Pyrrhic attempt to claim a life. In other words, kinda cringe. Especially for a fisherman of my stature. Thankfully I had the Flower Town folk to cowardly hide behind the volcano.
W? Where are they? Oh, I mean, they see it. Oh, they want to go over the volcano. Astro, thank you the prime.
Yep.
Damn.
So
We
there
really
is
gotta
an
get started
infection,
on that
but the
flower art.
infection only affects the world. It doesn't affect people, right? That's what it sounds like.
It's like this.
Yeah, there's another Phoenix down here.
Ooh, let's kill it.
It's gonna be aggro on me for a while until you guys hit it like 10 times, and then it's gonna spawn
What's the point of killing the phoenix?
Watch out, kill. And then you get gunpowder.
Gunpowder?
Yeah.
Oh no, it's another pit.
Is that the person who robbed you?
Ooh.
Someone robbed you.
Is that a baby phoenix?
Yep.
Did they still drop them?
They drop a full most of the time, but there is a small chance they drop
We've tried using one of the keys on it, it didn't work.
Have you tried dropping a phoenix feather on it?
For sure.
Hey,
Nope.
free phoenix feather!
Come on, come on.
They're gonna kill you if you don't give that back. Here you go.
There's so much.
Good gag. Nah, good gag, bro. W gag. Although that guy got pretty serious pretty quick. He sounded like a Red Dead Redemption 2 moderator. We're gonna kill you if you don't get that back.
Did you explore all these tunnels?
Yeah, everything has been explored.
So, we know where to go, but the problem is we can't go there. That's what I'm meaning.
Whoa. Careful.
Oh, that was close.
Hey, gunpowder.
Flower. You want to get out of here then, I guess? And go
Yeah, I
back
said
out?
we get out of here before he
Yeah.
decides to
There's
go back up.
there's
I
another
don't want it to
two
go back up.
phoenixes down there.
They're just trying to see what loot they get.
Wow. Jump to here.
Wow.
And across here.
Wow. Alright, we're good.
Got Ludwig
After an
movement.
uneventful trip to the mines, we were led to a huge cavern opening festering with the infection. Littlefish told us that much of this cavern went unexplored, meaning there could be some good stuff down there. I guess he didn't care too much for the good stuff though, because he just straight up disappeared once we went down. No idea where he got off to. What followed in the cave was a series of close calls with some phoenixes who went out of their way to show me that they really, really hate me for some reason.
Oh.
Phoenix.
Oh, wait. We may have found it. We may have found it. Yeah.
Ow.
Ow.
Jesus Christ.
Holy shit. That shit does a lot of damage.
Ow.
Oh, it can't go under free block.
It's like Enderman height. Uh-oh.
Ooh.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Help. Help. Eventually, I would group up with the
He would have been fucked if he came here without Flower Town, by the way. Like, Flower Town is hard carrying
flower
him.
folk again, this time trying our best to climb as far as we could out of the cavern. We had already spent nearly a half hour in the cave at this point, and things started to look dire. You see, the infection has more properties than just replacing blocks. You can't mine the infection itself, nor can you mine or place blocks around it. And because we were directly below an already vastly infected area, digging up was impossible. Not wanting to become a video topic on Scary Interesting, we refused to lose hope. We had formed ourselves a small cavern of sorts before disaster suddenly struck.
What the? Oh, it just spread.
That's spread.
The infection had spread. Most of the blocks we uncovered were suddenly tainted, meaning we could hardly expand or build out. In our own panic, we had lost sight of the cave we mined out from. And because the infection was surrounding us on all sides, we were, for the lack of a better term, stuck.
Ooh-wee.
That's a throw.
There's a non-zero chance that we are stuck.
I don't think we can get back into the caves.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, we're stuck.
There's a Phoenix.
Oh, I'm Omega stuck.
Phoenix, careful.
Oh wait, what the hell?
I am super. Do not come in here.
I got a solution for you. So,
are you able to block punch with it?
Oh,
Okay.
is a staff thing? I thought I heard a staff.
Whoa.
No.
Thank you. That's pretty
Oh my god, that's the whole point of the fucking eel, bro. The eel lets you levitate. Damn.
Omega stuck is
I
in
made
AO3
a
tank.
ticket.
I'm making one too, just in case.
Oh, I believe that.
This is insane. We're like the cave divers getting stuck in it.
Yeah.
Need like a harmonica to pass the time. Help! Help me!
Cave divers, dude, like the putty cave.
Yeah, the nutty putty cave. Sean Jones? No!
Walk out that opening and there's a way up.
Okay.
Okay, walk out the opening.
See. Lisa Nalgaib will guide us.
What?
Lisa Nalgaib? No Dune heads here? Oh, that's a shame.
how have you guys not seen fucking Dune, bro?
He's on me. Oh. I'm alright.
Here.
Dune reference? I mean, bro, that is literally like saying Avengers Assemble. Like, not exactly deep cut when you say Lizon Al Gaib.
Appreciate
Oh,
that.
they're spitting fire. They're spitting fire.
What?
It's this way. It's this way. Oh my god. It's this way.
Oh, it's this way. Are you serious? No, are you serious?
Are you serious right now?
It can't,
Salvation.
It can't possibly be that. No.
Okay. Ah, Phoenix. Phoenix.
Cheese.
Ow.
W cheese.
I need to eat. I'm half health. I'm half.
I'm half health. I'm reading no cinderfish.
Uh-oh.
I don't really know how, but we managed to make it out in one piece. The shift in the infection had triggered massive tentacles to emerge by nearby waters. And a comical amount of phoenixes to spawn too. Thankfully, it wasn't anything a bit of bobbing and weaving couldn't solve. Deciding that we fulfilled our quota of being stuck in a cave for one day, we started the long journey home.
Wait, Agent is calling me. Yo! I'm watching a Minecraft video. It's called "Can I Survive Minecraft Civilization Event by Only Fishing?" What about you? What are you doing? Ooh, I can't today. I got a sponsor. I literally went live for 2 hours of doing some random shit, and then I was gonna force all my viewers to watch a sponsor get paid. Gran Turismo. No. I'm actually dead ass playing the game. I was supposed to react to the race, but I was sick that day. Yeah, I'm scared of you if I'm being honest, but I'm also proud of you. You're getting good at racing, bro. No, man, you're becoming a little bit of a problem. I mean, you're probably going up against good people too. Like, who are you racing against? Oh, okay. All right, never mind. That's not that impressive anymore. I don't even think Ron has his license in real life. That's a car. That's a car, and it's made by Toyota. Fuck. God damn it, bro. Alright, no worries. Alright, well, I'll text you too about maybe racing this week. Alright, man. Appreciate you. Bye. I did not know a GT3 RS. Ray, Asian boy, come out and play. Ray, Ray, you can't. Ray, I thought you were doing this thing this year where you weren't speaking in a way that could be interpreted very gaily. And you said, "Daddy, please come out and play." Is almost exclusively reserved for gay conversation or a child speaking to a father. I can say gaily. I was gaily. He spoke gaily. Ray, I'll come out and play, but not today. Ray, also, I'm gonna message you about basketball, the sport. He's gone. He already left. He doesn't have the attention span. I'm 30. He said yes! Okay, no, he said okay. Not close enough. Alright, chat. We gotta wrap this up. We gotta finish this video. Damn, I'm pausing so much. Holy shit, I'm pausing so much. How long have I been watching this? Alright, let's tap in.
It is very funny that, like, there's major political events going on right now, and we're just stuck in a stupid cave.
Stuck in a cave.
Genuinely, we were stuck in there for almost an hour.
God.
One guy just left us, dude. I think we left him.
It's like, I can't deal with these guys anymore.
I gotta say, like, I mean, I think his shots are beautiful, but his music choice is also, like, really nice. Even though, I mean, a lot of it's obviously Breath of the Wild, but, like, the timing of when he uses the song is really nice. I think there's also a nice mixture of his dedication to his bit, but also his, like, monotone flatness.
We're all gonna die, we're all gonna die, we're all gonna die, we're all gonna die. See, they don't know any better.
Beginning, I herald your end.
Alright, fellas, I'm gonna come back to the Emerald Coast here, but for your troubles
Bless
here,
you.
Take those two. Yeah, of course.
Thank you.
Appreciate the safe passage. Yeah, you too, fellas.
I might have actually.
Wow. That was a very generous gift. He just gave up 2 phoenix feathers. I mean, look, to be fair, I think that's a slight overpay. I might give 1, but it's a great gift. It's bad business. And here's where you're wrong. It's actually phenomenal business. It's actually phenomenal business. You give a gift like that, you've created a business relationship that'll last a lifetime.
Have safe travels.
Like I would go as far as to say, if they were to see Death Zamboni die, they might even use one of those feathers to revive him.
Toodles.
Just based off the relationship they formed and the gifts that he gave.
Recap the day. So kids, what did we learn? 1. You might be dumb if you ever attempt cave exploring without an escape plan, but you are definitely stupid if you attempt to cave explore while an infection grows like a malignant tumor on the surface outside.
Agreed.
Oh well, you live and you learn.
I've never thought to myself once in my life, I know this is not like an uncommon thought, but I've never thought to myself once in my life, dude, I want to go caving. Oh my god, I want to squeeze through something that I'm going to feel like a fucking hot dog in. Like I've never felt the desire to do that ever once ever.
Never, ever, ever trust the
Thank you. That's what I'm saying.
Text chat on anything ever. The entire time I was in that cave, I was imagining the circles poor Rose and the others were running in trying to farm honey to save the populace. Which brings me to 3. The infection only affects blocks. I was practically huffing the spores off.
All these guys getting the jab, I go down into the cave and I find out that, first off, this shit it ain't even from Wuhan. Second off, it's from a volcano spreading. Third off, you don't even know what the problem is. They don't even know. You don't even need a mask. Like, this guy's getting down to this guy's a real journalist getting down to it.
The walls back there. If my kidneys hadn't shriveled up to the texture and size of raisins by now, it isn't going to affect me at all. Oh yeah, and phoenixes exist too, I guess. Processing what I went through on day 2 took a while for me. I would absolutely not be alive today if I ended up walking in the right direction towards the volcano. And as much as I loved profiting off of war and trauma, the people of Flowertown had paid me more than enough by granting me safe passage in those caves.
True.
Basty, Snugget, Elle, and Mistvara. I hope I can fish with them again soon, in this life or the next. But now,
Beautiful.
It was back to business. Unfortunately for me, PCSD didn't care about profit margins, and the more time I spent wallowing in regret or whatever, the less money could be made.
True.
The next session had to be game time. After the server closed for the day, I took it upon myself to publish a quick think piece that basically used a whole lot of words to say infection kinda okay, but not bad. Of course it was a case of being fake news in and of itself, but whatever. I felt some distinct character growth here. I started off as a recluse who just wanted to fish a bit and make some money while doing so. But as the days passed, I grew fonder and fonder of the people I found myself surrounded with.
I know, your whole thing was you weren't going to make friendships. Here you are, you're a mushy guy.
Maybe not to the point where I'd put my life on the line for them, but the mutual respect was there. But that's as much as I'll say about that, because the only thing scarier than a phoenix is introspection. On to day 3. As I logged on, something seemed off. Can you spot it?
Yeah, the hue.
That's right. I was eating raw cod for most of my journey home on day 2. How foolish of me. Oh, and the sky was an ominous orange or whatever.
Oh, that's what I was thinking.
Once I made it back home, I unloaded my excess items and took down my gone fishing sign. To help reorient you with the Emerald Coast lifestyle, I'll let the next minute or so play out on their own. Oh, by the way, I came across a, one singular potato in my travels, so we can start growing potatoes.
Yo.
Ooh, nice.
They faces killing me, they don't give a... I lost my trusty boots, which I'm a bit peeved about. I wonder if there's another set in here.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, there are actually.
Beat as hell.
Nice. Booby, this feels like when your families peep over and try to get something from the fridge and hoping you don't get trapped in a combo. Yeah, it feels like that. There've been a lot of moments where I'm like, hey guys, what's up? And it's just, nobody even notices my existence. Which is fine, I don't really care. I'm becoming nomadic these days. This body had a bang potato in it. Who is this guy?
It's not too bad.
Throw yourself into the ocean. ... They get you to they get you down to half heart.
If you don't have any armor, they get you down to 1 half heart, half health, not half heart. Smithing templates?
Yeah.
I don't have any.
I've got this one.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Oh, good, bro.
A random act of kindness. It's time to get mischievous. Wait. Wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a second.
What is that gonna do?
Oh, it's so tempting. Oh, it's so tempting. I feel like I should do this.
Diamond lace leather boots. That's aura. That's kind of sick.
God.
Zamboni?
Sup. Oh, thanks.
Banner?
These guys love
Eventually,
them.
I decided that I
Oh,
would
that's an Emerald Coast sign.
seek out yet another business opportunity, this time at the library. I had overheard it a bit earlier in a conversation between Rose and a guy who vaguely sounded like critical.
Where's the library again?
The library...
0, you said?
Yep, just 0, 0.
I figured they could use the ink sacks I fished up earlier for some books.
Vaguely.
After catching up with Basie for a bit when he stopped by, I armed myself with a spear and a trident. Now, normally I'd do some kind of cinematic travel montage here, but unfortunately in my infinite wisdom I forgot to record a flashback. In fact, I wouldn't even remember to turn it on until like 2 hours into this session. Oh well. As I got closer to the library, the extent of the infection was about to be fully realized.
No, oh my god, cocoon. That's crazy.
Oh, those are the squid tentacles.
Uh-oh. This is not a Zamboni world anymore, I fear. I fell like me with my dripped out Timberlands and my fishing hat. I'm not right for this world, I fear. Oh. Oh well.
Dude, this whole character kind of feels like the cabbage guy from Avatar: The Last Airbender. Like, there's so much going on in the world, and this guy really is just kind of born to just sell cabbages. But he just kind of ends up being caught in the mix of it all.
Yo, what's up?
What's up? No, I'm looking for the library. Is that by these parts?
I think that's what it was.
Oh.
Yeah, I think that building right there.
Interesting. Okay.
I don't think you go there solo, bro.
Oh, thanks, fellas. Appreciate it.
Are you going?
Bye-bye.
Yeah, that sure was a library.
Don't go, bro. It's not a
This
good
is
call.
feeling dangerous.
Yep. I see
This is feeling
I see
dangerous.
4
This is
phoenixes
feeling
on the
dangerous.
screen.
Oh man.
Turn a phoenix is gonna jump
There's some
scare
close calls.
Dude, give it up!
Not my issue. Now it's my issue. Now it's my issue. That was comically close, man. You bastard.
I didn't.
Just staring me down.
Time to go!
Oh, my heart. Oh, my heart. Oh.
Dude,
Cinema.
bro, like, you're not even making it like within a square mile of this place, and you keep trying to get in, and the affection's spreading around it. Like, this is blowing my mind. This is like a Ludwig level of stubbornness and hubris.
Start fishing, bro. Hmm.
Let's just get out of here, bro.
I'm really okay with all this. I'm really okay. If it's really cool with you, I'd really rather I would pass on this opportunity. Methinks. With the library gone, I refocused my expedition to see how the other groups were doing. Remember those 2 people I passed who were planning to make a theater during day 1?
Yeah.
Well, here it is. In a very Thomas Andrews fashion, the builder Eza considered going down with the ship he created. Next was an outpost of sorts. It seemed pretty abandoned to me.
This guy's brain is rotted with memes.
A bit past the mountain was the Phoenix Watch, a semi-walled-off research area which probably stood as a home base for those investigating the ominous vertical shaft down to the cave's bowl.
He's the guy with the fucking glasses tied to his ears, looking at his laptop going, I got the fucking best memes. I'm knocking their socks off with my memes.
Truth be told, though,
I
think
kill
I
him
had
with my
enough
memes.
caving for one event.
Get to Mexico, hey.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I want to associate myself with that, I think. Just keep going. The next leg of my trip found me at the most expansive base yet.
Tuptania. Since the infection has the same properties of Skulk, Tuptania made a huge slab wall as Skulk cannot infect. What is Skulk? Is that like a shulker box? The Warden? I've never made it past the Ender Dragon, I'll be honest.
Wait, Snappy, should we just write it in chat that
Red is on the server right now. What's up?
What's up?
Lore
Trust a
keeper.
fellow named Bacon Pancakes with my lore.
What do you guys?
Thank you.
So you guys were searching for bacon?
I think we're fine for now, though.
Yeah.
So is it about the key?
Alright, quick pause. To explain what's going on here, I'll need to rewind for a second back to day 2. I didn't show it at the time, but within the first 8 minutes of the session, this guy, Bacon Pancakes, had collected the Key of Ocean. How do I know this? It got announced to the entire server. And not 4 minutes later, it was announced that Crestomancy had collected the Key of Nature.
Oh.
Now again, I hear you asking, hey Loopy,
What is the Key of
point
Ocean
these
and
keys?
Nature?
What did they do?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh.
Back to day 3. Colfer here was in charge of the World Research and Defense Collective. They're a group of people who are working on collecting the various tablets scattered around the islands and figuring out how to stop the infection. I was technically a member of this collective too, funnily enough. After posting my disinformation piece, I got invited in. I was more of a lurker anyway, and it's not like anybody here knew me by name. After all, I was just a fisherman. What I understood from this interaction, though, was that there was an initiative in place to unite the key holders, wherever they may be. If it sounds main plot worthy to you, you'd probably be right. Which is why I left, not wanting to get too involved.
Thank you, bro. Like, cause I was worried, man. I was like, we haven't fished in a while. Like, we're losing the plot here. We haven't. Where's the fishing? Where's the fishing? Time to fish. Like, getting a little too Kingdom Hearts on this shit. What do you mean we're united key holders? We don't gotta do all that.
Sticking to the coastline, I saw a pack of players running like Giselles. So majestic. As I neared my next destination, an ominous bell began to toll. I actually don't know where I'm going now, because I'm going away from the flotilla. Actually, no, I'm not. I'm making good time here. Turtle flotilla. Oh yeah, actually, if I just... I thought I died. I'll be honest. I thought that was it for a fellow like me. Fortunately, it was not, but good freaking God. Yeah, I guess my boots did save me. I continued up yet another mountain. These two guys were off from the infection entirely in the form of a sky base. They didn't appear to belong to any one faction, just two dudes building in the sky. After I parted ways with them, I made my way to the next town over.
They got Skypea in this. Dude, there's so many different factions.
One hour, 15 minutes, okay.
They should do a civ where half the island can destroy blocks and the other half can place blocks. Dude, that's a fucking awesome idea. Joe, I'm not gonna lie, you snapped with that idea.
No, that can't
Hello,
be trade.
who are you?
That can't be trade.
Hello.
I think that's...
I'm from the Emerald Coast. I'm just making the rounds.
Okay. Oh,
Yeah.
He wants to come to war with me. The infection isn't outliving that.
Sup.
Okay, where's Shadow? Shadow.
I'm here. But what we could do is we could...
Jesus Christ, is this a guillotine? Oh my God, this is freaking awesome. Get thrown through a loop here because my username for a lot of things is just Loopy now. On Minecraft, like one of the only other distinctions is Death Zamboni, obviously. But the only other username that I've kind of sort of use is Shadow1144 as my Club Penguin username.
Oh.
So every time I hear Shadow, especially over there, it's like, are they talking to me? It's like, no.
Yeah, they have
It's
the
my
deep,
other persona.
the deep
As my
hole.
world tour continued, I would be greeted by a kind of maybe sort of familiar face.
Jesus.
No, not Christianity. I meant the guy climbing with me.
Tree fella.
This is Tree Fella. If you recall, I gave him some food when I visited Queendom on day 2.
Yeah.
Of course, I didn't recognize him from that interaction at all, but nonetheless, I was interested to hear what he'd been up to.
We're making a thing to try and, like a strike force on the keys and on the island to try and kill the Phoenix.
Oh, wow. That's pretty cool.
Luckily, I already lost my whole team before this happened.
Really?
Yeah.
Where do you hail from?
Well, originally I was the leader of the Explorers Guild, and we had like 7 people. We did a sort of merger with the Altar Keepers, except it's a really weird merger because it happened pretty much right around the same time the rest of the Explorers Guild died. 2 of them died from fall damage. No, 3 of them died from fall damage.
Jeez.
In the moon shrine that opened up over there, and then the other 3 died on the island fighting the Phoenix. Technically, I'm the leader now, but it's a leader of a team I don't know. No, I barely survived the volcano island. I had to clutch the up.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. I'm never going back there, that's for sure.
I'm gonna go back there, and either I will avenge my dead teammates, or I will die with them.
This guy's awesome. Man, this guy's awesome, bro. Wait, this guy rules. You know who he reminds me of is Solaire from Dark Souls. And he's the last of his people. And he will fight. And he will die and he will join them in Valhalla.
Retrospect, it's at least a little bit funny to think that while I was fishing for hours on end, Tree was at the volcano island watching his friends die directly in front of him. Different strokes for different folks, I guess.
Yeah.
Soon enough, another player would greet us.
Hola, mi amigo, ¿cómo está? ¿Cómo estás? Es Ham. Cookies. Please have some.
This is Ham. Although this was my first time formally meeting him, I'd actually run into him before, albeit in passing. On my way to the volcano with Flower Town, he was traveling around as a humanitarian. He was initially a farmer for a faction called Gaia, but turned to this life as the infection broke out and subsequently lost his home. His entire bit is giving people cookies as a sign of friendliness. He's a chill dude. He also happens to make content on YouTube too, so I'd recommend checking him out. Tree left to go meet his strike force while Ham tagged along with me back to the coast. Thankfully, my travels had led me in a circle of sorts, so it was hardly any time before we made it home. One of the more interesting parts about the Emerald Coast I didn't really consider until—
Wait, Ham's in chat. What up, Ham? Shout out to you, bro. Congrats on all your cookies.
Till after the fact was the amount of development that happened across the area. Each time I'd leave my shop, almost die a terrible death, and then make my way back home, more and more buildings were being fleshed out. We had a pub, a community home for refugees, and even a huge custom tree. Pretty swag, if you ask me. After discussing a bit about the town's collective goal to stop the infection, Ham and I set out for Flower Town. In case you hadn't noticed by these shots, by the way, I finally remembered to record a flashback. So because of that, here's another travel montage.
Dude, Ham loves giving out cookies, bro. L movement.
You seen this?
Oh, to what? Smiley face. Nice.
I did not see the smiley face. Flower Town.
That's sad stuff.
Hey guys.
Sup, sup.
Oh,
Sup, sup, sup.
Hey.
Cookies.
Okay, so Bacon has a kill ticket on me, but right now they're 4v4, so if we go over there, we're like 3 times their numbers.
Why
Are you guys
do
down?
you have a kill ticket on you?
He has a kill ticket on you. The lore master? The lore master has a kill. What the fuck is the lore master doing with a kill ticket?
What
Crest feels I stole the key from him. I fished up the feather and I used it to unlock the key, but he got the credit because he was closer to the altar when I did it.
Before we go on, Culver, what's the current game plan right now? I'm lost because I'm just farmer.
So,
we're gonna
if you guys are with me, we're gonna head over to where they are so I can use the nature key to unlock a seal.
Who is they?
Dude, Bacon Pancakes is in chat defending himself. He's going, I didn't have a ticket.
Okay, Red Live and 3 of his allies are there, and Bacon and 3 of his allies are there. Bacon and his guys want to kill me, so I would want as many witnesses as possible to prevent this from happening. Bacon just told me bring as few as possible, so I wonder what
Bring as few as possible is crazy.
Bacon, did you message him bring as few as possible? Bacon, did you do that? Did you do that? Did you message him? I'm just asking a question, Bacon. Did you message him bring as few people as possible? Kind of seems threatening to say that, Bacon. Yeah, the trial required a certain number. Okay.
Yeah. What about having a 200 block distance?
I guess I'm going along with this now. Alright.
They have 2 cinder swords? Alright, let's go.
I can go first, act as humanitarian aid so to scout things out.
What I thought would be a reunion.
Dude. I can't. I could not handle an RP server. I'll go first as a humanitarian aid in disguise. Like, they're coming up with CIA level tactics instantly. Like, without a second thought.
Union with Flower Town turned into me being enlisted as a witness to Colfear. I haven't the strangest idea on why I keep getting whisked into situations like this. This is like the third time up until this point that I had the chance to join the main plot of this server, all completely by accident too. This time though, I would be doing what I did best. Observing. As our travels began though, we were quick to discover that the infection was there to follow.
Just ignore the infection. Our old home of Gaia. It's getting completely overrun by the infection. Alright, we might have to fight a few phoenixes.
Just run past them if you
yeah,
can.
just run, yeah.
They spawn.
No boats makes life real hard. Yeah, the Fae are probably lonely at this point. There's no bait.
What is the plan to get there?
Nice shot.
I mean, I'm planning on just having as many witnesses as possible. Because, like, I live in Norway, so the PvP is... I can't PvP.
For a second I thought you were gonna say because you're in Norway you legally can't kill that guy. That's what it sounded like to me.
W joke when the whole group laughs. That feels good.
I can't commit murder either. I'm in Denmark, so...
I mean, who knows, right?
Oh, shit.
When you got the whole group giggling.
Should I mind
Oh, yeah.
I kind of want it.
Lava, watch out. Don't go down there.
I know. Oh, why not?
Somebody translated that already?
Probably.
Are we going down here?
Yeah, I thought we were gonna go down here.
What the fuck's that say?
I'm very scared.
Dude, I am so scared. And
I'm so scared right now.
Dude, I'm so scared right now. I'm so scared, dude.
There's a limit of 7
Brad.
people, so bringing your entire team was exactly what I said not to do.
I'm gonna just watch.
Bacon Pancakes is not fucking happy about this. He is not fucking happy.
From up here, man.
Yes,
What the hell?
We're not fighting the Phoenix right now. No, this is just to unlock the seal. Colfer, over here.
Oh, snap, red life. Yeah, I'm still standing right here. I don't know.
That's what? Dude,
For the lack of a better term, I was a fish out of water here. What was I supposed to do, anyway? I could manage to talk my way into not getting killed by other people, but there wasn't any negotiating with the Phoenix. At least it made sense that Phoenixes would be here anyway, with this being a fire temple and whatnot. As long as I kept my distance, I felt pretty untouchable. Further into the temple led to a large room with a parkour area. This was about as far as I was willing to go. One, because I didn't want to get skill checked in front of a live studio audience, and two, I had the attack power of a wet napkin. I left
I'm
the
confused.
technical boss to the people
It says I have 8 views on YouTube. That makes no sense.
That was a good idea in retrospect, since the limit of 7 people I was hearing
Anyway.
so much about corresponded to the boss area itself. They would absolutely not want me there. And so, with no other options, I waited.
So, Bacon Pancakes needed, what's this guy's name? Kefir? To unlock the room or some shit? I thought they were about to hash some shit out. They're off to fight the Phoenix? He's in chat. Oh, my bad. Cold fear. Brother, it's fucking midnight. Go to bed. Like, what are you yelling at me for? Like, go to bed, bro. It's midnight.
I guess, yeah. It is what it is, man. It's morning though, bro. Idiot.
Damn, bacon!
They're like in a boss fight or something.
They have to be.
Bacon died.
I think just DC'd. Oh,
Sorry.
Red died.
Red, oh my god, we need to leave. This is really bad. We lost our entire
Back to back herpy?
We lost bacon, we lost bread, and we
That's
lost
fire.
basically
that are gathered. I don't know what it said, but it said something in the line along the lines of it was like.
Thorax, you're 33 minutes, right? In through the nose, out through the mouth. That's gonna be fine.
Or something. So any phoenix feathers gathered now are useless.
We have one intact phoenix feather.
Yes, I know we do.
Oh damn.
I don't know if we should even use it though.
Yeah, I want to head over
with the
there.
Grim Goblin mask
I'm
move.
afraid I'll die.
This is my
But I
Lockheed
think I
Martin
might
moment.
just head over there because. Yo, guys! Oh, they're already coming back.
Crestomancy and Llama Boy emerged from the fight, maybe not unscathed, but still alive. Wilfus was part of the 7 who went in.
Bro, he still has no armor, bro. He's lost his head.
Microwave, bread, and bacon would not emerge from the chamber.
Oh.
Gold would be assassinated shortly after, for reasons I didn't know at the time nor care to know, honestly.
Hell yeah.
It felt like I had a camera on me. There they were, the 3 most important people on the server, atop a jungle tree addressing us on the next steps to saving the island. I'd reunite with Ham for a short bit before vaguely following a group back to the main island. They hardly noticed I was falling behind, leaving me to bob and weave a couple of phoenixes by myself. I'd eventually circle all the way back to Tuftania, where a roundtable meeting was being held.
And Microwave just died.
What was red one?
Petite cheese.
Not my social limit today. And just like that, I was on my second lap of exploring.
Oh man, this guy, bro.
Instead of putting myself in
He's so nonchalant, man.
my chat about civilization videos. Being in one of these civilizations as the lens of a content creator, it's interesting to be like, because you don't really see too many videos about like people's own like stories in these kinds of servers.
That's true.
Which I always thought was a bit strange.
Or you see their POV and they're the hero of the story.
You only really see the story.
Yes, finally I can, bro. Holy shit, that took way too long.
Now that I'm here, it makes sense because there's just so much going on. There's so many people.
Only 16? Holy.
Going on. It's like you never know the full story until like you watch somebody like Ish who goes through everything like that. I'm still gonna like, you know, try my hand at like scripting something out of this.
AI generated?
Semi-coherent out of it, but it's interesting.
What do you mean?
I guess, right? It's more interesting.
What?
In my case, be like, this is my story. This is what I was doing this entire time. Like I met this humanitarian cookie guy. I saw a bunch of people die a terrible death in a boss fight. I almost died 10,000 billion times. The only time
Yeah, it's kind of AI. It is AI, I'm not gonna lie. How did you know?
Like I looked up and there was like a group of people who did like a whole Breaking Bad bit in one of those videos. It's kind of synonymous with like my whole messaging and like my Roblox video. Everybody has like their.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie. He's one of the worst businessmen of all time.
Their own personal stories in these games. We may never know it all, but it's fast.
No, it's fake, dude. You called me, man.
Everybody here, all 200 people have their own story, right? The first person who died, the person who's like everybody knows the most, I guess, right?
I think he traded for 2 diamonds and gave up, I don't know, like 4 phoenix feathers?
It's uncanny. What the hell are they doing to my gear, man? That's not even mine, actually. That's very impressive, though.
I need coins so bad. I want to buy stuff and I don't have anything. I'm trying to make it out the hood.
To get back to basics here. Very interesting how everybody has themselves down as home. Yet nobody is actually home.
I kind of want to get roast drag. I don't know.
No way. That fella. He was a.
I just brushed my teeth and I hurt the upper part of my tooth.
Yeah.
Fucking annoying.
Finally, we're back to fucking fishing, bro. It might have been a 30-minute interlude from fishing.
I'm just fishing. Femboy fishing.
Not anymore.
No.
Hypixel is on the side, my attention span is low. I don't really like Subway Surfers, so I'm gonna avoid from doing that. Sorry.
Threat of infection and new discoveries are rising. How will this fisherman keep doing what he loves? Find out next tomorrow on Tropical Island Civilization. And that was day 3. There were a couple of times where the story could have ended up
is
being
that
like
Harpy?
this,
Hello?
but I digress.
Give me this.
I was alive, back
Yes.
doing what I loved.
Yep.
That infection was getting exceptionally evil, though. More and more people were dropping out, including our journalist, Zero. If this infection wasn't stopped, it could mean the end of everything as we knew it.
That was day 3.
Oh, here we go.
As for me, though, I was exactly where I belonged. In fact, I was so comfortable with my position, I decided to leave the server just as it got extended another 15 minutes.
No back to back?
Tomorrow, anyway.
I wonder how long the recording sessions are. They feel kind of long.
In a way, I logged on to find the Emerald Coast exactly as I'd always imagined it. Just me, my fishing rod, and the sea. No more chatty neighbors, no more meetings, no more random acts of kindness. It was everything I wanted FID to be. Just a humble small place situated by the coast.
With no customers.
Deemed disruptive. It was absolutely perfect.
Has he even sold a single fish or anything? I don't think he has, bro.
But why didn't it feel right?
No one's there.
The skies were a deeper orange. Ash descended from the sky. The world was on the verge of ending, and nearly every single person on the server had banded together to rally at the volcano or die trying. In a quiet moment of self-reflection, I thought about how much the core 3 parts of my plan had changed. My business was hardly even a business.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, your business fucking sucks.
The food transaction didn't even net me anything in return. I was surrounded by people who weren't looking for profits, but were instead looking for the survival of their fellow man. Yet here I was expecting some kind of deposit for my troubles. What kind of a person did that make me? I had gone to such lengths to avoid developing any kind of rapport with much of anyone, yet here I was getting nutty-puttied with 4 other dudes and even giving them 2 of the most valuable items on the island for free. I watched Ham and Tree, 2 people who had lost nearly everything they held dear to them, pick themselves back up off the ground.
Why does the villager have a hat?
I watched the people of Tuftania lose
I don't understand.
And again, here
it's a leather hat.
Complacent in their losses, dangling the
and I don't even use a texture pack, so I don't know.
Keys to a baby. I didn't deserve any of this. There was nothing for me at the Emerald Coast anymore, not as long as the infection was still running rampant. Too many people had died protecting the home I had taken for granted. If there was even one person as complacent as me, the life I had grown so accustomed to was going to end. But luckily for me, I still had one more chance to make things right. With that, I got my things together one last time. Maybe it's too late to apologize to Rose for being reclusive. Maybe it's too late to lend Tuftania my last feather. Maybe
dude, I actually think they just thought you were socially inept, not reclusive.
It's too late to be a hero. But this infection was going to end, and I was going to be there for it. I took one last look at the town that had treated me so well, and promised I'd be back by the next sunrise. Holding my breath steady, I passed the infection gates for the final time.
Uh-oh. Another ink. Let's go.
Cute. It's Cofier.
Can I get this to 1 billion today? Before Diana is gone? Who knows, man? I'll try my best.
A massive rally pierced the thick smog of the volcano. The source of the infection lies within this final gate, just a couple blocks from an impromptu shelter. Despite the huge amounts of people here, we were waiting for Cofier to arrive with the 3rd and final key. Once he gets here, we anticipated the gate would open, and we'll get our only shot at survival. With the amount of player activity around me, I felt safe enough to pause my flashback recording. Then came the screams.
Yo, an axe, dude.
My death was greatly exaggerated. Oh wow, okay, Yeah, I see that. There's so many. Jesus Christ, who are we waiting for?
The 3 key holders. I'm pretty sure.
Colfier, you're low key.
What just happened? Is it crashed?
I guess we'll never know.
GG's.
It was just me. I was the only schmuck who got the DC'd. Okay.
Colfier, you're low key throwing right
Schmuck.
now.
Tentacles took over Flower Town, unfortunately.
Oh, really? They got to your arc?
Yeah.
Oh, wow, yeah, we should probably get up there.
They immediately surrounded the arc.
Get in, everybody get in. Everybody get in.
Hey, fellas.
We need Colfier to lock in.
Zamboni, how are you alive?
Pure will, I guess. I'm not really all too sure, honestly.
I just bipped right on the highway.
Shoot.
My
Hey, man.
mangoes. My mangoes.
I don't need it. I don't need it. If I die, I die. If I die, I die. Sorry, man.
6-7 in 2024? Wait, what? I'm confused.
Kill the admin. Kill the admin.
What happened?
I was kidding.
I just bit right on the highway.
Dude, I can't. I could not with these guys. I could not, man.
Showtime gamers.
I just fucked up that Inquis. I forgot I should magic one swap.
I take back what I said. My apologies.
Oh?
Bacon Pancakes is back mystically.
What the Sigma?
You know, they were close to cinema. They were close to cinema, you know what I'm saying? But it's just like, imagine watching Oppenheimer, and then you just, the bomb goes off, and everyone's going, what the Sigma? 6-7, 6-7. I just took my...
Oh, boy. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez.
The shift walk, no?
There is a Phoenix behind you guys, just so you know. There's a Phoenix alright, whatever. Bro thinks he's on the team. This how I get tired.
You guys just...
Your boots! Your diamond lace boots!
Don't worry about it.
Okay, there's a guy with like no armor on following us, bro.
What's up, dude? If I die, I die.
You got that one, bro. I believe in you.
Thanks, bro. Yeah, I got my diamond trim leather boots. That's all I need in this world.
They're gone.
Yeah, you're not wearing them.
They broke! No!
He doesn't know.
My diamond crusted Tims! Don't worry about it, brother. Don't worry about it.
They're long gone, bro.
We made it? Oh, we made it. I'm chill.
Everyone is obsessed with his armor.
It all began to set in. I'd come a long way from where I...
His aura is so deafening that people can't handle being around him without armor. It's making them feel feeble.
I started, both physically and mentally, too. Taking my familiar stance
Aura.
from the action, it wasn't long before the scourge of the volcano revealed itself.
Oh, shit.
This was it. The final battle. The only thing that stood between us and survival was the everlasting inferno. I might have been a long way from home, but this is where I had to be. It wasn't about surviving by only fishing anymore. It was about surviving by joining my fellow man in the great pool of life and death. The only thing I had to do now was to jump in.
What are you about to do?
Yes, nothing, bro.
I feel like he's gonna instantly die.
Get away from me! You wouldn't hit a guy in a straw hat, would you? I'm chill, dude. Don't worry about it.
Hey, I didn't sign up for this.
You're telling me, brother. You're telling me.
This guy's in here with no armor, bro.
Chill, dude. Don't worry about it. Oh my god.
Bacon and Colfier just got murked.
GG's. Kilford died before him.
I'm chill, dude. I'm chill. Don't worry about it. What's up, man? How you doing? I'm alright. I'm alright. Thank you, though.
Fuel 4.
You're gonna get with the fucking fish.
I'm getting back. I don't know about this, man. Second phase! Second phase! Second phase! Second phase! There I was. Somehow, the only guy stupid enough to fight a giant fiery
There he
bird
goes.
from hell without not only
He's
chest
dead.
piece and leggings, but now without any swag too. I thought about all the arcs people had over the last 4 days. Rose, Al, Snugget, Lilfos. This was the culmination of everything they had worked towards. The end of the infection. To preserve the water so that dunderheads like me can spend an exorbitant amount of time fishing. I thought about the people who, up until this point, I somehow outlived. Tree lost his life within the first minute of the fight. Fisher and Bacon passed not long after. Dwarf was next. Red Live. I thought about Ham, who died right outside the gate. Zero in an expedition of their own in pursuit of a top story. Noise, one of the first people I'd met on day one, now gone too. And then I thought about all the times I should have died. A drop from jungle trees, a cave expedition gone wrong, to a misstep in the sand. All the people I'd met along the way had made me nearly untouchable from every source of harm. Perhaps, in a way, this is what the luck stat was. A truly random chance to send me packing at any given moment, only to hit that safe spot every single time. That turned the Flower Town, that path I took outside the people I cowered behind this entire time. Truth be told, luck was the only reason I was alive right now. But you want to know the thing about luck?
It runs out.
Eventually, no matter how hard you try, no matter how much you prepare, it runs out.
No, he's dead.
So, my dear viewer, it's time to answer that question. Could you survive a Minecraft Civilization event by only fishing? Yeah, I think you could. But that was never what this was about, right?
He's dead. He's dead.
That's Zamboni, Nether Warrior, Cheetah Freckles.
It's over for me. It's over for me. It's over. Oh, it's so over. It's so over.
GG's, bro.
Holy smokes. It's so over. It's so over. It's so unbearably over. It's so over.
Close.
We saw our Macy's.
Incoming phase 3. That seems dead to me.
The calamity is fallen, the world is safe for now.
This is a cool world that whoever built this. Damn, bro. World War II had better percentages in war. Hey, Eternity Drift live. That's cool. beautiful. What a beautiful video.
Beautiful.
It's made by Rift Wars? Rift Surf? What is it called, chat? Rift something?
Rift Events.
Rift Events. Is there like a main POV of this event? Or do they run an event without any intention of creating content from it? Interesting. They have a Discord. Wow. Ah, that was a banger vid. I think what's cool about it is it's not about the main character. You know what I mean? I'm almost happy that he died in the end. Like, I think it's a better ending that he died than if he had lived. If he had lived, he really just got carried to a W. It would have been like Bill Trinan on the Dodgers last year at the World Series. Like, did nothing and got the ring regardless. You know, dying is what, in a way, completed the character arc. Going and dying, I should say. Going and dying is what completed the character arc. I wish we saw more feathers be used. I mean, I think that's the point. Like, anytime there was a main quest storyline, the dialogue was, who gives a fuck about that anyway? I'm going to go fishing. You know what I mean? Like,
trick with this one is
Hi, my name is Vince. I've been creating social media content with my family for the last 13 years, but I have been hiding something from my fans since the beginning, and I have not been totally honest with them.
We are going skiing! What's up? What's up? What's up? Hey, yo, what's up, Funnel Cake? Oh, hello! Yo, what's up, FG Teamers? Yo, what's up, Funnel Cake? Yo, what's up, Funnel Cake? What's up, everybody? Y'all ready? Let's go!
All the positive emotions that came from the success, all of the views, the subscribers, the top selling toys in stores, the books, the New York Times bestsellers, the awards that we would
FG Teamers, yo, what's up?
What can I watch?
Yo, guys, we're finally back with another tier list. It's been over a year.
We're doing Cheez-Its. It's time, everyone. Everyone gather around. We're doing Cheez-Its.
Okay,
We got white cheddar.
Okay, we get it. By the way, there's a new champion collab coming out. This is the cotton candy color, and this is the green color. Why is there
back
fuzz
to
off?
English, nice.
Pull the fuzz off. All right, with that being said,
let's get into it.
We have compiled a list of every Cheez-It flavor available in North America. This is 29 flavors of Cheez-Its.
Oh my gosh.
Half of these I never even knew existed. I have no idea what Cheez-It Puffs are. I don't know what that is.
Buddy, we know you bodied a bag of them.
I have never eaten a puff. All right, so we have the list here. 29 Cheez-Its. You have half the pile. I have half the pile.
We split it.
And we'll just go like that.
All right, here we go. First up,
what do we got?
Cheez-Its.
Cheez-It Extra Cheesy.
Never had this. You know what I think this is like? A flavored blasted goldfish. I think that's what this is like. Extra cheesy.
Okay, so right away, what I'm
Powdered,
noticing,
powdered.
these are powdered, not like the normal
That's
Cheez-Its.
why I think it's like a flavored blasted goldfish.
Here we go.
Ready?
The first.
Yo, what does it taste like?
It tastes like the white cheddar.
It does taste like the white cheddar.
It does. I don't know if like I'm just hungry. It's the first one. I don't know, bro. To me, that's a fucking A.
It's at least A.
That's an A, bro. Now I don't know if by the 29th Cheez-It we're not gonna feel like this, but right now that's a solid A for me.
Yeah,
I wouldn't put it S because I know that there's better Cheez-Its, but that is goddamn fucking good.
Honestly, we should put a B.
You literally ate like 10 of them. We're like, oh my god.
I ate 4. I think we should put a B because, dude, we don't know. But there needs to be a baseline, bro. No, keep it A. Keep it A.
We can move it if we have to move it. We can move it. All right, I'm randomly grabbing one. Next up,
extra crunchy.
Extra crunchy? Oh, dude, powder.
Powder?
Yeah, there's powder on these. Extra crunchy cheese.
What the fuck is that? Oh god, this one's fucking nasty.
No, yeah, this is not. Okay, so the flavor is different than the other one. It's a different powder.
What is this, bro? Oh wait, it's extra crunchy bold cheddar edition.
So it's got the bold cheddar, whatever the shit on it. Dude, that's a C for me. I'm not gonna go D right because they're not disgusting, but
that's worse than a B. Yeah, it's a C.
It's a C, bro. It's like all right. It's not great, bro.
Chad, if you're gonna have a Cheez-It, bro, this is not the one.
This is not the one.
But it's bearable. This is the only thing. Like
this flavor, this bold cheddar powder on it, it's not.
No, that shit is not it.
It's not it. It's not it. It's not it.
Ew. This is like,
oh my god,
so many people's favorite.
Open them up. Open them up.
I'm not gonna lie. I've had these before. I'll have to try them again.
Guys,
I don't get the hype, bro.
This is, I'm not even kidding when I say this, not just Cheez-Its, this might be in my top 3 snack all time. An extra toasted Cheez-It, bro.
Oh my god, look at this one.
Yeah, that's how toasted it was.
Holy fuck, they fried this bitch.
Extra toasted. It's not the classic Cheez-It flavor. It's just a little extra toasty, bro.
Are we gonna sit here and act like this is better than extra cheesy? We're gonna sit here and act like that? Dude, bro, no, bro.
This is better than extra cheesy.
No.
Jake.
Dude.
Then I'll put extra cheese on. This is minimum A, Jake. Minimum.
Yeah. I don't think it's better. That's what I'm saying. I don't think that's S and extra cheesy A.
Dude, it's not as good as I remember.
No, they're not. That's what I keep trying to say.
Where's the salt? There's no salt on them.
Dude,
they changed them? I haven't had this in a minute.
I'm just saying, bro. Bad batch. Okay, now we're blaming batches.
Dude, honestly, I remember these. Maybe they changed them.
No, they've never been good, bro.
I remember these being a lot better, bro. Dude, honestly, basing it off of this right now, because I don't know if they changed it. I don't know. Oh, based off of this, bro, I'm going B on the toasty, bro.
Me too.
I can't even put it up. I can't. I don't even want to move these. I can't
Dude,
go
eating
A.
extra cheesy made me understand how good it could be.
That's such a shame, bro. I don't know. Hey, if
wait, there's a flavored extra toasty though.
Damn, bro, extra toasty, you fucking let me down, bro. You let me down. All right, next up. All right, we got the first duos.
Man.
I think there's like 3 or 4
I need
duos.
voters batch, and then I need
bacon and cheddar. Why, if you're at the Cheez-It aisle, would you choose this over other Cheez-Its?
I guess we're gonna find out. Bacon flavored chips or crackers or anything is disgusting.
Has anyone eaten this?
Because it's just smoky.
Wait, they're so good. These are good. Hold up.
Are we not knowing?
Now, when we take this bite, we gotta get both. We gotta get both.
So, Chad, have you
Wait,
ever
dude,
seen the duos?
I'm like scared to smell it. It might
It
be
has
disgusting.
2 different Cheez-Its literally in the bag.
Smell it. I want to see your reaction.
Yeah.
32 minutes.
It smells like Tino's dog food. It smells like Tino's
It smells
dog
like
food.
bacon strips, bro.
It smells like Tino's dog food, bro. All right, here we go. Bacon and cheddar. No.
Ew, bro.
Fuck no.
Oh, dude, that is disgusting, bro.
F is fuck, bro. That's a
Yo, that's
fucking
actually
F.
disgusting.
That's a fucking F. Dude, never eat those. Don't eat those, bro. Do not eat those. That's dog food, bro.
Bro, that was actually
That's
disgusting.
dog food.
That actually was disgusting, bro.
Yo, whoever just said those are actually good, you're getting fucking banned, bro.
Mods, find him.
All right, here we go.
Jalapeno Jack.
So we told you guys, there's normal Cheez-Its, there's snapped, there's puffed, grooves, there's the duos. This is a snap.
I don't really, there's not really, it's just like a, there's not much of a flavor.
Jalapeno flavored things are hit or miss for me. The best jalapeno thing I could think of is the jalapeno cheddar Cheetos. Anything else, jalapeno, like, there's certain chips that's like a jalapeno chip, but it doesn't taste really good. The kettle, have you had the kettle jalapeno,
Yeah, the jalapeno
chip?
kettle cookie,
That's
yeah.
a good one. This one to me, this is a miss for me. This is like a C.
I think it's a C.
This is a C, yeah. It's not.
Because the base flavor of the snap was good, like the actual cracker.
And the consistency of it is nice.
That shit, the flavor just was, there was nothing.
The flavor on that one was not good. Yeah, that was like, that's like a, it wasn't great. But the actual chip was good, like it was nice. Cheez-It Grooves.
I don't know if I've ever had this.
Zesty Cheddar Ranch. You never had this?
I do like
Zesty?
Dude, Cheez-It Grooves, Zesty Cheddar Ranch. I don't know if this is the groove that I like. Cause there's grooves that I've gotten that I really like them, but I don't know which flavor it is. Cheez-It grooves have like these grooves in it, and they're just different from the actual Cheez-It. Cheers.
Ooh,
Immediately you get like flavor on like one half of it in the crunch, bro. Let me see if you hear the crunch.
Damn.
The crunch is crazy on that, bro. As far as the cheeses are done, that's my favorite one so far. I think that might be S, bro. Again, I don't know if there's better grooves, but dude, that is the best one we've had so far.
The flavor's too muted, bro, for it to be S, bro. It's not
muted.
It tastes good, but it's not like busting. Like it's not like.
Compare that to these other things that we've had, bro. Compare it, bro.
Yeah, bro. Extra cheesy is the fucking standard right now, bro. This is not better than extra cheesy, bro. I'm sorry. I think it is A though.
Okay, just because there's other grooves, I'll put it A. But I don't know.
I said it's not busting out the seam.
Next up, what is it? Okay, chat.
Dude.
This is actually a new flavor. This is new. We've never had this, right? Buffalo wing Cheez-It. This is new. This is low-key what kind of made us do this. Was that we saw like, yo, what the fuck? And then we saw the flavors. Go ahead, bro.
This is I think this is literally the newest flavor.
Now with me, chat, I don't know about you. Most buffalo flavored chips and snacks are really fucking good to me. Here we go. Buffalo wing Cheez-Its.
It does taste like buffalo. There's not a whole lot there for me though. Dude, the buffalo, it does taste like a buffalo wing though. I'm not gonna lie. Damn.
Okay, these are all right. I would put them in B, I think.
I agree.
Yeah, I would go B. They're more flavor than the C ones. I would go B on them. They're all right. They're all right.
They're spicy. They're actually spicy.
They're a little hot. The buffalo flavor is not that strong. Like it's not that great. So I'll go B on that. This is the perfect one to go with this. Hot and spicy.
Okay, backstory. I know I gave the backstory for the video. Okay, these used to be called Tabascos. Like collaboration with Tabasco.
Wait, are you sure?
They lost the license and then it turned to hot and spicy, and then they changed the actual flavor of it.
Wait, but I always remember there being a hot and spicy Cheez-It.
It was called hot and spicy Tabasco.
Okay, these I remember being fucking amazing.
They were good.
Well, hold on, bro. Let me be the fucking judge of this. Because, dude, we just tried, it's a supposed hot one, the buffalo one. Now let's try this one, dude. Okay, immediately, hella flavor on these.
Yeah,
like powder.
Smell that.
Yeah, hella powder.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie, I love these, bro.
Let's go. Hot and spicy. God! Yes! Jake!
I just bought this wrecked Nissan GTR, which we think has been a victim to insurance fraud. But despite that, I think I can rebuild and fix this car within 24 hours. And this time, and being
Let's see this
24
then.
hours. I'm not going to be leaving my workshop for a full 24 hours. 9 hours left. In attempt to rebuild a car I've never worked on before. I can see oil. I'm not going to cross this line unless I need to test drive the car.
How is it a 2-hour video for 24 hours? That's
Why?
insane.
When I saw this car at the salvage auction, it looked like there was minimum damage. An easy repair. But there's one serious and expensive fault which I think is the reason this GTR ended up at the salvage yard.
Oh.
A transmission fault.
Transmissions.
The transmission.
In the early Nissan GTRs, the transmissions are prone to failure.
Yep, Nissan GTR, a piece of junk.
And with Nissan refusing to sell any parts
What?
of the transmission separately, you're almost forced to buy a brand new one, which could cost thousands.
That's so stupid.
But what are the chances that it has a bad transmission on the day that it crashes? Seems unlikely, and that's the risk I was willing to take. One more.
Oh.
Now at this point the bids have already exceeded what I thought it was going to go to. So if this car needs a transmission, it would be a huge loss. But I was still going to go for it.
13 quick.
And just when I thought I was outbidded and I was on my max bid, my cameraman decided to bid £750 more.
750 more is not a problem.
Uh-oh.
And it looks like
Yo,
that's
6-7?
it. I now owned a Nissan GTR, known for being the supercar killer. One of the most tunable cars I know of, which brings such great value for money. And here's mine.
The best of the future riders is.
What's happened there then?
I
got a GTR. This is one of them cars that I've always loved, but never actually committed to buying one.
So does it start up? Yeah. Oh, there. It's in the middle. There's something wrong with the brakes.
Yeah, they're very spongy.
Yeah. There's no brakes. Oh, I think they must have jumped it. Look at that.
old
Japanese
school.
lightweight.
First impressions, it seems all good, but the battery is flat and there's a problem with the brakes. So now we're going to attach the battery pack to the battery to see if we can get this thing started up.
Yeah, there we go. Let's start it up. Apparently a transmission fault, but have we got a bargain? Let's hear it roar. We want to hear Godzilla roar. It's really smelly in here.
It starts.
Quite smooth.
Well smooth.
The engine runs, which is a good start. But how about the gearbox?
It's a bit worrying, isn't it? What's going on down there?
Ooh.
I don't know if that's normal. Like the brake pedal, look. I'm all the way to the floor. There's something wrong with the brakes.
The brake issue is strange, but so far the gearbox seems okay, and it actually selected gears.
Goes into reverse. Neutral. First gear.
So what's wrong with the gearbox?
I don't know. I guess we'll find out.
And we did find out. At this moment I wasn't ready to work on the car, so we left it on the trailer and the next day come back to it, where all of the issues began to start.
Uh-oh.
I think plan is, let's get it off the trailer and we need to test. If this gearbox is fine, then we've got a bargain. Okay. I still don't know why there's no brakes. There's literally... It goes all the way to the floor.
And then it was the start of the transmission fault.
Uh-oh.
So we've got transmission fault, flashing on the dash, engine management light, no traction control, but again, all of this could just be because of the low battery.
Oh.
Despite the transmission fault and the rest of
He's
the faults
driving.
on the dash, the GTR still managed to select a gear and roll off by itself, which is good news.
Have you seen this? Have you seen this? What's really cool? You'll like this.
What?
How good's that?
The dash moves with the steering
The dash,
wheel.
so you can move the steering wheel down, and it doesn't obstruct your view of the dash. You can move it down. I can still see the dash. Move it up. Why is that not a thing in all cars? That's really
crazy.
cool.
I think we've got a really good GTR here, and it's quite rare to see an unmodified one. It's just that transmission fault which is worrying me. But maybe if I took this car for a drive, it may clear all the faults. That was my next step.
Right, check this out. Auto will not go into manual. Stays in auto. Right, let's see if we'll clear any faults whilst if we take it.
It's like the C63. Oh yeah. No.
Oh, yeah, this is not good. Or, ready? Foot flat to the floor.
Oh my days. It's fucking humping.
Would that be solenoid? Oh I think there's an issue, which means it might not be as much of a bargain as we thought.
These GTR gearboxes kind of work like a manual gearbox, but instead of using a gear lever in the car to select the gear, you press the paddle behind the steering wheel, and it then uses these oil-pressured solenoids which slide in and out to select the gear. But if one of these solenoids becomes jammed, or there's a problem with the electrics, then of course you're going to get faults.
There's demonstration, so it's in auto, from standstill, foot flat to the floor, and you would expect it to get off, because GTR drag race videos, I've seen loads of them on the interwebs. Ready?
Let's
3,
see it.
2, 1.
Let's see it fly.
That was an improvement.
But it definitely wasn't right. It seems we have a problem.
I like 20 horsepower.
Now swaying towards this is an insurance job.
100%. Definitely. How is it that the gearbox goes at the same time that you get crashed into?
Yeah, I know, that's what doesn't make sense. Yeah, why?
Oh, my gearbox went and then conveniently
and then someone crashed. Yeah,
oh,
yeah. What a convenience! Now I've got a payout from the insurance.
That just never. That wouldn't happen.
It just like it would be so convenient for that to happen, wouldn't it? Like if the gearbox went and then you rang Nissan and you said, "Hey mate, my gearbox gone. How much?" They would go, "Oh, 30 grand for a gearbox plus labour." I'd be like, oh no. And then the next day someone crashes into it and you go, oh no, someone's crashed into my GTR, I'm going to have to get my payout for the car.
Can't believe
It'd be so unfortunate.
Oh, yeah.
I do like GTRs, but...
What, you actually like it?
Yeah, I wasn't saying I like this one. I like GTRs, but this is the older shape, isn't it?
It's not even that much difference.
I notice it.
One theory, look, about only thing non-modified. This is a 7 Valley Motorsport keyring on the GTR, which is a...
I've watched this build, I think.
Now I'm sitting in probably the biggest risk I have ever taken. It was literally only around 3 years ago where I decided to rebuild my first sort of crash damaged car, which was Hannah's Audi TT. And as the channel's grown, so has my confidence. You guys know I'm literally no mechanic. I'm learning as I go along, as most people do. But this one is really gonna push my abilities.
Uh-oh. Is it very bad?
Now, I already know what you're thinking. I get it every single time I buy a new car.
Why don't you finish all your other cars before you buy a new one?
Well, I'm not making excuses, but
let me explain. The C63 is pretty much ready for paint, so that means it will sit in a body shop. It's pretty much the same story with the Range Rover. It also looks like the same story for the E46 M3, and I can't finish the GT86 until the Range Rover's on the road because that will tow the GT86. Can I just say that that is a terrible excuse for buying another car? I guess you're right, but turns out I just like cars. This is, or was, a 2019 Aston Martin Vantage. It's beautiful.
That's fire, bro.
Well, it's beautiful if you squint. As you can see, it's had a small front end knock, and well, I'm no genius, but the chassis seems to have moved in that direction. But as Aston Martin Vantages go, this was really cheap. Well, at least I think. The cheapest Aston Martin for sale in the UK right now is pretty much £90,000.
Damn.
That one is a complete Aston Martin though. This one was cheap for, well, quite obvious reasons. With the front end looking like this, with no headlights, damaged bonnet, and the chassis legs looking like this, it's categorised as a Category S, which means structural damage. But as you guys probably know by now from watching the channel, Category S cars can be put back on the road safely as long as they have an MOT test. Now before I tell you how much I bought it for and what's exactly wrong with it, let me show you around it a bit. Now underneath here is a 4-litre twin turbocharged V8 with 503 bhp. Look at those two turbos sitting nicely on top of the engine. Someone like me should definitely not own a car like this. It's got 19-inch super lightweight alloys, 6-pot brake calipers. It's British made.
Wow.
The doors open upwards. 2 keys, which is rare on a crash damaged car. The battery is completely flat, but it's got 14,000 miles on the clock. The rear end is kind of undamaged, and it looks so sick with this kind of ducktail spoiler. For a 2-seater coupe, it has really good boot space. And there's even room at the back here to put even more bags. The luxury of luggage storage. All the leather on the car feels amazing and really good quality. We've got carbon here and sort of like race-style grab handles on the door cards. It's rear-wheel drive. It does 0 to 60 in 3.6 seconds, a top speed of 195 miles an hour, and I still can't believe I bought one. There's one problem.
Oh, that was runic. Oh, I'm done.
It doesn't start. Now, I really cannot thank all you guys enough for giving me so much support throughout all these videos and this whole journey, and this wouldn't have even been possible without all of you watching. And after finishing off the 140i build, I wanted to push the content and myself to the next level, as I always try to. Okay, now we have the story of the car and all the sort of boring stuff out the way. We can get cracking on with trying to get this thing started and find out what's actually damaged.
It's another day to live another fairy tale.
So let me start off by saying there is absolutely nothing online about this car which is going to help me in the slightest when repairing it. Now, a lot of the time when I get stuck on something, a quick Google or quick YouTube on how to do it normally solves the case, but with this, it's just not going to happen. Now, although there isn't much online about Aston Martins, there is a lot online about C63s. Now, why would that help me, you ask? Well, take a look at this. Although this car's had a final inspection by this chap here who works for Aston Martin, the engine and a lot of the stuff in this car was actually built by Mercedes. This is the same engine as the newer C63. So that means this car is absolutely flooded with, well, Mercedes part numbers and logos. And this is the Aston Martin key, but underneath the covering, it looks a little bit like this, which kind of looks a little bit like that. Pretty similar. Now, like my C63 and a lot of other cars that I've had, it does have a pyrotechnics fuse, which is here. And when the airbag's deployed, just like in this car, well, that fuse tends to blow just for safety reasons. And when the chap told me even with the jumper pack on it didn't start, well, that was my first thought. And that fuse is actually isolating that black cable, which tends to run directly to the starter motor. And I can see that the fuse is damaged because you can see here it's broken in the middle. So as I've previously done before, I've switched over the black cable over to the red cable, which constantly gets power, and then it should be able to start. Now, jumping that connection is exactly what I did when we went to go and collect the car to get it on the trailer, but still no luck. We get the ignition lights, but the car won't even crank. And because the car doesn't start, that means we can't get it out of park. So you're probably thinking, well, how the hell did we get it on a trailer? So shout out to Mark
rolling it? I don't know.
For the car. I've put his link in the description box below.
Ooh.
But we did, as a team, manage to get this car on the trailer and get it back to Leicester. And Hannah seems to have taken a liking to it already. Now, as we couldn't get it out of park, so the rear wheels were locked up, these trays from Starbucks became super handy. We actually wedged them underneath the back wheels and then used the winch to drag it up onto the trailer. But getting it onto the pickup wasn't too hard. Getting it off, a different story. The only way we was going to get this car off is if we could get it into neutral. So I called Aston Martin, who are really helpful.
Take that out of there and put it in there. It should put it in neutral. Don't know how that works.
So the guy that I spoke to at Aston Martin Nottingham actually went to the workshop to show me photos of what screw I should undo and then where to put it afterwards. So I went underneath the Aston, located the gearbox and then removed this Allen head screw and popped it into a different hole. It showed on the dashboard a parking lock fault, which sure enough meant that the car was stuck in neutral, so then we could roll it off the trailer. Now, as you can see, there's some pretty bad suspension damage to the front driver's side, so Mark was having to kick the wheel to keep it straight, as I had no control over that side of the car. But sure enough, we did it, and it was off and onto the ground. So still to the day, the car has sat here and not moved because we can't get it started, and it's just became a very expensive ornament. So since getting it on the ground, I did pop that Allen key screw back into the correct position to put the car back into park because I thought that it wouldn't start if the car was in neutral. Then I went ahead and started checking all the fuses on the car to make sure nothing had blown. From the positive wire on the battery here, I can see all of these cables have got power to them. And they just power all the electrics of the car. It's that black cable that's sending power to the starter motor.
Oh my god, please.
Now I found this in the middle, which is like a Vodafone tracker, which, again, I don't know whether they could actually immobilize the car. I mean, they possibly could. It's probably worth giving these a phone call. Or the only other option I can think of is that it's got one of those ghost immobilizers on, which requires you to put like a special code in to start the car just because it prevents it being stolen. And there's no real way of me being able to find out whether it's got one of them on unless I got in contact with the previous owner. So if you're watching and you know the previous owner, let me know in the comment section, or please just drop me an email. So when you actually try and start the car, this is what happens. The car does have keyless start, but just to eliminate any problems with the keyless start, I'm popping the key into the ignition, which is actually in the center console. My foot is firmly on the brake, but when I turn the key, the ignition lights come on the dash, but nothing happens at all. Not even one crank of the starter. So I resorted to the Autel diagnostic tool. When the car was on the trailer and when I went to look at the car, I did plug in my diagnostic tool, but I was just getting communication faults between the OBD and the ECU. So maybe my
fucked myself. That took so much time.
With the Aston Martin, but I was hoping that the Autel would be.
That's fine because I just got English.
I'm trying now, and it just won't read any codes from the ECU. There's no communication from the OBD port to the ECU. All of this just got me worrying. Did the guy say it to me after buying it from auction and then found out that the engine is gone or there's a problem with the ECU? So I just wanted to check the connections to the ECU first. Now the loom which goes to the ECU runs all the way down here, and then the ECU is literally just on the side of the engine there, but I can't see any brakes or anything obvious on why there's no communication between the battery and the OBD port to the ECU. The only thing that I can think of is maybe the diagnostic tool is probably too old, or it's not had an update, or you need a special tool to use on Aston Martins. So right now all this damage is kind of the least of my worries. If I can't get this thing started or the ECU is frazzled, then there would literally be no point in repairing it. So I resorted back to the only option and calling back up Aston Martin Nottingham. Yeah, so I'm wondering if you can help. I've got a registration here and I need to get a quote for a lot of the parts that I need as well, and the availability on them. Now, although Aston have been super helpful so far, I found out some interesting things, but they wanted me to bring the car in to check it over, but I didn't tell them it was crash damaged. Now I've checked the oil in this car and it has oil, and underneath it doesn't seem to have any leaks, although there is no coolant in it, but that shouldn't stop it from starting. Now so far Aston Martin have been really helpful, especially the chap telling me how to get the car out of park and into neutral the mechanical way. But there is some stuff that they are pretty strict about. They don't want any Tom, Dick or Harry repairing one of their cars back on the road, especially with it having structural damage. So things like this chassis leg here, which is aluminium, it's actually called a crash can. and that's actually split just down the back there, which is okay because I think further back it is all right, but they're not allowed to actually sell me that because that is part of the safety structure of the car. They are allowed to sell me this, the radiators, bumpers, and that sort of stuff, but anything to do with like the structure or the airbags, they're not allowed to sell me. The only places they are allowed to sell it to are registered Aston Martin repair centres, which quite obviously I'm not. But not to worry, I did suspect that this was going to be an issue before I bought it, and I did check with Aston Martin before I pulled the trigger, but I have a little plan around that. The problem I don't have a plan around with is that it won't start. So this was it. I was left worried and just unsure on what to do. There's probably a good reason that the chap bought it from auction and then resold it back to me on eBay. But then I got thinking back to how similar this Aston was to the Mercedes, which sprung an idea. Now, previously on the diagnostic tool, I've been selecting Aston Martin.
Mercedes like the king of this shit because they have so many ports in every type of car, every supercar.
The new C63S. So the diagnostic tool thinks it's scanning the new C63S, which is basically what engine is in the Aston. And so far, it does seem to be reading. So I've got my fingers crossed for this. Yes, so I think I've hacked the system here. Now I can read all the faults from the car. Literally, this car must have the same ECU as long as the engine as well as a C63S, because I can literally read everything, and this is what I couldn't do before. And the main thing that I think is the issue right here is the ECM. So if I go onto this fault here, and after selecting that, I came up with a screen which sprung a little bit of hope. This fault here said the engine start was blocked because of a crash event, so the starter does not run. And it says here that I should be able to reset this. I'm just hoping that this will work because the Autel thinks it's communicating with a C63. Come on. Not an Aston Martin. I literally have no idea what I'm doing at this point, and I've never done any of this before, and I've never seen this screen before on Autel. So I was just winging it as I go along with it, as I'm sure I'm going to have to do for a lot of this.
Oh, I just messed up. Fuck. Could have been a car.
Started. Turn the ignition off. Ah!
Dun, dun.
And then back on. And then repeat the process. If this works, come on. Nothing. I've got nothing again now. Okay, let's try and reset that crash sensor thing again if we can. But after going on to Autel and then resetting it again, I think we had a breakthrough. We're moving in the right direction. Now we can put the foot on the brake. We get the red light and then listen.
Oh.
We get one kind of half crank and then nothing happens. Now, I can only think that this is because the battery voltage is too low, but looking at here, it is about 11.9 volts, which isn't, well, 12 volts really, but maybe you need 13 volts to start it. I'm not quite sure. We've got a new battery with jumper cables onto the old battery, but perhaps I'm thinking I might need to put the new battery on or use the jumper pack. I'm yet to find out. Okay, so we've gone from new battery to the jumper pack. We've started this all up. We've got Chris for moral support now.
I'm here for good luck.
And
I'm going to close your doors, otherwise it's bad luck.
Well, that's not going to happen on this side, I'm afraid. Okay, so everything is reset. And let's see if we can do this. Okay, start engine. Please.
Yeah, you can hear music. He's definitely getting it.
Okay, I admit it. What I did in the last video wasn't cool, it wasn't funny, and
oh, that was the outro.
Childish. But you can't say it wasn't entertaining. If you missed the video, then it's in the top right-hand corner. But if you didn't, then you know that I risked it all on the most expensive rebuild that I've ever attempted to date. This 2019 Aston Martin Vantage.
Oh, it's on the video.
Oh god, is this going to be one hell of a rebuild, and we've already learned so much. In the last video I explained why I bought the Aston, where I bought it from, and how much I bought it for. And we managed to get it back here with a little bit of help from Aston Martin themselves, but my main concern, despite the damage on the front end, is that I bought this car as a non-runner. I thought the reason why it wouldn't start was to do with the pyro fuse, which is usually the case on a crash damaged car. This fuse normally breaks when the airbags blow out. But I've told you guys that a million times now. Here is the broken pyro fuse, which I jumped the connection from here over to here on. But still, I had no luck. Nothing. Now, we also learned that under the cover of pretty much all of these Aston Martin badges are, well, AMG badges. The engine and a lot of the parts on this car are from a newer C63, which helped me a lot when running the diagnostics on the car. When plugging in the diagnostic tool and running an auto scan, it scanned the car as an Aston Martin, but it didn't seem to get any communication with the ECU. But I manually override that and selected Mercedes C63, which it seemed to like. The diagnostic tool then brought up a fault regarding the crash data and gave me the option to reset it, which of course I tried. And after resetting it and trying to start it, we managed to get 1/2 of a crank. I picked up a jumper pack, connected that to it, and you know what? Roll the clip. We can do this. Okay, start engine. Please. Yeah!
Oh, he left us on one of those.
We're moving and we started resetting it. It is basically a Mercedes. Come on, we've got a running Aston Martin Vantage now, and it sounds sick. What a relief. One running Aston Martin. Oh my god. If only you guys could feel the relief that I felt when this thing started up, and I still feel relieved, but also so excited now this thing is running. Now actually inside the expansion tank there is no coolant, so we can't actually run this for too long. Which means we've got a coolant leak somewhere, which doesn't surprise me because the front contains a lot of radiators, which, well, has taken a fair amount of the hit. Now I've since found that the Aston has 3 driver settings. S for Sport, which is your standard setting. You then have Sport Plus, which opens the exhaust valves, and you also have Track, which I'm not sure what it does, but it changed the look of the dashboard and the exhaust sounds incredible.
Ooh.
V8 and twin turbo madness. The dash is going crazy. It does not want me to rev this. Now that we know the Aston starts, we can deep dive into it and find out what parts that we need and what parts that we can and can't order from Aston Martin. So remember, Aston Martin can't sell us everything unless we're a registered Aston Martin repair centre, which quite obviously we're not. But one thing that we can pick up from any local parts place is a battery for it. So that's the first thing I'm going to be replacing. The battery's in a pretty fiddly place right behind the driver's seat, and you have to remove the fuse box just to get to it. But all in all, it's a pretty easy job. Now, just before I start the car, I wanted to put a little bit of water in there just to see if it held it. But no, it came straight out. So it looks like we're starting this thing without any coolant again. Now the next step is to get the Aston from outside and into the unit so we can begin rebuilding it. And there's only one small issue, and that is that one wheel does not turn with the steering, as you can see here. So I kind of had to improvise. And just before I pulled it into the unit, I noticed this. This sort of clear film which is over the paint here is called paint protection film. So the previous owner obviously looked after it, and it should have protected the paint pretty well. So before I brought it into the unit, I wanted to give it a quick wash with the MA detailing stuff. Right, now we need to figure out how to get this thing in the unit.
Just push it now.
So we've got the Aston just about in the door of the unit. And then we have to give a shout out to Malibu Performance for letting us steal the wheel skates. You can put them underneath the wheel, jack the wheel up, and then just slide the car around. It's as easy as that.
Damn.
Now the Aston's going to be going on the smaller blue ramp because we have the Lamborghini in the big ramp, which is, well, fairly poorly to say the least. But we'll get onto that in a future video. Okay, so finally the Aston is touched home inside the unit and we can begin the
actual rebuild. The one thing that I want to start off with is to figure out why this wheel is, well, not connected to anything. And I have suspicions that maybe there's a broken track rod end in there, but let's get this wheel off and we'll investigate further, and then we can start stripping this car to bits and find out what we need to buy for it. Oh my god. They are so light. This is the lightest wheel, 19-inch wheel I've actually ever felt. It is, oh my days. They've got to cost a fortune. And they're looking good nick as well, so could be onto a winner there. So, as I suspected, we have a broken inner tie rod. The actual track rod end seems okay, and the ball joint seems fine. We just have snapped off the inner tie rod, which is pretty lucky actually, because all the suspension arms look okay, and I can't imagine the suspension arms being cheap. The brake disc looks okay, the brake pads are good, the caliper's good. It looks in really good nick actually, but just the inner tie rod to replace. So I got straight on the phone to the local parts shop to see if they can order an inner tie rod for the Aston Martin. And whilst I waited for them to get back to me, I started stripping apart the rest of the damaged parts on the front. Now during this time they actually gave me a call back to say that they can't get an inner tie rod for an Aston Martin. No one lists them, so it's a main dealer only part. So I had to call Aston Martin.
Thank you for calling Aston Martin Nottingham.
It's a front inner tie rod. It's the driver's side, the F side.
Pretty confident that's not sold separately.
Oh.
So I'll double check for you now. Yeah, so the cap wheel is separate.
Right.
But the rest of that is all the rack, and the rack on one of these is £5,880.13 plus the VAT.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
Right.
Cheers, mate.
Thank you.
Bye. Okay, so we've got a first problem here. So yeah, you heard it right. Aston Martin don't sell an inner tie rod separately. You have to buy the full steering rack. So I went ahead and started removing the inner tie rod just to see if I could see any part numbers that were on there. I was hoping that if I could find a part number, I could maybe compare
Where's the car, bro?
Something that they used on another car. And when I got the inner tie rod off, there was some numbers which were stamped on there. And if these numbers didn't work, I was just going to measure the inner tie rod and see if I could find one similar. But literally, I think after about 5 minutes of Googling that part number, I think we've found one. Just from a quick Google of the little part number that was on this inner tie rod, it seems they use the same inner tie rod. Well, I hope they use the same inner tie rod as a Jaguar XF. So I'm going to call up the parts place now with an XF registration, order an inner tie rod, and then fingers crossed that will work. Can't take my eye off you. So that's one Jaguar XF inner tie rod on order, which costs £16. We just have to wait now to see if it fits. The next step is
a lot cheaper than 5K.
front end, get all the damaged parts off, so we know exactly what next we need to order. Now there's a lot of parts which make up this front end, and I've got a feeling that we might not be able to cross-reference all of them, because a lot of them will just be specifically made for the Aston Martin. But we'll see how we get along. Now it's safe to say we've definitely repaired worse. And if this was an Audi, a Volkswagen or a BMW, this would be a nice, quick and easy job. It's just the fact that it's an Aston Martin, and that's what's going to be the hard part about this whole build. Okay, so I think it looks a lot worse than it actually is, but you can see why these cars actually get written off. Now we are slowly getting there. There's still a lot more damaged parts that need to be taken off, like the arch lining and the bonnet, and there's also a wing that's damaged on the other side as well. But we've slowly started stripping apart the front end. But an accident damage repair centre, if they were going to repair this under like insurance circumstances, they'd have to replace everything like for like OEM. So example, that inner tie rod that we just spoken about, that couldn't be replaced with the Jaguar XF tie rod, although it is exactly the same. Well, we hope it's exactly the same. They'd have to get a steering rack from Aston Martin, which we all know is £5,800 plus VAT, then the labour cost to fit it, and then that's just even the start of things. You've got the rest of this to sort of go on with.
Here is another perfect example here. Remember the pyrotechnics fuse, which at the minute we're bridging this sort of circuit across so we can get it started? Well, this thing is here. Now, if you remember in the first episode, I told you that Aston Martin won't actually sell to the public parts which are to do with safety, like the crash cans on the front and some parts with the airbag. They'll only sell those parts to an Aston Martin registered repair centre, just because they want their cars to be top-notch when they're back on the road and not repaired by, well, someone like me. But I did call them regarding a pyro fuse, but it comes as a whole unit like this. And this thing from Aston Martin is £560. And this is kind of annoying because we don't actually need that full part. We only need this little fuse here. Well, I actually managed to find that full pyro fuse kit on eBay, secondhand, for £289.99, which is still pretty expensive, and we only need that fuse part. But again, we're using our brain here, and on the actual pyrotechnics fuse, the actual part that we need, there is a small part number, and that part number relates to a fuse which is also used on Audi Q5s, Maseratis, BMW 3 Series, 5 Series, 6 Series, 7 Series, and the best bit about it, you can buy it separately off eBay for £27.99. We've just got to hope that all these cross-referenced parts all work, and we won't know that until they turn up. Now, there's a fair few damaged radiators on the Aston Martin. The one in front of the passenger wheel isn't leaking, but it is damaged, and the oil cooler in front of the driver's wheel seems okay, but the rest of the radiators and the aircon rads, well, they seem to have taken a bit of a beating. The main radiator here, which is huge, looks okay, but at the bottom it's actually leaking coolant, so we're gonna have to order one of these. And just to keep track of all the parts and the expenses on this build, I've got myself a blackboard and a special shout out section on the side for people that help me out, like Mallory Performance with the wheel skates and Aston Martin with telling me how to knock the car into neutral without starting it. Now, there's another huge question here, and that is the chassis bent? And if it is, the build is going to get that much more expensive. Now, pretty much most of the chassis on this is aluminium and unboltable, which is why I had a fair amount of confidence in this, but I won't really find out the good or bad news until I remove these front crash cans. And the news is good. Well, it's good so far. So this is what they call a crash can. This is a sort of crumple zone. This bit here is designed to sort of squash up when involved in a front end accident, but I don't think the impact was really that way. It was more of a that way accident, and in this instance it sort of broke away from the weld, but it's a good job it has broke away from the weld, because if that weld held up, then we could be talking a lot more damage than we originally thought. So this is where the crash can bolts to, on that side and on that side, and because it broke away from the weld, I'm thinking that this part should still be in a straight line. If that weld held up, then it could have pushed it all to one side, but you can see there's a lot of brace in here which is all straight. This is an unboltable part as well, and there's no kinks, there's no bends or anything in that. So as far as I can see from my eyes, this is all in a straight line, and all this aluminium sort of subframe is all unboltable, but you're talking like engine out job to change it. But again, I'm no professional and I don't claim to be, so saying that the car's not been knocked out of geometry just by looking at it by eye would be like a silly claim. So it's definitely going to go and have an alignment when everything's all bolted back together, but actually by looking at it, it really doesn't look that bad. I think it's going to be little parts like this broken piece here that's going to end up jumping up and biting me, because we can't cross-reference that to another car, and well, it's an Aston Martin only part because it's only made for this chassis, and well, we all know how Aston Martin prices go. And also from such an amazing response from the last video, which I can't thank all you guys enough for watching the video, liking it and sharing it, and also if you're new here and you've recently subscribed, welcome aboard. The previous owner of the Aston Martin actually reached out to me, and we have the photos from the accident. It's been a long time coming, but oh yes, is it going to be worth it? As we've discovered, finding parts for a 2019 Aston Martin Vantage isn't one of the easiest things in the world. This Vantage came free with a damaged front end, a damaged bonnet, a lot of damaged radiators, which we took off in the last video, a damaged wheel arch lining, and both airbags deployed. But looking on the bright side of things, I bought this car as a non-runner, and we actually managed to get it started without spending, well, pretty much any money. And in the last video, I started stripping apart the front end to find out what's damaged and what isn't damaged, and we found out parts are a little harder to find than we first thought. Take this inner tie rod as an example. When I bought the car, we found that the inner tie rod had completely snapped. The inner tie rod is the part that connects the steering rack to the track rod end, which allows the wheel to steer when turning the steering wheel. Now, nobody else could get an inner tie rod for an Aston Martin, so we had to call Aston Martin directly. They said they wouldn't sell them separately. They only come as a full steering rack, which was around £5,800.
£5,880.13 plus the VAT.
There is no way I'm paying £5,800 just for a steering rack, which I just need the inner tie rod for. So I looked at the steering rack, found a part number on it, which matched to a Jaguar XF inner tie rod. Which brings me to this situation. So this tie rod is off a Jaguar XF, and although it does thread into the steering rack and also it threads into the track rod end, it is just too short to what the actual tie rod off the Aston Martin is. Now this inner tie rod right here is off a Focus ST, and it is the right length, it's just the pitch on the thread is just not quite right. Now this one is off a Mercedes C-Class. This was £14, and this does thread into the track rod end. It is a little bit longer than the Aston Martin one, but we can trim it down, and it does thread into the steering rack-ish. Now this tie rod is all the way into the steering rack, and you can still see a gap between the actual tie rod and the steering rack. And if you look at the passenger side, well, it's completely flush against the steering rack. So the actual steering rack end is just not quite the same. And for me, I'm not willing to take a risk on something so vital as the steering. So on this certain part, I seem to have taken a loss on trying to avoid Aston Martin tax. Or have I? I have been shopping. Look at all the parts that we have here. Now I've got to do a huge shout out for so many of you that have reached out to try and help me find parts for this Aston Martin. And we've had breakers yards, race teams, and even people that used to work for Aston Martin try and help me with this. But most of this stuff here came from Cinetic, who are like a car auction / breakers yard, who are breaking an Aston Martin Vantage. And I managed to grab some of the scraps off it, including the inner tie rod. So a huge shout out to Craig from Cinetic, who reached out and told me about the Aston Martin that they had breaking. And the second-hand tie rod set me back £100. So Cinetic gets added to the blackboard. And you can see here just how close we were of dodging that Aston Martin tax. It was just a tiny bit too short on the Jaguar XF inner tie rod. All that's left to do now is to fit the second-hand inner tie rod to the Aston Martin. And it's just a simple case of screwing it into the steering rack and then screwing it into the track rod end. Now the car will need to have its wheel alignment done afterwards, but just as a rough guess, we're just measuring it with a tape measure for now. Now, although we didn't save loads of money on this inner tie rod, we still managed to save a bit buying it second hand. But with this next part, I think we're about to save a fair bit of money. And that is this part right here, which is the pyrotechnics fuse. Now, this is a fuse which all of you guys know by now, which breaks when the airbags deploy. And you can just see the break in it at the bottom there. Now, from Aston Martin, they want you to buy this whole piece here, which includes the pyrotechnics fuse, and the fuse actually sits between this bit and that bit there. Aston Martin again want around 580 quid for that full pyrotechnics fuse sort of thingamajig. Now I found that full bit that Aston Martin wanted to sell me on eBay exactly the same for around 280 quid, which still seemed a little bit steep for just, well, a pyrotechnics fuse. So I actually looked at the part number on the back of this and found this, which is off a Volvo. Now this pyro fuse off a Volvo cost me $27.99, and it looks pretty much identical to the one that came off the Aston. And I have no reason to believe why it wouldn't work, so let's fit it. So the reason the pyro fuse breaks in the first place when the airbags deploy is in case the accident is that bad that it causes a fire. And the pyro fuse is just there to cut power going directly to the engine. So obviously with that broken, the car won't start up. But we've learned by taking the pyro fuse off and jumping the cable over to the main electrics on the car, we can actually start it. But this isn't really a long-term fix, and it's quite dangerous to keep it like that. So hopefully with this new pyrotechnics fuse, we should be back in action. And this one, which just came off a Volvo, fits quite snug and exactly the same as the Aston Martin one fit. Okay, so that is a new pyro fuse on the car. I'm hoping that it works, but we can't actually test to see if it works or not because, well, we don't have a front end on the car, and starting it, well, it'd just cause havoc. Now, so far, we're not actually doing so bad on the parts side of things. But there is a few things, well, mainly one thing that I still cannot get. It seems to be as rare as anything, and believe me, I've searched everywhere for it. So let me show you the part that is impossible to find. The dashboard. Now, as the passenger airbag has blown, it's ripped a huge hole in the dashboard, and it's also smashed the windscreen as well. Now, this dashboard is impossible to find. And not only have I got to find one, I've also got to find one which is leather and red stitching to match the rest of the interior. Now, there's a company out there that offers a package where they'll replace the driver's side airbag, the passenger side airbag, and they'll also retrim the dashboard for you. And it's around $3,500. The only issue with that is after sending them all the parts, it can take up to 6 weeks for them to refurbish the dashboard, and by then I would have forgot how the whole thing goes back in. So instead, I'm gonna go at this myself, and I'll explain why as I'm taking out this dashboard. This is gonna be one hell of a journey. Now, if this actually works, I could end up saving again a lot of money. So as you guys know, my only option at the minute is to send the dash off to get refurbished with all the airbags, which is £3,500. But I can buy a brand new passenger side airbag from Aston Martin for £400 and a second-hand steering wheel airbag for also £400. Then it's just the case of getting the dashboard repaired. Now, I spoke to a few people and they seem to think that they can repair the dashboard and retrim the leather. Problem is, I've got to get it out first. Now, every other car I've took a dashboard out of, I've always had a new dashboard ready to go in, which makes it a lot easier to remove the dashboard because I can see on the new dashboard where all the bolt holes are which hold it to the actual car. And now, as we don't have that on the Aston Martin, this is going to be really tricky.
I ain't have that many friends, I would do anything just to fit in. Look at me, taking chances, I might have to slow.
There's absolutely nothing online or any help which tells you how to remove this dashboard. So what you're seeing right now is me trying to figure it out as I go along, which is usually the case anyway. But when it's the case with £100,000 worth of car, I'm quite nervous to break anything in the process. And I'm also nervous to remember where everything goes when I put it back together again. Now, the sort of first obstacle is to get the clock spring off and the stalk with the indicators and the wipers on, because there's no way a dashboard is coming out with them on. But I managed to figure that one out myself. The next step is the center console. I've got to remove this so I've got room to pull the dashboard out when I finally get all the bolts out from it. And all the bolts on this center console were completely hidden. They were so hard to find. Don't know what trims are held in by clips and what trims are bolted in. So I was being as careful as I possibly could.
Why do you give me a hug?
Okay, I'll be honest with you guys, I'm absolutely struggling with this. The thing I've got to do is actually get this climate control out and get the fans out, but we can't do that.
I need to charge my microphone.
I've undone every bolt imaginable in this center console and still could not find why it wasn't coming out until now, where I pulled this little sort of like knee brace off here, where there's an electrical connector on the back. This slides off, and the funny thing is with this, if we have a look, there's a Citroen
How many percent does
and
that phone have?
Peugeot badge on the back of this electrical connector. So not only have we got Mercedes, AMG, we've now got Citroen and Peugeot, and
1% battery, nice.
Mercedes side of things. Anyway, behind that, there is that was loose. So that one was loose. Okay, we're blaming Citroen and Peugeot for that one. These are the last two bolts now to take the center console out. But another thing that's questionable is why is there electrical connectors on the side of like knee support things? Oh my god, it's came out. Well, it's moved back in.
Oh my days.
There's going to be a lot of electrical connectors behind this because of that. But I think we only need to move it back. Now, my celebrations were short-lived because I got the center console out. I thought I was on the home straight. but there was still even more to undo. I got the climate control out, the fans out, and also all the computers for the stereo. But no matter how many bolts that I actually undone, the dash still was not coming out. There was like bolts hidden somewhere which were holding it in. Please let there be bolts underneath this. It felt as if the dashboard was being held towards the back of the windscreen. And I was hoping underneath this speaker here, there'll be one big bolt holding it in. But unfortunately, there wasn't. So I resorted to calling Aston Martin. I am in the process of stripping the dash out at the moment. And I've got literally near enough everything out, but I just still can't seem to get the dash from the actual body of the car. It feels like something is bolted towards the windscreen side.
What I do know is that we actually have a special tool to move dashes. Just give me a second, that's pretty hard. That's one of the Texas.
Oh, legend, thank you. So that was not what I wanted to hear. A special tool for removing a dashboard. Is this where I'm going wrong? Hello.
Right, so what I was just chatting to James about is, he's saying the reason why it might be difficult is because when you have to remove the whole dash, it's really heavy. A couple of people even do.
Oh, gee, so even all this like aluminium, like cast aluminium.
Yeah, that's all part of it.
Wow.
It's why we have to for it. But it takes the burden off the weight.
What? That is insane. Okay. Okay, so here's the thing. All signs are leading to that we have to take that full aluminium sort of mechanism out with the dashboard attached to it to get the dashboard out. And there's other news. Now, I've got money on that there is literally only going to be about a handful of people that have ever taken an Aston Martin Vantage 2019 dashboard.
Isn't
A lot
forklifts?
of people that have put one in, but never taken one
Forklifts?
out. But I want to be one of them. So I'm determined to do this rather than taking it to Aston for them to do it, which would be extortionate. And it just seems so stupid that you have to remove this full aluminium frame just to take
It's
out
forklifted, bro.
sort of
Hello?
top skin. It just doesn't make sense. So right now we've got the guys from Screensaver, Nuneaton. Shout out to those guys. They're going to be coming down to remove the windscreen. The windscreen is damaged and will need replacing anyway. But I'm hoping with the windscreen removed, I might be able to see just underneath the dashboard there and see if there's any other way that I could get that thing out without having to take that full aluminium shell out of there. So just to make the guys at Screensaver's job a little bit easier, me and Hannah started removing the damaged bonnet, which has got to be removed anyway. And with that removed, the guys can come in and start attacking the wiper blades and all the plastic shroud which surrounds the windscreen. They then use their special tool which breaks the windscreen seal with this sort of wire, and then after that they can lift the windscreen out to hopefully revealing some sort of easier way of getting the dashboard out. Right, the windscreen is out. Hasn't revealed any bolts, which makes it a little bit easier to remove the dashboard. No. That has literally not helped us one bit. The only good side is that we've got a bit more light to work in there and a bit more room, but there is literally no...
Damn, bro.
Everything sits really flush against it, and I mean, it's not coming out. It is definitely all connected to that aluminium frame. Now, I think we've got two options here. Well, I hope we've got two options here. Now, this part of the dashboard right here, you can see it is all one piece, but the lever is sectioned off into almost two pieces. And the original plan is obviously to fix this part here and retrim it. Now, if this can be done whilst it's in the car, that means we're going to have to get this passenger side airbag out from underneath. If we can do that and it can be retrimmed in the car, that is going to be an absolute winner. And then option two, which I really am dreading, is we have to do what Aston Martin said we have to do and remove all of this aluminium frame and everything and lift the whole dashboard out. And apparently it is really heavy. I'm hoping we don't have to do that.
Let's see then. Let's see.
Not only that, Aston Martin use a dashboard crane to remove the dash,
Yep,
and we definitely
figured.
don't have one of those.
Now with the wheels on, you literally just wouldn't recognise this car as an Aston Martin. The front end is just completely gone, and I don't even know anymore. So far we've found AMG badges, Mercedes badges, Citroen and Peugeot badges,
And I've also managed to fix stuff using Volvo parts.
and that is all on an Aston Martin.
Now this once was the cheapest 2019 Aston Martin Vantage in the UK.
And actually, I can confirm that it still is. If we look at the Aston Martin Blackboard of Truth, we've only
Bro,
spent
please.
£307.99 repairing this thing so far.
But that was until today. Now we did make some progress in the last video. One progress being that all four wheels now point in a straight line.
This is thanks to a brand new second-hand tie rod that we managed to find off an Aston Martin which was being broken for parts.
But the issue we had and still have is the dashboard.
This is the current state of the interior for the Aston Martin, and this is all because we need to replace the dashboard because the passenger side airbag has blown.
Now for someone who's not a mechanic, I've managed to wing it with previous dashboards before, but it seems with the Aston Martin one, you're going to have a bit of skill.
Now, as I've mentioned, I don't have a new dashboard to go into the Aston Martin. What I was going to do is replace the passenger side airbag, get this part repaired, and then re-levered over the top of it.
But to do that, I need to remove the dash.
And this is just not coming out despite the many bolts and electrical connectors that I've undone. And according to Aston Martin, we have to remove this full aluminium frame, and they use a dashboard crane to actually pull this thing out.
So this is definitely not going to be an easy job. As you can see here, here's the special crane that they use at Aston Martin to fit the full dashboard in place. And quite obviously, I don't have one of those in my workshop. So it looks like it's just me versus the dashboard. But I'm hoping we can work our way around that later on in the video. But for now, I want to sort of crack on with the exterior side of things. Now there's still a lot of damaged parts on the front of the Aston Martin that we need to remove before we can start rebuilding the front end of it. Now the Aston has sort of two arch linings. There's an inner carpet lining and then this outer fiberglass lining which actually holds the headlights as well. Now we managed to buy all of this as the old ones are damaged from Synetic with a sort of package deal. But what I'm trying to get to now is not the arch lining. It's actually the bonnet hinge you can see here. In my past experience, I've noticed when a car gets damaged to the bonnet, it sometimes bends the bonnet hinges. And when you fit a new bonnet, it's almost impossible to line up. So I'm not going to risk it with the Aston. And I've actually bought some new bonnet hinges to go along with the new bonnet that we'll need as well. But to access the bonnet hinges, you need to undo this little wing on the side here. But now you can see I can access the bonnet hinge, which also has a lower hydraulic strut on as well, which was quite interesting. And that lower strut is for actually holding the door up when it's open. Now it's onto the passenger side, which seems to be the worst side here. We've got broken brackets on the front, along with broken radiators, arch lining, and who knows what else. And here you can see that passenger side wing, which is just broken off on the top right hand corner. And when I first got the car, I didn't realize that this wing was two separate pieces. So that saves me replacing this whole wing because it's just a separate part. Now maybe from watching my videos, you've got the itch to go out and buy a crash damaged car. Or maybe it's completely put you off buying a crash damaged car. Now before we get onto the cosmetic side of things, we've still got a lot of mechanical side of things to cover, and right here is pretty much the
800 mil,
that we
okay.
managed to grab from Synetic in the last video.
I don't think I can get it in time, man.
Aston Martin is built in
So
sections,
fucked.
and part of the section is missing. And if you remember from the first
I wouldn't
video,
mind
we
selling
picked
it,
up
you
the
know.
car, the whole front end with the crash cans were all bent all over to one side. Now this is what I mean by a crash can. So this sits on front of the chassis right there, and this is supposed to be like a crumple zone for when you're involved in an accident. Now as this crash can is actually part of the structure of the car and it's sort of like a safety feature, Aston Martin won't sell it directly to the public. They will only sell this crash can or crash cans to an Aston Martin registered repair centre. So I've actually been really lucky to be able to grab the crash can here and a crash can there off a Aston Martin which had been broken for parts, because really they're going to be like gold dust. And it is really quite interesting to see how this all bolts together. It is really all in sections. You've got the front section from the crash cans forward, you've then got this section here which holds all the suspension, and then that bolts to this section right here which is the whole chassis, I assume. And the complexity of it doesn't stop there. There is loads of radiators and cooling which go on this Aston Martin, but let me explain that whilst I'm putting it together. Let's do this. So the only radiator or cooler that sort of stayed intact in the accident was this oil cooler just in front of the driver's side wheel. So that's the one thing I'm going to be keeping when swapping over the rest of this front end. Now attached to this front end that we're bolting on now is another radiator in front of the passenger side wheel well. Now yes, there are companies out there that can re-core radiators. So you can basically take your radiator to the repair shop and they'll re-core the center of it. But unfortunately, but not surprisingly, they couldn't do the Aston Martin ones. But lucky enough for me, I've managed to get hold of a full radiator pack, so it's not that much of an issue. So I'm now bolting up the old oil cooler onto the new front end, and there's a lot of other bolts to do up which mount the front end to the rest of the car as well. And with that front part fitted with the crash cans, we can now begin to fit the rest of the radiators. You've got one big main radiator here, which is for the engine coolant to cool the actual engine down. This radiator has the same fittings as a C63, being that it is a C63 engine, so there's no surprise there. And then in front of that radiator goes the aircon condenser, and just in between the main radiator and the aircon condenser is another radiator. I believe that radiator is a separate cooling system used for the charge coolers and the two turbos on this engine. And to top that off, there's another smaller radiator which sits on top of that, which is I think a secondary one for the engine. And not forgetting the one in front of the passenger side wheel, which I believe is for the gearbox to cool that down. Okay, we're making progress now. I've added about half a meter onto the front of the car now, and it just looks so weird and so long, but I guess this is all for sort of like weight distribution. The engine is behind the front wheel, so it's sort of like a front mid-engine car, and then we've got a lot of weight here on the front, but I guess it's all just to balance it all out. But now we have the radiator pack on, and we've got all the bonnet latches as well. Now to put coolant in, as you can imagine, with it being an Aston Martin, it's not just the case of topping it up and letting it run itself. So as I probably mentioned, this expansion tank holds the coolant for the engine coolant, and all these lines go through here, round into this radiator right there, and then through the engine to keep it nice and cool. Now if we're going to top coolant up in that, we can't just pop it in, it needs to be vacuum filled, and I'll explain why we're not doing that just yet. And then we have this expansion tank right here, which is a separate cooling system for the two turbos here, which have got charge coolers there, and also the gearbox, which is located at the back of the car, so you can imagine the long coolant lines which run underneath the car. This also cools the gearbox down as well. So even though that's just a small expansion tank, I can still imagine it taking a lot of coolant, because there's going to be lines running from the front all the way to the back. And again, this is going to have to be vacuum filled to prevent any airlocks, and I'll explain what I mean by that as I mentioned later. Next up, we're onto the bonnet hinges. There's three 10mm bolts holding this onto the frame of the car, and then the hydraulic struts as well. It's a pretty simple job when you can access it, and once you've got that off, on goes the new ones, which look exactly the same as the old ones. But you never know whether they've got the tiniest little bend in, which could really affect the way the bonnet sits. Now we're going on with the arch linings. A lot of you ask, how do I know where everything goes back together, and how do I know what bolts go where? Well, these little postage bags, which are labelled up by myself, seem to help. Although my handwriting isn't the best of things. But I can understand it, so I guess that's all that matters. Finally, we're on with the 2 air boxes and then the cold air intake on the front.
From nothing to something I'll never be. Tycoon and I'm Jay with the thizzle face. I'm nothing my section has ever seen. Run the ice so I'm clutch, I don't need a screen. I'm Curry, I spit it from 30 deep. Do the pin in the pad like a surgery. She the curve and
Now everything is all back on mechanically now. Air boxes are on, radiators are on, and it's time now for all the sort of cosmetic and the body parts. Now everything that I bought up to this point has been from Cinetic.
And the total of those parts being
£2,210. So far, I don't think we're actually doing so bad. I think around £2,500 to get to this stage, although it does still look a mess. But that is until this point right now. So what you're seeing right here is £8,500 worth of front end. Now that may sound expensive, but really when you break all these parts down, it's not actually too bad. And me being me, where there's a chance to upgrade, I've upgraded. So just an example, this badge alone, which sits along the front bumper, is £360 if you bought it separately. I bought this full thing as a sort of package deal, and well, you guys let me know whether I got a good deal or not. Let me show you. So all of this stuff here has came from an Aston Martin race team, and when you've got race team stuff, that means you've got carbon fiber stuff, and I just couldn't help myself but grab extra little bits and bobs to upgrade the Aston Martin whilst I was there. For example, this is a big carbon fiber sort of bonnet vent which is cut out here, which was on a race car. Obviously this thing is not painted because race teams tend to sort of wrap the cars instead of paint it. I don't know, is it lighter? I'm not too sure. We've managed to get a front bumper as well, which is unpainted, the front splitter, and loads more carbon fiber bits like this, which is actually that part on the front wing which we need to replace. And well, now we've got a carbon fiber front wing. Not only that, there's even more stuff in here. Along with all the carbon fiber stuff, I managed to find some carbon fiber wing mirrors which was kicking around the workshop as well. I asked if I could nick that, they said yes. We've also got
that's close to disconnect right there,
including all the parking sensors and the camera. We've got a carbon fiber rear diffuser to match all the rest of the carbon fiber stuff, and then in here are headlights, but we'll get onto them. So although this stuff does seem expensive, when you add it up all together, I think it does come a lot higher than £8,500. But there was one thing that I went a little over the top with. Now they had all of this carbon stuff, but the one thing that they didn't have carbon was this front splitter here, which just was a regular gloss black, and that is such a sort of iconic piece on the Aston Martin. It's like such a standout thing on the front end, and I thought, well, if we've got all the carbon fiber bits, I need a carbon fiber front splitter. But that's where I managed to find this thing here, a carbon fiber front splitter and full grille surround, and this was from astonmartinbits.com or .co.uk. This was really expensive and I didn't want to buy it, but I thought I had to, and this was £1,200.
So with me going on a mass shopping spree and buying carbon parts that I didn't need, it brought the total cost so far to £12,217.99p. But I just can't help myself upgrading parts where they need to be upgraded. They don't really need to be upgraded, really. Well, yes, they do. They do need to be upgraded.
Yeah, they do.
But right now I'm just assembling the front bumper, which includes the front grille and the parking sensors, and of course that carbon fiber front splitter. And I'm pretty sure Aston Martin used a nicer assembly bench than what I did. With that all assembled, I can line it up to the car and just sort of loosely bolt it on. We're not going for anything exact at the moment. And what a difference a front bumper can make. Next up, we're onto the bonnet with those huge vents in them. The vents have like a carbon skin which sits underneath them. Then I've just got to transfer all the locks and the cables and the heat covers off the old bonnet onto the new one.
Oh my god, look at that. What a transformation already. The car is looking kind of complete. Well, more complete. This bonnet is basically the whole front of the car, and it sort of just dominates the front end with this front bumper as well, and then that carbon splitter. I just think this carbon here, and then also matching with the carbon sort of bonnet vents, looks so good, but I just don't think they're going to pop nicely with the black. So perhaps a full colour change for the Aston. I don't know. Now, it's looking so much better already, but there are a few things that will need touching up here and there. So right now, the panel fitment isn't quite Aston Martin spec. Maybe more Range Rover spec. The difference between the bonnet and the bumper is quite big. I definitely don't think you should be able to fit a finger between that gap, but there is adjustments for the bumper underneath here, which allows you to sort of raise that gap up and tighten it all up. But that's something we could do later on. Definitely at the back here, it's not quite right. There's a lip between the bonnet and also the door. We can get that sort of inch perfect as well, and that is why I've left this sort of wing panel off here, because I can still access the bonnet hinge here. So I can undo the bolts of the bonnet hinge, lift that up and get it perfect. But
good shit.
At that stage of sort of perfecting all the lines in it just yet. But I cannot resist showing you guys how good these little carbon wing inserts look. They look so sick. Dun, 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 dun. The easiest wing I've ever fitted, and when this is down, look at that. That is like the V12 Vantage. That has that sort of carbon insert there. That is going to look amazing when we've got the carbon mirrors on as well. It's a carbon overload, but definitely I think the black contrasting against the carbon doesn't work as well as maybe a brighter colour. Okay, here we go. This is always a big moment for the channel. Headlights. Now these are pretty much brand new headlights, and they were included in the £8,500 price that I got all the sort of race parts from the race team from. And second-hand headlights are selling for around £1,500 each. Now I'm pretty sure that Aston Martin race cars don't actually use the stock headlights, hence why they've got brand new ones laying around. They use like a thing which is kind of almost built into the bumper. I'll try and put a picture on the screen now. Now, on every car, we always do seem to have problems with the headlights. And these were the ones that came off, and they're pretty smashed up and damaged. And I actually wasn't going to buy these new ones here, and I'll explain why. Now, we've learned before in the past that if the part number on the headlight, this one ended in BD, and the one that came off the car ends in AD, normally means there's going to be some difference in the headlights. On some cars, they might have spec'd corner assist lights or sometimes high beam assist, and some headlights have them, some headlights don't. But on this Aston Martin, I just couldn't figure it out. And the other thing that I think is probably going to be the main issue, the headlights that this car came off was left-hand drive, and of course we have a right-hand drive car, which means the beam pattern is probably
How is it impossible? Why do you drive on the right, bro? You fucking weirdos, man.
With the computer, we might be able to switch it back over to right-hand drive. I don't know. But with all that in mind, I just couldn't say no with the headlights being included in the price with the rest of that front end. But I'm hoping, worst case, we may be able to make a good set of headlights out of 4 headlights that we have. With the headlights in now, it is looking so good, but it's became a lot more evident that, well, the bumper does need to go up, well, at least a few centimeters, because you can see a gap here. There's still a bolt to go in underneath the headlight, but again, we just want to test that they're working first before we start all like moving around the panels and everything. You can see here, there's quite a big gap between the bonnet and the actual headlight. I assume that that's supposed to sit nice and flush and not look like that, but the black inserts in the headlights match so nicely against this sort of like carbon shark grille almost. Well, the most stupid award
goes to you.
I was just getting really excited to see if these headlights were going to work, and then I realized, well, the inside of the car looks like that, and the battery is disconnected because all the wires are disconnected, so I can't even tell whether those headlights are going to work or not. So it looks like we won't actually know whether those headlights work or not until we've got the dash out and then back in again.
The suspense is going to kill me on this one.
So really, ignoring all the panel lining up and everything like that, the next job is actually to get this dashboard out so we can tackle that passenger side airbag.
Which weirdly brings me on to the reason why I haven't filled the coolant up yet. Now,
Oh.
once again, thanks to DCB Motorsport,
Isn't it
we've had
broken?
an ex-Aston Martin technician come down and sort of show me the ropes on how this dash actually comes out, as he used to assemble them. And the good news is, I'm not actually that far off, but the bad news is,
I've dismantled a lot of things that I didn't need to dismantle.
but Aston Martin are correct. That full aluminium frame does need to be lifted out. There's no other shortcut around it. The whole thing, 50 kg of it, does need to come out of that car.
And the reason I haven't topped up the cooling yet, because the heater matrix pipes, which go from inside the engine bay to the dashboard, if I'm right, run on coolant. And that's the reason why you get hot and cold coming out the fans inside the cabin. Now, they need to be disconnected to allow the dashboard to be removed for some absolute crazy reason. And also the steering column needs to be removed. So if I were to disconnect those two heater matrix pipes, coolant would go everywhere. I'd need to top it up again, and that would cause airlocks and everything like that. So we're gonna tackle that at a later date. I just don't know whether I've got it in me physically or mentally to tackle this job today.
It was only a couple of videos ago
Oh.
where I left the dashboard in the Aston Martin looking in this state.
Now, the reason I've done this is thanks to this little thing right here, and this is the passenger side airbag. And when you have a crash, which this Aston Martin did, and the passenger airbag deploys, it also breaks the dashboard, leaving it like this. And unfortunately for me, this is all one piece. It does not separate like the old Aston Martins used to.
Which in turn means that to replace that passenger side airbag, I've also got to replace the full dashboard. And to replace the full dashboard, I've got to get the thing out. Now, replacing any dashboard is never easy, but we've done it plenty of times before on other crash damaged cars, and it's capable, but it just seems that on this Aston Martin, it is a lot harder.
Now, I've undone every bolt that I could find to try and get this thing loose, even going to the point of removing the windscreen to see if there was any bolts at the back here. And it just seems, even though it does feel quite loose, it just won't come out. It just feels connected at the back along here, but yet still, there is no bolts along here.
So in the end, I was stuck, and I resorted to calling Aston Martin Nottingham themselves and said, why can I not remove this dashboard yet I've undone every bolt I could see? And then they said this.
A special tool to move dashes.
So that is right, this whole aluminium frame which is built to the dashboard, which weighs 50 kg, has all got to come out together with the wiring loom as well. And that is because all of this dashboard is built outside the car and then hoisted in with a sort of crane when they manufacture it.
Now, quite obviously, I don't have a dashboard crane in my unit, but what I do have is belief, and I believe that we still can remove this dashboard ourselves without having to go to Aston Martin. Now, before I start this hell of a job, quite ironically, we do actually need to go to Aston Martin for the next part that we need, so let's go. Now, the part we're collecting from the main dealers was actually cheaper than anywhere else, and that's because I couldn't find it anywhere else. But before we went inside, I was sure to take a look at some of the eye candy outside, like this F1 edition Vantage. And just look at the colour of this Vantage inside the showroom. It's awesome. Of course, I explained to the Aston Martin guys what I was doing.
It all comes out as one.
And before I left, I was sure to get a photo for the Instagram. It's a very rare occasion you see me at main dealers.
We've got the goods, and how nice is everyone in there? They're so helpful. And the good thing is, we've actually found we've got a free service with the car. I think the Aston Martin's
Free
come with
service?
4 free services with the car, not the actual purchaser of the car. So that means when the car's repaired, we get to go back there for free and have a service. The one thing that I'm actually going to save a bit of money on, but I'll show you what we've got in here in a minute.
Yeah,
What's
nice.
in this box
Free service.
is reasonably priced and highly explosive.
It is, of course, a passenger side airbag. Now, this is the part that sits underneath the dashboard, but of course, we need to remove the dashboard to get to it.
And the airbag cost me £486.55p. Now, I've already bought a steering wheel airbag, and this was second hand, and this cost me £400. So with the two
Damn.
airbags, I didn't think it was that badly priced. And that brings the total cost of the build so far to £13,104.54p. And that is including all the extra carbon parts that, of course, I didn't need, but had to buy. So I guess all that's left to do now is for me to get this dashboard out the car. Let's do it. Now, before doing this, I did speak to an Aston Martin tech, and he mentioned that I have to take the doors off because there's a bolt between the door and the chassis of the car that needs to be removed to take the dash out. There's only one electrical connector to the door, and then there's one bolt on the top hinge, one bolt on the bottom hinge, and then there's a hydraulic strut which sits on the hinge to prop the door open. That needs to be removed as well. And I can lift the door off all by myself. A nice and easy job. If only the dash was that easy. Now with the driver's door off, it's time to move to the passenger side door. And you can just see here, the bolt, it is just inside this little cutout here. How crazy is that? Now, if this hasn't put you off buying crash damaged cars already, you have got to be mad. Now, I've undone a lot of things from this center console, which turns out I didn't really need to. The Aston Martin tech mentioned that there was not really much you had to undo from the center console to remove it. You just have to unplug the loom from underneath the carpet here. So, knowing that, I got straight to it. And would you believe it? The Aston Martin tech was right. It did easily just come out by unplugging that loom there. I didn't need to unplug as much as I did. And here it is outside on the unit floor. But the good thing, I can build this outside the car before putting it back in again. Next thing we need to remove is the steering column. This is actually bolted to the dashboard. As you can see here, there's one black bolt just there, one black bolt
Why is
just
this still
there,
inviting
and
me?
two more which are right underneath with two electrical connectors as well. Then it also connects to the rest of the steering column under the car with this UJ connection, and that's clamped together with one bolt. You can see the steering column that's in the car has got splines on it, and they slot into the UJ.
What's wrong with this
Just
guy?
to be safe, I'm going to mark it with a black pen just to make sure I put it back in the exact same position. Although there might be a cutout on the ridge so that you can't put it in any other way. But I'm not going to take that risk this time. And now I can struggle back out the footwell and begin undoing the bolts at the top half of the column. Just two more electrical connectors and then the steering column is removed from the dashboard. Now I noticed when I removed the steering column, there was a sort of hose which goes from the inside of the car to the outside of the car. You can just see the 10mm bolt here. I thought this may be connected to the dashboard as well. So I began to wrestle with that hose and undo those bolts as well. Time to start labeling the postage bags because we're about to begin undoing the bolts for the aluminium frame which holds it to the actual
What's wrong with this guy?
According to that Aston Martin documentary that I watched, there's like 33 bolts which hold it to the car, I believe. So it's just a case of finding every single bolt, not forgetting the ones which are inside the door. Now, if you're new to the channel and you've just came here by watching this video, I'd like to explain that I'm not a mechanic and all of this has been self-taught. So if I manage to get this dashboard out and put it back in, the least you guys can do to show your support is click that subscribe button down below. So we've made some progress, but not quite enough yet. The dashboard now, it does actually move all together. But yet again, still, it seems like there's more stuff at the back which is connecting it. Now there's two more bolts which I've just spotted down here, which could actually be the final bolts, but let's see. Not quite, but I do think I know where the answer is. Now we know when the dashboard comes out, it comes out with pretty much everything attached to the dash, including all the heater blowers and the heater matrix and everything like that. Now for your blowers to blow hot air into the engine, it uses the coolant. And obviously the coolant is warm because it's circulating through the engine. That's why if you start your car in the morning and put the heaters on, they won't be hot because the coolant has not gone up to temperature. So this means in the engine bay, there must be a coolant feed and a coolant return going from the engine into the heater core inside the car. which unluckily for me looks like it's going to be behind this engine. So we're going to take all this bracing off and this heat shield off just to see if we can find those two coolant pipes which go into the actual cabin. And I've also noticed that just here there is one bolt there, which look like they could be for the dashboard. And then looking over here, there's a similar sort of bolts on the back side of it there. So potentially that's 4
How
more
is he
bolts
not
that we
banned?
need to undo to get the dashboard out. But first off, let's get that sort of heater matrix coolant pipe things off. Let's do it. So with the strut brace removed and the heat shield undone, you can just see behind the engine here the 2 coolant pipes which go in alongside the AC pipes as well. The AC pipes are held in with 2 10mm bolts, but the coolant pipes are held in by 2 sort of spring-loaded clips, which was so difficult to get to. I've managed to remove
Yo,
2 10mm
what's
for the
up, King
AC
Matrix?
pipe, but
Bro,
those
have you
coolant
seen this
pipes
guy, bro?
were not
He's invited me
So
640
traced them to
times.
where they were leading to in the engine
What's
bay
wrong with him?
and disconnected them from there, which
Is
was
he
easy
insane
enough.
in
They
his
were just
head?
on a little C-clip and then I could pull them off the connection. And then the other one ran right behind the engine and came
Look
out
at this
on the
fucker.
right-hand
What is
side.
wrong with this guy?
Now, in a fashion, I think we are about ready to come out. I've got whatever this pipe here is for, I'm not quite sure, something to do with some, I think air just runs down there, and then we've got 2 coolant lines there, and then the aircon pipes are disconnected at the back. And if you've noticed, the dashboard is now pulled away from the actual firewall of the car.
What is wrong with this guy, bro? 740 on
Get
it.
this dash out, but I think we are. Yeah, I think that is about ready to come out, but it is 50 kg and I'm definitely not going to be able to lift this out by myself. So I called in some friends.
You forget a lot of bench like 120s, you know what I mean?
Oh. Okay, can you go backwards?
Sure can. Back it up. No, we can't. Oh, there we go.
Oh, yeah. Okay, what's connected? Now, even though I thought I'd undone everything, there was still a few electrical connectors to undo.
Oh, it's just this big fat loom here. Ready, Chris? Yeah, now I can take the dash out. Yeah. Right.
Is he going for 1k? Is he going for 1000 invites? Let's see.
Oh, wow.
Watch that tripod, Chris.
Yeah,
Know what you're like.
Oh, tripod. It's self-filming. Okay. Right.
Oh, no, what do you call it? There we go.
Yes! And the dashboard is out of the car.
Maybe we
It's
should
been a mini journey
patch that
tackling
thing?
this dashboard in the Vantage, and it was much harder than I originally thought. But now it is out. Little did I know when I first removed the airbag from the steering wheel what type of mission I was getting myself into. But along this little
Crazy,
journey,
dude.
we have learnt so much. Things like Aston Martin use parts from Citroen and Peugeot. And to remove the dashboard, it has to come out all as one. Now, I would say that was fun, but I'd be lying. But we have learned a lot so far with the Aston. Now, normally, when you take a dashboard out, you're left with a big, wiry mess inside the car, when actually this time it is really clean and just empty in here. You can see here the hole into the actual engine bay, and this is where the 2 aircon pipes that was fiddling around in the engine bay to try and undo, they were on 10 mils. They are going to be an absolute nightmare to get.
There we go, he's hitting 1k, 1000.
Have the hose
1000
here,
invites.
which we undid, and
Why is he not stopping?
For the windscreen, we've got 2 coolant hoses which go through there, which are still on the back of that big lump of a dashboard. But other than that, it's pretty clean in here, and well, fingers crossed, it shouldn't be too bad to put back in. And there is some good news about the dashboard being all in one piece and outside the car. And that is we can assemble this all together before it goes back in, just like they do on the assembly line when they build these Aston Martins. So all this center console, I didn't need to take out. There's a lot of stuff here which I'm taking out which I didn't need to. All I need to be able to access is the main bolts which are on the side and the side there as well. And then I can just plug in the main wiring looms which are all this when we plug it all back in. Everything else didn't actually need to come out, but well, you live and you learn. I would have never have known that until I've done one. So now let me tell you the plan with this. Now the whole reason we're doing this is because of this baby here, and we need to get the whole leather top off the aluminium frame, and it is so close to coming off. I think there's just a few more bolts at the back, and I'm actually just going to have a hack at that now. At this point, I don't know whether I'm surprised, shocked, angry. Do you know what? It's not even a surprise anymore. There was literally only 4 bolts connecting this leather piece to the actual aluminium frame of the dashboard, and those 4 were, where are they? There was 1, 2 there, and 3, 4 there. That was literally it. If Aston Martin have just made those into clips and not bolts, then we could have just taken this whole leather section off without having to take all this out as well.
I'm close to 1 build clock round again.
Right. But I can see now why, well, if an Aston Martin has had a crash and the airbags are deployed, well, it's as good as a write-off. I dread to think how many hours Aston Martin would charge to actually take that out. It's a serious amount of labour, and well, I haven't even got to the point of putting it all back in. I admit it would be a lot quicker if you knew what you were doing, but still, it's not a 5-minute job. But now we have the piece that we actually need of the dashboard, the leather part of it, and with it being disconnected from the aluminium, we can access the airbag from underneath, unbolt that, and put a new airbag in. But that doesn't solve the issue with a break in the leather, and we have a few options with this. Now my first option, which is the original option,
I don't really want to do Diana Beaster or.
Because we couldn't find a new dashboard to put in, we can't just do a swap and replace.
Oh, it stopped! He stopped, bro! He gave up!
And then all the leather retrimmed over the top. Now, this
he gave up. It's still 1,300.
It can't be done by any Jack, Jill or Harry because, well, this section right here is all to do with safety, and if you glue this down too hard, it doesn't have a weak spot anymore, and if the airbag was to deploy and it wouldn't deploy correctly, then you're sort of putting whoever's sitting in the passenger seat in danger. So this needs to be sort of fixed back, but to the point where if an airbag was to blow out, it would blow out correctly, which you can imagine being quite
I took 1,300 invites.
To
give up.
Not bad, not bad. We're actually going to get that pure Aston Martin leather that they use from factory. At least I don't think they could.
Yeah, I'm not helping to getting on your account because honestly, bro, Diana, I'm so tired of it, dude. This is the second time maxing the new Beaster. And I need to do it even more. I need to do it a 3rd time. Maybe a 4th time. It makes like 10 build though, but...
I don't know, but that could be a lost cause. But there is another option. Now I've stumbled across this on eBay, and this is the leather top piece of a dashboard, not for a Vantage, but for a DB11 2017 model. And
like 7
although the dashboards are different, they do have different fascias on, the actual leather part, it looks pretty much identical to the Vantage. If you look, even all the fixtures, the fittings and the holes are exactly the same as they are on the Vantage dashboard. And I don't know about you, but it would seem absolutely mental if Aston Martin would make a dashboard which looks so similar, but not the same.
I mean, it's still good points though.
It makes more sense to do a completely different style dashboard. It just seems too much of a coincidence that it looks pretty much identical.
I don't know how it remains good points even with so much time. It's crazy.
Different fascias on there, but maybe they all have the same sort of fixings. I don't know, but I think it could be worth a shot. Does the DB11 top?
If you count Crown of Everest leveling, it's like 83 mil an hour still, or 80 mil an hour.
Without any dashboard. And the reason it looks like that is because over the past couple of videos,
and that's with okay barrel rates. If you have good barrel rates, it's over 100.
Right here, the passenger side airbag. Now, as you guys all know by now from watching the videos, Aston Martin have manufactured the car in such a way that it's made it almost virtually impossible for a DIYer like myself to be able to repair and put a Vantage back on the road. Now, in the last video, I managed to remove this full dashboard with the aluminium frame, despite Aston Martin saying that they use a crane to get it in and out the car. It still just seems absolutely crazy that you have to remove this full aluminium frame with all the heater matrix in there, the air conditioning, and everything else, including the wiring loom, just to get to this passenger side airbag. Now,
yeah, I have a soul-bound one.
That dashboard didn't take any skill. It was
This
just
one.
mainly hard work. But putting it
And
back
then this
in,
one soon.
well, that's where the skills
And then my
come
Iron
in.
Man one is at 1 bill.
Now, finding a replacement dashboard has
Then I
become
will do
more
this one.
than difficult. In fact, finding
It's
any
it's
parts
easy
of the
money though.
Vantage
You
has been
just
more than
level a
difficult.
crown and sell
So
it.
now that we've got the whole dashboard out, it only left us with a few options. Now, option one was to get the original dashboard fixed. Now, what I mean by this is that we replaced the passenger side airbag, which we bought from Aston Martin in the last video. This goes underneath the dashboard to replace the broken one here, and then we get
They
the
ruined
dashboard
me though,
retrimmed.
because of
But
an
that
investment
option was
change.
quickly killed.
Or
Now,
like
anything
the
to
dark
do with
auction
airbags in
change,
the car
like,
has got to be done
fuck me.
properly. It's all to do with safety, and I want to make sure that the Aston Martin is as safe as it is when it left the factory. If not safer. So when I popped an email to the trimmers to say that I was popping down this dashboard to be retrimmed, they sent this email back. They basically said they would not repair this dashboard because of where the lever breaks when it opens up for the passenger side airbag. Now, on dashboards
What?
like this, where the passenger side airbag is hidden
That's
beneath the lever, and then when it explodes, it breaks the lever. That part where it breaks is a sort of weak point in the lever and also this little plastic section here. Now, if this part of the dashboard was re-glued down and then levered over the top, it would no longer have that weak point that it needs for when the passenger airbag explodes, therefore making it unsafe. Are you guys still with me? So with that
800 mil crown, bro. Am I able to get this before Diana is gone? I don't know.
Found this baby on eBay.
I have no
This
idea,
is
to be honest.
a DB11 dashboard, and I'm just hoping that this thing is exactly the same as the Vantage one, although it is Aston Martin, so we may run into a few surprises. Now, looking at the
I
lever
can only
top,
hope.
it does look pretty identical, but this is a DB11 interior, and this is an Aston Martin Vantage
Yeah,
interior.
well, I won't.
They're quite
You think so?
different, but the question is, do they
It's
use
200
the
mil
same
coins.
lever top as each other? Well, I for one
10
certainly hope
hour.
they do, because this is my only choice, and this choice costs me £1,400, which is insanely expensive, bringing the total cost so far to £14,504.54p. But there is one difference.
I need to
and
sell
that
it
is
'cause
the
I'm
lever
broke,
they use
so,
on the Vantage
yeah.
dashboard is slightly different to the one they use on the DB11. Very, very slight. I'm hoping that is the only difference. But I think we'll get away with the lever difference as it is only slight. But the first step is to start stripping the old parts off the DB11 dashboard. And it seems the person that removed this didn't realise there was 4 bolts which held the lever part to the aluminium frame and just completely ripped it off, breaking the clips. With the DB11 dashboard stripped, it's now time to tear down the Vantage dashboard, removing all the air ducting,
I spent
the
it, dude.
wiring loom, and everything else that's connected to it to transfer it over to the DB11 dash. And finally, the big moment. The whole reason we had to take this whole dashboard out, the passenger side airbag.
I spent it on investing, but the investment got fucked because of the dark auction, so that's fine.
Dashboard, or now to be known as the Vantage dashboard. And here you can just about see the difference in the lever around the speaker surround and the dashboard. It's only slight. And now it's time for the new dashboard to be married with the aluminium frame. Maybe here, Matt Armstrong was here. 2022 smiley face. It had to be done. If anyone has to go through that torture of removing this again, they've got to know that I went through it as well. Now, so the most difficult part about reinstalling a dashboard isn't necessarily bolting it up, it's figuring out where all the wiring routes. All the wiring plugs lead to somewhere, but if you route them the wrong way, they won't reach to the plugs that they're supposed to go in, or they could end up trapped. And the last thing you want to do is leave something unplugged or a wire trapped underneath the dashboard and not be able to get to it after
Could you invest
install it into the car.
into
Now double and triple check that I've plugged in the new airbag, and with that done I can start bolting the leather dashboard to the aluminium frame. And I'm getting excited now because the dashboard is
Dude, no man.
more complete.
I already lost so much money on investing. I buy the safest investments and they still somehow change because of admins. Like, how is that possible?
Now, if we actually manage to install the dashboard today, we can find out one.
I mean, the loss isn't too bad on the dark auction investment. It's like 2 billion. If I sell now, I think it's not the worst, but it's
looking good. But before we actually start lifting it in, we've got this thing to put in, which is the airbag ECU. If you remember, on the Range Rover, we have to reset this. Whereas on this car,
I could check. I think hegemony is going up though, because there can't even come any new ones for like 2 months.
It had already been reset, so when we actually plugged in the auto in the first video,
yeah,
and
it's
then
up.
reset that crash data,
This is down though.
Reset it, so we didn't actually need to send it away. But if we don't plug this in, well, you can't get to it without the dash out, really. So this goes in, and this is one of the very first things we put in before.
Damn, big rim plays down.
And now we're ready to lift the dashboard in.
Lloyd, 889.
Here's the part where Aston Martin used that special crane to mount the dashboard inside the car. When really, all you really need is myself and Hannah. Hannah held the dashboard in place whilst I made sure that the coolant pipes went through the firewall into the engine bay. Then I can start putting the bolts in, which mount the aluminium frame to the chassis of the car. Not forgetting to make sure that the wiring loom goes to the correct places. And that all the plugs that are visible also go into the correct places.
Okay, what else?
The full dashboard is bolted to the car. We are making
progress.
Just whether everything works after everything else is connected. We've still got the coolant pipes to go inside the engine bay. We've still got the center console.
I have another jellyfish. Oh no, I didn't know I had that. Oh, I should have sold that.
Everywhere, but it all routes to only one place. And once you figure out where that place is,
no. Oh, that's a loss.
Now, I found one of the most fiddly parts was actually reconnecting the aircon pipes from the engine bay back up to the dashboard. It's just a really tight fitment, and they're bolted in with two 10mm nuts. And once you've got the
one host is.
Hold on.
Okay, that's at least very good. What?
One runs
that's
very
good.
Back of the engine and then clips in, and one goes the other side. I'm doing
I think I put more too.
Well at the minute, and the dashboard is starting to.
That's very good.
And it's also bolted to the car, which is a massive sort of achievement right now. With near enough all the wiring connected and a lot of the bolts which attach
probably
the
should have bought more, to be honest, but yeah,
all in place,
that's profit.
I can start to add all the leather trims back.
That's like 25% profit.
The tricky part about all this is that it has to go in a certain order. You could put one section in, later to realise you have to take it out to put another section back
in. How is this possible, bro? 80 million.
Now I'm onto the steering column. There's 3 electrical connectors
that's a
on
very
the steering
good profit.
column. I made sure that all of them were plugged in.
Damn, bro.
I've got to push the
just a
steering
quick 100
column
mil
into
loss.
the UJ, which are all marked out in the last video, to make sure that it all goes back in the same way, and then I can bolt it all back together. With the steering back in, there is one thing that I was sort of questioning about. Now these yellow connectors you can see here, anything yellow with these sort of connectors on is to do with an airbag. And I noticed this connector down here, and I can't ever remember disconnecting anything to do with an airbag in this sort of area right down. I mean, up here, this
Certain
one
bull
is
almost
the
max.
steering wheel airbag, but that one, no idea. And actually, it turns out that that plug right there is for some like European Aston Martins, which require a knee airbag for like safety reasons or so. But the UK model doesn't have a knee airbag underneath the dash. It's just not got one there, but obviously it uses the same loom, which means there's actually going to be something which is not plugged in. But that's so weird. It had me stressing for like at least half an hour thinking, where the hell does that plug go? Because I cannot remember unplugging it. But we're all clear. It doesn't need to be plugged in. Let's carry on.
Any visitor? Anyone? No. Fuck.
Now onto the instrument cluster. There's one electrical connector at the back for all of this, and a ridiculous amount of bolts which hold it to the dashboard. With all the bolts in and the lever placed on top of it, it is really coming together. Next step, the clock spring and the indicator stalks. As you can see, going back to what I said a minute ago, I had to actually remove the instrument cluster to put this in. And that is because it is bolted behind the instrument cluster. I also had to move the lever underneath this as well because it's bolted there. But hey, it's all experience. If I were to do this again, I'm sure it'd be a lot quicker. And the final part of this section, beside the steering wheel, is the paddle shifters. Then it's back on into the engine bay to assemble the strut base and everything else underneath the bonnet.
Oh.
We are so close now.
There we go, English. Let me hit big.
The dashboard is now
I need money.
Move on to the center console.
It's gonna change everything.
And assemble all of this outside the car before fitting it in the car. And with that done, it's time to plug everything in and pop it into the car. This was super fiddly and you're working in such a tight space. But I was determined to get this finished.
How much are overfluxes right now? Maybe I should buy some. Let me have a look. I should probably buy 10, but I need.
And we're pretty much on the final straight now. Last little things to do is to clean up the interior before putting the seats back in. I used a Hoover,
wow,
then moved
35
on to
mil.
the MA leather cleaner, which of course the link's in the description box for. This conditions the leather back to a nice matte look, how it should look from factory. And it smells great.
How many plasmas do I have? 10, so I need 10.
And speaking of smelling great, the next step was to make the interior smell even better by using some of the Cloudburst sprays. I've been using these for a while now in multiple cars and they are a lifesaver. They replicate your favourite aftershave like Creed, 1 Million, Dior, Tom Ford even. And they're great for use in cars, shoes, offices, or anywhere it may be. You guys can also grab one of these with the link in the description. And there's a discount code in there for you to use as well. But would you believe it, the Aston Martin interior is pretty much back together, looking brand spanking new.
Do you still
Smelling great.
you sell the clothes before you cut into so?
I can't believe
I haven't
it is
sold them,
real.
so I don't know. I still have them.
Or is it? Surely not. No, please no, please no, please no, please no. No! I'm just joking. We actually did it. The full dashboard of the Aston Martin is now back in the car.
There we go. I still have the feathers. I mean, I think it's it's 500 mil. Nice.
I actually cannot believe.
Well, now I'm broke again.
To get all of this back in. I just don't know. I just don't know how I've done it. This is 100% one of them moments where you just surprise yourself. Honestly, there was moments where I was taking this dash apart thinking, there's no way, one, I'm going to get this out, and two, I'm ever going to get it back in. And I was thinking, worst case, it will have to go to Aston Martin for them to do the rest of the job. But it's in. It is actually.
Yes, sir. It is in.
Watching this thinking you don't have the skill to work on your own car, well, just use this as motivation. I literally have no qualification, no certificates, and I've managed to take out the Aston Martin dashboard and put it.
Damn, bro, this guy is good, man.
Not in the all clear just yet. One step is putting in the dashboard. The second step is does everything still work? We've still got the seats to put in and the steering wheel to put on and also the doors. So let's get that done and then we're going to test whether everything works. And we can also see whether these headlights work and the engine starts because of that Volvo pyrotechnic fuse that we installed just above the battery. So many things to find out and it's going to be a big moment after we've installed these seats and doors. So it's in with the Aston Martin seats, which of course are fully electric. So once again, there's a bunch of wires underneath the seats. And for me to be able to bolt them in, I need a battery connecting so I can adjust the seat forward and backwards so I can access the place where the bolts slot in to the rails. So on goes the battery for the first time in a long time. Okay, so I think we have our first issue,
golden
and
tooth.
it's not actually to do with the dashboard. It's to do with the seats. Now, to get the seats in, I've got to be able to move them backwards to get to the front bolts. And, well, I've connected up the battery, which was low, it's on 6 volts, so we've got the jumper pack on it here. And we can see all the
That guy has a
illuminated
fucking
in the
poop
center
armor
of the
set.
dash. I can click the
That's
ignition
disgusting.
on. We've got all the lights on there. I can't put the steering wheel on yet because I've not got enough room. But I have absolutely no power going to the seats. And, well, obviously I need it to put the front bolts in. And the switches for the seats are behind here. And something is telling me that I unplugged
Oh,
them
it's so
and
good to
didn't
see,
plug
man.
them back
The
in.
comeback.
I've checked the fuses for the seats, they're fine. I can only think I've not plugged those switches in, and to get those switches out, I've got to take that whole center console out again. The only slight thing I'm thinking, but I just don't know, is that the doors aren't connected. And would the seats not work without the doors connected? I highly doubt it, but it is worth a try. So I'll lift the door on, and then we'll see whether it makes a full circuit, and maybe the seats will work after them. But I don't know, I highly doubt it, but we'll give it a go. Oh my god. Aston Martin amazes me again. I've got the door on, and like, what are the chances? The seat, it now
This is
moves.
kind of insane.
There must be
How does it move so quick, bro?
that door with the
Oh, that's
electrical
insane
socket there,
profit.
creating a full circuit with the seat. I mean, what on earth? So if you've got the doors off on the car, you cannot move your seat backwards and forward. What? Wow. So it actually turns out the loom with the door is actually connected to the seats, and it's something to do with this seat memory. When you open the door, the seat would move back so you can get in, and then when you sit in the seat, it will move forward to your driving position. So it is all part of one circuit randomly. But now I can move the seat back, I can put the steering wheel on. We did it. Everything is in. The dashboard, the center console, the seats, the doors. It is all on, and so far, it seems to be working. We are, of course, missing a windscreen, but that will be next. And everything here is all illuminating It seems to be plugged in. Even the dash is lit up as well. We still have a restraint fault, but I assume, hopefully, we could just code that off with the Autel later, but we'll figure that out. Now, as most of you know, when we do a dashboard change, we always give it a score out of 10. 10 out of 10 being no bolts are left over after the dashboard has been replaced, and 0 out of 10 being that there was 10 bolts left over. Anything more than 10 bolts left over, you're in minus figures. Now, you've got to give it to me. This dashboard has been a tough one, and I've undone so many bolts, which leaves me with more of a chance of not putting in some bolts. But right here is the leftover bolts, and I could
You got
not
bolts
find
left?
anywhere where these actually went to, and they are all the same type of bolt, the T30 bolt. And if I remember rightly, these were the bolts which sort of held the lever to the frame of the dashboard. And there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bolts left, which actually gives me a fairly respectable 4 out of 10 for an Aston Martin Vantage dashboard change. I think that's okay, but 6 bolts, I don't know where they went. Now, a few videos ago, we fitted this front end, including these headlights, and we're pretty sure that they came out of a left-hand drive car, and they have a completely different part number to the ones that were in there, which were completely smashed. Now, you don't have to look far to find out how expensive the headlights are. This one is on eBay at 1,500 quid just for one. But I haven't been able to see whether these headlights actually work yet or not, because we haven't had the dashboard in. But now the dashboard's in, yep, we can test whether these headlights work. Okay, I am 100% expecting these headlights not to work. It's a new car. The part numbers are completely different. I mean,
it will
this
work.
car is so sensitive to anything like that. Ignition on. Have we got ignition, please? Yes, we have ignition. Here we go. Oh my god. I can see headlights working. No. They're actually working. Oh my god. My look could have changed with headlights. This seems to be the only time I bought headlights with a completely different part number and they've actually worked. The full beam works, and just to check the indicators, they also work as well. It may not mean anything to some people, but to me, this is unreal. Still cannot believe it. Come on! Maybe, just maybe, my look has changed with headlights from today. I honestly thought that they were not going to work. Completely different part numbers on a car which is just so sensitive to part numbers and electronics and everything like that. I can't believe that's working. Even the sound of the indicator sounds expensive. Listen. Now, although the headlights work, the beam pattern of the headlights could be completely off, because we think that these headlights that came off a left-hand drive car, and the left-hand drive headlights are a completely different beam pattern to a right-hand drive headlight car. The only way to find out is take it to an MOT testing centre, but so far them actually working is a massive bonus. Now, I'd like to mention, whilst it's on my mind, I'm going to be heading to a show called Gravity on the 10th of July. I'm going to have a trade stand there. I'm going to be taking 2 cars. One, maybe the Aston if we get a windscreen in and it rolls or starts by then. But if you guys wanted to come and check out all the merch and the cars and everything like that, the link is in the description box below, and I'll see you guys there on the 10th. But now we all know the next step, and that is, will the Volvo pyrotechnics fuse actually work? And the only way we can find out whether it works or not is to try and start the Aston. But unfortunately for me and yourselves watching, we still don't have coolant in both of the expansion bottles in the engine bay. And these need to be vacuum filled, which is a whole other process. Just about a month ago now, I took a massive gamble on buying a crash damaged 2019 Aston Martin Vantage. I bought it as a non-runner, but actually on the day of collecting it, we actually managed to get it started. Yeah! But not for long though, because it had a massive coolant leak and it couldn't drive out of its own accord because it had some suspension damage as well. We managed to push and use trolleys to get the Aston inside the unit and onto this ramp where it's stayed for the past month, where we've been repairing it, as you guys would know. We fixed in a tie rods, we put front ends on it, we put headlights on it, and in the last video we managed to fit a full new dashboard and airbags.
The thing is though, since doing all this work, we still have no idea whether it's going to start up or not. The last time we started it, we jumped the pyro fuse connection, and it's not the safest option. We've since changed the dashboard and then also replaced a pyro fuse with a Volvo pyro fuse because it was a lot cheaper and seemed exactly the same. And we can't just go ahead and try and start it now because there is absolutely no coolant in there because we've had all the radiators off the front, and there is 2 coolant reservoirs. We've got this one here, and then underneath this Aston Martin plastic section here is another coolant reservoir. This coolant reservoir is for the charge coolers and to cool the turbos, and I believe it runs all the way through the back to actually run coolant on the gearbox as well. So we've got to make sure both of these are filled before we can start it. But Aston Martin being Aston Martin, well, actually the engine is an AMG engine, but either way, you can't just top it up. It's got to be vacuum filled, and well, let's just crack on with it. So to vacuum fill the coolant system, this is what you're gonna need. This is, well, best way to put it, a vacuum filler. So we're gonna head over to the expansion tank, undo the cap, and then instead of the cap, replace it with the vacuum filler. It has a pressure gauge on the top and a bung on the bottom to make a nice seal with the expansion tank. And it sections off to the right hand side where you attach your T-piece to, and then that connects to your airline. This blows air across the vacuum filler, and when you open that tap, it should create a vacuum in the coolant system, but mine didn't seem to be getting any vacuum. Now there's an overflow pipe for the coolant that you can see here, which runs down to another overflow bottle, and then a pipe off that leads to the floor just to drain off any excess coolant. So I thought that this might be the reason I'm not getting any vacuum. So I undid that overflow pipe and then bunged it with a bolt and a bit of tape with hope to make some vacuum. But after turning on the air compressor, I still had no vacuum in the coolant system. Okay, so we've got 2 issues already. I can't get any vacuum through the cooling system. No vacuum.
No vacuum.
Only means a couple of things. Either there is a huge leak somewhere in the system, or I'm just not doing it right. So what I'm going to do, instead of popping coolant in it first, I'm just going to run some water in there and just see if there's somewhere obvious that it's coming out. I don't have a smoke tester to smoke test it, but I'm just going to run some water through and we'll see what happens. Yep, that's why it's not vacuum filling. Because it's coming out. So it's evident that there's a leak. I've just got to find out where it was coming from.
That's a massive leak too. It ran out instantly.
I couldn't see much from underneath, so I started taking apart the top end of the car. Aha! I found it. I found the issue. There we go. We are in. So it's just a radiator hose which wasn't connected out of the many radiators on the front of this car. And now, with any luck, we should get some vacuum. And you can see here on my gauge, we're starting to create a nice bit of vacuum. And you know this because you can kind of feel it in the coolant pipes. It's sort of suctioned in. After a while, I could see that the cooling system was holding vacuum. So now it's time to add the coolant. So I've got to attach the coolant hose to the vacuum system, and then it simply just sucks the coolant into the cooling system. And then later realized I seem to have a faulty pressure gauge because it seems to be saying at the same pressure no matter how much coolant I sucked into the system. Now as for the other expansion tank, well, it's not good news. My vacuum filler didn't seem to fit in the top of it, so I was going to take a chance here and just fill it up with coolant with hopes that it would self-bleed. Okay, we are looking good. We should be all watertight now, fingers crossed. Both of the reservoirs are filled up. It's time for the moment that I've been waiting for since even ripping out the dashboard, and that is starting it up. Now before we go ahead and start the Aston, I just wanted to run the Autel for it, just to make sure we've got no dramatic fault codes. Remember, we have to read this as a C63S because it won't read as an Aston Martin.
but we've learned they're pretty much the same thing. And as suspected, we do have a few fault codes, but the one I'm most worried about is the restraint system. The last thing I want is a fault code for that passenger side airbag, which is underneath the dashboard and not accessible, which we spent hours putting in. Okay, I had a little bit of a heart sink moment then. I was thinking we may get a fault for the passenger side airbag, which we can't actually access without taking the full dashboard out, but we still have fault codes for the restraint system, but luckily they're the fault codes that we could fix. So all of these fault codes, if I'm right, are for the seat belt. So you can see here the squib for the emergency tensioning retractor for the belt end fitting. Front passenger is faulty. There's a short circuit to the ground, and it's exactly the same for the driver's side. Now, although the seat belts didn't lock out, they're still bringing up a crash fault code. So it seems as if to get rid of this fault, we have to remove the seat belts, send them away to get reset, and then reinstall them. But that shouldn't stop us from starting the car today. Moment of truth. Will it start? I don't think it's a good idea to sit here just in case of an airbag. Yeah, in fact, I am going to sit out of the way. Just in case, you know, safety and all that. Go on. No? Nothing. What? It's gone red. Yeah, it's gone red, so press it. Oh! She's good! She's on, she's running, and no airbags have gone. We also have an engine management light. Not quite sure what that one's for. Now I'm going to keep an eye on the coolant reservoirs. I've left the cap open. Hopefully any airlocks or any air bubbles in them will rise up through the top and make the way out. But the good news is she's running and no airbags deployed, hopefully. And I think it's just those seatbelts that we need some attention to. We are pretty much at temperature and everything does seem all good. We do still have an engine light, airbag light, and also EDIF unavailable, whatever that means as well. So it doesn't seem to matter what I do, I can't get that restraint system fault off the dashboard to do with the seatbelt. So it seems we're gonna have to take them out and send them away to be reset. But it's not the worst thing in the world. Now I really cannot wait to actually drive this thing off the ramp and out the unit. And we're not that far away. There is a few more things that we've got to do. Now it's really only the bonnet and the bumper which needs paint. But what I want to do before it goes to paint is make sure that everything all lines up. And at the minute we are far from that. The gap between the bonnet and the door is a fairly big gap, and it's also lower than the door as well. I didn't put the upper wing back in place so I can access the bonnet hinges just to move that around. The bumper has a pretty big gap here. There's a gap between the bumper and the headlight. The bonnet isn't the best fitting at the moment. The gap is absolutely huge over here. The gap is huge here. And again, this bonnet gap is inconsistent to the one over there. So let's start this sort of tedious job of lining everything up before getting the wheels on and getting out of it. So to raise the bonnet up and down, I can do this by accessing the bonnet hinge. Then the adjustment for the bonnet forward and backwards and left to right is done from where the bonnet actually bolts onto the bonnet hinge at the top. Now, when I went into Aston Martin to collect the passenger side airbag, I did ask the technician, do they have any panel gap tolerances? And they said no. When they do the PDI inspection, they just make sure that the panel gaps are the same both sides. So my checking tool to make sure it's the same both sides is this little trim tool. And both sides seem pretty close. But if I'm honest, I don't know how well the panels line up from factory. And the only thing I've got to go off is this video I took of an Aston Martin Vantage outside Aston Martin when we went. So I'm just trying to get the bonnet lines as close to that video as possible. And next up is the front bumper. You can see it's pretty low compared to the bonnet. And kind of fortunately for me, there is loads of adjustment screws for the bumper to bring it up to where the bonnet sits. And trust me, if you've ever done this job before, trying to line panels up on a car, you will get sick of it. I actually ended up taking out the headlights to try and line the bumper up a bit better before popping them back in and then trying to line the headlights up to the bumper because they have loads of adjustment screws on as well. This is honestly one of the most frustrating things ever. I've played around with this
for too long now, and well, I thought I got the panel gap perfect here, I thought I got it perfect here, I thought I got it pretty much perfect there. You line the headlights up and then it's like the bonnet is just coming just short of the headlight. It almost like the bonnet needs to come forward a bit more, and this gap seems a little too big, I don't know. But if I move the bonnet forward, then it's going to make this gap bigger. It's also going to mean that the body line here is going to be edged forward as well, and it's just, and it's the same the other side. Look, the headlight is just coming short of the bonnet. If I move the headlight back, it's just not going to solve things. It's going to be further away from the bumper, and I will try and just move the bonnet forward a tiny bit, but I just can't see me getting this right. In the end, I ended up giving up. The bonnet and the bumper does still have to go to paint, which means they will have to come off again. But it would have been nice just to be able to undo them, get them painted, and then pop them back in the same position. But it looks like we'll worry about that more when we come to refit them, as I'm sure they do fit bang on. They all are OEM parts, and we know everything that we've replaced is all straight. But for now, I'm going to start bolting on all the final little bits and bobs. And if you watched the previous videos, you would know that I bought a few extra things for the Aston, like carbon wing mirrors. Instead of replacing the full wing mirror, I've just managed to pull off the cap, and then I'm going to replace it for this genuine Aston Martin carbon mirror cap, which now will match the front carbon splitter, and the carbon bonnet vents, of course. Next up, the rear diffuser. We have a full carbon one to replace the standard rear diffuser. But it wasn't long until we ran into a few issues with that. So this diffuser came off a race car. Now race cars don't tend to have reverse lights, and well, here is the reverse light, which is just a tiny little thing here, and there's no other reverse light on there, which leaves us with kind of a few options. And one option is to put the old one back on and have a reverse light but have no carbon. The other option was originally to drill into this and cut this out to have a reverse light, but as you can see, if we put this in the correct place, this sits so much further out than that reverse light that if we cut there, they would just, it's nowhere near it. The only other thing we could do is extend the wiring out. Like, would you just drill and pop a little LED light in there? Let me know. Well, let's put it on and we'll go from there. Well, it came to a verdict. This is on now. Okay, I don't know if you see it, we're like in a tight space. But this is absolutely colossal. You can tell it's off a race car. This probably actually works as a race car feature. It probably has some form of downforce and it is there for a reason. But it's absolutely colossal, and I think, in my opinion right now, it does look out of place. It literally looks like someone's just whacked a bit of wood on the back. If we had a big spoiler to go with it, I wouldn't be that bothered. I think this has just got such a flipping epic. Look at it, it's so much aggression, whereas the ducktail on the back hasn't got that much aggression. I vote, we might have to go back to original, I think. I vote no. Let me know in the comment section. Let's get this off, get a windscreen in, and we can finally get this out on the first try. So maybe I'm getting old. I actually said no to a modification. And whilst I have time to think about my mature decision, Screensaver turned up with a new windscreen for the Aston, the final piece of the puzzle. Now, windscreens don't come cheap at the best of times, but when they're on an Aston Martin, it gets even more expensive. Now, direct from Aston Martin, a windscreen would have cost me £2,300, but from Screensaver, still, it's an expensive windscreen, but it saved me quite a lot at £1,200.
We also have to do a massive shout out to Rob at Autodents because I spotted a pretty good dent in the passenger side door where the old bonnet had creased into it.
Ooh.
He came out and did some paintless dent removal on the door, and now you wouldn't have even known that it was there. And with all that done, that brings the total cost now so far to £15,704.54p.
But now it's the moment I've been waiting for the whole time since owning this Aston Martin, and that is driving it for the first time to the body shop. I literally cannot wait. Here we go.
I have absolutely no idea how this has happened in my life, but here I am, driving a 2019 Aston Martin Vantage that I bought and rebuilt. How is this happening?
Straight toward the warm sun and into his hands.
Oh, we're having an issue already. Got a gearbox fault. Yes, we've got a gearbox fault already. Hello? Can you follow me? Because I keep cutting out.
I did not get a car.
So just like the C63, we haven't made it far before getting an issue. It seems to be something gearbox related, I think, at the minute, and I don't have the code reader with me. We're only going just down the road to the body shop, but all we've got to do is make it there. This is the fault that we're getting, EDIF unavailable. That could mean absolutely anything in the world of Aston Martin. We also have an engine management light on as well. So perhaps we should just whack it in normal mode. I did get a bit eager and put it in sport, but we're waiting for Hannah to follow us and we'll see if we can make it there. Come on, Aston. So as usual,
Let's go, you got this, uncle.
Cars, we're bound to get some teething issues when we first take it out. Okay, Hannah is behind now. Come on, Aston, we're just going to the body shop. But it seemed this one was just a small hiccup, and afterwards it seemed to drive completely fine, despite the fault codes on the dash. And it was also good to see that the 360 cameras were working as well. But it finally made it to Allied Automotive, where the bonnet and bumper will be painted. Okay, so bonnet and bumper is now stripped, ready for paint. I've taken it all apart, but it can all go back together with the same alignment, although we've still got to perfect it. So it will stay here now for about a week, and then the car should be fully done. So here it is, the day where we finally collect the Aston, where it might look now like a complete car. Yes, there is a few faults here and there which we had when we actually went to go and drop it off, but I'm hoping to sort them today as well. Let's go and see what it looks like now with the painted bonnet and the bumper. This is going to be so sick. Rebuilding a crash-damaged Aston Martin has been far from easy. But I was willing to take that risk. Finding the parts has been hard. But replacing that dashboard has been next level. But I'm hoping in today's video we can get it one step closer for it to be finally put back on the road for real. And here we have one black bumper. It does look a lot better. Oh, and the bonnet's already on. It's wow. Oh, it looks so much different already. As I still had a lot of fitting up to do, I got the bumper, bolted it up to the car with a few bolts, and got it back to the unit. And we are
back at the unit. You may notice that Aston isn't quite complete just yet. It's missing the headlights and the front bumper, which is over there, but they are all painted and ready to go on. I just didn't want to reveal it this early. But the black paint is now making the Aston look so much more complete. It has sat for a few weeks and it is insanely dusty right now, but I'm sure after a good clean up, it's going to look amazing. But the bonnet and the bumper to be painted, of course, wasn't free. This cost £800, bringing the total cost of repairs so far to £16,504.54. And we have to do a massive shout out to Certified Tinter for popping down and tinting the windows on the Aston. That is so much better, in my opinion. But unfortunately, the cost for repairing this thing doesn't stop there. Now, if you remember in the last video, when we took this out on its first little drive to the body shop, we did have a few faults appear on the dashboard, one of them being an E-diff fault. E-diff, of course, meaning electronic differential. In order for the E-differential to work and to work properly, we need to have a fully charged battery because it uses a lot of power. Now, an E-diff does exactly what it says on the tin. It's electronically controlled and gets signals from the sensors on the wheels. It will then send different amount of torque to each wheel depending on oversteer or wheel spin, and it can do this in milliseconds. But in order for this to work, we need a full charge from the battery. Now, yes, when I bought the car, I did replace the battery for a brand new one, but since it's been sat here for such a long time, it's became discharged and I can't seem to get it to charge up again. So the fix, I think, was an obvious one. I needed to replace the old battery, which actually was a new battery, go back to the shop I bought it from and replace it for another new one. And I'm hoping now with a fully charged battery we should see no E-diff fault. Now I guess the only way to find out whether that's worked or not is to take this thing out on its first proper drive. But to take this out on its first proper drive, we need to build up the front end. So here it goes. So here's the moment that I've been waiting for such a long time. To see the Aston Martin from the outside looking complete. Like a full, undamaged Aston Martin Vantage. Now, we spent hours trying to line up panels in the last video and still couldn't get it 100% perfect. But now the car's painted, I'm going to spend that little bit more time to try and perfect the lines between the bumper, the headlights and the bonnet. So what you're seeing here is just a fraction of the time I spent trying to align this thing. And then of course as the under tray to go on, the carbon bonnet vents. And then the Aston is just about done. Wow, this is literally one of those pinch yourself moments. It looks so good. What a difference a bonnet and a bumper can make. It looks absolutely mental. And the absolute most craziest thing about this, I own an Aston Martin. 3 years ago, I was working at an Indian restaurant and now I managed to rebuild an Aston up to this point right now and I'm about to take it on its first real proper drive. A normal regular person like myself has managed to wing his way into working his dream job and owning cars like this. If I can do it, I am pretty confident any one of you guys watching can. And on that note, because of the amount of hard work and money that has gone into this Aston Martin, I've treated myself to a little gift here. I'm going to be keeping the Aston at least for a while. So I treated myself to some lovely Max Bond number plates. As cheesy as it may be, I love it. And of course these plates have been sorted by UMR Accessories as usual. But reality check, we're still not quite there yet. Whilst we can go out there and take it for its first real proper drive, it'll be short-lived because there's a few faults and a few more fixes that is going to require it being in the unit for a little bit longer than first expected. Now, a lot of crash damaged cars which have been repaired may look okay from the outside, but could contain a lot of unexpected faults. And sometimes the unexpected faults are the ones which hurt the most. Especially when you've gone out and bought a car which you believe to have been straight and no problems, and then taken it home to find out it is riddled with them. So on the final diagnostic report, we're actually only showing 3 faults. One is with the 360 camera, which we can do a calibration for, and we'll get to that later in the video. The other is for the air conditioning, because we need gas in the air conditioning. And another one is for the electrical seat, something with the memory in the electric seat. But again, we can get to that. But that is not showing us why we have an airbag light on here. We have still EDIF unavailable, so maybe that battery hasn't fixed it. I guess we'll find out when we take it for a drive. And then this airbag light here, front right and also front left as well. And those airbag lights are the reason why this first drive will be short-lived. But we'll get to that later. For now, I need to take this on the road. So we're going to be trying to fix those lights later in the video, and they become a little trickier than first expected. But for now, let's try and get that EDIF light off. Okay, here we go. The budget James Bond is on the road. Right, this time we're going to take things steady from the off. Well, first off, no, we still got EDIF unavailable. I guess unavailable isn't as bad as broken, it's just unavailable. Maybe there's some calibration process that it needs. I'm not quite sure, but so far EDIF is still unavailable, so no electronic differential. Well, I think it's safe to let the Aston breathe. Let's see what she can do. Whoa! Standard exhaust system, and we've got crackles on downshifts. It's so fast! Now yes, it was fast, but the wheel alignment was all over the place. So I took it in to get laser aligned. So all the wheels were pointing in the right direction and the steering wheel was straight, which then meant I could calibrate the 360 cameras so they all work properly. And there was also one more thing which actually fixed itself. I don't know how. It's a miracle. No more EDIF unavailable. The message has gone from the dashboard. We only have 2 more faults left. Now I'm actually thinking, was the EDIF unavailable because the gearbox wasn't warm enough? Now I've got a bit of temperature you can see in the gearbox. It's disappeared. Well, so far, bar a few warning lights on the dashboard, it seems we have a successful first drive of the Aston. What a car. Now from here it does look pretty cool, but there's a few things that I'm still not quite happy about. I'm still not sure about the panel fitment along this headlight. I'm pretty sure there's not meant to be a gap maybe this big between the bonnet and the headlight. I've tried everything to get it perfect. It's exactly the same on the other side. It's almost like the bonnet needs to come forward, but if the bonnet comes forward it'll be too close to the bumper, but we could move the bumper forward. But also if we move the bonnet forward, we're going to have a much bigger gap between the bumper, between the bonnet and the door, which just isn't going to look right. Hey Kev. So I think maybe we're going to have to look at another Aston Martin in the flesh just to check all the panel lines out. But other than that, we've only got 2 more faults left. And if you guys thought the Aston was expensive to repair, just look how much it's going to cost to run. I just put £130 in the fuel tank, and that is an estimate of 180 miles, 179 miles, and look, we have a full tank there. And we're back in the ramp. It was short-lived. Now, I won't be installing this badge on the front until this car is 100% ready for the road. And we're back to the fault that is stopping us from properly putting it on the road. These 2 warning lights. And these are caused by the tensioners in the front right seatbelt and the front left seatbelt. but there is something we can do about it.
The way to cancel that out is to remove the seatbelts. We're going to send it to the airbag team. They're going to reset them, and then we can plug them all back in, and it'll be as safe, as sound as what it was when it left the factory. The only issue is,
I thought the seatbelts were going to be fairly easy to get to, but I was pretty naive. It's an Aston Martin. I thought I could save a bit of time here by calling Aston Martin and asking the technicians how the seatbelts remove, as it's a lot easier when you know what you're doing.
Thank you for calling.
They must think I'm so annoying.
Hello, it's just on the phone with a customer at the moment. Can I get them to give you a call back in about 5 to 10 minutes?
Yeah, that would be perfect. They never called back. So, it looks like the usual case. We're going at it alone. Removing seatbelts from a car is never normally difficult. It's just frustrating to get to as they're hidden behind a lot of panels. And it's exactly the same for the Aston. We've got to get the rear leather trim off, which requires us to remove, I guess, a lot of trim to get to it. There's bolts in the back, which hold the sort of parcel shelf to it. The trim on the roof lining is also holding the trim with the seatbelt on. There's a few Allen key bolts that we need to undo as well. And then to be able to pull the trim away from the side, I need to start taking off all this centre section here. And all the bolts for this centre section were hidden underneath the carpet. And there was a lot of them. And then I could just about pull the panel away just enough to access part of the seatbelt behind it. Here's the airbag plug that I'm going to carefully disconnect. And then there's one 13mm bolt holding the seatbelt to the frame of the car. Now the second half of the seatbelt is connected just by the side of the seat, but it's impossible to get to without actually removing the seat. So it looks like the seats are coming out again. And with the seats removed, I can then undo the other electrical connection for the airbag sensor and undo the final bolt to remove the full seatbelt. And there they both are, finally out. So the interior of the Aston being complete didn't last that long, and neither did driving it.
But now we have both seatbelts out and ready to be shipped to the airbag team. Here you can see the tensioner on this side, which I don't think's actually been deployed, whereas on this side, you can see here it's a little bit shorter. So that side I would say has been deployed, but all this is going to be reset back to factory standards and everything, then we can pop them back in. That should take around 2 to 3 days, but look at the state of the interior. It was never going to be an easy job, was it?
But whilst we wait a few days for those seatbelts to come back, there's a few things that we need to do. Now this isn't probably going to make much sense in this video, but you'll find out why we're doing this in the next one. But for now, I need to remove the calipers away from the car, all 4 of them. The Aston has brake wear sensors on every single corner, so we need to undo them as well as removing the brake lines and the caliper from the disc. And I don't know about you, but the Aston Martin sticker on the calipers just looks wrong that way round. This is the rear one. With all 4 calipers removed, I'm going to start stripping the hardware from them, so it's just a bare caliper. And Chris is going to start cleaning them up so they're nice and fresh with no dirt on them. And once they're all clean, we can then start rubbing them down with the Scotch pad. Once they're rubbed down, we begin masking them up, and you guys can sort of get the picture of what's going on here. And welcome to our Aston Martin registered spray booth. Time to mix the paint. Yes, white. You may think I've gone absolutely mad, but I've been mad since birth. This shouldn't be a surprise to you guys. So now we're adding the white paint, building up the layers. You may think white calipers would just get really dirty, but with the layer of ceramic coat, once they're dry, we should be able to prevent that and protect the calipers at the same time. Once we've built up a few layers, we let them set and dry, before then adding the lacquer.
How's it going, Chris? Brilliant, mate. This is how Aston Martin specify.
And then once they're dry, I can then begin reassembling the calipers all back together with the brake pads. And then fit them back to the car.
The job is done. 2 white calipers. The only thing that we're missing is the Aston Martin badge here, but that should be here tomorrow. Update, the stickers arrived and I put them on the way that I think they should go on, with the Aston Martin always facing inside the wheel. The same for the back one. But yes, it's brave.
But this will all make sense in the next video, trust me.
I've not bled the brakes or anything just yet, but one thing I did want to do is just put the wheel on, just to see what they'd look like behind the wheel, because I know it's going to look absolutely mental.
Yeah, man.
That looks absolutely mental. But yes, as I said, it will all make sense in the next video. But I don't know what you guys think. People are a little bit too reserved, especially in the UK, when it comes to modifying or customizing your own car.
Why not modify the car the way you want it, especially as I'm going to be keeping this for at least a short amount of time, or maybe a long amount of time. I still don't know. So here it is, the 2019 crash damaged Aston Martin.
Which so far to repair has cost me £16,504 and 54p.
And that's not including my labour. But what a great looking car it's turning out to be. And although it has cost me the best part of £16,000 so far to get to this point, it could have cost me a lot more. I've managed to cross-reference parts that Aston Martin used from other cars like Volvos, Mercedes and even Citroen and Peugeot to make a super expensive rebuild just become expensive.
But there is a few things that we're missing in order to complete this car today.
And that should be in this box right here. Here we have the seat belts. If you remember in the last video, we still had 2 warnings on the dashboard, both referring to the pre-tensioners on the belts. I sent the old belts off to the airbag team. They've put new tensioners on the belts, and this cost me £455. But with that, we've got brand new belts with a more vibrant red than before. And once we install these ones, we should hopefully have no more lights on the dash. The belts can only be installed one way. If you install these at the slightest wrong angle, then the belts will just be locked out and you won't be able to put them on. And if you remember from the last video, we had to strip almost half of the interior out just to replace these belts. So it's a fair old job putting this all back together. But once I got the belts back in, I could then reinstall the seats. And now it's starting to look more like a complete Aston Martin.
Around it, you can get a total of 8 shell fruits that way. Next up, we have the startle vine, which requires 4 blastberries and 4 cheese.
So here it is, one complete interior.
Finally,
now,
we have
fingers crossed, no more warning lights on the dashboard. So this should be it.
2 chorus fruits planted on Instone, an Instone block in the middle for it to grow on, and 4 stoplight petals. And apparently, it ages in reverse, so it will start off fully grown and then slowly whittle down to nothing. And I believe that is also how you're going to be able to get the other new bestiary, the time stalk clone. So those are the recipes for all the different mutations. Again, I know there's still a lot that we don't know, or that I specifically don't know. I didn't want to spoil it for myself, and I wanted to have the option to not spoil it for you guys. So,
and there's only one way to test it, the auto. Will we have any restraint faults from the Aston Martin now with the new seatbelts in? Come on. Airbag. Oh, airbag light has gone off. No messages so far. Ignition on. All lights on the dashboard. No messages. It is looking good so far. We just need to check whether we have any codes on the auto.
Now remember, we have to scan this car as a Mercedes 205 C63. We learned this from the very first day that we picked it up when we tried to use the Autel to scan it as an Aston Martin and it wouldn't work. But bearing in mind that the Aston uses an AMG engine, it seems like the ECU is also an AMG one. A lot of you guys have been asking where I got my Autel from, and I've put a link in the description box for that as well. But so far, we're looking like we've got no faults, which is great. Not even any on the restraint system.
Yes. I'll have a fault here. I'm gonna. Yeah, okay, fault. 360 camera, yeah.
Although we didn't pass with flying colours, it seems we have a few faults, all of which just looks like they need calibrating, like the 360 camera, and we need to add gas in the aircon. But there's no dramas there. So there it is, one almost faultless Aston Martin Vantage. Who would have thought it from the moment we picked this thing up? And the final part of the puzzle, well, the seatbelts. So, white calipers. We painted the calipers in the last video, and I was going to explain in this video why we went from red to white. But before I do that, I've got to make sure I bleed the brakes. I didn't do this straight away because I wanted to make sure that the paint had fully cured before I start bleeding them, and then may accidentally drop a little bit of brake fluid on them. For this, I'm going to be using my brake bleeding kit, which I grabbed off eBay. And on the Aston, there's 2 bleed nipples each side, and we're just going to pull a vacuum out of both using my kit. So this is the part where we separate a few people.
Now the Aston looks great in black, I admit, but it was never going to stay this colour. It wasn't my final idea of what this car was going to look like once I've finished with it. I wanted to make this carbon here and on the front. I wanted to just pop away from the car.
And also, black cars are one of the hardest to keep looking fresh, especially when I want to actually drive this thing. Yeah, that's right. I'm going to be wrapping it. Oh no, why are you doing that? You're just going to ruin it. Look, if we all like the same thing, we'd all be driving the same car in the same colour. It'd be such a boring world. Yeah, but why wrap over fresh paint? Why didn't you just get the whole thing painted if you wanted the colour change? Well, because it would have cost a lot more to paint than just a bonnet and a bumper. And besides, wrap gives you the flexibility to be able to change the colour of the car whenever you like. Well, you can't wrap over fresh paint, and whatever colour is in that box, well, I just don't like it. Don't worry. It is not fresh paint. This car has sat here for a while now, just like the Range Rover did before I wrapped that, just like the RS5 did before I wrapped that, and just like the Golf R did before I wrapped that. And I understand not every single person is going to like what I do. That's the whole point of the comment section below. You guys can comment your opinion. But if I'm honest, I've had a little peek at this, and I'm not so sure about it on the roll. Maybe it'll look different on the car.
And then I'm also going to get the question of why didn't I just wrap the car instead of getting it painted? It would have saved some money.
Well, I have actually done this on a few builds, and some people have said I've not done a proper job because the car's not been painted underneath the wrap. So at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter which way I do it or which way you guys choose to do it if you're going to do this yourself at home. Some people will like it and some people won't. I don't think there's a right or wrong way to go about this, but for this time, I've decided to paint it before the wrap.
So now that that's over and done with, let's show you guys the colour.
So
here we go. This is KPMF's Satin Iced Red. I think that's the name of it. We used the purple on Liam's Audi S3, and now it's time to use the red on the Aston Martin.
Now at first glimpse I wasn't too sure, but now I've saw it with a bit of sunlight on it, it's got a nice shine to it, and it should pop nicely against the carbon.
But there's only one way of finding out what an iced satin red Aston is going to look like, and that is to start getting it on the car.
So why satin red? Well, originally, and I know a lot of you guys wanted to see British Racing Green. The problem is British Racing Green is an Aston Martin colour, and I think if I try and replicate that with a wrap, it would just make it look like a fake version, and it just wouldn't look right. So instead of trying to replicate something, I wanted to go completely the other end of the scale and do a colour that Aston Martin don't do from the factory. Satin red. That way I think the car is going to stand out from the other Aston Martins, whilst also giving it a nice finish and not clashing with the interior being black with red stitching. And I think the white calipers are going to contrast nicely against this colour.
And if you guys are watching this at home, I want to encourage all of you not to be scared of what other people think about what you do to your car. It is your car. Do what you like. Okay, so what are we thinking so far?
I'll be honest with you guys, when I put the rear quarter on, I wasn't too sure, but then when I started to put the door on and I started to see lines in the car that I didn't even know was there, like here and all like that, when you see it on the black side, it just hides those sort of lines, and then it also, as well, makes the carbon pop so much nicer against the sort of red rather than the black against the carbon. So, at the minute, I think we're onto a winner. We could be.
Now, my sort of original plan was to leave these side skirts black, but now that I've got the door and the rear quarter wrapped, I'm thinking those side skirts look a little bit strange just being black, so I think I will wrap them, but I don't know, maybe I'll leave it to the last just to see what it looks like.
And the same goes for the door handle. I wasn't too sure whether to leave these black or go red, but I'm sure these handles are designed to sort of make the door look nice and smooth, and then with it being black,
Excuse me, guys?
Stands out a lot, and yeah, I think it probably has to go red. It's just these parts of the handle here, it's going to be really nice to get a nice sort of cut around there, unless we remove the whole thing, which I can imagine being a well, it's going to be a nightmare, isn't it? So I think we'll try and wrap it with it on, but again, we'll come back to that.
So
is this right?
Is the bonnet, and this is not going to be like a regular bonnet. This
I honestly don't know.
It's actually wider than the wrap.
Oh
you can see here how much we're going to have to stretch the wrap to be able to do this in one piece. So I was here for a fair amount of time.
It's lagging my lobby.
Pick it up, stretch it, heat it up, pick it up and stretch it. And time after time I could not get it to stretch the whole length of the bonnet. But eventually
It doesn't want me to do this. It really doesn't.
Just about managed to
oh my
do
god.
It. But I wanted to be careful not to stretch it too far that it discolors it. But I think we've just about popped the nail on the head with it. And look at it clashing against that carbon so nicely.
Oh, it really doesn't want me to do this.
Moving on to the front bumper, which is usually one of the hardest parts of a car, but this front bumper on the Aston, well, it's pretty small, so easily done.
Oh, he's unplayable in my garden, guys. It's trying to keep me away from doing this, I think.
Magic, the left side is done, and moving on to
this is retarded.
Again, all tiny
whatever, bro. I'm gonna
so
do
it
it.
wasn't too difficult, if I'm honest.
I don't know. I'm gonna do it though. I'll do it though. Like, I'm doing it, you know. Oh, maybe not.
I've made the executive decision to wrap the side skirt red. I felt with it being black, it was hiding part of the car and making the Aston look higher than it actually is. And with the side skirt wrapped, I can then pop the wheels on, do the last final touches before getting the Aston Martin on the road, faultless for the first time since the accident.
Ah. Shell fruit. Shell fruit. 3, 3, 3. 3 more direct. Up 1. Under there. Pair 2. That should be right. I don't actually know if that's the one.
So here I am, the budget James Bond with holes in his ears.
But what a car. It looks absolutely unreal,
and I am over
One,
the moon
two.
with this. To drive this for the first time with
Down
no
one,
faults
right?
is absolute. I
Yeah.
cannot even explain the feeling you get when driving this car. It makes you just want to make excuses up just to go out and drive this thing. It's so good. It's fast. It handles well. The seats are comfy, and it looks so good. I still actually cannot believe that this is my car. This is unreal. From what it was to what it is now it's absolutely unreal. Now, a few of you may have noticed a few changes that I did before I revealed this thing to you guys. I still can't take me seriously in this. And that was the side skirts here and also the front splitter. Now, when I first pulled the Aston outside after wrapping it, something just didn't look right to me. And my eyes were immediately drawn to the red side skirt that I had. So straight away I got rid of the red side skirt, leaving it black, which then looked a lot nicer flowing into the black rear diffuser that we have here. But still something was giving me the ick. And actually what it turned out to be was the front splitter. I actually downgraded this to the black one rather than having the carbon one on the front. I think from looking at it from the side of the car and seeing a carbon front splitter, then moving into a black side skirt and a black rear diffuser, it just didn't look right. But now I think it works a lot better, even though it is a bit of a downgrade. But that doesn't mean I got rid of the rest of the carbon. Everything from the front wing upwards is all carbon, like the carbon mirrors and then also the carbon massive bonnet vents that it's got. And what a final product. Well, it's not quite final just yet, but we've got a few more videos for that. I received the logbook for the Aston Martin the other day, and it turns out I'm the second owner. And to be honest, I think that was a bit of a relief for the Aston because the previous owner did this to it. Then you guys have been watching me over the past few months rebuild this thing, source parts for this thing, and then finally get it back on the road. But today we're going to find out how good of a job I actually did because Aston Martin are about to assess it. What a build this has been. I've thoroughly enjoyed all of it, but today we find out whether I did everything properly. This has got to be the best all-round car that I have ever owned. And so it should be. This is basically a £100,000 car, and it only cost me just under £17,000 to repair it. But how much did it cost you to buy the car? Well, you'll have to go back and watch the first video for that, or just click in the top right-hand corner. Now, despite the car costing around £17,000 to repair, I reckon we could have done this a lot cheaper. But we bought a lot of unnecessary parts like the carbon fibre wing mirrors, the carbon fibre wings, and these huge bonnet vents. But it looks awesome. But there is one thing missing off this list, and it's something that I do to all the crash damaged cars that I buy before I take them out on the road. And that thing is servicing them, and that can actually be quite an expense. But luckily, I don't actually have to pay for this or do this myself on the Aston Martin. Now, if you guys remember when we was replacing the dashboard, we went to Aston Martin to pick up the passenger side airbag. And whilst we were there, they mentioned that this car was bought with a service plan. And that service plan stays with the car. And it's only had one service so far, so we'll be taking it for its next one for free. So not only are Aston Martin going to be checking over my repairs, we're also going to be getting a service, which is technically free. But before we head there is one more addition that I've been dying to do to the Aston Martin ever since I put it all back together. And that is to get rid of this tremendous arch gap. Hello!
How much water do you need, bro? What's wrong with this guy?
Yes, the Aston sits pretty high. But that's not to say it rides bad, it just doesn't look great that high. But I have a solution to that, and it's inside this box here. Now these are KW adjustable springs, and these are going to sit on the standard dampers. That means we can kind of get the best of both worlds. We still have the adaptive damping system that we control by the little button on the steering wheel on the Aston, but also we have adjustable ride height, which we can do using this little C-spanner. I've got to be at Aston Martin at 8:30 tomorrow morning, and now the time is 7 o'clock in the evening. We better get these fitted. I'm not sure how hard this is going to be, as I've never done one before, but looking at it with the wheel off, It doesn't look too difficult. The whole damper and spring just sits by itself and is attached to the lower arm with one bolt. And then there's just the bolts on the top mount. So first thing I'm going to undo is the bolt connecting the damper to the lower arm at the bottom. And once that's undone, I can lower the car down and start undoing the top mount bolts. There's of course an electrical connector for the damper which controls the stiffness of it. I've got to unplug that, and to get to all the top mount bolts I've got to undo the strut brace just enough so I can get my ratchet underneath it. And then I could try and wiggle out the strut, but it didn't seem like it was going to come out. But now all of you can see the new Aston Martin Vantage tee which I'm wearing, which we've made limited numbers of. The link's in the description for one of them. So with me not being able to get the strut out just by undoing those few bolts, I'm going to start by undoing the upper wishbone, which is held in by 2 bolts. With that out the way, I should be able to lift the strut clear. And I could. And with the strut and the spring off the car, I've then got to get the top mount off. And I can't just use a normal ratchet because this wire with the electrical connector on was in the way. So I'm going to have to use a swan neck spanner to get inside the bolt which is in the top mount and undo it. The problem is my swan neck spanner wasn't thin enough, so I had to make a few modifications to my tools here. After I've made a few modifications to my swan neck spanner, I can then use the spring compressor to of course compress the spring, making it then safe for me to undo the top mount with my newly adjusted swan neck spanner. Continuing on with the front suspension. To get all the new KW kit on, I've got to knock the standard spring seat off the damper. Once I've done that, I've then got this adjustable spring seat to pop on the damper, and then I can start building it back up again. First off goes the new spring, which is a lot shorter than the standard one. Then goes a dust cover, a shortened bump stop, another spring seat, a helper spring, another spring seat, and the top mount. And then the old top mount bolt, tightened up with my newly adjusted swan neck spanner. And then we're ready to mount it all back up to the car. We have to do a massive shout out to DTB Motorsport for getting me these KW springs, as he managed to get me on at quite a nice price. Cheers, Dave. Now, of course, refitting them is just exactly the same as taking them apart, but in reverse. Making sure when we tighten all the bolts up, we preload the suspension to save any unnecessary wear to those bushes. And there we go, one front done. Moving on to the rear. The rear suspension is pretty similar to the front suspension. The spring sits on the damper just like the front. There's one bolt holding the damper to the car at the bottom just like the front as well. I'm going to have to remove a drop link just to move it out the way. And to get to the top mount bolts, I've got to open the boot, remove a little bit of carpet out the way, and then I can then access the 3 bolts, which are of course the top mount bolts. Not forgetting to undo the electrical connector first. With the top mounts undone, I can pull the strut away from the car.
Please, I need coins now, bad.
Building up the
to buy that, I need money badly, bro. Please.
Adjustable springs. Job done there. Time to reassemble.
Oh man.
Right, the springs, the adjustable KW springs are on. They're looking mint. We don't really know exactly what the height is going to be just yet, but we've got them on the absolute lowest setting. Hopefully we can get off the ramp. Now, I am aware the standard wheels do sit pretty far inside the arch, so we have a solution. Now, if you've watched the previous builds, I normally change the alloys, but with these alloys being so lightweight and the tyres being specially made for the Aston Martin ones, I feel like and they look good as well. I'm keeping them, but as I mentioned, they sit pretty far inside the arch, and Aston Martin have a strange wheel PCD, so I couldn't buy spacers just off the internet. Now, Wheelmania, although they haven't provided us wheels for this build, they have provided us with a solution, and that solution is wheel spacers, because I could not find them anywhere. 5 by 128, I think the PCD was, for these Aston Martins. So if I'm right in saying I'm probably the only person to own wheel spacers with this size on. Only Aston Martins, specially made from Wheelmania. Let's get these on, and we'll see what they look like when this car's lowered down and wide. Let's do it. Who would have thought it? Not only have Wheelmania provided me with some amazing wheels in the past, they're now making the stock wheels look even better than before with these hub-centric spacers. These spacers bolt onto the actual hub, and you may notice that the bolts are protruding, but they should sit nicely inside the cutouts on the back of the standard Aston Martin wheel. Now, I can't quite remember the exact size I told Wheelmania to do these wheel spacers, but if one of you guys are watching and have got an Aston Martin exactly like mine, feel free to contact them with the link in the description. Okay, we're just going down now. Wheel spacers are on. Coilovers are on. Is it going to be on the floor, or is it going to be a nice, respectable height? Here we go. I feel like the ramp is... Yeah, I feel like it's going to be stuck in the ramp. Oh! Oh! Is it stuck on the ramp? I feel like the ramp's holding it up. I think the ramp's holding it up. But those back wheels... Jeez! The ramp's holding it up, so it could go even lower than that. That's looking absolutely banging on the front. We don't want to be rubbing though. We want nice fitment. So do we need to go on wood and then go back? Yeah.
It's honestly terrible. It's so
Right
bad,
now.
bro.
That is literally perfect. I think I've got enough clearance there. But they've still got to settle in. They have still got to settle in. That is looking absolutely fantastic. Sensational stuff, and you know it's good because right now this did take way longer than expected. It is 1:30 in the morning, and at 8:30 we've got to be at Aston Martin in the morning. Let's go. So, the springs. After putting them on and then driving them out, they rode, I'm going to be honest, horrendous. The problem is with the adjustable springs on the standard shocks, as soon as you go a little bit lower, you lose a lot of play in that damper. So, it almost felt as if I was running on the bump stop. So now, it is lower, but it's enough that it doesn't break my back. And yeah, any more lower, I think... Yeah, you're just on the bump stops, but I still think now, with those spaces and that ride height, that is perfect. Let's head into Aston Martin. Here we go. It's Judgment Day. This is Jake, and Jake is the service advisor at Aston Martin. We have to thank Jake already because he's been helping me throughout this Aston Martin build. And to be honest, all of Aston Martin have been great during this build, even if they didn't sell me some of the parts that I needed. I don't know, maybe they were just jealous that I didn't buy my car at list price. But hey, here it is, my crash damage Aston Martin Vantage inside Aston Martin Nottingham main dealer. Who would have thought it? This workshop is immaculate. We've got James the technician taking care of my Vantage today, and he's also going to be inspecting some of my repairs. But first off, we're onto the service, and we're going to be removing the air filters. He's already got the new filters set aside, and you can see here my old ones are pretty discolored and worn. But I think so far James was pretty impressed with the rebuild and even gave me a compliment.
Amazing.
But, oh, thanks, but but the compliment was quickly dismissed when he noticed I was missing some rubber mounts for the top of my radiator. So that's what those things were sitting on my toolbox for the past couple of weeks. But hey, we can't all be perfect. After the air filters were in, James put the car up in these really posh ramps and started checking over more of it. And then moved on to removing the oil filter, which for once on the Aston Martin was in a really clever place, right at the bottom of the engine where it should be. And with the oil filter removed, he then can begin to remove the drain plug to drain all the oil out the engine. Whilst doing the inspection, he noticed I was missing a little rubber stop, which was on the boot, which is apparently pretty common, and I wouldn't have even noticed that. But he said those little rubber stops are £5 each from Aston Martin. And with the new oil filter in and the drain plug tightened up, James then started filling the engine with oil using this pretty cool machine here, which you can type in how many litres wants to go into the engine and get it exactly right. After that, he plugged in his diagnostic tool and ran the car for fault codes. Have we just got any, is there any?
Nothing.
Nothing?
Nothing.
Wow. Wow.
Near at the bottom. Nothing's back.
Brilliant.
You actually fixed the car.
Would you believe it? No fault codes using the genuine Aston Martin computer.
Oh, no.
Nice.
Not a bad car at all.
And you heard it there, an Aston Martin technician giving it the approval. I'm completely gobsmacked. Who would have thought it? But now we've got more jobs to get on with.
So with the service and the health check done, and we have the wheel spacers and the lowering springs on as well, it's only right whilst we're here to get this on the four-wheel alignment, because we would have completely put out the whole wheel alignment of the car by lowering it and making it wider. But they have mentioned that this is set up for a standard Vantage, but they'll do their best. So we're going to sort out the camber, the alignment and everything. But so far, so good.
This is really cool. To get this to be as accurate as possible, you need a full tank of fuel and 37.5 kilos in each seat in the car. That way, when James does the alignment, the car should be set up perfectly for when a driver and passenger are sat in the car. It's crazy the little details Aston Martin take. And it's definitely a good job we're doing this, because after the computer took the readings, you can see the wheel alignment was completely out. But that's unsurprising. This car was in a pretty bad knock. Another thing I wasn't quite satisfied about was my panel alignment. I couldn't work out whether it was too big or too small. So James told me to go and have a look around the showroom and check out the Aston Martins that they had there. And if I'm perfectly honest, I think my panel gap was better than some of the ones in the showroom. The panel line on this satin grey one looked really close towards the front wheel, but then opens up more towards the headlight. But I don't know, maybe I'm just a bit picky. And speaking of picky, Hannah went into the spec room where you can choose pretty much everything from colours to leather types and anything in between that you want when ordering a brand new Aston Martin. And turns out you can pretty much have any colour with any finish. So maybe my satin red wrap isn't as unique as I first thought. And whilst we were faffing around in the showroom, James was hard at work trying to get the alignment perfect. And it seems he was making some leeway, because here's my printout. Everything gone from all red pretty much to now all green and pointing in a straight line, exactly how we like it. Then it's just up to James to take it out, take it for a test run and make sure it was driving all well and good.
So the tracking is done now and the car is driving straight, and we're just in for the final, well, it would have been the final thing, but the tyres could be an issue. But right now, the aircon needs regassing. The amount of times I've had this front end off and back on again, and obviously I've not regassed the aircon, and we're at the right place to do it. So James is going to crack on with that before finally finishing the Aston Martin off.
So with us shortly going on a road trip in the Aston Martin, aircon is a must. But all was looking well. And Aston Martin have been great, even if I did buy a crash damaged one. These are the only things that came back on the report. There was small damage on the offside front wheel, there was some rusting on the exhaust tips, there was a front number plate plinth missing, very minor, and of course those radiator rubbers were missing. But other than that, look at all those green ticks. Can I call myself a mechanic yet? We did have a few ambers at the back, but those were for the tyres. I definitely need to replace them. And there she is, wheel aligned and aircon gassed. With approval now from Aston Martin.
Wicked. So full alignment, service covered under the service plan,
yeah.
Air conditioning regas.
Perfect.
So total of 5, 6, 2 and 80. So in this pack, you've got a copy of the service sheet from today. Yeah. We've also got another copy of the four-wheel alignment sheet and a copy of the visual health check. Yeah. Nothing requires any immediate attention, which is
all good.
All good news.
It's shocking more
Did
than
you get
anything.
that bit on camera? Wicked.
Thanks very much, then, Matt.
Right, thanks
Cheers.
for that. Cheers.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Cheers,
everyone.
mate. See you later.
Cheers.
See
Thanks,
you later.
James.
Thank you.
Thank you. See you later.
See ya.
So there it is. The Aston Martin has been checked over by Aston Martin, and we've got the all clear. A few little things here and there, but now we've got aircon, forward alignment. We're a little bit lower, we're a little bit wider, and more importantly, we have the service stamp from Aston Martin as well. We are going to be going on a road trip in the Aston Martin next week. Okay, you guys need to listen to this. It doesn't sound so bad, right? The thing is, that's the sound of an AMG engine, more specifically a C63 engine. These new Aston Martin Vantages comes with the Mercedes C63 engine, as we've learnt through rebuilding it and finding all of the Mercedes logos dotted around, well, pretty much the whole car. The problem is, for me, the C63 used to sound like this. So what happened? Well, turbos happened, 2 of them. And it went from a 6.2 litre V8 to now a 4 litre V8. But that doesn't mean it's slower. This thing is an animal. It just means the sound of it isn't as AMG or Aston Martin-y as I would like it. If for some reason you've completely missed this build, I picked this Aston Martin up, crash damaged, I've been rebuilding it, and in the past few videos, I've been starting to, let's say, improve it, in my own words. But today, I'm hoping to make some more improvements.
Woo. On a 1-lane road? That's kind of crazy, bro.
So to make this exhaust sound better, we've got to replace and remove a few things. And one thing that I wasn't so impressed by, and I'm sure you guys will agree, is the size and looks of these exhaust tips. For a shouty sort of Aston Martin, these exhaust tips are pretty small and they're pretty pathetic. And not only that, they're rusting around the edge. And apparently it's a pretty common thing. Even here, it was noted down by the technician at Aston Martin. So I'm hoping we may be able to change them towards the end of the video. But first off, we've got other things to attend to. This is the exhaust of an Aston Martin. We have 2 downpipes going from each turbo, one this side and one that side. They then flow into the secondary cats, and then from the secondary cats, it goes all the way back to this horrible back box. Now the downpipes are going to be the part that is restricting most of the power of this car. Problem is, when I looked online for downpipes, I couldn't find any listed for Aston Martin. So I had to think outside the box. So in this box right here, I have a set of downpipes for a C63. Obviously, I couldn't find any for an Aston Martin. These are from BR Motorsport, and I'm pretty sure we should be able to tell within an instant whether these are going to fit or not. In my head, I thought same engine, maybe it'll work. But now I'm thinking about it, it's a completely different chassis. So let's get this thing back on the air. After comparing the 2 downpipes, I'm just looking at them underneath the car. I couldn't really see much. So I only really had one option, and that was to start stripping it apart from the top of the engine to see if I could see anything more from there. There was a lot of things covering this up, like the strut brace, engine covers, and heat shields. I need to remove all of this so I can see the turbos and where the downpipes connect to them. And with that removed, it was kind of looking promising for me. I don't want to get too excited too early, but the downpipe that I've got and the ones which are on the Aston Martin are looking very similar. So here we've got the hole for the lambda sensor, another hole for the lambda sensor there. We have the same here, we've got the hole for the lambda sensor there, and the one right down the back there. So this route's down through the back, and then it sort of comes around this route there, and if I look at it, it's pretty similar, and I'm going to be so miffed if it is the slightest difference. But I'm feeling positive. Let's all keep our fingers crossed for this, because it will sound absolutely awesome, I'm sure. Let's do it. So it's back underneath the car we go, and I need to disconnect the secondary cats from the downpipe. There's 3 bolts holding the secondary cats to the pipe, and then there's 1 exhaust clamp holding it to the rest of the exhaust. Then it's down with the Aston, and I can start undoing all the nuts and bolts which hold the downpipe to the turbos.
Once I've undone all of that, I then had Chris at the bottom of the car pushing the exhaust up and me at the top, because I can't be 2 places at once.
Him at bottom and you on top? Damn.
That was an absolute mission and a half to get that out. That definitely went in with the engine. There's no way Aston Martin put that in afterwards. This is the moment of truth. I'm going to be disappointed if these are not the same. That's the wrong side.
Okay,
let's get the other side. I'm going to be highly disappointed if we have to put these all back in. Please, it's too close to be the same.
It does look the same. It does look the same.
It's too close for it to not be the same.
But that means it might not be the same.
Yeah. Right, here we go then. Come on. It's looking close, lad. Oh no.
It's way thinner.
It was off different, don't it?
Oh no.
Oh, no, wait.
Isn't it the protection though?
Oh no.
Looks shorter here, doesn't it?
So, let's have a look right here. So that's on the angle there. It looks like the tail comes off. Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, where's this going to?
And it only took another 30 seconds of looking at it to find out, yep, they were slightly different.
That's disappointing. We wouldn't have known unless I took it apart because it looks so similar. And in my head, I was thinking it's so similar not to be the same. Turns out it's not the same. Lesson learned. But we have plan number 2, and it's in that box right there.
In that box right there is a set of secondary cat delete pipes from Quicksilver. We know these are going to fit because they're made for the Aston Martin. Now, when putting the downpipes back in, I may have made a small modification to them, making them now a zero-cell sports cat, if you know what I mean. But along with the new Quicksilver pipes, this should be a recipe
Damn.
of some V8 carnage. That almost defeated me, but we're on. And now the question is, have I ruined the Aston Martin with this exhaust? Because I really do not want to put that all back together. Liam, start her up. Quiet. Little bit noisier. That's okay. That's fine. It sounds good. That sounds good. She sounded actually good. It's not even that bad. Bit more. Okay. Go on, one more, Liam. Wow. Okay.
I think it works.
Winner, but
Hello, Aiden.
More we need to do. We cannot just leave it like this. Obviously, because of the new zero-cell sports cat. So there's only one place we can go. So myself and the Aston Martin have came to Deutsche Tech, where of course they made DMO's SVJ sound like this. And if they can make an SVJ sound like that, then I'm pretty sure they can make my Aston Martin sound a lot better. Now, Deutsche Tech are known for making some crazy customized exhausts, and that's what we'll be doing to the rest of the Aston Martin exhaust. But there's one thing we need to address before we do that, and that is to tune it. This is needed before we continue with the exhaust work, because now that Aston can breathe better through the exhaust, the ECU needs to know that. And if we don't do it, it could potentially put it into limp mode, which is what we don't need, especially before going on a big road trip with this car. So as always, the Aston Martin is never straightforward. John has been slaving away at the Aston for most of this day now, actually, trying to figure out exactly how we can get around my special zero-cell
cat downpipe that I've
fucked
made,
it.
and we've come up with a solution. So I'm actually going to be coming back here, and me and John, when I say me and John, mainly John, I'll probably be doing a little bits, and we're actually going to be making some custom downpipes for the Aston Martin, and then potentially touching a bit on the back box. But for now, John has actually tuned this car. We're looking at around 600 bhp this car's going to be now, so that's going to be absolutely ridiculous. All the power going to the rear wheels. This is going to be insane, and I can't actually wait to get this out and drive it with the new power, the new sound. It's all ready to go off now when we just on the final bits now, John is, and it makes a nice difference for somebody else to be doing the work rather than myself. Nice to have a bit of a break. This is what a 600 bhp Aston Martin sounds like. It's a lot
Dang it.
louder. That is what an Aston Martin should sound like.
It's not what it
So
does.
a massive thanks to Deutsche Tech. We'll definitely be back to sort those downpipes and exhaust tips out. But before I go and test out an extra 100 bhp, there's something we need to sort, and that was the tyres. In the last video, we took the Aston to Aston Martin to be checked over, and one thing that got pulled up were the tyres. And these tyres are specially made for the Vantage, so there's only one place I could go to get them. So now, 4 brand new sets of tyres. We can finally take this out for a proper test drive and test the exhaust and the new power. Let's go. Here we go then. New exhaust system, which is sounding mental. We'll get to that later. But a tune which should bring us over 600 bhp. We need to get it on the dyno to confirm that, so I'm sure we can head to Mallory Performance for that. But I've resisted putting my foot down until now, so we can all experience this together. New tyres on, 600 brake,
Not looking forward to it.
track mode, manual. Let's do this. Okay. That is a lot quicker.
I couldn't look.
Again.
He's not liking that. He's not liking it.
Immediate torque, and it just keeps, like every gear, it just gets faster. Have you heard that? You're driving.
Why?
Because if we're going on the road trip, you've got to learn how to drive it. So, it's now Hannah's turn to unleash the Aston Martin V8.
Do you feel safe?
I'm not quite sure actually. Go on then. Go and give it a bit. What?
Okay, I don't want to do it again.
It's fast, isn't it?
That's enough. Look here,
She's alive. It's literally a new life into the Aston Martin. Some
That's a
people
very
see
cool
cars
car.
of just a machine which gets them from A to B, but this one is so much more, especially now. Every single thing that I've done to this Aston Martin, from rebuilding her to modifying her to the exhaust and now the tune on it, has just turned it into an incredible monster. And we need to have a little recap on this. So Hannah, we're going to demonstrate to everyone the final result. So let's go on sport mode. That is just the normal mode with the valves shut. Yeah, it's quite nice and quiet. Let's flip it into track mode. An instant difference. Okay, back into sport. Let's get a few revs in sport. Oh, it's still quite loud. Now track mode. This is where it gets hectic. Send it. She is well and truly alive. I cannot wait to go back to Tech to do the back boxes, and we'll probably make a new downpipe as well. Who knows? But if it sounds anything better than that, it's just going to be new levels. Now remember, you guys, if you want to continue supporting the Aston Martin build, we've made a limited number of these Aston Martin t-shirts with a print on the back. We've improved the quality, the prints and everything, and they're looking so good now with the oversized fitment. I'm wearing a large. You can grab these with a link in the description box below. And remember, there's only a limited number available. This is it, the 2 final pieces left to rebuild the Aston Martin. Wait, let's take it back a second. 3 months ago, I took the biggest risk I've ever taken by buying a crash-damaged Aston Martin Vantage. I spent endless hours rebuilding it, cross-referencing parts from other cars, modifying it, and then getting the all clear from Aston Martin.
Oh no,
it was all good.
Not a bad car at all.
And now we're about to attempt a 2,500 mile road trip.
What?
Are you feeling confident?
2,500 miles.
Is it done?
It's done. The plan? To head from Leicester in the United Kingdom to a place called Portofino in Italy. But we won't be taking the direct route. We'll be stopping at a fair few landmarks along the way for reasons you'll see throughout the trip. That's
Holy
if
shit.
we make it. Now, me and Hannah won't be doing this trip alone. We've got Chris Slicks, who's taken his Aston Martin Vantage, which was also crash damaged. And then we have Jack McNeil, who's taken his turbocharged 1 litre Micra, better known as Boris. A recipe for disaster? Maybe. But regardless of what car we were driving, we all got on the road and headed down to Portsmouth, where we board the overnight ferry to our first destination in France, Saint Malo.
Let's go.
Chris, show me your key.
Why are you trying to flex my key? No, just because mine's a real Aston Martin, not a Mercedes. You know, pretend it. No. You don't need to. You don't need to.
So Chris has got a transit van key
with a Volvo fob.
Yes, a transit van key with a Volvo fob. I'm pretty sure this could unlock or lock a load of Fords.
Any Ford.
And this is actual genuine Aston Martin engine in this. It's
the real deal.
The real deal Ford Transit kit.
Yeah, and Volvo fob.
Volvo, I think that's pretty reliable. AMG, I would say reliable. And of course, the Nissan. We all know them for their reliability, but maybe I'm speaking too soon. But maybe I didn't, because Boris seems to be eating up the miles as good as both of the Astons. We wasn't too far from our first destination, and it wasn't long until we ran into some really bad weather. Oh, I can't see anything! Oh my god! But rain or shine, we powered through it. And all the cars seem to be soaking it up so well so far. That was carnage. And it wasn't long until blue skies were ahead, the roads dried up, and we reached our first destination.
Oh, France?
Le Mans.
Yeah.
Le Mans, the home of the 24-hour race. Did you know in 2020, Aston Martin Vantage took 5 out of 8 wins here, taking home
the trophies.
The trophies. We made it to Le Mans. And the cool thing about this...
Oh, it's a racing tree, isn't it?
The circuit. Well, at least parts of it. I'm not sure what actual corner we're on, but this is actually part of the road, which is mental. And then here's the gravel. After driving endless motorway miles already, it was nice to get our foot down a bit in all of the cars. Being that we're at a racetrack, and that last time was at a racetrack, we had a little sound test between
we
the
did, didn't we?
350Z
Yeah.
and the Gallardo.
I think the 350Z won that.
I think we should do sound test Mark 2 versus...
Can we find a good spot to do it?
Yeah.
Let's go explore the track. We're going to find somewhere good to do the sound test.
Yeah.
And we'll check back.
We continued exploring and driving all 3 cars, having so much fun. Maybe too much fun.
Uh-oh. Rest in
Then
peace,
found the
tires.
perfect place for a sound test.
It's okay, it's okay, but it's a bit fake, isn't it? It's those turbos.
Right.
It just sounds a bit naff.
Here we go, NAV8.
It's a lot quieter.
And how could we leave Boris out of this? Time for his sound test. I'm waiting for a bottom end. We've got a clear winner. Okay, so we got a little sidetracked and we needed to get back on the road because you see we were still here in Le Mans and the next main destination was Monaco, where of course we needed to get redemption from the last video. But all of a sudden, Jack seems to have a few issues with Boris's gear linkage.
What?
I think what's happened is the bolts come loose or off, and it's basically when I was building it, I put the bolt in the wrong way around, and it had the exact same feeling as this. It wouldn't go into gear because the bolt was blocking it from going into gear. So we need a jack. I don't know where Jack is.
I don't know if people would have had money on it, what car would probably break down first, but...
This car's not broken down yet, alright?
Okay, it's got a small issue.
It decides what gear it wants to go in.
So what, it can't go into gear? Is it all floppy?
No, it can, but it's like stiff. It's like...
I told you, try
Oh yeah, it just...
the samurai sword for a bread knife.
Yeah, bread knife might do it. Jack managed to temporarily bodge something together just to get the gear linkage working for now. And as we were starting to run out of daylight, we checked into the first hotel of the trip in Oradour-sur-Glane, where we would stay the night and then tomorrow morning continue the journey. Well, you can tell we're not in Italy just yet, and it's a little bit dull, but we've still got at least another 2 more days of driving, but plenty more roads to get on the way. And I'm pretty happy to be back in the Aston. Now, whether we like it or not, all of our cars have a history that we cannot delete. Just like the next village we're about to pass through of Oradour-sur-Glane, which was invaded by the Germans in 1944. And we can see the damage that was caused by them because everything was left the way it was. Things were looking good for all of us that day, but that gear linkage problem Jack had seemed to come back up to bite him. So Jack is underneath. What's up with it? Just trying to... So...
Jack, I've got some news, mate.
If this was Top Gear,
every man gets left behind.
Everyone go watch Jack's video if you want to find out what happened to his car. Me and Chris are gone. See you, Jack! Rules are rules. Me, Hannah and Chris continued on, leaving Jack around here whilst we powered through to the south of France. And seeing as we could go at our own pace now, we decided to test the difference between the two Astons.
The aspirated Aston and the turbo Aston.
Chris is gone already. And there's a fair bit of difference.
Damn, why is this camera race right now, bro?
It's getting better, and so were the roads. We crossed the Malau Bridge, and if I'm right, this is the highest bridge in the world.
What? That is so scary.
Not even touched anywhere near where we're meant to be going on this road trip so far, and I can tell you that this is definitely the best car we've ever taken on a road trip. It is so good. I want to just explain how quick and how good this car is at roads like this. Like, it's been awesome cruising, but when you come to have a slower car in front and you want to overtake, it does it, and you have like ultimate confidence in it that it will get round that car with ease. And we've got it in track mode now. We've got track mode suspension on it as well, And we'll just demonstrate how quickly it overtakes a slower car in front. 3-car overtake. And that is how it's done. It's so easy in this, it's ridiculous. We stopped once more to fill up, and then we heard from Jack. Jack's run out of fuel. We didn't leave him, we were going fairly slow. Yeah, very slow, but I think Jack's incapable of following a sat-nav. We all have walkie-talkies in the car. The problem is Jack can't hear us because he has all of the windows down as he has no aircon. His fuel tank is half the size of the Aston's, and a wrong turn left him stranded by the side of the road.
Hello, my friend.
What happened, mate?
So I went to the roundabout, and obviously because you guys ditched me, I had no clue where to go.
What, we literally went slow?
And I went around and roundabout like 3 times, like, wait, which one's the second exit again? I was like, I think it's this one. And then, yeah, it wasn't that one.
I just want to show you something. Nice full tank I've got there.
Oh, it's actually, you know, it's weight saving when you have no...
Jack was back, and now he could join us for the drive along the south of France towards Monaco. The roads were incredible, the views were incredible, and we passed some amazing small villages that we never would have saw if it wasn't for this road trip. Saint-Tropez was en route, so it was only right that we drove through to check it out. And there was even people that recognised me from the channel there. It's absolutely mental. And as we was getting pretty close to Monaco, we wanted to give the cars a quick scrub over before arriving there.
I might actually get it in time.
How good does that Aston
2
Martin
points.
look? It makes me smile from ear to ear. And a couple miles later, we arrived in Monaco. The hotels in Monaco are a little different to usual. You park up outside and then a driver comes to collect your car and he does the rest.
That's 20k
The Aston
already,
Martin
so-
seems to fit in quite well, but Boris on the other hand...
Keep going, keep going. Keep going. Look how you parked.
Where else did you want me to go?
More coming, just those 2 plus this one.
That's it, that's it. Thank you.
Please put it next to the 765.
He's done pretty well.
You've smashed it.
I'm not being funny, it's not an easy car.
The wipers are doing it for me. Monaco, the home of the famous Grand Prix, also the home of the rich and famous. We did our best to try and blend in. But we didn't come here in an attempt to try and blend in, and we'll get on to why we came here later. But the next morning, as we was driving around enjoying the sights of Monaco, I bumped into someone, or should I say something, which was so unexpected. And what are the chances of this? My old BMW M4 has also made it to Monaco, and the new owner is right here. How you finding it?
It's great. It is excellent. It is excellent.
What a car. Oh, it's so good to see it again. Yes, I do. And it's still got the key tag.
Still got that. The money pit.
Absolutely mint. Look what a throwback. It's a money pit. Is it still a money pit?
Correct.
Wow, this is a different steering wheel. You picking up some... No way. I remember this car being ridiculously loud. Jesus. We're gonna get kicked out.
Oh, it's open now. It's opened up.
The valves have definitely opened out. Alright, I'm giving it one blap, and then we're gonna get kicked out.
A blap. 3, 2, 1. Okay, that's it.
Okay, that is loud. That is loud. The M4 was so cool to see again back on the road. It's like being reunited with a long lost child. Makes me so proud. But that's not the reason we came here.
Uh-oh. A racing bro? Oh.
So last time we gambled €1,000 at the Monte Carlo casino. That was the total fuel cost that it cost us in the Lamborghini to get here, and we lost. This time we've came for redemption.
Let's go.
The famous Monte Carlo casino. As I've mentioned, it took us for €1,000 before in the previous video, and we're here to get it back. Or could this be the worst idea I've ever had? Again, parking outside the casino is another ordeal in Monaco. In their own words, they only let supercars park out the front. Every time I've bought one of my crash damaged cars, we've managed to get it outside. And this time, both of the Astons got at the front, but what about Boris? He got denied, he got denied. No. Oh no.
What happened to my cameras, bro? It fell off.
Jack had to drive back to the hotel and then walk back up to meet us. But look at that, 2 Aston Martins parked outside the front, both of which were crash damaged. Little does anybody know. Right, this is it. There's we all know what it's like with filming in here, so we'll get what we can. Hopefully, even if we get the audio of this. Good luck, boys.
We'll got this. We've got this. No drama.
So here we are on the secret camera inside the casino. Last time €1,000 went on black. This time, I'm going for red. If we win, we'll get our money back from last time. If we lose, we're down a total of €2,000. So we're looking for a red number. Here goes nothing.
Oh. I lost again.
Never going back in that casino. I lost. So the next morning, we said goodbye to Monaco, and we headed along the coast to the destination we originally set out for, Portofino in Italy. Now the thing is, I saw some incredible photos of Portofino online before we went on this trip, but what I didn't see was the roads. Oh god, holy fucking shit, this is not cool.
Holy fuck.
Trailers are coming through, Land Rovers.
What the
road's
fuck?
about enough width for a flipping sausage.
What the fuck is this? What?
have no idea what beeping is doing because it doesn't move anyone on.
Straight.
We realised that the locals came up with a theory that if you beat the horn, it makes the car thinner. Oh my god. Stress. Literally, what's going to come next? A tractor. After we escaped the narrow roads untouched, we made it into the centre of Portofino. Well, all three cars made it to the centre of Portofino, and what a place Portofino is. But it's not quite, as we found out, a driving city. But there's only one place we can go where we can get driving roads.
Uh-oh.
I'll be honest with you. My original plan was to end the trip in Portofino. But after spending months rebuilding an Aston Martin to take it to a place I couldn't really drive it, it felt wrong. So we got in the cars and headed 246 miles up through Italy to a place called Stelvio Pass. We stayed in a hotel that night and it didn't disappoint.
What?
It was like Stelvio was already putting on a show for us.
What the fuck? That hotel is crazy.
Whoa.
Good morning. Look at these views.
Unbelievable, Jeff.
That is so expensive, bro.
Stelvio was in touching distance now, and this part of Italy was just breathtaking. I even took the passenger seat to take in more of the views. We are heading up to Stelvio's Pass, one of the best driving roads in the world. I've never been there, I've only saw videos of it. It looks absolutely amazing. And to drive the Aston Martin on there, it's gonna be what this car was actually made for. Cannot wait to get there. Let's get there.
Man, oh man, oh man.
Look at this. And we're not even at the top. How high are we?
6,700 feet above sea level.
Thanks, Hannah.
2,052 meters.
That's crazy. Uh-oh, it's about to happen. No, never mind.
Really here.
Wow.
These parts of the earth
No trees?
exist.
No trees though, bro?
Stelvio.
How do you breathe?
15 miles of raw hairpins and solid driving roads.
Ooh-wee. This is gonna be sick.
Holy moly.
Should we do it then?
Let's do it.
This is what track mode was made for in this car. This car is absolutely perfect for it. The brakes are good, the downshifts are better, and then we're into a hairpin. worth it. All of the miles, all of the rebuilding, all of the work, the effort, the money that I put into this car is worth it for this moment right now. Even losing that money at the casino, this has been one hell of a trip. And to finish it off on this road has been, there's just no words for it. I didn't even think roads like this existed. We continue driving Stelvio Pass for the rest of the day, making most of the time that we had and making the most out of our cars. This also gave us time to think about all the memories that were created on this road trip, good memories and not so good memories. But the point is, it was the cars that brought us to this destination, the cars that brought us together, and the cars that brought us memories. So if you're watching this, thinking about going on a road trip with your mates, go and do it. It'll be the best thing you ever do. That was honestly one of the best things I've ever done. Maybe ever. The sun is just going down now over Stelvio Pass, and we're finishing this trip off with the smell of brakes and the sound of a cooling fan. Exactly the way that we wanted to end it. And what a trip it's been. It's literally been the best trip in possibly one of my best cars that I've ever rebuilt. It is such a good all-round car, and this is the exact reason why I push any of you guys to just go and follow your dreams. I took a risk about 3 years ago, leaving my job, and this is part of my job. It is absolutely unreal, and we've still got a long journey back in the Aston Martin, but we are going to leave it right here. What a trip, what a journey. If you've enjoyed it, if you've enjoyed this journey with us, hit that subscribe button, hit that thumbs up button, and I'll see you in the next video.
It's not a vibe! It's not a vibe!
Oh, yeah.
Like a drug van.
Damn, that's a good idea.
I've just bought the cheapest 718 Cayman S in the whole entire country. I was the only person at auction to bid on this thing, and upon receiving delivery of it, I've kind of realised why. Let's face it, we're all guilty of it. Going onto Auto Trader, eBay, or whatever it may be, finding the car that you dream of owning and popping in lowest price first. The thing is, when you buy a Porsche, you buy it because you want one, not because you need one. I'm beginning to think, I don't want this. Now, originally, it was the Porsche 718 Cayman, which was in my budget, and there was actually one on Auto Trader for sale. For £18,000, I could have bought a 2019 Cayman with only 13,500 miles on the clock with a small front-end knock. But if you could buy the Cayman S with the 2.5-litre engine as opposed to the 2-litre engine, and 350 bhp as opposed to 300 bhp for around the same sort of price, you're gonna say yes, right? And in this particular case, after a solid couple of seconds of thinking about it, I decided to take the risk. Now, we all know when buying a car from a place like Copart, you can't actually go and see the car before you buy it. We're relying solely on the photos that they take. Now, I could be wrong, but beside me are the photos of this Porsche that were taken at the auction site.
I don't think the damage looks too bad, alright? But I can't be naive here. Every time I bought a crash damage car from auction and then it's turned up, it's always been a lot worse than first expected. But when I was the only one bidding on this thing and the car didn't even meet its reserve price, I had a sinking feeling that I'd missed something obvious. Now the only positive I can take from this is that the Porsche was a category N, which means non-structural. I was just hoping whoever assessed this car got it right. Well, actually, I'm struggling to find one decent panel on this car. The passenger side is most definitely the worst, but moving on to the driver's side, it isn't really much better. Now, all of you have followed me on this crazy journey over the past 3 years after attempting my first ever crash damage rebuild on Hannah's Audi TT. And since then, I got the true itch of rebuilding cars. And with every one, I've tried to challenge myself more and more. But this one is most definitely going to be the most challenging one yet. Upon finding more information about this car, I think I've found the reason why nobody else bid on it. But before we get to that, let me show you all of this car's damage. So there's a lot of damage, and the best way we can sort of go through this is work from the front and go backwards, starting with this driver's side front wing. I have absolutely no idea what's caused this or how it's got in this condition, but all along this side doesn't look too bad, but the damage looks towards the top, and the only thing I can suggest is maybe this car has been on its back possibly a few times. The headlight is damaged. We all know how expensive headlights are. Bumpers, that's a no-go. But what looks intact is the driver's side front wheel and, I dare say, all the suspension. There is a lot of mud all in here, which would maybe suggest that this car's been in a ditch and possibly it was a wet day. And Hannah's going to tell you about this wheel anyway.
So it's supposed to have 10 spokes, but only 9. And it's missing a caliper.
It is missing a caliper. Now the reason it is missing a brake caliper is because I actually took it off. When Mark came and delivered me the car, Copart lifted the car onto his trailer with a forklift. And the only way of getting the Porsche off the trailer was to roll it off. And with that 10-spoke wheel, which was now 2-spoke, there was a high chance it would roll round and cause damage to the caliper. And I didn't want to cause any more damage than what was already there. So with the caliper removed, I could put the 2-spoke wheel back on and just about safely enough roll it off the trailer. Now, I never actually got round to showing you the full damage on the Porsche, so brace yourself. The driver's side wing mirror is missing, along with the wiring loom as well. The driver's side door has some pretty severe dents and holes. It's completely missing a side skirt. The driver's side rear quarter has some nasty dents in it here and here. The rear bumper has damage as well as the diffuser. There's no glass in the boot and it's pretty dented up over there. The passenger side rear quarter definitely took most of the hit. There's no glass here and there's no glass here. Side skirt's damaged, doors damaged, the front passenger side wings damaged, front bumper's damaged, the windscreen's damaged, the A-pillars took a fair amount of the hit, the seat airbag's gone, the door card airbag's gone, and there's some pretty severe dents in the roof. So it's not really looking too good for the Porsche. In fact, I don't think there's any positives we can take from this. Well, actually, yes, there is. Supposedly, this thing starts, well, according to Copart, it does. Now, the engines on the Cayman are right at the back, but to access it, you can't just check underneath the boot here. I've never worked on a Porsche before, but I'm pretty sure to access the engine, you have to remove all of this panel here. But even still, after removing that panel there, I don't think you can actually access much. You can't even check the oil on these cars. It's another one of those modern cars which doesn't have a dipstick, annoyingly, but looking underneath it, I can't see any obvious signs of oil leaks or any sort of leaks coming from the back here. And to be honest, it's quite clear that most of the damage is more towards the top end of the car. But the one thing that is at the front of the car are the cooling radiators, which you can just about see here. And surprise, surprise, it looks like these have sprung a leak. But that shouldn't stop me from starting this thing. We probably can't run it to temperature because there might not be any coolant in there. But as long as there's oil in there, we should be all right. Okay, there's a fair amount of lights on the dashboard, as usual. How do I scroll through this?
Okay, we got low battery. Refill coolant, yes, so we are low on coolant. Check brake pads, well, we don't have any caliper on there. Third brake light, low battery. And that should be about it. No warning for oil, so let's start this thing up. This is going to be a decider whether this car gets that little bit more expensive. Come on. First time she's running. We do have an engine management light, no oil light. I think a radiator fan is catching something there, but oh, it stopped. Okay, it fixed itself, but yeah, something is definitely catching at the front. I'm not actually quite sure how these engines should sound. It's a 4-cylinder engine, 2.5 litre. It does sound a little tappety, but I don't know, maybe they're supposed to sound like that. I definitely think we can take this as a positive, the first positive. Another positive we can take as well, no dashboard airbag is gone and no steering wheel airbag is gone. This window work, yes, we do have a driver's side window, but yeah, no passenger side window. But at least we have an engine which runs. That's definitely one positive to take out of this. So the question still lies, why was I the only bidder to bid on this Porsche Cayman S? So apart from the obvious that every single panel is damaged, this is my theory. So things like the wing, the bumper and the doors, they're all bolt-on, bolt-off repairs. But when we go to the rear quarter, well, this is actually part of the car and it's aluminium. It's all spot welded on, all along here, along the top and down here, even where the door bolts to it. And the same goes for the roof. It's all spot welded on, as flimsy as it may be. Now, even though it's taken a massive hit to the A-pillar, the roof and the rear quarters of the car, it's still a category N, which, as I previously mentioned, means non-structural, and I think they got it right. All of these parts are aluminium. They're made to be as light as possible to make the car better at handling, to make the car faster, and dare I say it, they're not actually part of the structure. I like to think of them more of a beauty cover than a structure. The structure of this car is all underneath this aluminium. You can see the frame just sort of bulging out from the aluminium here. And I think one of the reasons why I was the only bidder on this car is if the damage has gone as far as bending that frame or denting that frame, then this car is as good as scrap. The chassis is bent. And if you were to strip this all down to find out this part of the frame is all bent underneath or it's dented, then you don't really have a good parts car either. You're not really going to sell any part of this car and make any money off it. I've just noticed all the mud on the inside of this door card here, and I still can't work out how that's got there. The other reason I think I was the only bidder as well is because of the parts. Now, I know you can buy rear quarters and A-pillars for this Porsche. I've got the schematics and the part numbers of it here. The thing is, I don't know the price of them and whether Porsche would even sell me them in the first place. Now, remember when we first picked up the Aston Martin and we called them to find out whether we could buy the parts for it, but the main dealer wasn't actually allowed to sell structural parts to the public. You had to be an Aston Martin registered repairer. And the same story could go for this Porsche. Although I don't think these parts are structural, I don't know how they're going to take it with somebody who's not a registered repairer, more of a DIY, replacing things like the A-pillar and the rear quarter. The time now is 20 to 6, so Porsche will be closed at the moment, so I guess I won't find that out until tomorrow morning. So I guess the big question is, do I have enough in this car to make it sort of sensible to repair? But before we find out exactly how much I paid for this, I wanted to get it inside and on the ramp so we could check underneath the Porsche.
It's still making that noise.
Okay, so before we do anything, we've checked the outside of the car, but we haven't checked what's underneath the car. And there's one thing that me and Liam can't get our heads around. So we're saying the car was rolled on this side. All the glass is smashed, the airbags have gone out on this side. Most of the damage to the rear quarter has been done on this side. But the side that doesn't have a wing mirror is that side. This side, it has a wing mirror and there's not even a scratch on it. There's literally not one scratch on it. How? I don't know.
Okay, here we go. Most of it is just all a cover, really, and like really. Taking a hit here, but again, it's just a cover. What this part of the exhaust? Part of the exhaust, but the exhaust looks alright. I think this is just a and the tray. Oh, that was very close. I think this could be the engine sump, but this is bent up into it.
Ooh.
So close to breaking that. So close.
So close.
It's definitely been. Oh my god, that has definitely been put in a ditch, isn't it? And a wet one. Oh wow. But actually, underneath, bearing in mind, actually a lot of it is all covers. It seems. Oh, there's a lot of mud here as well. But it seems alright. It seems okay, to be honest. But we haven't stripped it all back yet. But so far, so good. So at least we've taken some positives from the Porsche. The underside isn't that bad. Well, it's definitely not as bad as the top side. But is this worth the repair? Have I got enough money in it to sort of make it worth repairing this thing? Well, I'll let you guys decide that, because we have the blackboard of expense, and I paid £18,500.
That's it?
Cayman
For
S's
Porsche?
around the same year and mileage are going for around £49,000.
What?
Not a categorised one though. So have I gone completely mad with this one, or do you think it's worth repairing? This is definitely going to be the biggest rebuild that we've ever attempted so far. But if we pull it off, this is going to be one sick car. So here it is, the cheapest Porsche 718 Cayman S in the whole entire country. And this is what it sounds like. It's not the most healthiest of sounding things. And it's also not the most healthiest of looking things in the UK either. Now, in the last video, I explained to you guys that I bought this Porsche from auction and I was the only bidder. This car didn't even meet its reserve price. But at the cost of £18,500, I still don't think it's too bad of a deal. I think it looks a lot worse than it actually is. Well, I hope it looks a lot worse than it actually is.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too, bro. 18k, bro? For Porsche? What?
Now, I think the part that puzzled us the most with this is we couldn't work out how every single panel on this car has been damaged. But I think I found part of the reason, and it's not actually from the accident. Now, we sort of figured out that there was some sort of impact on this passenger side for the door card airbag to blow and also the seat airbag to blow on that side. But alongside that, we have a window smashed on this side, a window smashed there. We have roof damage, we've got rear quarter damage, we've got boot damage. We even have rear bumper damage as well along the bottom here. I also had an obliterated windscreen which has been removed, no driver's side wing mirror, a severely damaged driver's side wing and headlight, the passenger side front wheel is battered, the passenger side A-pillar is battered, the driver's side rear quarter is gone, and there's no driver's side side skirt. But check out this door, I can't believe I didn't notice this before. Now, other than this mark and this pretty severe hole and dent, this door would have been actually okay, and it was quite hard to work out what actually caused that. And if you look at it from here, this line is pretty evenly spaced along with this line here, which is the same space as that line there, and then it looks like it's been dragged all the way down, and it's the same for the side skirt. The two lines there and the two lines there, and that side skirt would have been completely fine if it wasn't for these two lines. Some of you have probably already guessed where that damages came from, but bear with me. Now, the back bumper would have been completely fine, but yes, you guessed it, if it wasn't for the two lines running down here, this broken part there, and again, the two lines running down there with a broken part there. There's one more. Here is the driver's side door, which again would have been completely fine if it wasn't for the same type of line which have pierced a hole and rubbed all the way down the door there and down here as well. All of these damages are way too uniform to be caused by the crash. So what did cause them? Now, this Porsche was bought from Copart, and any guesses what they use to move around salvage cars at Copart? You guessed it, a forklift. But hey,
either way, it doesn't change the fact that I still bought this car and I still have to repair it. And it's not like there was hiding anything. All of the damage were shown on the pictures at the auction. But I'm just a little miffed that the car could have been in a little bit better condition if there was some careful forklift driving.
Yeah, I don't understand how you can do that, bro. Forklift, bro. Doesn't make no sense.
Now I say I've got to repair this Porsche. I am still on the edge, and at the moment all I've paid for is the car. My goal right now is to strip the car apart and work out what parts are salvageable and what parts need replacing. Just like this wheel.
Oh my god.
The first thing that was coming to my attention was the noise that comes from just in front of the driver's side wheel when the car's on. It sounds like a fan is almost catching on the arch lining. And then I've since found out it wasn't catching on the arch lining, but it was catching on a lot of mud and stones. It seems the Porsche has definitely crashed into some kind of muddy ditch or field to Hannah's disliking. But other than that, inside the driver's wheel well, everything seems to be in pretty good order. Although it is difficult to tell whether any of the suspension is damaged until it's been on a wheel alignment. Next off is the front bumper. I know that this isn't salvageable, but I'm hoping there's no damage behind it. And my hopes were soon shattered because, well, there was a lower crash bar which was completely bent. I'm moving swiftly on to the driver's side front wing and headlight. Both of these are completely battered and definitely need replacing. Again, more hopes that there's no damage behind this wing. But this time, all seems well. So that's the front end completely apart, and there's only sort of one real hidden surprise, which I didn't expect, is the front lower crash bar here, which is all bent up, but it's not too much of a drama because I did find one on eBay for £150 plus £7.50 postage. So it's not too bad at the minute. So far it's not really cost us anything because I'm still on edge on whether this thing's actually worth repairing or not, and there's a few things that's going to decide that. So here's the driver's side wing, which is good to no one. It's also the headlight bracket, and then the headlight as well. That's completely obliterated, and again, that's going to be good to absolutely no one, and we all know how expensive headlights can be. The passenger side wing probably could be salvageable. It's not too bad, but then we have the passenger side headlight as well. Looks in okay condition. It all works. There is a few scratches on top. I don't know whether we'll maybe be able to get them out. I don't think it's worth replacing the passenger side headlight just for those scratches. But for a driver's side headlight, we're looking around £900, and that's second hand. We knew it was going to be expensive, but I didn't think it's not too bad. But I'm not going to be pulling the trigger on any of those parts just yet. There's two things I want to be 100% sure about before I do. The rear quarter is replaceable, we know that, and it's not actually classed as structure for the car. It's just basically like a beauty panel almost. It's covering over the structure of it, and in my opinion, the rear quarter doesn't look so bad. It doesn't look like it's pushed anything underneath any of the inner rear quarter or anything like that. But running along all down here and underneath the A-pillar is the structure of the car, and you can just see the structure there. And if that structure which is underneath this A-pillar is bent, twisted, or sort of pushed in any way, well, the car's probably not worth repairing. And the only way for me to find out
hello, my friend. You are back.
The A-pillar skin.
I've been here. What do you mean?
This is one huge panel, and you can see here.
Or do you mean? Oh, yesterday I was sleeping.
Frame of the car. But
I was sleeping, bro.
I'm not going to be spending my time drilling all of those out just to find out it's damaged. So for now, I'm getting the angle grinder out to cut a little window in the A-pillar so I can see if there's any damage behind it, which fingers crossed there isn't. And the first incision was made. It's looking like good news. So as expected, underneath the actual A-pillar, it looks as if the actual chassis of the car is all in one piece.
Yeah.
There's no bends in there.
I didn't bother taking it off. Why not?
Tiny little dent there, but I cannot see that little dent putting out the whole chassis of the car. It is the tiniest little surface dent, but I could see why maybe an insurance company would probably category S it because of that. But it's been category End, which is non-structural. So far, so good. So for once, we can actually take a positive from the Porsche. But there's still more. So another thing
I need money, bro. It's bad looks right now.
a lot of money and a lot of time at this Porsche is the engine.
I lost money because of the dark auction changes.
Good, because if it's no good, then that just adds to further cost, further repair and further labour, which again, we are working on fine margins with this car. Now we know that the Porsche starts and runs at the moment. It does sound a little bit tappety, but a few of you guys mentioned in the last video, that's just how these 2.5 litres sound. The thing is, we haven't ran the car to temperature, and the only reason we haven't is because it doesn't hold coolant, and it doesn't hold coolant because this radiator right at the front here, it just smashed to bits, so all the coolant just leaks out of here. On this side, you've got an aircon condenser. Behind that, you've got the actual coolant radiator, and then behind that, you've got the coolant fan. And it seems a similar story on the driver's side. If we can get the Porsche to hold coolant, then we can run it to temperature, then we can find out whether this engine is all good to go. But this is where the expense starts. Inside this box here is a brand new second-hand radiator pack, including the aircon condenser, the radiator and the fan. Believe me, I looked everywhere for the best price, but this ended up costing me £1,200.
Well, they made dark auctions servers 3 times bigger, or like there's 3 times more dark auctions, and the servers is smaller. So basically everything is way cheaper. But you need like 2 billion coins to enter those. So I don't know. It doesn't really.
All of this was pretty easy to install because it's really accessible with that front wing and the arch lining out. I just had to remove that lower bent crash bar to put that intake duct on. Okay, radiator, aircon pipes and fan all on. It's not the most stable thing at the minute, and that's because the top bracket, which sits, well, at the top, the spot welds, as you can see there,
I need to sell Avarice. Maybe that will make me rich.
When Mark comes and helps me weld on the side of the quarter, when we get to that point, we should be able to re-weld this back on, and it should be nice and sturdy. So now really it's the moment of truth. I've got some coolant here to pop in there, then we can run the car up to temperature.
Isn't it
no
670 more?
Tank is on this car, obviously.
6-7 mil more.
I don't know whether it's going to be under
Oh, that's not bad.
Google will probably
I mean, a handle is so cheap now. I think a handle is less than 400 mil.
Oil and oil filter, because this car, like loads of new cars, doesn't have a dipstick, so there's no way of me really checking the oil, and I don't really want to.
Wait, what did you do for coins? Did you do pigs, or did you do something else?
Come on the dashboard if you did have low oil, but the only way of checking it is running it up to temperature. Then it will give you.
Because pigs was very good.
Level. So I might as well just change the oil. Then I know the right amount of oil is in the car. So let's figure out how to get to all of that. Yep. And oil.
Can I just say, I found that. Matt's going to take credit for it.
So after Chris found where to top up the coolant and where to top up the oil, I began topping up the coolant. Yes, without
Books
a
method.
I've got skills. But it turns out later on, I was wrong to do this. But before we get onto that, we pop the car in the air, ready to drain the oil from the Porsche.
You want the method? Look at this.
Okay, there's a slight issue on this ramp here.
Look at this, bro.
The actual sump is underneath that under tray there, and I can't remove that because this ramp is just awkward as anything. And
you just buy, bro. Look.
I still have to start it to get it into the big ramp, so we might.
Oh no, wait.
Run it up to temperature with the old oil in. It's not ideal, but I feel like if It does have low oil.
It's 40 million coins.
On the dashboard. We're putting
And it's sold with 47 million age. It takes literally 0 time.
So with the trust in the electronics of the car, I started the Porsche and began to run it up to temperature, hoping that it'd all be good. The fan has got clearance now. Get in. We're hoping we'll be okay. I'm not sure why the fan comes on straight away. That one's on as well.
Nice and cool here.
50 million 1 hour is not bad,
I
bro.
feel like it is self-bleeding. Yeah. Bubbling. I went to grab the diagnostic tool because I wanted to plug it in to see if we had any engine faults with the car. Because there was a few lights on the dash. Few warning lights. We've got engine management light, restraint system light, well airbag light, and that is probably because, oh, that seatbelt's locked out. We need a seatbelt. That airbag's gone and that airbag's
Where's
gone.
this fucker? There we go. Herpes. There we go.
Oh, that
What?
seatbelt's locked out as well. I then
Back to
found
back,
sport
we on the
mode.
same one.
Whoa. But before I got a chance to read the codes on the car, the coolant temperature started to rise. It seems the coolant started to run
good.
through the system, so it needed topping up. And as the car started to run to temperature, the fans started to pick up their speed. And remember the stones that we cleared out at the start? Well, it seems I didn't clear them all out. Whoa! 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 And the fan started going ballistic, throwing stones all around the unit. What happened there? Oh my god, that is not good. That is a danger fan. Oh my god, is that all this?
That's just come out of it. And oh, it's fit.
Oh.
Oh no.
Oh, it's finger stoned into it, innit? Wow. So that's blew a radiator. Nice. Lesson learned. Make sure your radiators are clear of any debris before they go on, because that has pile drive the radiator. It turns out these Porsches like to airlock in the coolant system, and you're supposed to vacuum fill the coolant. And if you don't, the car will think it is overheating because of the airlock and spin the fans into warp speed. And if you've got stones
What
going in
the
your fan,
fuck?
well, that's a whole different problem.
There we go, English finally.
I really hope that this car isn't going to be one of them that is 3 steps forward and then another 4 steps backwards, because that's exactly what we've just done. This radiator wasn't even damaged, but now it is, and that seems like it's around a £600 mistake. But with projects like this, I've got to expect the unexpected.
Yeah, you need to learn, bro. You just threw hard.
Since winning the Cayman S at the auction, we've worked out that every single panel has got damage to it, to the point where most of them are no good to anyone. And we worked out in the last video that some of the damage wasn't even caused by the crash. It was actually caused by a forklift picking the car up at
Oh
the
my
auction
God.
place, like these holes here and here. And
That's
another
so
thing that's
stupid.
literally just came to mind, bearing in mind how bad this accident was, whoever was driving the Porsche at the time of the accident was definitely not wearing a seatbelt, because this seatbelt is locked in this position, which normally happens when the airbags blow, which they have on this side. So I dread to think the injuries that they would have had. Now, despite the damage on the Porsche and the little hiccup we had in the last video
that's
with
retarded.
the radiator, we've still only spent £19,700, and that's including the car. But of course, we are going to need to replace that front radiator. So I've already learned that parts
Fuck it, bro.
aren't
Kill
cheap
it.
for this Porsche.
Oh.
So I'm going to be extra careful when working on this thing to make sure we don't make any more mistakes like the last one. Wow. So that's blew a radiator. But regardless of that, I am determined to fix this and get it back on the road. So we've got a lot to do today. I've decided, and I'm sure you guys will agree, that most of this side of the car is not salvageable and all needs to come off, including the rear quarter and the A-pillar. I've never in my life removed an A-pillar or a rear quarter, so this one is definitely going to be interesting. Now, before we even start thinking about the A-pillar and the rear quarter, there's so many more damaged parts on the Porsche that need to be removed. One of them including this door. But along with the damaged parts, there are some parts that are salvageable. So I'm going to be taking off the good parts before throwing away the bad parts. All the trims and the wiring looms inside the door are going to be easily transferred onto a new door. And although the glass is smashed, the window regulator still looks in okay condition. And surprisingly, the wing mirror doesn't have any damage either. So that was just one bolt to remove it, and then we can slide the wiring loop out with it. To remove the door, there's one bolt
What a
holding
fall
the
from
check
grace
strap
did
to
on
the
my
chassis
camera.
of the car. We can then slide out all the wiring loom for the door. And then there's 2 grub screws clamping the hinges to the frame of the car.
I guess I'm just
and then
getting humbled,
we should
dude.
be able to lift this door off, giving us much better access to that A-pillar.
Come on, please climb, bro. I need to make a comeback here.
So, do you know when we title these videos rebuilding, this is a genuine rebuild, this car. There's not really much on it that doesn't need replacing. Even this door card, like this, it's all broken at the bottom. I don't know how that's happened. There's loads of mud.
Or it even cocooned himself?
Happened inside the car. Where the airbag is blown from the inside here, I think it's ripped the top of the door card. And you know what? I'm actually surprised. I think a Porsche is meant to be kind of like a premium car. This kind of feels a bit Volkswagen Polo-y type of door card, but this is going to need replacing. Luckily,
Holy shit, bro.
Here,
Nah, how Diana party works. You have 6 people in one party, and you do loot sharing, because you can loot share all the loot. It's 1 in 5 times more rare, but well, no, I mean 5 times more rare to loot share.
Now, I'm not a huge
But still,
fan
it
of the burgundy
can
red
double your
sensors
rates
on the seats,
for coins.
so I may look to see if I could upgrade
You're lucky.
or just replace them completely.
But
for the
I don't
meantime,
do it
I'm gonna get
because
the seat out. That
it's
way I can
annoying.
dismantle the seat to check the part number on the airbag and weigh up what's going to be the best decision with them. So there's a lot of mess in here. Some of this including cyclosine hydrochloride tablets, which I've googled. It's a anti-sickness pill. 3 of them have been taken. Hopefully that was before the crash. So a quick cleanup was definitely needed before I carried on. Next up, removing the seat belts. Both of these are completely locked out. With the Aston Martin, we sent the seat belts off to have the tensioners replaced and reset. And now imagine the way that these prices are going with the Porsche parts. That will probably end up doing the same thing with this car. Once I've got that seatbelt out, I've got to remove the rear glass. Well, what's left of the rear glass from the quarter. There's a bolt at the bottom, a bolt at the top, and then the rest is just all on clips. And then moving quickly on to the side skirt. This doesn't look so bad, but there is 2 pierce holes where we think the forklift has gone straight into it. And once the side skirt is off, it's time for the boot. This is truly a removal marathon. Not only is the glass smashed in the boot, but it's also pretty badly dented. With the boot removed, it's time for the rear bumper to come off. To get the rear bumper off, I've got to remove the rear lights. These were held in by one 10mm bolt, and then I had to sort of knock the bolt through to push the rear lights away from the car. Then I could access 2 more bolts which held the bumper on. I then quickly realised I had to remove the spoiler
I was
to be able
trying
to
to
pull
get
the bumper away from the car.
Well, yeah, I noticed. It's alright.
And that's pretty much one stripped apart Cayman-S. One thing's for sure, I have never stripped apart a car to this extent ever, never mind a Porsche. But the more I strip it apart, the less damage it's beginning to look. Well, in my eyes it is. And it's slowly starting to reveal those little spot welds that we need to access. So check this out, I've already ordered a rear quarter from Porsche, an A-pillar from Porsche, and a roof from Porsche. Some manufacturers can be funny about ordering structural parts directly from them if you're not a registered repair centre, but Porsche, they were completely fine about me ordering anything, and the price weren't actually too bad. But we'll get onto pricing when they finally arrive. For now, let me show you what we need to take off. Now, when the Porsche is built from the factory, this rear quarter, which runs all the way along down here, up here, along the A-pillar, all the way down here and joins to this part there, that is all one huge piece. But if you want to buy
Come on, man, I need to come here to make a comeback.
They're actually sold individually. I can't quite remember the reason why, but they do start off around here and they end around there. And then when you buy the A-pillar, it starts off there and then it ends in that same spot there and you have to join it up. The rear quarter and the A-pillar should actually arrive tomorrow, so we can see exactly where we need to join it. But before we can fit the new quarter and the new A-pillar, we need to get the old one off, which means we have to drill out all of these individual spot welds there and separate it from the skin on the
I
inside.
mean, being able to buy the parts, it makes it so much easier.
As well with the roof, again, this runs along the back here, which I've just found out. These are all spot welded on all around there, so we need to drill them off. And there may be some underneath, so the roof line...
Early game, yes, 100%. That or shiny pigs. But you didn't do shiny pigs, which I told you to do, so I don't know what you're doing.
Off we come with the roof.
But the rift is still like over 30 mil an hour.
How do I know how to do all of this? And the simple answer is, I don't. I learn as I go along. I think some people think you need to be a mechanic to be able to work on cars. That was way easier than I expected. I mean, taking apart an Aston Martin roof lining, I imagine that would have taken me hours. This was a couple of minutes. I had a Volkswagen Lupo back in the day, and all of this stuff feels kind of like Lupo-y, Polo-y type, and everything's on clips. Honestly, it wasn't what I expected. And I've done all that, and I'm not sure I actually needed to. Like, all of this is the inner skin, and you can see all the spot welds here, which is the inner skin. We want to obviously take off the roof, and like, I don't, unless the top bit's there, I don't know how you're going to drill that out though. I'm not so sure about this now, how I'm going to get this roof off. Unless the roof is only held on with the spot welds along the front and the spot welds along the back, but that just doesn't seem right to me. There's only really one way to find out. I can start taking off this rear quarter and the A-pillar and see if it sort of exposes anything to do with the roof. So here we go, a lot of spot welds to drill out to get this rear quarter off. I bought some special spot weld drill bits, which came in a special box as well, and I was excited to use them. These drill bits are designed just to drill through the first layer of the spot weld, and not to go any further than that. That way it keeps welding to a minimal when we put the new rear quarter on the car. But after about 10 minutes of using my special spot weld drill bits, I realised they were crap.
Do you know about Ice Cream website?
Grinder with a sanding disc on.
I have no idea, bro. No idea what that is, I'll be honest.
Brittle, so I could chisel them off easily.
That sounds like something noobs could use.
Little did I know what I was getting myself into when I started this, but it's one of those jobs which I've started now, and I've got to finish. But after hours of hammering and chiseling, I've finally managed to pull the rear quarter away from the car.
Oh, here we go.
How cool is this? So the rear quarter is off now. Well,
better luck, maybe?
part of the rear quarter is off, and how
maybe
cool
I get a wool now?
You can see all the separate little parts which come together to build this Porsche. And the good news is this actual inner structure here, there's no damage on it, there's no dents on it, and that'll be partly why this wasn't a Category S car, a Category N car, a non-structural one. Because this rear quarter here is so light, it literally is just a cover for all the structural parts. So you can see here, this is what I've ordered from Porsche, the rear quarter and the A-pillar there. But I haven't put it all off just yet, and I still can't
Why?
figure out how to get the rear
What do I need it for?
But there was only one way to find out, and that was to attack it with the angle grinder. I just cut out a small section just to see if I could see any joins from the roof to the rear quarter, and it looks as if the roof was just bonded to the rear quarter, not actually welded to it.
What? Out.
Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the Cayman S convertible. The Cayman S convertible. The new 718 Cayman S with the super safe removable hardtop.
What is this?
Super safe! Want to show off your impressive hairline? You now can with the full window delete.
What?
It also includes sharp aerodynamic bodywork and the stylish one-seater interior. Order now for the limited edition 2-spoke wheels. Terms and conditions apply. All work is carried out by unprofessionals. Please do not try this at home.
So, the roof is now off the case.
What?
And there was nothing connected it from the front to the back. It was all just bonded to the side.
This doesn't make any sense. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Quarter panel off without taking the roof off.
What?
Check this out. All these spot welds here, you can see, are actually underneath the roof. So I'm still going to have to do some more sort of drilling out to get the quarter off there properly. But at least we managed to get the roof off and kind of the quarter panel. And just like that, near enough, a whole half of a Porsche has been delivered. Now, one thing I've noticed from jumping across from the Aston Martin to the Porsche is that Porsche parts are a lot easier to get hold of.
And we have to actually say a massive thanks to Silverstone Porsche and Design 911 for this. Although the parts definitely weren't free.
So we'll get onto the prices of everything later on, but we've actually got a lot more than I originally thought, which means, well, it's good in some ways and bad in others. Good in some ways that we're going to be able to make it look nice and fresh and new on the rear quarter, but bad in ways that I've got to do a lot more chiseling. So for future reference, if any of you guys order a rear quarter from Porsche, this is what you're going to get. And this is what I've taken off. And you may notice there's quite a lot more on that than what I've taken off this. So the first thing I noticed, we actually have the rear lighthouse in with this rear quarter. And I actually left
Average profit per gift? How?
Problem. I can still get that off and put
I mean,
that one on, or I can
that doesn't even make any sense.
This one. And not only that, it came with loads more parts.
9k per gift?
I'm not sure how far down the rear quarter was going to go, but it turns out it goes all the way down to where it joins up nicely there, and you've got a bit of seam sealer running over the top of it. So whether we replace this whole thing and put that on, I've still got to decide what is best and what's going to be the easiest and what's going to line up and sort of be hidden as well. You don't want anyone to see that it's had a full new quarter. Apart from every single person who's watched this video would know that. Then we have the A-pillar, and together we pretty much have an entire
This has to be profit, right?
Here,
Yeah, this is definitely profit, right? Yeah, I figured.
And the guys from Porsche said, I think there's about a centimetre or so overrun, which you can cut down and make it fit perfectly. It's going to be a bit of a challenge.
Ender Dragon, it has to be good, right?
Do all the welding, and he should be able to master that. So then that leaves us with all of these parts here, and I didn't go half-hearted with this build.
Now, you guys have been watching me long enough now to know when there's a chance to replace something, there's always a chance to upgrade it. And that's exactly the case here. Check out all of this carbon.
Now, I get way too ahead of myself. I get excited, I see something I like, and I just buy it. And that's exactly what I've done here. What you see here is a 718 GT4 body kit, and it looks absolutely mental. All of this is carbon fiber front splitter, carbon fiber rear diffuser. We've got this sort of swan neck spoiler as well, which is absolutely massive. I can't wait to see that on. And a GT4 front bumper. This is a genuine GT4 front bumper. One of them would have cost a fortune, so we saved quite a bit.
There's no way this is real, bro.
One is really sort of flexible as well, so it should, fingers crossed, fit nice. And it doesn't just stop there. There's still a lot more in these boxes, which should be a full complete puzzle to rebuild this Porsche.
Knowing I was going to get all this carbon, and knowing that I was going to chop off the old roof, I thought it was a perfect opportunity to upgrade the roof to a carbon one.
But the guys at Porsche mentioned the GT4 doesn't come with a carbon roof, but the new GT4 RS does come with a carbon roof. The problem is, for a carbon roof for the GT4
this is the fakest everything, but alright, I'll just do it.
So I give that one a pass. And you can see why here, because the standard roof cost me
£487.
And whilst we're on the expense board, the A-pillar cost me
Let's just try this for fun.
£70.
See how it goes.
And then moving on to the rear quarter.
£1,108.33. bringing the total cost of the car
Excuse
and
me,
all
bro,
the parts
shut
so
up, please.
far to £22,165.33. We'll get onto the cost of the GT4 kit in a
this is
later
not
video,
gonna work
but it's
well.
not as bad as you actually think. But for now, it seems
Are
I've
you
got
ready
my
for this,
work
bro?
cut out, quite literally. This was a rear quarter.
Like pads, I don't even know what pads have. Yeah, I don't know flow motion. It doesn't make any sense.
Which quite rightly was the
Maybe it's
cheapest
with
one in the UK.
the pelts. Well, that didn't work.
Now I've got to say thank you to
Please,
Wheel
I need
Mania
money,
already
please.
because they sorted us out
Yes.
with a pair of sort of temporary wheels just so we can actually move this Porsche around the unit and get it on and off the ramp. You all saw the state of the old
Yes,
wheels.
man.
On the driver's side, they're not so bad, but the passenger side, they were completely battered. But at least now we can move the Porsche on and off the ramp and around the unit. And before we start rebuilding the Porsche today, there's still parts that we need to take off. We've got the driver's seat that needs to come out and the
I'm gonna get
driver's
it on this.
side
Trust.
seatbelt. Both
Oh,
seatbelts have locked out,
that's
and this
gay,
usually
bro.
happens when an airbag blows in the car. So I'll be sending the seatbelts
I need
off
to, bro.
put
Get
new
that.
tensioners on, and then they can go back in the car.
This makes a
But
2,
what
and
I'm
then I
doing
make a 3.
now is
Right?
removing all the carpets
Yes.
and the trims from the back
Oh,
of the car
oh.
because
Make a
we're
3.
going to be doing a lot of welding. and
Never
we don't
mind.
want any
Yeah, well,
fires.
shit.
And now she looks just about ready for a roof, a rear quarter,
This is the
and
one.
the A-pillar.
Huh.
All of which we
What?
already have. The new roof is here. That costs £487. The new A-pillar is here.
Come on, bro.
That costs £870. And we have a full
What?
new rear quarter here, which costs £1,108.33.
No,
The
no,
only
no.
one
This
thing
is
that
long
we're missing
gone.
now
No,
is a
no, no,
Mark
no.
who's going to be welding
What?
to the car. And what he's doing right now is punching all the holes in the quarter
Oh,
panel
no.
here, which is
I'm
gonna
losing so
allow
much money.
the spot welding to commence on the Porsche. This is what we need. I need a bit of
Oh,
welding
man.
that could
That's a
mess this
disaster
up.
right there.
Mark's not going to mess it up, is it? He's hiding from the camera. So I'm sure Mark's feeling as enthusiastic about this job as I am. First step is to get the rear
Terrible.
quarter in place and hold it there with some mole grips. Now to make sure this is perfectly lined up, we need a door to line it against. And here's my brand new second-hand door, which is a slightly different shade of silver. And then to line the door up, we need to put the wing on. So it's back on with the old wing to make sure everything all lines up. And it didn't. So we'd figured we'd use the old door as a reference point, as we know the hinges were adjusted to that car before. And that seemed to do the trick. And then out comes the MIG welder. All of these panels are steel.
How is
so
the
it's
music
pretty
room
easy to
damage
spot
profit? There's
weld
no
all in.
way.
But when I say pretty easy,
I refuse to believe that. Oh well, I'll try.
Working his way all the way across the quarter panel, and of course all these spot welds will be filed down and flush at the end. And whilst he was doing that, I was tackling another job.
So I've spoken to the approved body shop. That's absolutely fine. They're quite happy to talk it through with you.
Oh, wicked.
That's no problem. So if I give you their contact number.
Yep. We had a problem. We know how the rear quarter and the A-pillar goes on with the spot welds. The problem we had was the roof. We know it's spot welded at the front and the back of it, but along the side we wasn't too sure. So I was calling Porsche for a bit of insight. Hello, it's Matt Armstrong calling. I just put in a roof on a Porsche and we're just
This
trying
looks
to
like
work
so much
out,
profit.
how it's joined between the roof and the quarter panel, and he said you should be able to guide us through that. And after speaking to the approved Porsche body shop, they told us that if it's a structural bond, they're not allowed to tell us.
They have had a quick look, and as they had suspected, it is a structural repair, so unfortunately they wouldn't be able to give you any information on it.
Oh, bugger. Right, okay. We've got some super glue anyway, we should be alright with that. So we had a problem that we needed to solve. But before we got onto that problem, we needed to carry on doing the rear quarter. And it's about time I learnt to weld. And I don't want to blow my own trumpet, but that was perfect.
That's disgusting.
No, it just looks like a
That's
nipple.
a big bubble.
That's how it's meant to look.
Are you ready for this? This is gonna be interesting.
Hannah's a hard woman to please. But regardless of that, I'm moving over to the A pillar now, and you can see we've already made a cut here. We're going to be joining it at the front here rather than replacing the whole thing, because that way it's going to be much easier to align everything.
We're going to make a lot of profit.
The join at the back is spot on as well. From the factory, the A pillar and the quarter panel is all one piece. But when you buy them from Porsche, they come in two pieces, I assume just for storage reasons. That means we've got to join it up. So we've cut out a little bit of metal.
I mean, it's decent, yeah.
Underneath. That way it works as a sleeve, so the A pillar's got something to weld onto. But this is where the precision comes in. This has got to be absolutely spot on for everything.
I just failed 5 in a row.
So we're making sure we take
6 in a row. Yeah, nice.
And now you can see where it's supposed to join at the back.
Oh, 7 in a row.
The body line has got to be perfect. Not
8 in a
only
row.
at the back, but also at the front. And before we start the weld of
9 in a row.
I started sanding down the other spot welds to make it look nice and neat. And whilst I was doing that, it gave me time to think about how we was going to fix the roof to the quarter. So here it is, the welds of no return. After the welds are done, we sand it
this
down
is actually so ass.
and make it look nice and smooth, just like none of the work was ever done. Then Mark started sanding away the spot welds he'd done on the rear quarter, whilst I started prepping the roof on the other side, ready for it to go into place.
I'm losing like 100 mil right now.
Okay,
holy shit.
Now it's time for the roof. The rear quarter and the A pillar are on. I'll show you that in a minute. But this is the big part, the roof. The bit that
Holy
Porsche
fuck.
will tell us how it's fitted, because it's technically a structural part. After doing a bit of research, we've we think, figured it out. When they build the Porsches from factory, they bond the roof on and then they use spot welds. We know this because I drilled out all of the spot welds and knocked it off, and then you've got the bonding marks where all the bond was from the front and the back and the sides.
I literally need to hit this, and then I need to get a 2.
The problem is the little seam that runs from the back to the front, or the front to the back. That's what we're going to work out, and it's almost like a brass type of weld, which turns out it's like a laser weld, and it's a machine that does that. Now, when the Porsche body shop replaces the roof, they're not going to use that same laser welder. It's a machine that does that. At least we don't think. We can use the same bond they use, and we can spot weld it at the front.
Oh, you see so much money?
So what we're going to do is run the bonds, and then I think on top of that, there's going to be a Sikaflex bead along the top of it, which can be painted.
I lost so much money, bro.
We're going to roll with this. Maybe a lot of you are going to be screaming in the comments that we got this wrong, but I'm pretty sure
I lost so much money.
To replace it. I cannot see any other way of doing that. Let's do this. On we go with the roof, and this is what we're going to be using. This is the same bond they use to bond windscreens on with, so it's pretty hardcore.
Surely high class will fix this.
To go down first, and then on with the bond.
This will fix it all, man. I believe.
There was also 2 more lines of bond, which was a separate type of bond, which sat on the structural parts of the car. So I started attacking those bits.
Surely this is fixed now. Okay.
For the roof.
6.
Me and Mark rested it into place, and once we was happy with the location, we can begin the spot weld.
Uh-oh. That's very bad.
And just to confirm everything lines up, we're on with the new door, adjusted the hinges, and then came on with the new boot lid.
Oh my god. Oh no.
We did it! Oh, wait, I need to do that man thing.
No, because it's average odds.
That's never coming off. No, but in all seriousness, it's actually starting to look like a Porsche again. I'm not even touching the surface of where this needs to be, but it's definitely one step in the right direction, and what a hell of a step that was. I'll talk about the cost of the door and the boot in a minute, but let me talk you through the roof. So the roof is spot welded like it was from the factory along the top here. Now I've sanded all this down so it's nice and smooth. You can't really tell. That's all going to be painted, and of course a windscreen will sit on there.
I've lost a decent amount of money.
The back, it is also spot welded at the back down here. You can't really see. Quite difficult, but that's how it was from factory, from standard. That's what I had to chisel off in the previous video. So that's how it was from standard. And then inside the car here, you can see all the bonding here, well, the sealant, and that is holding that roof. I know it's cliche to say it, but it is.
You need to come back. You need to come back.
Anywhere. And you may or you may
Just
not have seen there was a sticker on the old roof, which is around here, and that's sort of like a sound deadening sticker, and it stops this sort of ting-tang sound. So I definitely need to get one of them stuck on there, but that's the least of my worries at the moment. But then we have this issue. You can see here there's still a gap between the A pillar, the rear quarter, and the roof along there. If we were to leave that like that, water would build up in there. It would probably whistle in the wind. It just wouldn't be great. If we use body filler along this gap here and try to make it all look smooth, more than likely it would crack after time, because all these panels do have a little bit of twist and movement in them when you're driving along. So I'm going to be using a product called Sikaflex, which is flexible, it's paintable, and it should give it that nice OEM finish along this little gap here. So there's the roof, the quarters, and the A-pillar on. And of course, how can we forget we've got the brand new second-hand door on and the boot lid. The door cost me £400. And the boot lid,
this is the last one.
that cost
for sure.
me £300.
Come on, please.
But
I need this. I need
when
this.
we opened this boot
I need
lid,
this.
we realised that there was damage on it. To this quarter right here, so we had to knock it out a tiny bit. I notified the guy that I bought it off, and he did give me a refund, but not a full refund. He knocked a little bit off, leaving the price at £200. Leaving the total cost of the build, including the car so far, at £22,765.33p. And of course, we've got to do a shout out to Mark at Car and Commercial.
Let's go, baby.
The welding. And we've been ignoring the fact that we still haven't ran this car up to temperature. We replaced the radiator on the front left. And
That was
the
interesting.
right one was okay until a stone went straight through it and pierced a hole in it, stopping us from running this car to temperature. But we have a solution.
Oh man, that's a great comeback.
New
Okay.
radiator. This time it
You
is
stop there.
brand new from Porsche, because it was actually the cheapest to get it from there. I did look at recoring the radiator and getting it repaired, but a brand new one did seem like the better
You
option.
stop at that.
To remove this is going to be pretty easy, because we got most of the parts off
Interesting.
already. We just got to disconnect the aircon condenser
That
from the
was
radiator
intense.
and the radiator from the fan. Once I've done that, I can lift in the new radiator, pop in the plastic shroud in, then the aircon condenser, connect the aircon pipes
I need
up,
flask.
and then all the
Flask.
coolant pipes to the new radiator.
55 seconds. Alright, good.
And there we go, one fresh radiator on the Porsche. Next up, fill it with coolant. Now the reason the fan went into warp speed last time is because I believe there was an airlock, and that's because we filled the coolant up the incorrect way. This time we're going to do it right. We've got to vacuum fill it. These Porsches are prone to airlocks in the system because the radiators are right at the front of the car, and then the expansion tank is right at the back. So this vacuum filler plugs into the expansion tank, and then the compressor blows air across it. You then open a tap,
I need
which creates a
to
vacuum
water.
in the full cooling system.
Think?
When you're happy with the vacuum, you turn the tap off, disconnect the airline, and before you go and grab your coolant, you want to wait and make sure that it holds the vacuum. That way you can ensure the cooling system has no leaks. Then you can go and grab your coolant. You then connect the pipe up to the vacuum filler system, and because the
Should
cooling
go.
system
No,
has
no, no,
vacuum,
no, no,
it
no,
will
no,
just
no,
suck
no,
the
no, no.
coolant from the coolant bottle
Absolutely
until
not.
the system is completely full. There will be a little bit you need to top up, but you can do that after you remove the vacuum system. And hopefully that should do it. And oh yeah, the new radiator, it cost me £300. Not so bad. Okay, now we should have a fully bled system, 2 radiators which work.
Okay, here we go.
Hopefully, a half-decent engine, which...
How's it gonna look now?
Fingers crossed. Otherwise, we've done all that, and I'm not even going to say it. Let's get this thing started. I'm feeling confident this time. Not that I wasn't feeling confident last time. Here we go. I'm just going straight for it. No hesitation. Come on.
You want profit, so
we've
you
got
shouldn't do
oil
it.
temp, oil pressure, coolant temp, and boost. Let's keep an eye on them.
Nobody
Hopefully
profits
we
from
can
gambling.
temperature and nothing goes wrong, please. Looking okay down there at the minute. I can still see some coolant. Yeah. Oh, we got a fan on.
Let me see this.
Yes.
What stage is this? 13 or 14?
Oh, no.
Ooh.
Is that one on? I'm gonna sit in the car just
Phantom
in case it
Lee,
starts
stage
blowing
5.
smoke. We got a fan on. Okay, two fans are on, which is good news. The engine's sounding a lot better after it's ran up. It did sound a bit tippity before. And this is 90 degrees then. We might have bled it properly. It stayed 90 degrees. Oil temps at 72, that's warmed up. Come on!
It's a weird play.
That fan's on. Oh my god. We've got a working car. Yes! Now that is what we call progress.
I can claim one of them apparently next one.
We're far from it. But one Porsche which is a lot better than it was at the start of the video. Let's get this thing started up and outside, and then we can go through the next lot of repairs to get this thing back on the road. Most of you would know by now that I was mad enough to buy the cheapest 718 Cayman S in the whole entire country. Costed me £18,500. In the last video, I fitted a rear quarter, an A-pillar and a roof. And I'm over the moon because now she drives! But I think that might be the least of my worries because we've still got a lot more to do. And although we got a lot of work done in the last video, I was a little lazy and I missed out a few vital parts.
Alright, so I have a question for you. What do you expect to do with a Hyperion? Because a Hyperion doesn't make you overpowered, like at all. So I don't know what your plan is. When you get this thing, like, what are you gonna do?
If I want my repair to last, then we've got to do all the little things like this. Here you can see where the new rear quarter meets the sill, and on all the OEM parts there's like a bit of sealer which runs around where each panel meets a new panel, if that makes sense. This is to stop any water or anything else getting in between the gaps of the panels, then causing it to corrode or rust away. So now it's up to me to try and get this as neat as possible. Off to a bit of a bad start, but I'm sure we can redeem it. There was a lot of other things that we did to prevent rust, like using weld-through primer before welding the new panels to the car. And probably one of the most vital places where it gets the most dirt and wet is under the wheel arch. So I'm going to make sure I pay special attention to that area. Well, Matt, you've successfully made that look rubbish. How rude of you. Actually, you're kind of right. It does look a bit of a mess at the minute, but I'm sure when this is all painted up, it won't look too bad. All of this sealant is going to be covered up by a side skirt, and regardless of whether it looks rubbish or not, it's doing its job. And the part that you are probably going to see is this part here, and I don't think it looks too far off the OEM side. But now I really am in a predicament because I want to put this car back together, but the more I put it back together, the more work the body shop's going to have to do stripping it apart again to paint it all. The body shop's going to be doing things like neating up the join there, neating up the join here, doing the bead of Sikaflex down the roof and making it look nice and OEM, sorting out all the dents on the driver's side like here, here and up here.
Yeah, but what are you gonna do with it?
They're going to be painting it, and this car's going to be painted.
Okay, maybe it's a good weapon, but
So they need everything.
you can't have a good weapon without a good pet and a good talismans and good armor.
Opposite to what I'm going to be doing. So I'm sorry, body shop, but the reason I'm doing this is because I'm still unsure whether I've got all the parts for this car. And also I'm going to be fitting a lot of aftermarket parts, so it's nice to test whether they fit first before they go into paint and we have to readjust them afterwards. And if there are parts missing, the perfect time for me to order them will be when the car is at the body shop. That way when it comes out, I'll have the parts ready to fit. At least that's my train of thought. Now we are going to be reusing the rear bumper. Only problem with this, there's some pretty severe holes in it from what we think was a forklift. I don't really know anything about bodywork, as you're about to find out, but I'm more than happy to give things a go. So I'm going to heat the bumper up, then use some plastic weld.
Yeah, so why do you want it?
Together, and after the plastic welds on, just to give it a bit more strength at the back, I'm going to add some fiberglass. And once the fiberglass is dry, I'm going to be using a special filler which is made for plastic bumpers over the top. And whilst we wait for the filler to set, I can move back onto the car and start installing a load of trims and plastic pieces. Next thing to go on is the front wing. Again, I'm not going to be replacing this because there's only a few small dents in it, which I think the body shop should be able to sort out before paint. And with the front wing on, I can put on the new side skirt, and we'll get to all the prices later in the video.
I can do it hype. With no armor and no pads and no talismans, you can do nothing. You can do nothing, bro.
I can then start to add normal body filler.
You need gear to use it.
Easier to shape and get right before paint. And whilst I wait for that to
no,
dry,
Hyperion is early game, a mid game weapon.
Which hold the rear bumper in place.
Nobody in end game is used as a hype as their weapon.
On the rear bumper. And finally, a bit of primer to find the high and low spots of the filler. Well, it's definitely not as easy as it looks, but it's definitely better than what it was. This side, we have no hole on there now. It's primed up. The body shop could definitely touch it up and make it look a lot better than what I have. This side was the worst side, and the thing you may notice is that it was really hard to keep the body line consistent throughout the whole of the rear bumper, and it does go off a bit there. When the diffuser's on, maybe it will distract a bit from it, but it definitely needs touching up from the body shop. At least I gave it a go myself, and I've learned quite a lot. Now this rear bumper's about to go on. The Porsche is slowly going to start to come together, but I'd be lying if I said that this was an easy rebuild. Look at that. We are well and truly moving in
a
the
sheephead
right
and
direction.
storm armor. Okay, but that's not good enough to kill many mobs.
Next up is the spoiler,
If you have bad
a
talismans.
window, a door handle, hey, and a wing mirror. And that is pretty much it for one side, and it's looking so much better. There are little trims and seals missing around the door, but we do have them. I'm not going to put them on just because, yes, this is going to paint. But as for the driver's side, well, that's a different story completely. But we have answers. Here is a driver's side wing, and there's no saving this one. It is completely crumpled. But the thing is with Porsches, the wing is also the headlight holder. And
Yeah, no. Hyperion doesn't make you do Kudra, bro.
Second-hand wing, and I held off buying
No.
I just thought it was going to be way too expensive. But here I am, yet again, sitting next to a body panel which I bought from the main dealer, and you won't believe the price. £383. But check this. The cheapest second-hand wing on eBay was £399.95p plus postage, and it had damage. So it was a no-brainer to buy one from the main dealer. So all I've got to do is switch off all the stuff off the old wing onto the new wing, including the petrol filler cap and a few trims and clips. And the wing wouldn't be complete without the next part, the headlight. And we all know how headlights go on this channel. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't, but this is the state of the old one, so it definitely needed replacing. This time I've managed to match up the part numbers with the new one, so I can't see any reason why they wouldn't work because they're exactly the same part number. The only thing I've got to transfer is the xenon on the back, the bulb, and a few little bits on the inside of the old headlight. I'm not going to fit it into the wing just yet. I do want to see whether it works first. These headlights have no reason not to work. Come on. Headlights. Please. They're working. Come on. That's working. Let me check the indicators. Oh, the indicators are in the bumper. Okay, we're good. So they're all clear from the headlights. We can now begin to assemble the wing and put the headlight into it with peace of mind. And whilst I'm on the driver's side, I might as well finish it off with the brand new second-hand side skirt. Settle down, quiet please. Thank you. So what you can see on screen...
I mean, yeah, I don't know what you're expecting to do with a hype with nothing else on your profile. Like, you should just get some mining gear. Get mining gear or something, I don't know. And do glazer tones.
Way cooler. Is that so? It is. It just looks a lot better. So let me guess. Which one did you go for? Of course, I went for the GT4 front bumper, and this is sort of made out of a fiberglass plastic material. It's quite flimsy, but it's definitely going to transform the Cayman S. It's got loads of carbon all with it, so it's going to take a fair bit of building up. I'm going to build the bumper up, and this is going to look so good. Of course, this wasn't needed to repair the car, but me being me, I like to upgrade things as well as replace them. And I can't help but think the GT4 and the GT4 RS look so much better than the Cayman. And I've got a small feeling this won't be the only upgrade we'll be doing to this car. Actually, building the front bumper up took longer than I thought. There's loads of grills, trims, carbon, indicators, and the front splitter to go on. But again, this isn't going to be
I
a
think I
final
have a goal now.
thing,
What
all
is
of
it?
It has to come all off again for paint, as I've mentioned 100 times before. So I just want to see what the fitment looks like first, and if we have to make any adjustments to the bumper before we make the move on painting it. Now remember, the front lower crash bar was bent, so we had to replace that, but with the kit comes a new lower crash bar, and it's actually a smaller one, which is needed to fit the new GT4 front bumper. This is looking too good. Like, the front bumper has transformed the car, I'm telling you. The indicators are working, the front bumper is on. We do have a few small fitment issues, but I'm only sort of testing it out just yet. I've not put in the little fitment things for here, so that's not bolted up to the wing. Same with this side, so like the alignments are all on. We was trying to get the bonnet perfectly on with the bumper.
What?
I'm sure we can make that better than that, but it is so good. Look at the carbon on it. That is going to look absolutely sick. I did buy some side repeaters to go in here. I put them in and I threw up. They were £11 side repeaters, so I'm gonna have to get some OEM ones because the ones that I bought just protruded really far and they just look disgusting, so I'm definitely gonna need some OEM ones.
On screen now is a rear end of a GT4 RS, and now on screen is a Cayman S. Can anybody tell me the differences?
Big wing, big wing.
Correct, Matthew. Anything else?
Diffuser, diffuser.
Well done. Anything else?
Exhaust.
Fantastic, Matthew.
So, as we've just learned, the GT4 RS has a spoiler, a diffuser, and a different exhaust. Along with the GT4 front bumper I bought, I also bought some GT4 RS rear end parts, including this huge swan neck spoiler. I wasn't 100% sure on how this was going to look, and I'm still not now. But either way, I'm committed to fitting it. We've already drew out the stencil on the boot, and then we're going to use some masking tape to stick onto the feet of the spoiler, sharpie some marks where the holes are, where the thread goes through on the bottom, remove the masking tape off the bottom of the feet, stick them onto the boot, and then we'll know exactly where we need to drill. And hopefully we should have got it bang on. because there's no turning back now. Once we drilled for the top of the boot, we couldn't access it through the underneath, so we had to remove a few trims. Then we still couldn't access it, so we had to drill a few more holes in the bottom so we can slide up the bolt through there into the bottom of the spoiler.
Your man just dropped all the balls. He just dropped all the balls.
And yes, I managed to drop a few bolts into the actual boot, which was so annoying and hard to get back out. But once I got them back out, the spoiler was pretty much fitted. We just had to line it all up.
Well, that is absolutely gigantic.
For
yes, it probably does.
all of them.
Well, I know what
All
you're
of them
gonna
will be in the museum if you donate
Yeah,
one of them. It donates all at once.
But once it's all together, I think it's going to work. A GT4 has the wing. This is all carbon. It's going to look right. It just looks so dodgy at the minute with the wheels and the sort of positive offset. And then it's huge. Trust me, you're going to have to bear with me on this one.
Next up, GT4 carbon diffuser. And as we've seen in our little school lesson, the GT4 has twin pipes left and right, so each side, and the Cayman S has two center pipes. So for this, we are going to have to get a new exhaust, but just to test fit this, I think I'm going to take off the exhaust tips for this to work.
One thing we're also going to have to do is modify where those two parking sensors go. They used to fit into the old diffuser,
handle is
but now there's
400
no room to
mils,
fit
I don't
into
know.
the new carbon diffuser. So perhaps those two parking sensors need to go into the back bumper.
Yes, that is looking sick. How much better is that looking? It's so much more aggressive, and you get to keep the stock bumper as well. that wing is still absolutely huge. But we do have one more thing, but we can't put them on just yet, and that are these. These are carbon side blades, but these, unfortunately, which is kind of not that cool, they stick on.
I mean,
so
yeah,
because
handle
it's
is just
kind of
cheapest, but
go
a
back
handle
over
without
the
scrolls is literally, no, a hype without scrolls is basically the same as being naked.
For now, let's put another wheel on and let's show you the kind of, well, not the end result, the close to end result.
Well, it's certainly one of a kind.
You're either going to be one of two people with this. You're either going to be able to see the finished product and vision what it's going to look like when it's done, or
you think I've just progressively made it worse.
The wing is looking crazy at the minute, the carbon diffuser is looking mental, and then the GT4 front bumper is definitely finishing this thing off.
But one question you're probably all asking right now is how much does it cost up to this stage right now? Let me take you through it. So the pair of side skirts.
Yeah, but I don't know why you would do this. You can just have a you're just gonna have a hype with nothing to do. You have nothing. You will literally have nothing.
And the part we didn't really need,
A
but I bought
Hyperion
anyway,
doesn't mean anything, bro.
body kit.
Hyperion isn't cool anymore, man.
£6, bringing the total build cost, including the car now, to £28,000.
Just get mining gear, grind coins.
£83 and 33 pence. So far, so good with the Porsche. We're definitely moving in the
Or
right
farming gear
direction.
and farm
A lot
coins.
better from the moment we picked it up. But I don't know if you guys have noticed throughout the video, I've been wearing the new Porsche design t-shirt that we designed. This is the Cayman S on the front, as it was when we collected it, with the Porsche design on the back. These are so sick, and there's only a limited number available of these, and all the revenue made from these all go towards each build. So if you guys want to show your support for the build, you can do by grabbing one of these t-shirts with the link in the description. If we do this, there we go, I should be able to take this brake line off with no mess. Maybe one of you could explain how exactly that works, because I have no idea. And today we're going to be replacing more broken parts and upgrading them at the same time, like this broken flexi hose. Can have these, but better, please. Now I'm replacing the old rubber lines for braided hoses, which don't swell under braking and wear a lot better as well. but I've been ignoring the fact that we've still got a lot more problems. There's no exhaust tips, there's still a lot of dents, there's half an interior and there's no seats. It seems we have some sort of suspension damage on the rear because this wheel is pointing in and this wheel, the camber,
yeah, but that's not the point, bro. You need to get a method that can make you coins. You can grind coins instead of fucking buying books.
I want to get the interior in.
That's not. You're not playing the game, bro. You're just fucking buying books of the bazaar.
During the accident because
How is that fun?
So I sent my old seat belts off to the airbag team. They added
That's not the
new
point of the game,
tensions on
dude.
there and changed the colour of the belts to yellow. Don't worry, this will all make sense in the future. But now the seat belts will work as usual because it has new tensioners on there. And with the belts installed,
No, I am
can
not.
start putting together
There's
the
like
rest of
randoms
the
in my
interior.
lobby.
Most of the interior is held together with loads of trims and clips. And if I'm honest, I wasn't that impressed with the quality of them. It does honestly feel like a Volkswagen Polo. And for a Porsche, you probably expect a little more. This is sound deadening, and we need to cut a section of this off because this is going to stick to the bottom side of the roof. And it should stop that tinny sound. Much better. And it did. And with the sound deadening on, I could then apply the roof liner with all the trims and clips and the lights for that. And we should just be about there now.
You want to know the
So these are
method?
the seats that came
No,
out of the car.
I don't
As
need
you may have
to.
noticed, we're going to be getting rid of all the red in the car, and this side airbag on the seat has deployed as well. A new airbag for the seat is around £200. Then we've got to look at getting the centre of the seat coloured, and in my opinion, I don't really like the stock seats in the 718. So I went and brought myself a whole new set of seats. These are the Cayman GTS seats, which are a little bit sportier, but in my opinion, a lot better. They have extra wings on the top there, like bucket seats. These don't. They've got Alcantara centre. These don't. But they have the same rails. Electric adjust sort of backwards and forward, and everything else is manual, just like the stock seats. So in theory, these seats should just be plug and play. And there's only one way to find if that's true, and that's to fit them. And you're probably asking, Matt, you bought a GT4 body kit. Why not buy the GT4 bucket seats? This is why. Yep, I didn't fancy spending £12,000 on a set of second-hand GT4 seats, when the GTS seats cost me £1,100. Which I didn't think was too bad at all. It certainly makes me happy. How much better do these seats look? It's starting to feel and look way more like a car now. I know it does look like a kid's toy at the minute with yellow seat belts, red armrests and all the other mismatched colours in here, but we'll address that later on down the line. But there's more stuff we need to get on with. There is absolutely no reason why the Cayman should have that many warning lights on the dashboard. So we're about to plug it in and find out what exactly it's unhappy about. And also, for some reason, I have absolutely no climate control. The screen is on, so they know there's power getting to it, but none of these buttons work. The heated seats don't work. These buttons work, but they don't. One is for an airbag. Well, there's supposed to be an airbag in the door. We haven't put that back in yet. Second one is for the instrument cluster. This is because we've got no TPMS sensors in the wheels. We've got temporary wheels on, and there's no communication with that door. Again, no electrics in it. AC because there's no gas in the aircon. Front end electrics because we have no parking sensors hooked up yet. And rear end electrics because, well, there's no glass in the window. So do we still have an engine management light when we start the car? Hey! No engine management light, just the airbag light and the TPMS light. Next up, we're onto the suspension, and we're going to need the 2-post ramp for this. The left-hand side of the car took a pretty big hit in the accident, and definitely something is bent on the front and the rear of the car. Then we also need to address the exhaust later on in the video. I'm going to be starting off at the rear of the car, and just like most German cars, they're full of suspension arms. We have a rear arm, which is used to adjust the toe in and out. We have a bottom arm, which is used to adjust the camber. And then a front arm, which I'm not quite sure what that does. Like most of the crash damage cars, I'm not really going to take a risk on this suspension. It's really hard to actually tell.
About time ago, we have a question. No, look how broke you are. So sad. Yeah, I know, right?
Just here you can see the nuts that are used to
I had
adjust
30
the
build
camber
first, I
on
know.
each side.
I
And you can
invested it.
definitely see on the left-hand side it's been knocked way out. But instead of replacing arm by arm, I'm going to start removing the whole suspension leg. Once the suspension arms are connected, I can then remove the connector for the electronic handbrake, then the drop link, and then remove the rest of the electrical plugs out the way, like the brake wear sensor and the ABS sensor. I've got to take the caliper off, and then the brake disc, and then finally remove the wheel hub from the suspension strut, not forgetting the drive shaft as well. And there it is, one wheel hub out the way with all the suspension arms on. I managed to pick up a second-hand, or should I say brand new second-hand wheel hub with all the arms on from eBay. That way I know now everything else is straight. And then it's just a case of doing everything that I've just done, but in reverse order. Remembering to preload the suspension before I tighten everything up. And moment of truth. Here we go, but I'm feeling confident. I think it actually looks pretty straight at the minute. Much better. We now have a rear wheel pointing in the right direction. In fact, it's probably pointing a little further out than it should, but we can get all the towing done afterwards on the wheel alignment. Now we move over to the front before we get to the exciting stuff, the exhaust. So on the front, which I think took most of the hit, I can see quite clearly it's damaged the drop link, but I'm not quite sure what else has. Again, it's really hard to tell. I also noticed that there's a little nick in the brake disc as well, so I'm not going to take any risks on that. First off, the under tray's got to come off, then I can access the bolts for the lower front arm and remove it. Again, it's really difficult to tell whether this is bent or not, so I'm going to carry on and remove the center arm. Now, I couldn't find a full wheel hub replacement on eBay for this, so I had to go direct to Porsche for both of the lower arms, and just hope that this fixes it and I don't need a new wheel hub. I've now got the main lower arm in place, and I can remove the old drop link and replace it with a new one that I got from Porsche. Again, not badly priced. And once that's in, I can put the front arm in. Then I can preload the suspension all up, tighten the bolts, and then hopefully that sorted the camber issue out on the front. If I'm honest, I think we could be dealing with a bent wheel hub here. I don't think that's made any difference, but it might be too early to say. There's no damage up here to the actual strut tower, and this actually does have camber adjust, so you can actually move that in and out, and it's all the way in at the minute, as is the other side, but I just think it's still cambering the wrong way, so it's looking like it could be a new wheel hub. And I have found one here on eBay for 70 quid, so it's not too bad. I guess that's what I get for just trying to get away with replacing two arms. Next up, I'm going to remove the brake disc. And then I contacted Design 911 to see if there was any upgrades for the brakes whilst I was replacing them. And sure enough, there was. We've got these humongous...
I will just have on my main plan. That is banned right now. I think I told you before. I have one in my main.
These are going to work with the stock caliper. They're absolutely massive.
I wanted to unban.
Apparently they do. These brake discs should be an OEM fitment and work with the OEM caliper and the brake pads, which seems crazy because they are so big. I'm also replacing the brake pads for EBC yellow stuff brake pads as well. So we're upgrading everything here. Then I've just got to see whether the stock caliper actually fits over the new brake disc. These are definitely not going to work with the stock calipers. I'm nowhere near where it should mount. It should be around there. I don't know whether you need spacers. Yep. Well, that's a fail. Oh my god. I'm so stupid. Inside the box, there is actually some bolts and you can see here little spacers to sort of space out the brake caliper. Well, I was wrong. You can see here how much longer the new bolts are, and with the anodized spacer to space out the caliper, I now have two uprated brake discs and pads on the front of the car. I also changed the drop link on the driver's side as well, just to be sure. One thing that we said we was going to do in a previous video but never got round to doing it was giving this car a service. We have no idea how much oil is in this car because there's no dipstick and you have to warm the car up to temperature for the computer to read the oil level. So I've drained all the oil out and I'm also going to be changing the oil filter as well, which is in
Farming
such an
60.
awkward position
What happened,
underneath the
bro?
wheel arch. But I eventually managed to squeeze in and get the oil filter out. In goes a new oil filter, a new seal, and then I can pop it back onto the engine. Next up, the spark plugs, which are in an equally annoying place. There's only 4 on this engine, being 4-cylinder, but they are each side of the engine. And you access it through each wheel arch. You can see the 2 coil packs here. There's a T30 just holding both of the coil packs in, then a 14mm spark plug socket will get them out. You can see the difference between an old spark plug and the new spark plug. They don't look actually too bad, to be honest. But at least I've got peace of mind now that they've actually been changed. Service is done. There's no dipstick in this, so we have to start the car to make sure everything's okay, which is a little bit nerve-wracking all the time after a service as well. Oh, she's good. Oil measurement. Unavailable. I guess we just have to wait for it to warm up. Surely we are at the right temperature now.
Has 10 level or farmer take a push it?
Measure the oil.
Not really, if you do visitors, not at all. As well as.
Yeah, we're good, we're all green. Now we can move on to the fun part, the exhaust.
Why is the car looking so weird?
Me and Liam cut the tips off the exhaust system so we could fit the diffuser, because the Cayman normally has center exit exhaust and the GT4 has an exhaust each side. Today, we're going to rectify it and make it a little louder. I'm curious to hear what this sounds like, because it is only a 4-cylinder, 2.5 litre, so at the minute, no exhaust tips. We're going to yeah, it's kind of like Subaru-y vibes. Is that it? Yeah, it's not the greatest of sounding cars. So the exhaust system on the Cayman is actually pretty simple. The turbo is here, the exhaust comes off there, the catalytic converter's there, it branches off down here, it then splits into 2. It goes 1 branch off down there, which heads off through the wheel arch in there, very strange, and then into the back box there, and it pretty much does a mirror image on the other side into the back box, which usually should have some exhaust tips coming out here into the center, but we need them to come out of here.
So if that's a 2.5 litre turbo, but you've got a GT4 kit, what exhaust do you bought?
I've actually bought a Miltech exhaust for a 718 Cayman.
No, you haven't.
I have, because if I bought an exhaust for a GT4, the GT4 is a naturally aspirated engine. It has different exits to what a Cayman S has. So I've had to buy an exhaust to fit a Cayman S, but we're going to have to modify it, because this is the usual exit point, which of course goes out the exit. The back. But we're going to have to change this, and we'll get onto that later on how we're going to do it.
How's it sound?
How's it sound? Whoa! So what I've essentially bought from Miltech is a back box delete kit. It's going to replace the pipes that lead towards the back box, but with no back box or muffler in there if you're American. And I'm pretty sure as well the Miltech exhaust is a little wider than the stock exhaust. So me and Liam are now getting off the standard exhaust, and then we can start to line up the new Miltech one. And you can see exactly here the difference between the Miltech and the stock exhaust. It's pretty much the same thing, but without the back box, as I said. Now,
so there's a oh,
so close to the shock absorber,
I see.
but I guess there's
so you did get
no
banned.
other way it could route. the clearance is literally within millimeters of it. So we've got to get this spot on. Once we've got that pipe on, we can then connect another connecting pipe which leads towards where the back box would be. And this connects to the car with one of the weirdest exhaust clamps I've ever seen. So exhaust is on, there's not much of it, and this is the part where we're gonna have to make a few modifications. And the exhaust the exhaust goes straight to here now, and the part that you get with Miltech is this. So this would go like that, and then you would have two exhaust tips like these, which are actually quite nice exhaust tips. They would go on like that and shoot out the back, and actually looks pretty cool. But we have no need for these exhaust tips, and only, well, not really any need for these. This is the solution. So, Design 911, I contacted them again and said, right, I need to convert my exhaust from a 718 Cayman S to a GT4. So they do this kit here, which goes on the stock exhaust. So this is for a stock exhaust, not a Miltech. Sits sort of around like that, and then you get exhaust tips, which sit, yeah, like, oh, these could be quite far back, you know. So we've got to make something out of the Miltech and this thing from Design 911 to make this thing work with a new diffuser. Let's do it. Liam took the role as a fabricator, and I took the role as, well, just seeing whether it would work or not. And it only took us about half an hour to realise it's probably not going to work. Well, it looks like we've failed with this. We're just a bit too short, aren't we? Like, yeah, so that's just the same size as that, so it's not working. But that doesn't mean we can't get a start up and hear what, because it wouldn't sound any different with the exhaust tips off or on, would it? It's not going to make any sound different. So it seems like we're going to have to be like this until we can get an exhaust fabricated, unfortunately. I have no idea what this is going to sound like. Let's just do it. Very, very turbo-y at the minute. We'll let it warm, and then we'll come back. Okay, at the minute, it doesn't sound like, it just sounds the same, but a little bit louder. Let's have a few revs. What the hell? That sounds way better than I expected. That sounds sick. Yeah, that sounds sick, doesn't it? What the hell?
It needs a zero-cell sports cat, though, I think.
Yeah, I think it does need
a zero-cell sports cap.
That sounds sick for like a four-cylinder.
Oh, yeah, that sounds loads better than yours.
That's loads better than yours. It's such a shame we couldn't get the exhaust tips on, though.
Oh, this car is looking so weird with the colors. Am I the only one thinking this?
I have to do a shout out to Tow Bar Express for fitting the tow bar on the Range Rover, because we've used it
colors look so weird.
much more than we actually thought. It's a removable one as well, so I'll put a link in the description for them. For now, let's strap the Cayman. And that is it, ready. So the Cayman's now going to the body shop, and you probably won't see it for about 4 or 5 weeks, but when we see it next, it hopefully will have no dents in it, no scratches, and it will be a completely different colour, and then we get to rebuild it for reals. The cheapest Porsche 718 Cayman
that makes more sense.
Back from the body shop, and it looks so good. Well, almost so good. So the guys at Allied Automotive have just called me to say the Cayman S is ready. It's been painted, but they want me to check it over first because it's not quite complete yet. So we're gonna go see what it looks like.
Okay.
Oh my god, I can see it a mile away.
This is just for right now, bro. Cars isn't good. Oh.
That is bright.
Bro, the colors, bro. It was red, black, and white. Ah, okay. It's different now. Okay, it's better now.
That looks wicked. Oh, that is so good. With a new breathtaking colour,
nice color.
I got the Cayman S back onto the trailer and to the unit where we need to begin putting this thing back together. Wait, 1 second before you rush to the comment section to tell me what a terrible mistake I've made by painting it this colour. Can we just appreciate the workmanship on this paint? It is I can't believe it's the same car. The colour is called Porsche Signal Yellow, and it looks different in all different types of lighting. If I just go up on the brightness of my camera, it starts to look more of a bright yellow, and then when we come back down to how it normally is in here, it's more of like a orangey mustard colour. But the guys have done an amazing job, all inside the doors, all inside the door shuts. It's absolutely immaculate. There's not one imperfection on the paint, even under here. You would never tell that this car was silver before. And not only that, remember the dents in the driver's side door, which we think were caused from a forklift? Well, they're no longer there. And the gap between the A-pillar and the roof, which Porsche wouldn't tell us how they fill, is now filled with Sikaflex, which I think looks as good, if not better, than OEM now. But quite clearly, we're still a long way from actually getting this car on the road, so we better get to it. I want to start from the rear and work my way forward. So it's bumper off, and then it's on with all the trims that are supposed to hold the bumper on. Not forgetting the rear crash bar as well. Next up is the spoiler mechanism. Then I can move back onto the bumper. These are the sort of problems that I don't usually film, but I feel like you guys need to know everything. We've got a fog light wiring here, there, that's fine. We've got a parking sensor wiring there. Then it comes down here. It branches off to this, which is a parking sensor connector, which sits in the diffuser. Another parking sensor connector, which sits in the
I can smell
there.
the pizza, bro.
Here, there's only
That's gonna be
two
fire.
connectors, and there for the registration plate lights. And then all we're left with over here is a parking sensor connector, which goes to that. And then this, which goes to the main loom, which then leaves us with no connector for the other fog light. So there's none. And then on the car, there's none. There's only that. So I've got to be missing something. Unless it was never plugged in ever.
This is possible. Maybe this is for what is that fog light? So maybe the right-hand drive and left-hand drive ones are different. I am a pretty clever guy.
That's a good possibility.
It is because some cars only have one.
Yeah,
fog
they only
light,
have one
really.
fog
Yeah.
light.
So maybe.
Hang on. There's 3 pins in there. Liam just found this, by the way. We're not going to take the glory from him.
What do you mean?
And then in there, there's nothing. There's no pins in there at all. Okay, well done.
Okay, well for that, Liam, I think he needs a shout
I
out.
need this.
That looks sick so far.
You know, I always
way
skip my
better
food
with
while
all the
eating.
trims on. I would have put the spoiler on, but we can't put
How
it on
do you
just yet
skip
because
your
we can't
food
get it
when
down
eating?
For some reason, we just
That
think
you're not
it's
eating,
because
bro.
all the electrics aren't plugged in yet. But one thing that I wanted to do whilst we have Chris at the unit is inside. So there's a few things on this interior which really do not match the yellow exterior. The reddy browny armrest, the reddy browny like hood for the clocks, and then there's also reddy browny door cards as well. But we are not so sure whether we're going to be able to take this off or not. And if we can, we're hoping we can colour it. So, well, let's give it a go. Now I'm going to spend the next 10 or 15 minutes trying to work out whether this red leather piece comes off. And it's looking promising. Once we removed a lot of trims and I got the T30 on it, I can remove the clocks away from the dashboard. And whilst I was doing that, Chris was getting all the good angles. The good news is, it comes off. Yeah! And now Chris has prepped the leather and is going to be using a special paint to recolour it. That is looking so much better. You would never know that they were red before. But the interior is the least of my worries at the minute because we've got 2 completely bare doors that we need to build up, so... Well, let's get to it. Normally, rebuilding something that you've previously taken apart is pretty easy. Apart from, I didn't take this apart. The body shop did. So this is more of a challenge than I first thought. But bit by bit, I'm working my way through it. I've got the window regulator already in there, and now I'm fitting the door locks and the door handle. Once I've fitted the door handle, I can secure it in with 2 Torx screws the other side of the door, and then the door handle has to connect to the door lock. And this is done with a metal cable. It inserts into the door handle and is inserted on the other side to the door lock. So when you pull the handle, it opens the door lock. if that all makes sense. After that, it's the wiring loom for the door. I've got to thread that through the door, into the car, and then connect it up to the fuse box. And once that's done, I can start connecting up all the wiring loom to all the places that it goes to. And the good thing about these modern cars is that the connectors only go to one place. After most of the wiring loom's connected, I'll undo the clamps which clamp the window to the window regulator, then slot the window down the door, and then put back in the screws which hold the window to the regulator. And that should be everything inside the door covered. Then it's time for the cover and all the seals on the outside. And there's a lot of them. And that's not forgetting the wing mirror as well, which is only held in by one bolt. After that, there's the door card airbag, which actually deployed in the accident, so we've got a new one on here. And after I've tested the window to make sure it all works, that should be all good. One door out the way, next up, it's the front wing, or a fender if you're in America. Inside the wing sits a washer bottle for all the washer fluid in the car. And after the washer bottle's in, I can slide the headlight in place. And now it's starting to look more like a car. Time to fit the side skirt, but not before fitting all the clips for it first. After the clips are put on, I can slide the side skirt into place, clip in the little air intake, and then on top of that goes this GT4 carbon air intake, which is part of the GT4 kit that I bought. Now this came with double-sided tape to stick to the side skirt, but we didn't trust it enough. So instead we used Tiger Seal, which we managed to get all over the paintwork. But after
Dude, this car is coming together nice, man.
Then it's just the
Look
rear
at this.
quarter window. We've just built up the
I need to
GT4,
clean it though, bro.
which I think is going to make the biggest transformation of all. And let's lift it up. Let's go see it.
Liam,
Okay.
you grab one side.
Okay, let's see it. 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 See it.
3, 2, 1.
Oh, that actually looks sick.
That's gangster.
Yes. Oh, remember we've got to plug.
We'll plug in first.
We've got to plug in indicators and stuff first.
So we've got one here. That goes there.
And then one down there. If it works.
I mean that shit too, bro. Any fire cell that is disgusting, bro. Any single one.
We've got new Porsche indicators, not the aftermarket dodgy ones.
No Alibabas.
Do you reckon? Oh, this look. I'm excited. I'm excited. That looks so good. Yes. That is banging. And I'm right. That bumper is banging. What a transformation so far this car's had. But it's still not fixed. And that is because on this front wheel, something is still bent, or this front hub. We've got some like positive camber going on. In the previous video, we replaced both of the lower arms, but still something is not right. And the only thing it could come down to now is the full wheel hub, which is all cast aluminium. And if something is slightly out on this, then it can push the whole front wheel out of line. And luckily, this wasn't too expensive. The front wheel hub cost me £62.95, which brings the total cost of the build so far to £29,446.28. And that's including all the upgrade parts. And we are missing a few things off the blackboard, but we'll get to them. And last time I checked, the
that's a
cheapest
good price.
is £38,990. So
Yo.
we're doing well so far.
Yo,
But
damn.
now we've still got work to do, and we've got to completely dismantle this front wheel hub so we can replace it with the new one. So it's off with the uprated front brakes, the trap rod end, and some of the suspension arms as well. Then I should be able to take the wheel hub off from the damper. I really don't have much luck with this type of stuff. It seems they are different, but only very slightly. This is the new one, this is the old one. This has got a really thin sort of outer diameter. This has got a really thick outer diameter. All the mountings are the same. We don't have this bit on this one, but... So if you've got wing mirrors on your car, which more than likely you will have, and they're electric, or any part of them are electric, more than likely they're going to be expensive. And on the Cayman S, there's no exception. I tried to contact a breaker's yard for a wing mirror, and they wanted £700. But luckily, the parts on the driver's side wing mirror, if you remember, it was battered. There was loads of bits in the car, and I contacted Porsche and just ordered all the little bits I need, like the plastic surround, this little bottom bit, and that totaled up to just under £300, which I think we've got away with there. Another expense that we need to add to the blackboard. All of this stuff is slowly adding up, but I'm sure we're gonna get one hell of a car at the end of it. And now to pop on the final piece of the wing mirror, the glass. I had the wing mirror covers painted black to match the roof, which I think was a pretty cool idea. And then it's on with the door cards, with the freshly painted leather that Chris just done for me, which in my opinion looks a lot better than the red. Nice and smart now. And then it's back on with the instrument cluster hood, which is also freshly painted. I cannot tell you how excited I am to get this thing finally on the road, as I've never even driven a Porsche before. We managed to get the spoilers to go down after we plugged all the electronics in, so now I can finally fit it. And this is it, the big wing, the big moment. This goes on. I think this is going to top it off.
This is going to be the one.
This is going to be absolutely sensational. Oh, this could be a two-man job though. Way it goes, isn't it?
I gotta run right now. My brother's having a serious talk with my wife. And I was drinking his interest. I think I have to shave him. Alright, bro. Have fun saving him, man. Superman.
It's another like hour's work to get it out. No. No. That's nice, okay. What? Yes! That is massive. Wow. Let me know what you think in the comment section below. I know the wing is a 50-50 one, but the glass is next to go in. I think this is going to make it more look like a car. Chris for the camera work.
How are you even going to get that on?
Oh wow.
Do you want a hand? Oh, my finger.
Yeah, release it.
Release. Shit! Have you just fitted that?
That's I think it needs window tints.
Yeah.
I know people are going to say get black wheels. I'm thinking against black wheels. And remember, still we're missing the exhaust tips. We need to get this exhaust done and fitted. But there's still so much more to do. I'm hoping today's the day that we finally get this thing on the road for good. But there's still a few things that we're missing. One of them being the exhaust. These are the exhaust tips.
Yep.
These were the ones off the Miltech exhaust. And what we're about to do here, well, what you're about to do is make these work.
Make them work, yeah.
Work your magic.
Last one.
Let's do it. Because I've fitted a GT4 body kit to the Porsche, the diffuser is now different, meaning the exhaust tips exit a different way. This is what it was like on the Cayman S, and this is what we're aiming for. So I've come to Jack's Fab, where Dave is going to use some of the best engineering skills to weld up one of the sexiest looking backbox delete pipes for the Cayman. How crazy does that look? This is now going to link the two exhaust pipes each side of the car into an X pipe. And little did I know how much of a difference this is going to make to the sound. Done. Look at that. That is way smarter now. Both of the Miltech exhaust tips are on. Matt would have filmed the X pipe area bit. And now, well, I highly doubt it's going to make much difference to the sound, but it might. There's only one way to find out. Remember, this is a 2.5 litre 4-cylinder engine, so it's not, on paper it's not going to sound nice, but not bad, not bad. Oh, that sounds different, that sounds well different. How does that sound? That makes no sense at all. That sounds sick. How is a backbox delete, even though, well, it's basically an X-pipe has made a massive difference in the sound of the car. One more rev, go. He smashed it. He's absolutely smashed it. Legends, legends. Let's get it back on the trailer because we still need to fix a few more problems. Good news is the wheel hub, which hopefully is the right wheel hub this time, or in this case, left wheel hub this time, has arrived. And even better news than that, Chris.
Oh my god, the pizza is here.
The finest. Oh, I've got us some coilovers to go with the wheel hub, so we're going to eliminate all suspension damage now, and make it lower. The stance is going to be better, and we're going to have improved riding abilities.
Nice.
Bilstein, B16 coilovers.
Let's do it!
Let's do it! If you've been keeping up to date with the build, you'd know we're still having some issues with the front left suspension. We've replaced all the lower arms, but something still doesn't seem right. So now we're eliminating all things that could be bent. By replacing everything, including the wheel hub, the spring and shock absorber, and replacing it with these upgraded Bilstein coilovers. Don't try this bit at home. That's what you get for doing mechanics in a car park.
You dodgy guy.
I've installed Bilstein coilovers on pretty much most of my cars, and it leaves me feeling like this. The coilovers are going to allow me to adjust the ride height and also adjust the rebound on the shock as well to get the perfect feeling ride. And hopefully the brand new second-hand wheel hub is going to solve the other suspension issue we have on the front left. Once I got that front corner on, I needed to take a trip out to a familiar place. Of course, I've come to Wheelmania for the God knows how many times this year to not only pick up the Porsche wheels, but also they have a little surprise / secret that I know about that Liam doesn't know that I know. We are at Wheelmania's second branch, and this is where they offer the best wheel refurbishments in the UK. You don't have to look far to see the quality here. They don't paint the back pad of the wheels, and they also use these little ball bearings to put where the wheel bolts go in, so that area also doesn't get painted. So you never have any issues with them after paint. But we've not come here to get our wheels refurbished, or have we? So last time I was here, if you've been watching the Mark II channel, Liam curved his wheels on the Audi S3 that I bought him. And that's not the first time he's curved his wheels. That was like the second time, or possibly third time. And I brought his wheels here, Wheelmania refurbished them. I even actually painted one of them. And the guys have told me that he's actually been back already and told them not to tell me because he's curved them. We're exposing him right now. Look at this. How can he not drive? Driver of the Year award goes to Liam Carey. So once again, Wheelmania are going to have to do a refurb on these wheels. Now, it's time to see the Porsche alloys for the 718 Cayman, and I roughly remember what I ordered. Whoa, they look massive. What?
Look at these bad boys.
These are Judd alloys. So I've tried to get them as close to the GT4 RS wheels as possible, but with a little extra and a little spice. These are 20-inch, the staggered fitment. We've got two 6.5 wide tyres on the rear and two 3.5 tyres on the front, obviously rear wheel drive. Gone for gunmetal grey. These are looking crazy. It's just gonna see what they look like when they get on the car. I could have picked from so many wheel designs and so many colours. There is that much choice here at Wheelmania. This is gonna be one of the longest coilover installs ever. But oh, there it is.
Oh, that was easy.
There it is. It's just a big, like 21.
21.
That should drop it down, but we've had to take the whole hub off both sides there. Go on.
Oh, unbelievable.
With the alloys secured, I had to finish off fitting the coilovers. And as I mentioned, this was a pretty big job on the Porsche. We had to remove pretty much all the suspension legs and wheel hub just so we could get the strut out. But just like always, we pulled through and managed to do it.
You can't tell me you've never started a job you thought was going to be 5-10 minutes and ends up taking way longer than expected. And also the front left wheel is now looking in a fairly straight sort of line, so I think we've solved it there.
I've never tinted a window ever before, but they say the best way to learn is to give it a go yourself. So I've got some window tint and I'm going to attempt to do the back window. First off, we're putting all the film over the back side of the window, cutting it to size, and then I'm going to use heat to shrink it.
Right, I think that's down on the outside, but obviously tint goes on the inside of the glass. So I'm going to clean the inside of the glass and go from there, but stay down! The fingers, like, it does keep lifting out, I just can't. Come on. If we do this, definitely deserves a subscribe.
Now with the tint cut down to size on the back, I'm going to clean the inside of the window, get it nice and fresh. Then me and Matt are going to peel it off the back, take off the protective layer to then expose the sticky side of the tint and stick that to the inside of the window using water mixed with baby shampoo. And so far, so good. We need to be careful not to crease it though.
I creased it. I was so close first try, but we messed it up on the edges and I creased it. But it was going so well. So in 3, 2, 1. Well, if I said I was happy with it, I'd be lying. But it's probably the best I'm going to get today. From here, it actually doesn't look too bad. All the edges at the bottom were easy to get out because the water fell to the bottom. All the edges at the top to get out were really easy because when you lift the boot up, it all goes towards the top. But it was the sides that I struggled with, and you could just see little bits of imperfections here, and there is another one somewhere, I think. Yeah, just there. But I think that's the best I'm going to get for my second attempt. And I've still got to do these side windows, so I check back with you. I am over the moon with that. It's like a 30% tint, so it's definitely not as dark as the back. That's a full limo one. Then it just fades quite nicely into the front. We are so close now to finally getting this Porsche on the road for the first time since I don't even know how long this has been off the road for. But before we go anywhere, I'm hoping now we should have no faults left on the dashboard. We've literally replaced everything. Here we go. And after reading the codes, unfortunately, it does seem like we have faults. And one of them, quite strangely, was for the airbag. More specifically, the passenger side seatbelt tensioner that we replaced. The other ones for aircon, which we haven't got gassed yet. The rear spoiler, which needs calibration, which will only happen when you drive it. And tyre pressure monitoring, which should clear when we drive the car. But I went back and double checked all the connections for the seatbelt, and they seemed okay. So it looks as if we still have an issue with the passenger side seatbelt, but I'm sure we can get that sorted. For now, let's see how this thing looks with the new wheels, and I can finally get it out on the road. This is a good car. I'm absolutely over the moon with this. I can see why a lot of people like Porsches now. So much like kind of response in the steering, and it's really light on the front end. You can feel it all through the steering wheel. This is sick. The car is sick. How on earth did this end up turning to this? This has got to be one of the best looking cars I own now. Maybe even better than the Aston. The colour just pops so nicely, especially in the sort of autumnal season. How wicked does that look? Wheel fitment is perfect, literally a 10 out of 10 fitment. Even the coilovers, which we guessed, and then on the back as well. Look at that, it's like an OEM fitment. This car has come together so nicely, and it's not finished quite yet. I bet you're all wondering, how much does it cost to get to this point right here? Back to the blackboard. The windscreen, the front windscreen is in. Shout out to Screensaver and Eaton, but windscreens aren't free. £550. That was an expensive windscreen. Now remember, we could have done this a lot cheaper by putting the Cayman S back to standard, but we didn't. And it's even had a full colour change, which was one of the most expensive parts of the full build. Bearing in mind all of the bodywork and everything that went with that colour change was £9,500, which brings the grand total of a full Cayman S build to £45,791.28p. Quite obviously, I'd be mad if I was doing it for a massive profit, but still, 45 grand for a Porsche that looks like this and drives the way it does, I don't think that was so bad. Today is a big day because the Cayman S is going to Porsche, but if I took it to them as it is now, they'd be far from impressed. I haven't been able to enjoy it or even drive it because there's a few strange faults with it. And I'm hoping to fix all of these faults before we take it to Porsche, else I'm going to get a really bad roasting. Check this out. Go on. Put the wipers on to clear the lights. And you've got absolutely nothing, but you can hear the motor going through it. And we also have a wiper fault on the dashboard. And this is the exact reason why you don't put your wipers on when it's frosty outside, because I think this is what's caused it. Right here I can see the wiper motor attached to the linkage, and the motor engages using teeth. Now I put the wipers on when the screen was frosted, and I can only assume I've snapped some of the teeth inside the motor, but I can only be 100% sure that that's the issue by taking it apart and having a look. Luckily on the Porsche, it's not that hard to get to. There's 3 bolts holding in the linkage and 1 electrical connector on the wiper motor. And with the full mechanism off, I'm going to take a look inside. And to my surprise, the motor's actually plastic. I can only open it up this much, but I can see a few snap teeth in there. So it looks like I'm gonna need a new one, which I've got. From a breaker's yard, I've managed to get a wiper motor with all the linkage for 30 quid. I'm just hoping it's the right one, because this is off a box stuff. It looks the same, but ish. Should we check the part number? 021941.
Yep.
022035.
Oh, it's close then.
But look though, look. It looks exactly the same.
Yeah, just smash it in.
I think let's just get it in.
Get it in.
Let's get it in. So the part numbers are different, but in this case, I don't think it's gonna
Ow!
They look exactly the same.
No?
Time for the test.
If it is gonna work.
Yes! Check it out.
Oh yeah.
Fixed!
Wide.
Please work. Oh, it's sensational stuff. One job fix, on to the next one. So the next fault is here.
Oh.
engine control fault, consult dealer, driving permitted. And that is the engine management light here. To find out what's causing the light, I'm going to need the diagnostic tool. That into OBD. I'm going to use the Autel to diagnose what's wrong with the car.
Trouble codes.
And hopefully it's not too sinister. The reason why that engine light on is oxygen sensor 1 heater control circuit. I believe oxygen sensor, O2 sensor, or lambda sensor, or lambda sensor, or however you say it, that is what's causing that. So we better get that changed now. To do so, we're going to need a ramp, and the M5's in one ramp, the Murcielago goes in another ramp, and the Porsche is in a scissor lift, which isn't going to lift it high enough. There's definitely worse problems to have though. So we have to do a massive shout out to Mallory Performance for letting us use their ramp on such short notice. And we could get the Porsche in the air to inspect what's going on with this lambda sensor. Now you usually see 2 lambda sensors on cars. One would be before the catalytic converter in the exhaust, and one will be after the catalytic converter. The exhaust gases pass through these sensors, and then they send a signal to the ECU to tell the car
what's
how
up, bro?
well it's burning fuel. Then the ECU will be able to adjust the air-fuel ratio to ensure we get the perfect burn. But with a faulty lambda sensor, there's no way the car can find that out. Well, we've found the issue, and this one's a cheap one because we've just had a look. So this lambda goes up here. It's a blue wire, and it connects up to the connector up there. This one, we're just following the connector. It goes up over the exhaust down there. It comes up, ends up coming around here, and look what we've just found.
Oh, hello there.
Hello. I'm eating right now, so this is not very interesting.
The connector is broken, isn't it?
Yeah, you may as well put the new one on.
So it's just, I bet the accident has just pulled the plug out. Okay, the plug under here is in, and it's sealed up.
Yo, let's go, man.
That works.
Oh, that talisman's fucking cancer to get, man.
Was
So ass.
£120, so 120 quid. That works. It's 120 quid saving just because it's unplugged. Good job. We'll find out. Clear codes. Hey! It's looking good. No engine management lights. There's just one more light. And that is this airbag light on the dashboard here. And when we scan it with a diagnostic tool, we can see that this is caused by the passenger seatbelt tensioner. Sometimes when the airbag's blowing cars, the seatbelts lock out. But on this car, only the passenger side seatbelt
2 more
locks
slices
out.
of pizza.
But I already sent
I'll wash my
both
hands and
seatbelts
get
off to have the tensioner,
back to Diana
the
again.
tensioner put in, and also I had the belt changed colour as well on both sides. But yet still, I'm getting a fault on this passenger side. Now, I've messaged the company that installed the new tensioners to say I'm still getting a fault. But they say that can't be true because they've installed the new tensioners and everything was done right. It's got to be something to do with the wiring. But the only way for me to test that is to take the one out the left-hand side and put it in the right-hand side and see if the fault switches over between the seatbelts. So I guess we're going to try that now. The tensioners are installed in seatbelts, so when the airbag's blowing the car, it pulls the passenger or driver back into the seat to ensure the airbag does the job to its full potential. Your face doesn't want to be next to the airbag when that's blowing. Now after this happens, the seatbelts normally remain locked out, and the only way to fix that issue is to replace the tensioner or just replace the full seatbelt, which I thought I'd done. This is the right seatbelt, this is the left seatbelt. There is literally no difference, and the tensioner is this little section here. The airbag plugs into that, sends a signal down here, which locks the seatbelt out in this mechanism. And to be honest, they do look like they've been replaced, but that doesn't mean to say that it's faulty. It could be faulty, but you'd think the company...
Bro, the car has come a long way, man. It used to be the dog shit, bro.
But we're about to find out.
Everything was dented up in grey.
Left-hand side, and this one in the right-hand side to see if we get a fault. Driver belt tensioner.
Bro, you probably made a couple bands on this if you thought.
So they were wrong.
It looks like there's a fault with the tensioner. I've got to send that one back, but it doesn't look like we're going to be able to send that back and get it back before tomorrow when we go to Porsche. So we're going to have an airbag light on at Porsche, but we can explain that it's not our fault.
Ooh-wee.
And before you know it, we arrived
That's
at
awesome.
Porsche Solihull. I've come to Porsche to get the four-wheel alignment done, as I've had all the suspension off. And because we've had all the radiators off, I'm going to need the aircon gas in as well. Here we go. The only experience I've had with Porsche dealers is over the phone, so it's going to be really interesting to find out what it's like at a main dealer. But so far so good. But there was a weird tension in the air as I knew my car was about to be torn apart.
So today we've got the 7-minute Cayman in. We've got for the outstanding recall on there. We've also got the visual health check, the aircon regas, and also the geometry check as well.
Yeah.
And what I'll also do, I'll just go and grab the technician that's working on your car today.
Okay.
His name's Josh, and I'm sure he'll look after you.
If anything's free, then I'm there for it. And Porsche offer a free vehicle inspection. So it'd be wrong not to take advantage of that.
Nice to me.
Nice to my car.
As always.
Yeah.
I'm sure we absolutely.
What's the outstanding recall?
So there is a recall on there just for the air intake grills on there. So
Yeah.
like just on the wing.
Why is there a recall on that one?
So the vents were slightly too big, which can allow leaves and debris to go in there. So
Right.
they modified the grills to slightly smaller, similar thing.
Oh, I see.
Right.
A few papers left to sign, and then I can hand the Cayman S key over to the technician. Kind of a nerve-wracking moment for me to have someone from Porsche check over the car. Right, so this is it now. It's time to be absolutely roasted. And now, the moment of truth. The Cayman S has been brought into the inspection area. But how good does it look in there? So, this is actually pretty cool. This is like an inspection bay, which customers are allowed to go in, and the technician as well. The cool thing about this is that I actually get to see and hear Josh tear apart the Porsche.
Yeah, what's good, bro?
Not, but we already know there's a few things that we couldn't quite do last night.
Notice the service lights on. Oh, okay. Also notice there's an airbag light on.
Yes, that's not my fault.
There's a non-genuine windscreen fitted.
And that wasn't cheap either, still, it's like 500 and something pounds. We're only a couple seconds in and Josh is already tearing apart my car. But I guess they have to be really anal with it.
So is there an aftermarket?
Anal?
For the vehicle?
What?
Does sound very good.
Yeah.
It's quite loud, start it up.
Yeah.
I've heard some that sound very loud, but I think that sounds quite good.
There we go. Approval from Porsche on one thing. Everything checked on the interior, now it's time for the exterior.
Folder inserts around the front as well.
Yeah.
Which actually look really nice. I mean, the pedal gaps don't look too bad, to be fair. They look okay. We have got measurements that Porsche give us based on each car, which would be able to go around and measure.
Oh, okay. Okay. So they have like tolerances between each.
Yes.
Okay,
yeah.
that's cool.
So we can measure those as well, but it's whether you want to scale that in depth a bit.
Yeah.
Panel gaps are looking okay. There's a bit of a bigger gap at the back of the roof there.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to lie, I watched the videos on this car. So I have seen...
You've seen that, everything that's been...
From when you brought the car to how it is, that it looks very good.
Oh, that's good news, that's good news. About the roof, you guys wouldn't tell us how it was joined here. So we've kind of gone with like a Sikaflex here to try and make it look OEM.
Yeah, which you do because you normally have that little channel that runs down at the edge. So
Yeah.
Where the pillars come off, there is normally, if you look at other 718s, there is normally
like a small channel. Okay, so we've got it right to an extent.
And I mean, that's always a telltale sign if it's spent the line properly.
Right. I mean, he's not done a bad job here.
Oh, okay. So underneath.
But this Josh guy, he's a strange fella.
And that looks okay. They are a little bit tighter around the bottom.
Close, almost. So far, we're not doing so bad. So there was a few small things, as expected, that was picked out by Josh, including the missing tow eye cover. Now he's inspecting under the bonnet to check all the tyre inflators and the toolkit is complete that comes with the Porsche. And that's all looking good. Then he's going to check all the fluid levels. Now it's virtually impossible for Porsche to check every single component of my car to give it a full sign-off as such. So this is far from that. But Josh can give it a pretty good inspection to make sure the car is safe for the road and will drive as it should. And right now he's checking all the brakes and the suspension.
Yep, they're on 12mm. So I'm guessing they're fairly new.
Yeah, the fronts are definitely new.
Those in good condition. They're all the correct size and weighting as well, which is good.
Well done, Wheelmania. Now the car goes in the air to inspect underneath it. All the safety. I do this in my workshop, definitely.
Brilliant. That's what we like to So, we can see there's a little bit of damage underneath the trays.
Yeah.
At least you've got the emergency release if you need it. So that's just right there.
Where is that meant to go? What I'm holding onto here looks like a brake cable off a bike. And if you pull it, it opens the bonnet. And you use that if the battery's flat and the button doesn't work. But I had absolutely no idea where that was supposed to go.
That, so it's under the headlight on the right hand side.
Right, I did not know where that was meant to go, but
I mean,
it's there.
If the front match fails, at least that's a good place to...
That's a full reach under and forgive it fall.
You can see this support frame bent as well.
Yeah, I remember that was so close to the gearbox sump.
Now, these support bits here, they strengthen the body.
Right.
So because this is connected to these as well, if you needed to wheel align it, it may not go into line.
Right.
Because these are the strengthening plates for it.
Ah, I see. So it's not just an under tray, this one. Right.
Because if you ever remove these struts or this plate, it has to be wheel aligned again.
Oh my god.
Slight bit of flex in the chassis.
Yeah,
and
right.
Have to wheel align it all again.
I see. So I'm learning quite a lot already. And another thing that Josh pointed out is that there's a vacuum line which was connected to the old exhaust flaps when they open and close in different modes. Now because I've now got a straight through pipe, I've just plugged the vacuum line with a bolt, as I knew it'd probably cause issues if I just left it hanging. But I didn't realise how big the issues could have been. So this is what the opens and closes the valves on the old exhaust when you're in sport mode, sport plus mode. So we've just plugged it.
It's plugged as long as there's no leaks. Vacuum system should be
right. I see. I didn't realise it was that vital.
Yeah. If that screw was to pop out, you'd probably felt a bit overheat. You'd notice a few.
Oh my! Finally.
Oh my days! Apparently the vacuum system is somehow linked with the water pump. So if I didn't plug the vacuum line, it literally could have caused the car to overheat, which is so crazy. I've never heard anything like that before. So overall, let's say on a scale of, let's go on a scale of 1 to 10, where would you put the car?
I'll probably put it to about 7.
Not bad, not bad.
From a Porsche standard, there could be a few things that could be tweaked to make it completely standard.
Yeah. Well, shit.
Considering how the car was,
yeah,
it's come up extremely well.
Well, that's not bad, and I'm sure we've got a few more episodes to get it to a 10. Now we've got to go get the wheel aligned and the aircon gas, so we'll see how that gets on. First thing Josh is going to do is a vacuum test on the aircon system to make sure there is no leaks. He runs this for around 20 minutes to be 100% sure. So whilst we waited for that to happen, me and Hannah had a mooch round the showroom to look at some dream spec Porsches. But Hannah seems to disagree.
They look all the same.
What?
Just look at this. Okay.
No, you're hating.
The minute details, that's it.
That's what counts.
It doesn't.
That's the good thing about Porsche. It's not like a brand. This is for gentlemen, like myself. I admit I was never a Porsche person before, but the more time I spend in mine and the more I see them, the more I love them. So we're skipping the four-wheel alignment at the minute and we're going straight onto the aircon purely because that under tray, which isn't an under tray, is part of the actual structure which Josh pointed out, which has a dent in it. When I replace that, it will throw the wheel alignment out again. So I'm going to have to order one of them, which was around £80 plus VAT, so not actually that bad. Then we're going to come back and get that four-wheel aligned. But for now, time for Josh to do the aircon.
So the aircon is now working. It held pressure. It's gassed. When we tested it, it didn't work, so it needed the compressor to be running. Yeah. So we've run that in. That should be done every time it's re-gassed, to be honest. Wicked. Good news for road trips, especially to hot countries. Hopefully the weather gets better. So other than that, we're all good. Let's get that wheel alignment done with the under tray. I've got to say, I was surprised at Porsche. Everyone was so down to earth and helpful. Sometimes someone like me walking into a main dealer, it can almost feel as like I'm not supposed to be there. But in this case, I almost felt at home. So thanks, Porsche. Well, I would say that's a successful trip, and
thanks massively to Porsche Solihull. They didn't treat me too bad, if I do say so myself. My Porsche Cayman S was in such a bad accident. Nearly every single body panel was damaged, but that meant it was cheap. Not one single person bidded on this car.
Yeah, that's such a steal, bro.
Since I bought it,
18
I've been
bands for
rebuilding
this?
it panel by panel, attempting repairs I'd never done before. And after I rebuilt it, I then took it to Porsche, where it got inspected and almost got approval. 1 to 10, where would you put the car?
I'll probably put it to about 7.
But they've asked me to come back for the second time
Oh.
because there's potentially something dangerous
6 or
that
7?
they've missed out, or I've missed out during the build.
Oh.
But before we head to Porsche, I stopped off at Mallory Performance because there's something we need to settle. Here's the thing, I've made the Porsche look like a GT4/GT4 RS. And a lot of people don't like that because they think you're making a car look like something it's not. But in standard form, the Cayman S makes 344 bhp. And its big brother, the GT4, makes 414 bhp.
Oh.
So I think with a simple remap, we could see the Cayman S be faster than the GT4. And we're going to be putting it to the test later in the video.
I see it then.
Feels back. Yo! Standard, we're looking for the figure 344 bhps.
394 bhps.
44. Here we go. Oh, 358 bhp. So it's actually running fast already. Like this is a quick car. Here we go. Phil's gonna work his magic. 414 is the figure we're aiming for. See what we can get. So despite the Porsche already running 14 brake faster than it should, Phil is now tuning the car, finding ways to increase the power safely. And whilst he was doing that, I went and got some more cooling as the engine sits behind us. And if the engine starts to get too hot, then we start to lose power. And here we go for round 2. Let's see what the power increase is. Oh. 402 bhp and 510 Newton meters. More torque. I think it's just getting a little bit hot. We're so close to the GT4 bhp. We've well and truly absolutely smashed it on the torque. So it could be really, really close. A massive increase in power already.
I'm actually so full right now, bro.
414 bhp.
414.
Can we get it? 409 bhp.
Ooh.
505 Newton meters. Faster than before. I think it's illegal to be over 414. Well, there's only way to find out whether this Cayman S is quicker than the GT4.
And that's the race, the GT4.
Let's find out. But before we do that, I've headed back to Porsche because we need to settle a few things. And now we're back at Porsche Solihull because they've mentioned to me that I need to come back since our last visit to get something right. But we've already been back once before. Let me explain. Last time we was here, we took the Porsche into the inspection bay, where Josh the technician fully checked over the car.
The gap on that looks okay.
And although most of it was looking good, there was a few parts that I missed.
So you can see this support frame is bent as well.
Now because that support frame had some dents, and it was also bent, it meant that Porsche were unable to four-wheel align the car, because that can affect the geometry of it. So that's why I came back the second time. But that second trip revealed even more damage.
Oh no.
So here's the thing, we missed out that plate in the last video. We needed that plate, but last night
I tried to
have a look and eyeball the tracking myself because it was driving really bad, the steering wheel like that, and I've a small suspicion that my inner tie rod is bent on the near side, and if that's so, then we can't four-wheel align it. So we're gonna get it checked out. We're gonna get it checked out.
We just raise it up, we'll be able to check for play, because we couldn't do that on the last one because it was on the it was on the 2-poster ramp, it was flat, so now we can check for play.
Yeah, oh okay.
So the damage wasn't on this side, was it?
No, it was Well, it's all round, but... So as Josh said, we're now able to check if there's any play in the suspension on each corner of the car. And we can also inspect that inner tyre rod a little bit more to see whether that's bent. I can see it's bent from here, the inner tyre rod.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Yeah, that's bent.
Yeah. Yeah, you can definitely see that this inner tyre rod, yeah, that's bent. Brilliant. So we can't track it because we need an inner tyre rod, but what we can do, put this rear support bar on. So at least we're going one step forward, and that's the exact reason why I replaced all the arms and suspension components on the GT3 out in Florida, as you never can be 100% sure on what's damaged. And it gets worse. There's evidence that I have a mouse in the unit.
They locked
What?
as well. Something in the harnesses and the insulation that the wrapped in there.
What? A
He
mouse?
tried to make himself a little bed.
Yeah, he has, definitely.
And just when I thought that was the last of it, we found even more damage. Alongside the support brace at the back, there's two arms which support the support brace. And there's an issue with them. So this is this arm, which we think has got forklift damage. And, well, as we're taking off, you can see it doesn't sit flat. You can see here as well, the damage on each side of these is consistent. It's exactly the same.
I just ruined that shit.
An accident is, well, really, really slim, but from a forklift, not so much. If you remember when I first got the Porsche, we had damage on the left-hand side of the car, which looked like forklift marks. It was also along the back of the car and on the other side. And it seems like the damage didn't stop at the cosmetic side. It's also damaged the underneath of it. So all we can do now is put on the new support brace and then put back on the old broken support arms until we order some more and find out how much they're going to cost as well. Right, new strut plate on, but it's a bit of a consolation because we do need these bars, obviously. So we're going to order them now, find out how much they are, as well as the tie rod. And I guess we'll be back in the next clip, I would say. But the third time we come back was not only for a mistake that I made, but also for a mistake that Porsche the brand made. Now it's time to find out the costs of the damage. 115 quid each. For each side. £115 each for those support bars. And I thought whilst I was there, I thought I might as well replace the under tray, as it looks a little shabby as well. £211.99p for that carpet bit of under tray. We'll have to get it then. 830
Oh,
parts. But this
I
is
killed
including
myself.
the forward alignment.
Nice.
And that is, yeah, I think that's put the build cost a little bit over than what we first thought. It just goes to show you the importance of sourcing and fitting parts yourself. But by doing these last final bits with the main dealer, I'm sure you'll never recognise that this car has ever been in an accident. Let's get the Porsche back to Porsche for the third time.
Ooh, that's not done yet.
Round 3, back at Porsche.
Is this it?
Back again for
Yes, for the ground.
the third time. Hopefully this time we can smash it all out. Oh.
I just love killing myself, man. It's awesome.
So all that's left to replace now are these two arms here and here, squashed by forklift. The massive under tray here, which we've just got, which was seriously expensive. And finally, the inner tie rod. But there is one more thing, which is why we've been recooled back here as well. But let's get Josh on this first, and then we'll check back with you afterwards. Hopefully we can get this four-wheel aligned afterwards as well. These are the parts that need replacing, and Josh was on it. First off were the two rear support braces, which were easy enough to change, and then the rear under tray. Then we're moving on to the front bent tie rod, which Josh removed now. And here are all the old broken parts. Oh yeah, that's definitely bent, isn't it? Yeah.
This is never gonna get done though, is it?
Straight on camera that is.
25 minutes for the bottle.
Now, do you guys remember when I was fitting the roof of the Porsche? We weren't quite sure on the correct repair procedure when fitting the roof. And when I called Porsche, they wasn't allowed to tell us it.
It is a structural repair, so unfortunately they wouldn't be able to give you any information
Oh, bugger, right. And weirdly enough, the same goes for this inner tie rod because it's actually classed as a repair. We're not allowed to show you the repair because they're not allowed to show you repair procedures, or maybe they're just worried that one of you guys will tell them that they're doing it wrong. After the super top secret repair was done, the Cayman got brought into the alignment bay, where it has these type of lasers which are attached to the wheel hub. And this is going to allow Josh to get the wheels all pointing in a straight line. And with a few adjustments, Josh just got the car pointing straight. Obviously the camber is different to factory spec because we've got different to factory spec suspension on. So it's lower, but we should be ready just about to test it on the track tomorrow. But there is one thing that we also got called here for, which we're not actually going to be able to do, and this is my fault, isn't it?
It's the air intakes at the side. So we've got new air intakes on the side, but have these been replaced?
This has been replaced, but that is additional.
Has the other side been replaced as well?
Yeah.
The skirt?
Yeah.
So they've already got the modified inserts in anyway?
Well, there we go. And the reason was that, if I'm right in saying, was it leaves getting caught up?
So you can, I don't know if you can see it just in there. Where that
What?
is.
Yeah.
There's a grill just inside.
Oh.
And Porsche deemed that the gaps were slightly too big, and it was allowing leaves, etc. into the air.
Oh.
So they recalled them to clean the airbox out, and then to put smaller vents in.
Did someone set on fire?
I'm not sure.
He's probably not allowed to say.
Don't think so. I think Porsche caught it just in time.
Yeah, of course it is. Well, actually, the more sinister story to the recall is that the air intakes are being changed to prevent cigarettes entering the engine. Because apparently, and I don't know how true it is, someone out there in the world threw a cigarette, it entered into that air intake grill, and it set fire to either leaves or the paper air filter. And that just goes to show you that no one's perfect. Even the big manufacturers miss little things when building these cars. But my car is ready in a straight line, ready for the track tomorrow. Let's see if the Cayman S can beat a GT4.
What the fuck?
And here we are at Kerbera Sprint Course, a tight, twisting, technical track, perfect for the £18,500 Cayman S. But what I really want to know is it faster than a £90,000 GT4? The Cayman S with 409 bhp, 506 newton meters of torque, and a 4-cylinder engine. And the GT4 with 414 bhp, 420 newton meters of torque, and a 6-cylinder engine. The Cayman S was £18,500 and the GT4 £90,000. But will money buy you speed? One fast lap and one drag race will decide. I'm in the Cayman S, but we have Ben, a professional driver, in the GT4. Let's see how this pans out.
That's a bad idea.
One hot lap. The underdog is me. Let's do this.
Shouldn't they be trading?
3, 2, 1, go!
The Cayman started off so well. We're a bit sideways. Oh my god, the traction is completely off it. Well, I gave it my all, and it's absolutely stinks. Oh, let's see how the GT4 gets on.
3,
2, 1, go.
The GT4 looks so quick with Ben behind the wheel, skipping around each corner.
Yeah, it's
But would it
fucked.
be enough? Was it fast, Matt? Was that one fast? Time for the results.
Matt's time.
Yeah.
Yo, what's up?
30.41.
Hello.
That's good. I think that's pretty good. Ben's time. 30.42.
You're joking,
There
it
you
weren't
go.
that close.
So I think Ben needs to go in both cars.
Skiter du? Ja, hva da?
Cayman is faster.
That sounded nuts. Come on, Cayman!
faster
No, it
than
is.
the GT4.
Is it actually?
29.97.
I'm hard cheating. How did you know, man?
Oh my, and his first lap as well.
It seems there was only one way to settle this, and that's with
I did
good old-fashioned
det
drag race.
Microsoft för hackare. Och hade du på mig?
Winner takes all on this one.
Huh? Ja, jeg er veldig en høy mann. Jeg er 2,5 meter.
The Cayman took the win on the first race, so he raced again. And again. But the results were the same each time, with the Cayman winning.
I've left it. Come on, the Cayman S. How have we done this? What a car. It's beat it on the track and on a drag race. People are going to think we're making this up.
So sometimes building something
is
better than buying something. But let me know which one you would choose. Thanks so much for watching this video. If you've enjoyed it, hit that subscribe button, hit that thumbs up button, and I'll see you in... I just bought myself a Lamborghini Murcielago.
Hva betyr det, bro? Hva er det?
It's been able to fix for around 7 years. And for that reason, I thought that this was a bargain. But you're about to find out why that might not necessarily be the case. So you probably saw the video where I got invited down to Everyman Racing because they had two Murcielagos which have sat there for 7 years. Now I don't know about you, but I believe everything happens for a reason. So when I've got the opportunity to potentially buy a cheap Murcielago which needs a little amount of work, I jumped at the opportunity. I've always dreamt of owning a Murcielago. It's just been that poster car since I could ever remember. Seeing the car in so many films and hearing that V12 roar is something that just built up my desire more and more. I've just never been in the position to buy one. And to be honest, I'm still not now, which is why it makes this decision even more riskier.
What? Hadde du de brede lår? Nah, bro. Og I helvete.
To the left-hand side of the screen is Dave Motorsport, and behind the camera is Hannah. Both of them have came with me to keep my head level because it's easy to get overexcited about these things and pull the trigger on the Murcielago just because I want it.
What are you thinking, Matt? You still like it?
It's great. It's everything I ever dreamed of. And out comes the engine. Now, if you didn't see the previous video, you're probably really confused right now because I've got two Murcielagos. And as you can see, I've gone for the one which was in the worst condition. But I'll explain later why I did this. For now,
Oh, ingenting, bro.
As the Murcielago has no engine and no gearbox in it, we had to do a team effort and push it onto the trailer. And if you know these Lamborghinis are a lot wider at the back, so we had to improvise with this by using a trolley to get it on. Well, this is not the way I expected to buy a Murcielago.
Close up øynene.
Either way, I bought one. Like that. 7 years worth of dust on that. That's the easy part though. And now with the Mercy loaded onto the trailer, we could take it from the unit where it sat for 7 years.
Det er sikkert fordi jeg er trøtt. Jeg sov bare 10 timer, så jeg er sikkert trøtt.
You probably think I've completely lost the plot. In fact, you already know I lost the plot. But sometimes you buy cars with your heart and
Hva faen er det for noe?
your head, because this is most definitely The biggest project that we've ever taken on, and I know I say that every single time, but each one tops the last one. There is a whole lot of room for a big V12 in here with the manual gearbox, but unfortunately it's not here just yet. But don't worry, I'll explain everything in a minute, but for now,
För spela CS. Hur många folk är det?
Where do we even start with this thing? I guess we can start off by going through the good things about this car. Don't worry, this won't take long. First off, it's a Murcielago. Which means it comes with the signature Lamborghini doors. That also means it comes with the signature Batwing intakes. For one
Alle 2000 ilo. 2000 ilo på car.
It comes with a V12 engine, but well, this one doesn't, but they normally do. And it's a gated manual, or it was. It is a 2002 model, which means it's the pre-LP Murcielago, if I'm right. But I thought that was a solely Lamborghini car, nothing to do with Germany in it at all. But it doesn't take much to start.
Bro, jeg joiner ikke Faceit. Er du crazy?
And pretty much, well,
Jeg skal ikke joine noe Faceit.
That's about it. But honestly, what a car
Bro,
this is. The feeling of just
jeg kommer til å dø så bad. Jeg kan joine endgame. Jeg kan joine endgame, sikkert.
And as green as the interior may be.
Det kommer til å være crazy.
My dream since God knows how long, and to finally get my hands on one, it was meant to be. I believe it was meant to be. Are you going to be the first to drive the Murcielago?
First of 7 years.
First person of 7 years. Well, you're not going far. I'm pushing. Let's get it in the unit. Then I think we need to explain to everyone the issues with this, which are fairly obvious to the point, but also why I bought this one over the other one that you might have seen, but we'll get onto that. So first off, welcome to the new unit. We've got ramps and we've got lights, and now we have a broken Murcielago. If you remember, this was the home of the E24 BMW, but you'll find out what's going on with that in the second
Jeg er redd for å launche spillet.
Let me show you what's wrong with this Murcielago and how it's ended up like it. So first off, quite obviously, nothing is there, and it's covered in dust because nothing has been there for 7 years. But on the good side of things, we have it here, but it's not quite complete. All of this stuff is in boxes, there's bolts everywhere. Some stuff I'm not even sure has came from this car. This is going to be an absolute nightmare to try and work out what goes where and what parts are actually missing. And unfortunately, that's just the start.
Bro, på Steam-accounten min, jeg får sånn messages hver time om folk som vil at jeg skal joine turneringen deres. Jeg vet da faen hva det er for noe.
So when the door shuts and inside the door, it's this really nice sort of like pearlescent green. But when you start actually peeling back the wrap, we can see, well, it's far from green. These are the original 18-inch Lamborghini Murcielago alloys that comes with the car. But I don't know what's happened to them because they are all cracked up. I think they've been rattle canned and the heat's got to them, and well, they look pretty bad. And that's not all. You haven't seen the inside yet. And then moving inside the car, it absolutely stinks in here, and there's a lot of missing parts. For some reason, there's no instrument cluster, which is kind of worrying. And then there's little bits missing, like the interior light, and a few little trims and bits and bobs all over the place. So this, most definitely, is the next money pit. But other than that, she seems to be a good car. But now that leaves the question of how did hundreds of thousands of pounds worth of car end up like this? So the Murcielago came from Everyman Racing, and Everyman Racing is a track experience company where people pay money to experience a track in a supercar like the Murcielago. So it was taken off the road or track because of a chain rattle, and you guys may have heard it on some of your cars you own yourself. When a chain needs servicing on an engine, you may hear it on cold starts. When you start it up, you might get that little rattle kind of noise. That's exactly what was going on with the Murcielago. And the chain on an engine is what keeps everything all in time. And if that becomes too loose, then it could knock the timing out, which could cause misfires and, well, severe engine damage. Now, parts of this I may get wrong because I don't know Murcielago engines, but I'm willing to learn. In fact, I'm going to have to learn. To stop the chain going loose like this and causing that noise, chain tensioners, and these are tightened up through here, and they push these guides into the chain, making it nice and tight. This is what a tensioner looks like, and this is the old one that's came off the engine. This is really worn, and that's why the chain was probably making that noise. So the mechanic who no longer works at Everyman Racing attempted to fix this chain. You need to replace the chain, the tensioners, and all the chain guides. And whilst you're there, you might as well do the head gasket and a lot of seals. But when he put this engine back together and then turned it over by hand, it went tight, along with some other components he took apart as well. You only have to go as far as looking at the oil pump, which I think has been rebuilt, because when you turn this, it's nice and smooth, and then it hits a point and gets tight, which, yeah, definitely shouldn't be like that. So with him spending already hours rebuilding this engine, just for it to turn tight when he's built it all back together, the boss told him to just leave it there and get on with something else. He later left the company, leaving the Murcielago abandoned. But all of this doesn't explain why we're missing the instrument cluster inside the car, because that's got nothing to do with taking the engine out or doing anything with the timing chain. We do have an instrument cluster here, and when I bought the Murcielago, the deal was I would pay the asking price for the car on the basis that everything is there, and we're already finding things which are, well, not there. The chap at Everyman seems to think that the instrument cluster was removed out of the green one because either the green one or the yellow one, which we'll get onto in a minute, had an issue with them. And that issue was caused by one of the mechanics or someone that works at Everyman jumping the car with the terminals the wrong way round, therefore shorting out the car, and the only thing that he thought was broke were the instrument cluster. But whether that was on the green one or the yellow one, we don't know, and well, we're about to find out whether we get any power to this, because if it's been shorted out on this car, there could be loads of other things that are wrong with it. A second-hand instrument cluster, £2,500, and that's not even the correct one for the car. Right now, my daddy's taping up all the electrical terminals in the engine bay to make sure nothing shorts out when we connect the battery. Then I'm inside the car connecting up the instrument cluster. Then all we've got to do to see if this works is connect a jump pack to the battery. To do this, the wheel has to come off, and look at the size of that tyre. It's huge. But with the wheel off, I can take the arch lining out to now access the battery, which is weirdly behind it. So,
yo, herpes blister, I need 700 more. I'm not getting that today.
Don't know how they managed to jump this the wrong way, but we'll soon find out whether it has or not. And I've just got to find the key. Key found. Let's do it. Let's see if we've got any power whatsoever here. Oh, so bad.
So needed, man.
Absolutely nothing. No lights, no buttons, no. Turns out there was a little thing amongst all the boxes, which was a kill switch. Right. That's on. Oh, fuel pump's on. We've got power. Okay, let me go again. Relay's doing everything. We're beeping. Oh, the radio's on. But yet,
that car looks old as shit.
No. There's relays flipping, flying all over the shop. Windows just about work. Yeah, we definitely have no clocks. Oh no. With the battery pack connected and everything else working in the car, the next thing to turn to was the fuses. Don't damage the interior. Remove the seats and then we could access all of them behind it. But let me just speak to you about the choice I made between the two Murcielagos. So for those that watched the last video, you would have seen there was two Murcielagos, one yellow one and one green one.
Oh.
The yellow one was inside a trailer and we couldn't really get a full look of it, but the car was complete. It had an engine in, it had a gearbox in, and it didn't look in that bad of condition. So the reason I chose the green one over the yellow one was mainly the price. But moving back on the inside, we checked all the fuses and none had blown. So next thing we're going to do is check we got power going to the clocks. And we did. Which means the problem lies with the instrument cluster. And the only way to find this out is to start stripping it apart. But moving the conversation back to the choice of the Murcielagos, quite obviously the yellow Murcielago was a fair amount more expensive than the green Murcielago. And the green one was still at the top of my budget, and I still definitely think I've probably paid over the odds for this car. And I'm pretty confident any normal person would definitely have not paid the price for this that I did. But the differences between me and a normal person is that we've got 500,000 of us, which can all chip away and try and help rebuild this thing. So I'm hoping all of us together as a collective can help me get this back on the road, because I'm going to need that help. There's got to be something broke on here. I'm pretty sure
The motherboard.
it's cheaper to repair this than to buy new clocks, or even second-hand clocks for £2,500. And what do you know? My dad has actually found something, and it just goes to show how good my eyes actually are. Just here, you can see a bunch of resistors which are all burnt out, and those resistors to replace are probably going to be a couple of quid or so, maybe not even that. And if it is only that, we could be onto a winner. But that is just going to be one of many problems with this Murcielago. As soon as the car and the engine was back into the unit, we didn't waste any time. Me and Dave from DTB Motorsport started cracking away, trying to work out why this engine wasn't turning over. Take your guesses now. So at the bottom of the engine, there's a crankshaft. It has two gears on it.
That took a
One of
while
which
to get,
drives the
actually.
oil pump. This isn't timed, so we don't need to worry about that. But it also has another gear on it, which drives a chain, which goes up the engine and drives two more gears, which drives the camshafts on each cylinder head. And of course, these are timed. So if one of these are toothed out, the engine will not turn over and it won't run. We noticed on the left side of the engine, we was missing a chain guide, which was causing the chain on the left side to be really slack. So we decided to remove one of the camshafts on the left hand side so we could take the chain off. That way we could just see if we could time up the right hand side of the engine first. So we're taking the chain off this side, and now we're moving on to this side, because this side's got all the guides, all the tensioners on and the chain on. But these notches here are supposed to be in line. These are the factory notches, and they are slightly out of line. So Dave's attacking it, loosening off the cam variator, turning the cam so it's bang on, and then we're going to see whether it turns over, because at the minute this side locks out when you try and turn it. But despite us getting the right hand side of the engine properly timed up, it still felt tight to turn over. But then we found an issue. We found one issue: 5, 6 cam cap, 7 cam cap, 8 cam cap, and then we go to 10. One problem found. How many others are there in this engine? Now it is so vital that the numbered cam caps go back in the correct position. That is because it's cast aluminium. So if they're in the wrong position, they won't sit flat against the head of the engine, and it'll be squashing the camshaft in such a way that if the car started, it would cause some serious damage. But now we have them all in the right order and the right side of the engine timed up. Let's see if it turns over. Turning. Beautiful, man. Bloody hell. That's turning over much better. Well, it didn't turn over before, did it? No. Wow. So these were incorrect, and this side was timed up wrong.
Bro, we didn't make it. What do you mean?
But would all of you be risking it in timing up the other side, then just rebuilding the engine from there, or do I need to strip it all apart? The head gasket's already been done, but knowing that this person can't count who rebuilt it before doesn't fill me with much confidence that he rebuilt the rest of the engine. Bang on in line there, bang on in line there, and we're roughly at around.
What do you mean mute my mic for what?
Should match
I'm
up there,
confused.
and it's just getting that side which we're missing a chain guide for. It might not be as bad as
mod
we
pack.
first thought. Maybe.
I'm just using mods that I put together
Dave decided to put both camshafts back in the
put
left
together on
side
Fedor
and
client.
put in a makeshift chain guide to keep the chain fairly tight. After that, we timed up the left-hand side of the engine with hopes it would now
I
turn
need
over
time stock.
smoothly.
Where is this? There we go. What is that worth? Oh, the toilet. Oh, my bad, uncle.
Well, yeah, we can. Bloody hell! So it's all timed up and it turns over now. The gamble is
19 million.
when we put it all back together.
Excuse me?
Strip it all apart. Stripping it all apart to do everything is going to be more expensive, which might not be necessary.
Oh.
But putting it all back together is going to be
17,000 copper.
if anything else is wrong. But it does turn over, so
Holy.
let us know in the comment section. With a big decision to make, I called
17,000
in
copper.
someone who might know a thing or two about Murcielagos.
Wow.
So Freddie and Scott are here to assess the damages because the guys who know.
There's an engine missing, right?
This is Freddie, or better known as Tavarish. He bought the actual Murcielago from the film Fast and Furious and rebuilt it on his YouTube channel. So he definitely knows a thing or two about them.
These are going to be your life. So everything on this car is put together with
Cheese
dips.
bite.
Sometimes there's 4, sometimes there's 5. There's differences on either side. You're just going to have to figure it out. That's how they did it in Italy, and it's good enough for you.
So both
Wait,
Freddie and
you don't need
Scott,
Jerry flour
aka
for-
Ratarossa, were both really helpful
Oh.
in telling me what most of the nuts and bolts that I had in random boxes were for.
Oh. Wait, what?
Working on this car, take these off.
Right.
Take these off during the
Mirrors
entire.
off.
The entire
Why? Because I'm just going to smack into them. Or?
You are, and if you do this, they're broken.
So if you feel that, and
Oh,
spin that
that's not bad.
It goes tight, and then loose, and then tight.
I need to check.
So something is not quite right in there.
That doesn't
If you
fit.
don't know Scott, aka Ratarossa, then he's a Ferrari expert, and with the Lamborghini being Italian, both of their help is priceless.
I know someone with an engine. Do you?
Yeah, you have.
No, but I don't have the 640 engine.
Is it for sale?
I don't know. You know.
Freddie might want to sell this engine to me. But after about half an hour more of me trying to convince Tavares to sell his engine that he has for a Murcielago, I gave up. Which only really left me with one option. And that is just to strip this thing apart, take the heads off, and just start from scratch.
Okay, which one's gonna
is
mine?
exactly what we're about to do. So, well, let's get
This
going.
one?
Have I ever stripped apart an engine before? No.
Done.
But am I willing to learn? Well, I'm gonna have to be. Because this is a V12 Murcielago engine. And every part to it is vital. And that's why I've got my dad here helping me strip it apart so we can find
My
out
dad.
what else is wrong with this thing. If there is anything else wrong with it. My dad has experience in building engines, not quite Murcielago ones, so he's definitely going to be a big help with this build. You can see Hannah at the back doing an equally as important job by labelling up all the parts that we take off so we know exactly where everything goes back together. That's if they're put right in the first place. And I'm now about to take off the final camshaft so we can access the bolts for the head, which are in a really difficult place to get to. And I remember Scott saying something about these.
If it's anything like Ferrari, there's a special angle tool.
And he wasn't wrong. We managed to get hold of a workshop manual, and of course Lamborghini being Lamborghini have made a special tool to get to those head bolts. Problem is, that tool is $554. And then we realised we didn't need it at all. I tell you what,
What
it is
happened
a
to his
good
guy?
job we're doing this because they're loose. The head bolts
Look
are
at
right
this
in there. Me
fella.
and my dad were just trying to figure out how we were going to get to them because we thought there was going to be a hole here. There's no hole in here or anywhere to get to them. But you could just see
When is this guy ready though?
they're literally finger tight.
A lot
The
of
head
15.
bolts are finger
Ooh.
tight. So what on earth? Why? What? Why are they finger tight? I don't know. But it's
Wait, I
definitely
got
a
diamond
good
and
job
cactus?
We
How?
didn't bolt this all back together and put it in because yeah. I actually bought this special.
How?
These crowfoot parts to get in there, which would go down,
Fair
put
enough.
an extension on them, and these would get the head bolts off. But We probably aren't going to need them now because we could probably do them out without using this because they're all finger tight. Yeah, well, we're about to find out why they are finger tight because it's probably going to be hiding something underneath. So on we go with
4 hours left of Diana. 4 hours. I can do this.
Which is bizarre to
4
say the
hours
least.
left of pain
Definitely a good job we didn't start
and
this
boredom.
like that. With all the bolts undone,
Let's
it's
go.
time to lift the heads off the block of the engine. Which revealed more strange things about this thing. Okay, update. Both of the heads
Update.
are off. They've definitely had new head gasket here, so that's kind of a positive. And then we found something weird with the pistons.
Oh.
So here we have all of the pistons. On this side, he has marked them out. Whoever's took this apart, you can see some lines in there for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, all the way down there. But what we have noticed is at the top of the sleeves here, you can see a little sort of oil mark there, and that is the same on every sleeve.
That's not good.
From this one and this piston down there is really clean. So we think that one has been out, this one has been out, and potentially been re-ringed. Right, we're going to flip the engine up, then have a look from the underneath and see if anything else becomes obvious of why this was broke or not put back together properly. Now we are on the home straight of fully stripping this engine apart and getting literally to the bottom of it. All I'm doing now is taking the crank casing off, then we can access the crankshaft.
They're
which will
inside
allow
of a
us to undo the
Lambo
bottom of the
engine.
conrod
This shit is
to pull
probably
the
so
pistons
expensive.
out. And again, it wasn't long until we found something else which was a bit bizarre. The caps which house the big end bearings in the bottom of the conrods are all matched up to the top of the conrods. And this is fairly obvious because they're numbered. The thing is, when we took the piston out, we could see the numbers were all jumbled up. 2516 matched up to 2399. It's safe to say the person who built this engine could not count. Oh, one broken ring. Oh dear. Oh no.
That's not good.
There's good news and bad news. The good news is that this engine has had a rebuild and everything in here is pretty new. So this conrod looks like it's uprated, it's new. We've got new big end bearings, new bolts, all new bearings in the bottom here as well, new thrust washers. The problem is, it's been put back together incorrectly, which has caused a little bit of damage. Here were piston rings. These piston rings obviously go round the top of the piston. All of these are new, but these ones are snapped, and these ones look like they've been snapped when he's knocked them into the engine, and you would have never have known that until you started the engine. And of course, the engine would have failed anyway because all of these conrod caps were all incorrect, which would mean that this circle here was not a full circle, causing loads of friction. And you can even see, I don't know if you can see on that bearing there, the wear already. Can you see that? And that's just from turning it over by hand. So this engine, if it was started up with loose head bolts, cam caps the wrong way and conrod caps the wrong way round, would have had a catastrophic failure, costing, well, let me show you how much it would have cost. £28,615.
What the
postage. And that engine is for an LP.
Why does it have so many, bro?
Which is the newer Murcielago, which wouldn't work in this Murcielago because this one
Still has like no gear, bro.
But that's not the
I
only
don't understand, bro. Will he ever grind a game? Who knows?
So this is the gudgeon pin, and this goes through the top of the conrod and holds the piston to the conrod. And we think this has got wear on it, and if that goes back in, it may cause a sort of knock on the engine. You may hear it slightly knocking, so it's probably worth
Yeah,
us
Purse
replacing
273
that.
build.
But
Yes, smart.
this piece of metal from Lamborghini,
Necros
you
handle.
won't believe
Yeah.
the price.
Yeah.
It is £235 and 41p, and
What
that's for
the-
one. We need
Oh,
12
oh,
of them.
oh,
But a gudgeon pin doesn't look like the most technical thing to engineer, so maybe one of you guys may be able to help us out with that. But for now, I wanted to take a look at the oil pump and find out why it was spinning tight sometimes and then loose the others. And I think I found the issue. So after all that, it could have literally just been carelessness. There was a tiny bit of debris or bit of muck in between these two gears, and I put it all together. Now I'm not bolted it all back up yet because it needs sealer in there, but it spins nice and smooth. Whoa, nice and smooth now. So that oil pump definitely could be saved. But now the real question lies, and I know a lot of you want to know how much I paid for this broken Murcielago. And I know I've overpaid. But it made me feel a little bit better when I spoke to Tavares that a car like this in the States would sell for around $400,000. But the UK market hasn't quite got to that point just yet, which is why it's going to make a lot of you guys cringe when I tell you that I bought this Murcielago for £100,000.
What?
I take risks. It's my dream car, come on. And just to add to that, I actually tried to contact the guy who rebuilt this engine at Everyman. Turns out he's in prison for armed robbery. How did you get them so quick?
Yeah,
Like all the parts.
stuff you can get quite quickly. If you've got it in start, then
Yeah.
it's pretty quick.
Is it not came from Italy then?
Yeah.
Oh, it has. So.
Yeah.
Oh, so
That quick?
Something tells me and Evan from Lamborghini are going to be best of friends, because we're going to be seeing each other quite a lot. But the only thing we're getting for free here are the chocolates on the reception desk. And as we're left with the parts, what are the chances of seeing another Murcielago there? The guys let me have a look around it to see what one in good condition looks like before heading back to the unit to work on mine.
Murcielago is kind of iconic. I've seen this car everywhere, bro.
Do you remember this? This was the circuit board removed from the back of my instrument cluster, which didn't work due to apparently somebody jump-starting the car with the battery terminals the wrong way round. When we took it apart, we found a bunch of resistors which looked burnt out. Turns out Liam's mum works with a lot of circuit boards, so she found the correct resistors to go in those gaps and soldered in some new ones. Now we've just got to see whether it works. So if this works, essentially, Liam's mum has fixed £2,500 worth of instrument cluster you can't even buy for free. She didn't charge us, so we're going to have to do a massive shout out for Liam's mum. If it doesn't, thanks Liam's mum anyway. We're looking for some sign of life. Yep. Oh, the immobilizer works.
The new battery.
the new immobilizer works.
Oh my god.
Here we go.
Let's see this.
No, it doesn't look good. No. There must be some. There needs to be something else which needs to be tested on this board, I think. I've not got one single light on. Well, it was worth a try. It's not the start we was hoping for, but the news doesn't end there. Whilst my dad was honing the cylinders out, he found something else which could have caused catastrophic engine failure. We're at the bottom of the engine right now, and these are oil galleries. So these send oil up to the top of the engine, and my dad actually just removed one of these, and he's told me to remove this and have a look what's inside. And bearing in mind that the oil goes directly through that little hole, and look what is actually in that hole.
What the fuck?
That is sealant or sealer. It's turning out it was a really good job for us to check everything on this engine. So another thing my dad wanted to check were the valves. Here are the collets that hold the valve springs in place, and with the springs removed, which look new, we could pull the valve out. And my dad thinks that these have already been ground out, meaning the valves sit nice and flush against the head of the engine and won't cause any leaks. It also looks like the head of the engine has been skimmed as well. And what's looking even more positive if we look at the valve seals, they look brand new, which is good. So despite the many negatives with the
100 mil more
logo, there is
channel
actually
errors.
some
Come on.
positives.
I got this,
And one
surely.
positive is that we could actually begin to start rebuilding the engine on this thing. Right here are some vital parts of the engine that it just wouldn't work without. All of these parts in here are little tiny things like chain guides and journals and that sort of stuff, but the one thing that did shock us is one piston ring was £218. But luckily, we only needed 2 because it looks like he's already replaced the others, but those 2 snapped off when he replaced them in. So all of these should be okay to go back in, and we'll get onto the gudgeon pin situation later. Now this is the point where things are going to get a little technical, but I'm going to try my best to explain it because I'm still learning as well. So now that the valves have been ground in on this side, they're going to sit prouder on this side. So they're going to sit higher up, which means when the camshaft is on the top, the lobes are going to be way closer to the valves there, and they should be a certain millimeter gap. Or if you're my dad,
How close am I to Nymph Max?
inches.
Ooh, 40 more. Holy.
Or to explain it better, here's the camshaft, and below is the valve lifter. We're measuring the gap in between the two with a feeler gauge. So the gap on the intake side should be 0.35 millimeters. On the exhaust side, it should be 0.5 millimeters. And the only way to adjust this gap is using these shims here, which come in different sizes. These sit on top of the valve lifters, just like this. So we've got random shims going in place at the minute because we have no idea whether it's going to work or not. So we can make a calculation from that random shim, whether we need a smaller shim or a bigger shim to make the clearance 0.50 millimeters on the exhaust side.
Sure.
On each head of the engine, there is 2 camshafts. One camshaft opens and closes the inlet valves, and the other camshaft opens and closes the exhaust valves. There's 2 inlet valves for every cylinder and 2 exhaust valves for every cylinder. Hopefully you're still with me. At the moment, we're just working on the exhaust cam, and we put the cam caps this time in the right order and torque them all down. To measure the gap in between the cam and the lifter, the cam lobes have to be pointing upwards, and then my dad can wedge the feeler gauge in between the two. And whilst my dad is doing this, I begin to write down the calculation board. Here's a chart for the exhaust side. So we have 12 gaps to measure here. The top half of the graph is where I'm going to be writing the gap that it is at the moment, and at the bottom half is going to be the size of the shim that's in there at the moment as well. So I'm going backwards and forwards, writing all the measurements down until it's starting to look like a mad scientist board. Welcome to Matt Armstrong's math lesson.
Thank you for the welcome, man.
See, the desired figure we need to get is 0.5 millimeters. That's the gap between the cam and the valve. At the minute, these are the gaps we have at the moment. As you can see, neither of which are 0.5 millimeters. These are the shims that are in there at the minute. We need to get the correct shim in there to make this gap equal this. Hopefully that makes sense. And if we don't get these gaps right, it can cause the engine to misfire, it can run rough, it can sound rough, and it just won't be right. So it's pretty vital. Right here, I'm trying to write down a formula which makes it simple for me and explain it to you guys as well. But even I ended up getting this wrong and messing it up, and Hannah had to rub it out and redo it so many times over. So if you're still with us, I have done the calculations. At the bottom, these are the shims we need to get the gap between the cam and the valve to 0.5 mil. This is where the issue concurs, because at the minute we're just using the shims that were already in the engine. So my dad is working out what shims we've got and
here we go.
the correct places. But it looks as if we may need to order some, and this is where Lamborghini is very, very cheeky. It looks as if we have these shims here, the ones with the ticks on. The rest are the shims that we need: a 375 shim, 375 shim, 380, 375, 385, and 375. It's safe to say a 3.75 and a 3.8 mil shim is a fairly common shim that we need. And guess which one are the most expensive shims to order from Lamborghini? You guessed it, a 3.75, which is £31.34p plus VAT, and a 3.80, which is again £31 and 34p. But if I wanted to order a 3.25 shim, it would only cost me £6.31, and it's less of a shim than that one is. And isn't it just a coincidence that this has to be done every 24,000 miles on this, and the shims which you most likely need are more expensive? So shout out to Lamborghini. Oh, you just... It is what it is, isn't it? After that, my dad and I started doing the inlet side, which is a completely different measurement of 0.35 mil. But that's when something came up. So we've got to do a massive shout out to Scott, because we have just hacked the system. Scott Ratarossa has just found us that the valve shims are the same in these than they are in some Ferraris. And what do you know? Ferrari is actually cheaper than Lamborghini. We found the exact same valve shims here for £5.95p. In your face, Lamborghini. Another vital saving when rebuilding this engine. And look at that.
I don't know about the investment. I think it's a bit too much.
Moving from the head of the engine now to the bottom of the engine. Here's a cylinder sleeve which we put new seal on from Lamborghini, and we can start knocking that into the bottom of the engine with our special Lamborghini tools, of course. And then I can carry on building the pistons up onto the conrods, which are held together with a gudgeon pin, which, if you remember in the last video, we thought had wear on it. There's 12 pistons, which means there's 12 gudgeon pins, and from Lamborghini they're £250 each. But we managed to outsource them from another company. Only issue was they were 1 mil wider than what we needed, so they had to be machined down. So unfortunately we can't name this company who sorted us out with the pins, because they're not guaranteeing them, because they are technically modified. We've found something else now. I wish we'd got this on camera when we find it, but my dad was just checking that. So, right, okay, how are we going to explain this? The piston rings are meant to go in a certain order, and you can see on the bottom oil ring it sort of chamfers off at the bottom, and then also it looks like that at the top. Now this one, that piston ring at the bottom does not chamfer the way that that does, meaning that he's put the pistons in the wrong way round. So we changed the piston rings but put them in the wrong way round. So it's a good job we checked this as well. Would you believe it? So we've got to check all the piston rings now, what my dad is doing at the moment, that they are the right way round, and then we can put the piston rings in before cleaning the pistons in and putting them back where they should go. But it's a good job we're checking everything on this.
It was on that way.
And the best thing about it, where is it? Where does it say? It says top on it, so not only couldn't he count, he couldn't read either. Oh no, I hope he's not watching these videos. Hey, no one's perfect, but at least when rebuilding an engine, you've got to make sure you do the little things right. So now me and my dad are checking every single piston ring before putting on the 2 new ones onto the piston which had 2 snap piston rings. Once we were confident that that was right, we can then begin to knock in the pistons into the cylinders. You use a special tool to do this, to squash the piston rings into the piston and then carefully knock it down into the cylinder. And we're being extra careful because remember, each piston ring is around £218 each. And there's 3 on each piston. The red stuff you can see around the piston is assembly lube, and it works as a sort of lubricant to push everything in. And before you know it, 12 pistons are in the bottom of the block, and we can turn this thing over, ready to put the crankshaft on. So we've now got the bottom end of the engine upside down with all the pistons in, ready for the crankshaft to go on. And I get it, maybe we're not doing things on how somebody else would do it or how the professionals would do it. Neither one of us have rebuilt a Murcielago engine ever before, and yes, we could just drop the engine off at somebody who has rebuilt 1,000,001 of them and be 100% certain that this thing is going to start.
Don't do that.
But where would the fun in that be?
Yeah, you gotta do it yourself, man.
Although it doesn't look like much, this is my dream car, and it means so much more to me if we can turn the key for the first time to hear the V12 roar, knowing that all of us rebuilt this ourselves. I don't know about you, but I am so curious to find out what is
5 hour rebuild. Excuse
and why
me?
this part is grey.
5 hours? Holy shit.
Well, the story just gets better and better. Oh, it's looking green. It's looking green. Oh, it actually looks alright.
I wonder why they put that on there.
Why would they put that on?
There's got to be something. But I suppose like back in the day, you know, for like 2008, 2009, I remember my mate's dad, he had a Supra, and that.
What? And this was cool.
It had a carbon wrap on the bonnet. Yeah, people used to do that. People still do that, I think. No,
Is it sanded?
It's either sanded or it's vinyl.
Nah, it's sanded. It is sanded.
There's definitely something going on there.
There's some repair under this.
Yeah, definitely.
Let's get it inside and we'll get this thing absolutely cooking. Then we can move on to probably more surprises and getting this bottom end built up.
Oh.
Now's the time to place your bets on what you think is underneath that wrap. Well, here it goes. Let's take the wrap off the whole thing. We started off with the carbon fiber.
I think
wrap
nothing,
on the
to be
bonnet,
honest.
and it looks as if a lot of the car has been wet sanded, which wasn't too bad. I guess that means we could just repaint it. But then we got to the passenger side. Oh, it actually looks alright. How was I wrong? This car was far from alright. I have no idea what exactly has happened to it underneath this wrap, but it certainly isn't how it should be.
What happened?
And it just got better.
What? Is it blue?
That just keeps on.
What?
I can't even be shocked anymore. I should just expect it from this car. But I'm beginning to think 100 grand was a little too steep for this car. What on earth has happened to this car? I just can't. I just feel sorry for it at this point. The driver's side is a little better, but it's still nowhere near what it should be. Well, I can see the car used to be green, but it looks like the whole thing has been wet sanded, like it's almost been prepped for paint. And then it comes to all these little bits like here, which at first I thought was filler and then primer, but it looks like it's just been wet sanded down. All of these panels are fiberglass, remember, so they're going to look a little bit different when you sand them down compared to metal. The only explanation I could think to all these weird marks and everything is that the car was probably wrapped before, they peeled it off and it peeled a lot of lacquer off, which is why they've had to sand down loads of random parts of the car. But then they've still wet sanded the whole car as well. I just don't know. On the passenger side though, there's no denying that there's been some sort of repair to this side, whether it's gone into a wall or another car's hit it. But this, I don't know how much of this is going to be filler. I guess we'll find out when we probably take a door card off and we can see whether the door's all capable.
Oh, what the fuck is this color on this car, bro?
You can see there's definitely been a masking line along the top of the door. So the Murcielago just gets better and better. And in perfect timing, my dad just turned up. Well, at least he spoke the truth. Whilst I was doing this, I received a Facebook message from somebody who used to work at Everyman Racing. And he seems to think if it's the same car he's thinking of, then somebody had to adjust the gear linkage on it years ago. And instead of dropping the gearbox down to try and do it, they just put a hole in the transmission tunnel. It just gets better. But I have actually had a look. I can't see anything just yet, but we'll investigate that later. For now, we need to get back onto the engine. We'll come back to this. So let's pick up where we left off from. On the second head of the engine, we were adjusting the gaps between the camshaft lobes and the valves by putting in these shims here, which are all different sizes. You put the camshaft in, torque it all down, and then measure the gap between the two with a feeler gauge. We had to calculate what size shim we needed based on the gap that was already there, and turns out we needed to order some more shims from Lamborghini. If we was going to order one of these, it was £30.95p each, plus that. We found them from Ferrari at £5.95p each. Now we just got to see whether they actually work. And so far, so good. The Ferrari shims seem to sit in place as good as the Lamborghini ones. All we've got to do now is pop the camshafts in, put the cam caps back in the correct order as they wasn't before, and then measure the gap and make sure it's perfect. We are looking all good on both heads of the engine now, so we can tick this off. But now we're back on to the bottom
Holy
end
shit,
of
it's
the
actually
engine.
recovering,
The
man.
crankshaft is just about ready to go in until we found something else. As you know by now, the chap who rebuilt this engine before replaced a lot of the stuff you would normally replace when rebuilding an engine, like these big end bearings in the bottom of the conrods. But there is something that he didn't replace, and that was these main shell bearings here, which the crankshaft sits on. You can see they've got a little oil stain in the middle, and they just look a little worn compared to the rest of the shell bearings that he's put in. Now, the only reason we could think of why he's not replaced these is because each of them are £141.96, and there's 5 on the bottom and there's 5 on the top. Unfortunately, we can't find these anywhere. They're specially made for this Murcielago engine, and I think they're the same in the Diablo engine, so, well, we had to buy them. The only good part about this is that, well, they're easy to install. We just got to remove the old shells, clean up the surface, and then put the new shells in with some assembly lube. And we could just about lift the crankshaft in place. Now, there's also a measurement that we need to check between the big end bearing and the crankshaft, but this is way too small for a feeler gauge. So we put that little red strip in called a plasti gauge, taut the conrod caps up to spec, which will then squash the plasti gauge, and the measurement we're looking for is anywhere between 0.024mm and 0.067mm. Then what we've got to do is loosen the conrod caps off, and we can see where the plasti gauge has been squashed. And the width of this will tell us how big or small the gap is between the bearings. And it's looking like the gap is 0.050, which is nicely between 0.024 and 0.067, so we know everything is all good with the crankshaft and the big end bearings. Once we've checked the gaps on all of them, we can begin to fit the conrod caps, connecting the conrods to the crankshaft. And as we know this is not coming off now, we can add Loctite to the conrod cap bolts as well, as it mentions in the manual. We can then lift the rest of the crank housing onto the bottom end of the engine. But before we do this, we have to make sure the mating surface is nice and clean, and in the manual it states we should be using Loctite 518 on the mating surface. And this Loctite 574 now identifies as 518. But no, in all seriousness, my dad says that he's used this Loctite before and he's had no issues with it at all. It is a really thin Loctite. It's not a sealant. This Loctite is here just to fill any small imperfections between the mating point. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Look at that. Here we go. I can almost smell the Italian emissions. This thing is starting to come together now. Next step is to torque up all the crankshaft housing bolts, and you have to do this in a certain order to make sure you don't damage the housing. Also, whilst we're there, this drive shaft at the bottom of the engine, which connects to the rear diff, and then also the prop shaft which runs to the gearbox at the front of the engine, felt a little rough, and there's only 2 bearings which need replacing, and they were about £11 each from Lamborghini. So to remove this drive shaft, we just had to take out 2 circlips, and we could knock the shaft out of the housing. We popped the new bearings in the housing, and we used the old bearings to knock them into place. Of course, with some assembly lube. I imagine if we didn't do this, there'll be a lot of drivetrain noise when driving this car. And the only noise I want to be hearing from this car is that V12 exhaust. Okay, we're moving forward, which is what we wanted. We've got one complete bottom end of the engine all built up and a nice, smooth spinning drive shaft. But guess what? We've found even more things. Right here is the oil pump for the engine. The oil pump is probably one of the most vital parts of it. If this fails, the whole engine fails. So we cannot risk anything on this. The chap who rebuilt the engine also rebuilt the oil pump. And, well,
the oil
to
pump.
the gears, you need these woodruff keys on there. So these actually remove there. So there's 2 recesses there where this thing would go in place. Now in that one was that one, and in this one, well,
what was this one?
There was one that didn't fit. He's just put that in there, and we think he's probably lost the proper woodruff key, and we've just found out where this one has came from, which doesn't fill us with much confidence.
Oh, I've lost sight of a key.
Don't worry, don't worry. I've got one over here. Here you go, mate. Just use this one.
Oh, perfect.
What?
It's a bit small, isn't it?
Nah, don't worry. It's only an oil pump.
Oil pump.
That's exactly what we thought has possibly happened here. The Woodruff key in the crankshaft is missing, and we finally found it, and it was inside the oil pump. So we don't know how well this is put together. We think there's possibly a circuit that should be where this bearing is, and we're just not going to trust it, really. We can't. So we think it's best in this situation just to play it safe and order a brand new one. Being that these are a common problem to fail on the Murcielago anyway, we don't want that failing on us, being that we've rebuilt the full engine. It would help if we had an exploded diagram of the oil pump, but they just don't come about. And for peace of mind, it's going to cost me £2,314.45 plus VAT. But it's not a risk I'm willing to take.
That Lambo is so scuffed. What happened with the colors, bro?
Find out whether the chap on Facebook was right about that hole in the transmission tunnel. Right, we're going to find out whether this
Uh-oh.
has got a hole.
Let's hope it's not true.
I mean, anything is possible. Regardless of the outcome, we need to stay positive. There's no point getting down about anything rebuilding this car because it's only going to produce negative outcomes. What are we saying, hole or no hole?
Do you know, with the way this car's looking, I'd say they've definitely cut a hole.
And that's what I've learnt with a lot of the builds I've done before. There's no way I thought when I was doing the Aston Martin dashboard it was going to go back in. But I stayed positive, worked through it, and somehow managed to do it. And I'm hoping we get the same outcome with this car. And now we're about to find out possibly the worst.
Wait, what? There's a hole?
Wow. Wow. Yeah. Turns out the guy on Facebook
was lying.
He was right. Take a look at this. It just gets better. Look, there's literally, you can see where they've cut out.
What?
Oh look, there's even holes here. What are they for? Oh my god. So they've literally cut out a square. I mean, they've put it back together and they've siliconed it back together. Look at these brackets. Oh my god. So they've cut out a square for what it looks like to get to some kind of gear linkage. I think the gear linkage is on top of the gearbox. Actually, you can see here where the gear linkage runs. You can see like the bulge. So that must run down there, and then they've adjusted the gear linkage. But instead of lowering down the gearbox to do it, they've decided to cut a hole. And we can't even blame the guy who built the engine because this is a different guy. Just realised as well, the whole body is like carbon fibre, isn't it? It's or like kind of fiberglass. So that's why you can't weld it shut. They've literally just chopped a frame out. Is that like structural? Surely that's got to be structural. And I mean, these brackets, they are definitely like Lamborghini. I mean, I can't see it having any sort of negative effect in a crash, but I mean, this whole thing is built as one, and you can't just buy a section of the monocoque now, can you? I mean, well done, guys. We're intrigued to find out what they were trying to get at with the gear linkage. We've found it. So, you sit here, you're in the driver's seat, you're in your gated manual Murcielago, boom, gear 1, gear 2, gear 3. Oh, something's happened, and something needs adjusting. This thing needs adjusting, which has got a couple bolts here. I don't know, some kind of gear linkage.
What?
So, what do? Instead of lower the gearbox down to get to it, you cut a hole in the body of the car to get to that. Thanks, guys. Surely that is it now. There's going to be no more surprises. I surely covered everything. I can't, it can't get worse from here, surely. Back again to pick up some more parts. You alright?
You got me emails if you need anything.
Yeah, will do. Wicked, catch you in a bit. We have a lot more parts here, but one thing that we don't have is the oil pump, because it was really expensive and it's not something that people order every day. So we'll get on to what's in this box later and the rest of the engine build, but for now we've got some unfinished business with the interior. Yesterday I took the Murcielago out for its first clean in 7 years, and it's looking a little bit better now, but there's still a long way to go, especially with the interior. There's a lot of green in there, and it stinks. Let's do it. It might not come as a surprise to you that we're going to be getting rid of a lot of the green in this interior, and hopefully rid of a lot of dirt and the smell. The more I work on this car, the more I realise it's almost like a glorified kit car. Everything comes apart so easily, and underneath, well, there's pretty much nothing. But that doesn't change the fact that this is my dream car and always has been, and I cannot wait for the day we turn the key on it. Now remember, we still don't have a working instrument cluster. The place that bought it off told us that someone jumped the battery the wrong way round, which caused the instrument cluster just not to work afterwards. When we took it apart, we found that there was loads of resistors which had burnt out. We got the resistors changed, but still no luck. No! There must be some. There needs to be something else which needs to be tested on this board, I think. But then I found something. Right, we've just found something, and if this is it, then well, let me explain. Okay, right, I'm just about to take this lower part of the dash off. We'll get onto the big hole cut in the transmission tunnel in a minute. But I just took this off and found another fuse box in here, and on the back it's got a diagram. And would you look at that? It's got the instrument cluster there, fuse number 15. If that is blown, and it actually works...
You need to check it.
I know,
Check it now, go on, do it. It's even got a little puller in there.
Which one is it? That's the horn at the bottom.
It doesn't look like it's ever been touched.
Oh my god, do you know if this is it, I'm going to be absolutely buzzing, because then I feel like it could... Oh,
it would blow it as
blown.
well, you know, it would.
It would have blown it,
wouldn't
wouldn't it?
Yeah,
please
surely.
Be blown, please be blown, please be blown.
Does it look brand new?
It's not blown. The story continues with the instrument cluster, but now my attention is drawn to this. So here we can see the complete hole that was cut to access the gear linkage in the gearbox, and it looks as if they went to cut a hole down here to start with and then maybe bottled it and then instead did one there. And a lot of you guys mentioned in the last video that Hoovies from Hoovies Garage did the same thing to his Murcielago to access the gear linkage to avoid taking the whole engine and transmission out to get to it. Whether that makes it okay or not, I'll let you guys decide that. For now, I've got the rest of the interior to strip out, and I'm going to be taking out pretty much everything apart from the black leather parts. This is also giving me a chance to give everything a bit of a clean and a wipe down. Oh, look. Smells fresher as well with that leather cleaner, doesn't it? Yeah. That is a hell of a lot of green leather. Well, stuff that was green leather, that is absolutely disgusting. And just check out the interior. There's really not much to it with these Murcielagos. There's not even that much wiring under here. Normally you'd see a lot of sound deadening underneath carpets, and well, there's absolutely none. There's nothing to this car. It really is difficult to work out why these Lamborghinis are so expensive, especially when you see things like this. Check out this indicator here. If I put a bit of wrap over this, you can see almost as clear as day the Ford logo on there. Now you're not going to believe this. If I wanted to buy one of those indicators from Lamborghini, it would cost me £181.28.
What the fuck is speed builders? I don't
Those
know.
indicators are actually off a Mark 1 Ford Focus, and on eBay they are £6.90 for a pair. So there is so many different ways we can save money when rebuilding this thing. Unfortunately, that's not the case for the engine. There's so many vital components we need to keep this running in top tip shape.
I don't
Just
remember
like the
this.
body, which
Oh,
is
is this?
I've been drinking Waifu, today's sponsor of the video. So this is the bottom of the engine, and the next thing to go on the bottom is the sump. But in between the sump and the crankcase is a gasket. But check this out. Lamborghini, for the sump gasket, won £130 and 13 pence. And that's just for a paper gasket. Now, a healthy alternative to that, gasket paper, for £14.99p, we could get a full roll of gasket paper. And out of that gasket paper, we have created £130 worth of sump gasket. £14.99 for a nice, healthy alternative to £130
I just fucked it.
worth of sump gasket.
That's amazing.
As good as the self-made gasket may be, we can't install it just yet. But I'll explain why after we've done a bit more to the engine. First job is to flip it the right way up. Then we can apply some assembly paste to these parts which house the gears for some of the timing chain. Now my dad isn't here today, so it looks like I'm on my own, so I'm hoping that this goes right. Luckily the 3 gears that we've got on here at the minute are not timed. So it doesn't matter where the chain sits on these, it's not going to affect the timing of the engine. The 2 gears on top are held in by a little plate and then a circlip, and then there's all the chain guides to go on. In the manual there's actually no torque figures for any of these. It literally just says fit them. So that's exactly what I'm doing. Now this is the part that keeps the chain tight, as Lamborghini call it, a chain tightener. This thing is hydraulic and it works with the oil pressure, and this piston pushes out against the chain guide, keeping this chain nice and tight so it doesn't rattle when the car's running. And as it mentions in the manual, I've just got to fit it about here. So it's all looking good so far without my dad. Next up is the upper chain guides, which are going to guide the chain on the head of the engine. And then once they're in, there's another chain on the bottom, which
I did it wrong,
the
bro.
oil pump, which we'll get onto. And now you can see me putting on the chain for the left side of the head, and then of course the right side of the head. These ones are timed, so we need to be careful we put these on right. And now I'm about to give you some bad news, because, well, this is literally it. We can't go any further than this, thanks to the part that's over there on the bench. So this is the oil pump, and the person who tried to rebuild the engine also tried to rebuild the oil pump, and it went about as equally as well, if that makes sense. So when we stripped this thing apart, because it was stiff, there was a key in there, and there was actually one missing out of there. He put a small
It's kind of interesting. Hold on.
and that didn't fill us with much confidence with the rest of the build that he's done. The thing is, when I spoke to Lamborghini, they don't have, or they won't give us, an exploded diagram of an oil pump, so we know what parts go where. They just sell it as a complete unit. There's part of it just gone. I had to buy it. I'm not risking it, because if we do risk it and the oil pump goes, it's one of the most vital parts of the engine. A lot of you said I could get one of these keys made, and that is a possibility, but as I said, we're not sure if everything else is okay. So brace yourselves. A new oil pump cost me £2,493.75p plus VAT, and it gets worse. It's not going to be here until the 13th of December 2022. Now on a normal engine you might be able to assemble the rest of it without an oil pump, but on the Murcielago one you need the oil pump to carry on from this point, and let me explain why. So if I wanted to put the cylinder heads on top of the crankcase in here and here, first off I need a head gasket, and the head gasket sits here. All good, but there's one thing missing, and that's this casing right here, and the head gasket and the head actually sit on this casing, and I'll demonstrate that now. Now the casing is fitted, you can see the head gasket is sitting on top of the casing, but as a coincidence to that, we can no longer get to the oil pump. It's completely blocked off, which means in order for it to fit the oil pump, this casing can't be on, which in turn means we can't fit the heads because the casing needs to come off to fit the new oil pump. And once the oil pump's on, like this, we can then put the casing on and then rest the 2 cylinder heads on top of the casing. Hopefully, that explains it. But that's not going to stop me to continue work on the body of the car. And I kind of wish I'd have just stopped there. Now I'm removing both front arch linings so I can access the front bumper. Once I've got these off, I can open the bonnet to get to the rest of the bolts for the bumper and then remove it away from the car, and we'll get back onto this later. For now, my attention is drawn to the headlights. In one of them, a spider is trapped, and both of the lenses look really dull, and inside where it's supposed to be black seems to be sun-dyed white. So we're going to sort this. As I've done with so many cars, we're going to split the headlight lens to access the center of the headlight. Once we've got it open, we can polish the headlight lens and paint the inside of the headlights. I use the same technique as every time before I've done this job. Loads of heat and then break the seal. Only thing is, we didn't realise the Murcielago headlights have glass lenses. Well, at least we can paint it now.
I've got a positive. You can get the spider out now.
Let's see how much a lens is. Oh no, what if you can't buy a lens?
Complete unit for 23.
Liam's just finding how much a headlight's cost. Is it bad? Is it bad?
Oh my god!
No way! Is it bad?
Let me see.
Is it bad?
Let me see.
I'll let Chris see the reaction.
You're not going to be happy. Let's put it that way.
Okay, let me see.
Forget the engine. You've made a big mistake.
Let's see. Oh! £10,000. And we was just attacking it.
Yes.
We was just attacking it with a screwdriver. It's 10 grand for a whole headlight assembler. Hopefully, we don't have to buy a full headlight assembly and we can just get the lens. But if we can't, we're 10 grand down.
3, 4.
This is actually a glass lens, and that's why it's cracked, because there's no flex in it at all.
Are these the same as an LP640?
Yes, they are the same as an LP640.
I've just found your pair of lenses for £300 on eBay.
Serious there?
Oh, I'm not joking.
£300?
£299.
And that's why Liam got an Audi S3. Yes, Liam, we've saved the day. We can just smash these off. Wow, okay.
Let's just double check.
Let's double check and then we'll be back. Sometimes it's better to just leave the car as it is. I mean, that wasn't even damaged. I was trying to improve it. I made it worse. And it's cost me more money. It's just what happens. It's going to happen. We're playing with fire effectively with the Murcielago, but this is a saviour for £300 for new lenses. It means we could be a little bit rough with the other one now.
And can I just say, if we watched a YouTube video on how to do it first, then we would have known they were glass and not to stab them with screwdrivers.
Yeah, that's it. But we just do it with confidence, you know, like...
I know, yeah, we've done it so many times.
I've done Lupo headlights.
They don't even feel like glass either.
No.
They literally feel like
Who would have thought there's glass? Who would have thought? After everything on this car is fiberglass, who would have glass?
You don't want to do weight saving.
Right, so I'm buying that. £300. After all of that, I didn't even get a chance to tell you what I've taken off the front bumper, but we'll get to it after this disaster. Back again for the weekly shop. I really am becoming a regular here, but seeing all the Lamborghinis in the showroom only gives me more motivation to get my Murcielago back on the road. After all, this car is my dream car. I've always wanted one, and I was always told never to give up on your dreams. Now, we've already learnt so much about the Murcielago, and it's like we've only just got started on it. Unfortunately, in the last video, we learnt when trying to split the headlight lenses that they use glass instead of plastic. And the best part about that is you can't buy the glass lens separately. You need to buy a full headlight for over £10,000 from Lamborghini. And that's the same reason why you see an absolutely immaculate Murcielago, but it still has the foggy lenses.
Let's go!
Because nobody dares split them. But I have a solution for these headlight lenses, and it only costs £300. But I've been offered £1,800 for this headlight lens if I can get it off without breaking it. So I'm going to be giving Chris it, and if you can get it off, 400 quid is yours.
Thanks, Matt.
We'll check back with Chris throughout the video, but for now, I need to get the Murcielago in the ramp because we've got more work to do on the bumpers. In the last video, I removed the front bumper. And in this video, I'm going to remove the rear bumper. After I removed the rear wheels, it revealed a 2-shock system on the suspension. And it looks like IBAC actually make the springs for this. And more than likely, it's going to be Bilstein who make the shock absorbers. Both of these companies are local to me, so it's looking good for when we come to rebuild the suspension up. But as I started removing the grills of the rear bumper, I found something. So here's another worry that I was a bit worried about. When I saw this wire when I was getting this car, I thought it was going to be for this reason, and now I think it is. So there's a wire here, which we thought at first it might have been going to like a rear camera for when they're on the track days. But as we suspected, this wire looks like it goes into the radiator fan and then it grounds off. There it goes. It grounds off down there.
Yeah, I'm too gutted, bro.
Not Lamborghini, which, well, this is a worry because one, either because they've wired the fan on and they got a switch.
Oh, it's still 4 hours. Alright, good.
On all day for the track days, which is a possibility. Or two, you know how the ECU, you know how the battery was dumped the wrong way round and it's fried the clocks. It possibly could have fried part of the ECU, which tells the fan when to come on, like a temperature sensor. So they now have to have a temperature in the car to keep the fan on.